Welcome to day one of Blast Open, and London is calling for all of our teams. They've got to start online and battle their way across it to hopefully make it through to the Big Smoke and the OVO Arena. I'll be your host, James Banks, across the opening games for today, and joining me alongside me, we've got Pimp, we've got Vu. How you guys doing?
Good, good. It's good to be back in Copenhagen. Good to be back in the studio, James. We spent an awful lot of hours in here, Vu, and now we're back.
Yeah, I'm happy to see some more Counter-Strike, some high-level Counter-Strike, and some not so high-level Counter-Strike potentially as well, but mostly
back on
high
M80 for now.
Mostly,
you know?
mostly high level.
Mostly high level for now, so I think there's only one thing to do. Let's get this show started. So here we have it. London is what is waiting for us and all of these teams, but Pimp, only 6 will make it there from the 16 we start with. It's a long road ahead of a lot of our teams for these groups.
Yeah, let's be honest, right? If you want to make it to London, if you want to be part of the playoff, you have to play some of your best Counter-Strike. I think right now it's a very competitive scene. It's a very competitive circuit, Vu, and 16 teams battling it out for 6 spots. There's a couple of teams, you know, where I feel like they don't stand a chance, but you never know.
Yeah, I mean, we talked up in the previous event we played, we had best of 3, single elimination. I like to see best of 3, double elimination. Yeah. I like to see a second chance. Some teams, they're just going to go straight out. There's a couple teams, maybe one playing today, that are just going to go straight out. But you like to see double elimination, give teams a second chance, and give them a way to show. For example, Liquid against Vitality, they played twice, insta-eliminated. How good is Liquid? We're going to find out.
We will find out across the next few days, but let's also take a look at Group A and all the teams we have within it. Now, there's some obvious names to touch on, but I think the biggest news and the breaking news, so to speak, is FaZe, because Elige, despite his best individual efforts, he's gone, he's out, and we've got a new player joining him, Jacob, not
James,
you.
Not me, you know, and thank God for that. I think FaZe would like to be competitive for a change. It's good to see them do something, you know, and I know it's never fun to do it after a player break, you know, and ideally if they had those issues, maybe they should have done it during the player break, but there's certain things as timing and availability and maybe giving Elige another shot. But let's be honest, Vu, the way FaZe have been playing as of late, it was about time that something within that lineup changed.
Yeah, it's good to see something, but something, I don't know if we wanted to see arguably their best player get removed.
Yeah.
Is that the something we wanted? I think the something some people wanted was a little different than that.
And let's look at this, right? Because you're right, Elige was the best player, if not one of the best players. But I'm just going to look at this. Karrigan forever was saying Frozen, his voice, so vocal, so helpful, right? In many interviews we saw. But then Elige also has a big voice and wants a lot, what we've started to learn, what we've seen as well. And then he's the one that gets pushed out of it.
Too many cooks in the kitchen. I think that's part of the issue. I think Elige also had a cultural experience. He's been playing in NA throughout his entire career with Complexity, with Liquid. Now coming over to FaZe, you'd realize that would be a big cultural shock for him, I think, moving to Europe as well. I don't think he ever fitted in FaZe Clan, and I'm a little bit disappointed because I remember standing in this exact studio in January, and I was super hype about the fact that Elige finally would join a proper team of Counter-Strike instead of wasting his time in Complexity, and that didn't work out.
I think the problem is Elige is used to being the top dog. He was on Liquid. I think he was the #1 guy for them for a long time. He got to call kind of the shots, even when they had coaches. I think he made the plays himself. Then you go to Complexity. He's a huge fish in a small pond, right? And then he goes to FaZe, and it's Karrigan's show. He's the one running the show. Karrigan's had Frozen around for a long time. I think he struggled to fit in because statistically, he was a great player. Statistically, he was their best T-side player, probably their second best rifler, but sometimes it just doesn't work as you're saying, culturally, it just doesn't fit. He just wasn't there.
And then, okay, they spoke about Simple being a Hail Mary. What is Jacob with this coming in? Because we don't know much about this guy.
Signing for the future, you know, and I like the fact that you give a new player, you know, and attach a bit of new energy into the lineup. You could have recircled the older players. You could have maybe gone for a player with experience, but I think Karrigan likes to bring in new guys. We saw that all the way back in Mouse, you know, when he kind of crafted what happened to be Voxic, Robs, and all these players, Frozen for that matter as well. So this guy, I'm not going to lie, I haven't watched him play a lot live. Obviously, I've been looking into statistics and where he's been before. before.
Yeah.
Part of that story is as well that Kerrigan's wife now was the psychological coach for the team he was playing for before.
Exactly.
So maybe there's some insights in regards to that. But I'm going to be honest, I don't know much about it, and I'm here to learn.
I mean, I think when you look at that change, that honestly says we liked the way Elige played. We didn't like playing with Elige. That seems to kind of be what they're saying, because when you look at Jacob, he plays very similar to Elige in a lot of situations, especially on the T side. He's going to play somewhat similar to Elige, but he's probably not going to have the same voice. He's probably just going to be a soldier for Kerrigan, do exactly what he wants. I think that's what they're looking for.
Do you think as well, there's a big factor here is that they can mold this player? You know, it's his first tier 1 team. They can put him into their system the way they want and tell him exactly how to play?
Yes, there's a possibility of that, but he has to become good, and he has to become good very, very soon. I'm going to be honest, FaZe doesn't have a lot of time. The players within FaZe doesn't have a lot of time. Kerrigan is in the fall of his career. Rain was a big point of conversation, maybe to be cut before the break. He stepped it up after the player break.
Yeah.
Where's Brokey in all of this? Are we finally believing that Brokey is back to his best? I don't. I haven't seen it yet. So I feel like there's a lot of question marks within FaZe, and they just added another question mark to the mix.
Well, I've got some more question marks for you, and it's around NAVI, because Cologne, super positive for him. EWC, a instant dropout against the team that you would expect them to beat, given the form they showed that they made it to playoffs. I'm still confused of where this NAVI is going, so maybe you guys can shed some light on it.
I don't know about you, Ru, but I feel like their biggest issue is the mental fortitude of the team. I feel like we see them and the body language, and it's just not, it doesn't seem to be a positive environment to be in within NAVI. So go ahead, sign Elige and see what happens.
Yeah, Elige would actually be an incredible pickup for NAVI, but looking at the team themselves, I think you put it best. It's something about the mental state of the team, because in game as well, you see players like Bit, who Bit is such a consistent player for so long. He's arguably the best anchor in the world for many years of his career, and you look at it and he's not trusting his teammates. You can see him go for plays that he would never normally go for. He goes for over peaks. Players aren't trusting each other. There's something still missing in that camp, and I don't know if they're going to be able to get it just off the one change, because Makaze's playing as well as you could have expected Makaze to play, but that's still not getting them over the hump to beat a team like 3 Max. That's not a team you really want NAVI to be losing to.
Yeah, you said Elige to NAVI, Pimp. I need to circle back on this, because do you think that would work in the Blade system for what you were just saying about Elige?
Yes.
Like,
I think so. I think Elige, like, I played with Elige many years ago, obviously, and a lot has changed since, but I will say Elige is a comfort player. He needs to know exactly what's going on around him, and then he can make all the right decisions, and then you can get the most out of Elige. Elige in a team like FaZe, where it's a little bit more up for interpretation, what's happening each round, where you have a guy like Brokey who, you know, one round he's going to the right, one round he's going to the left. I don't think that's going to work out for Elige at all. So I think Elige would fit into the Blade system. I'm just not sure if personality-wise there's room for him.
Yeah, I'd absolutely fit into the system. I mean, you hear Blade talk about it sometimes. You get players on the same page, so they're making the same decision. That's exactly what Elige wants. Decision trees, that's what we hear that he likes. He wants to know exactly what his teammates are doing. But does he fit in culturally? Does he fit into the personality system? That's always the question with Elige, and that's going to be the question no matter where he goes. But Elige to NAVI would be the move of the season.
okay, well, let's see if that happens maybe later on, maybe after the major. We'll have to wait and see what can happen for him. But Vitality, quickly touching on them. Semi-finals are still good placings, but are there some red flags starting to show?
I think so, a little bit, you know, and I think it's not necessarily the gameplay on the server. Losing to Falcons the way they did in that third place decider, that was a disaster for Vitality, but Saivu was sick in Saudi Arabia, we heard that. It's more so the comments coming out from the team, you know, all the players basically voicing that something is not clicking right now. Flameseed talks a lot about communication. Saivu says we're maybe not on the same page. Apex is a little bit in between all of it, so it does feel like a team that is just, you know, not off to the best start after the player break, and I'm not quite sure what it is.
I mean, you can say it's not too much about the gameplay in the server, it's about what they're saying, but it's also about the gameplay in the server, okay? I mean, when you look at the first season, they just found ways to win. They had the old school nip magic, they had the Vitality magic. They would find ways for Robs, for Zaiwu to find carry moments, bring the team back into games. They would fight constantly, and you're losing that. But you're right, the concern I have is they still have the skill, they just need to find it. And the fact that they're this concerned about it when you only have semi-final losses, they've lost twice to Mongols and they lost once to Maus. Those aren't bad teams to lose to. They're not losing to a Liquid, an M80.
It's the Falcons. The Falcons losses, that's when it starts to be, yeah.
I want to write that one off a little bit.
Yeah.
They were sick. Do not give them a credit for that.
They played for $1 million. They played for $1 million. Vitality and the team could have won $1 million more. So motivation was there. But yeah, you're right. Saivu was sick. Some of the players were sick. So maybe we can give them some leeway.
Some leeway for being sick, I think that's only fair, but here we go one more time, looking through Group A and how this can all pan out. There's plenty of games coming our way today, plenty of exciting matchups here at the Blast Open London, but let's move over to Group B as well, because that's the other side of things, and I think we'll look at, especially as you're on the desk view and Pimp was an old Liquid player, we'll start with them, because Liquid right now, I don't know, are we looking at it as positive because they were able to challenge Vitality, or is it still negative because they couldn't take a map even though it got close?
I want to hear your take on that one. You know, Liquid almost beating the worst playing Vitality we ever seen. How does that fare for them?
You see Liquid, they go into the bounty and they almost beat Vitality. They almost take a map, and I say, thank God they didn't take a map because they were going to get destroyed on map 3. They were going to get 61. It looked better that they didn't take a map. And then Vitality go and lose in the semis. And they go, oh, you got to think a little bit about that. And then they do the same thing. And then Vitality lose in the semis again. And you go, oh, what is this really showing? I think in the game, they're showing themselves to have something. They've got something. They're making that next step. But can they convert it? It's always a trouble with teams when they go against opposition that they look good against great opposition, but they can play down to the level of their opponents. And that's something Liquid's always struggled with. I want to see them actually find some wins.
This is the major for Team Liquid, right? This is the most important tournament due to the format as well. As you said, 2 times in a row, you face Vitality in a single elimination bracket. That's a little bit hard done by if you're Team Liquid. Now you come into a double elimination bracket. You're at the point of the season where you need all the VIS points you can get if you even want to qualify for the major. So if there ever was a time to motivate yourself, this is the major for Team Liquid. They need to score some wins. They need to score some points. Otherwise, we're not going to talk about them for the rest of the season.
And that is a problem, especially for an organization as big as Liquid. But moving from Liquid, we got to touch on Spirit, because we were all expecting Tanir. We've still got Zontix in here, and it was their decision.
Yeah, that's what it seems like. You know, obviously there's some roster rule locks coming into play, but as far as I'm aware, it would have been possible for them to field Tanir into this tournament. I think so. I'm not quite sure. So we'll let someone investigate that. However, it is kind of a weird scenario. You know, now that's the 3rd tournament in a row where we think we know Zontix is on the way out and he's still playing. And I just saw Team Spirit tweet as well that they're going to IM Chengdu later on this year with Zontix, in the picture. Whether that means that he's going to play the tournament or not, who knows? But it starts to be a little bit of a weird scenario now. Yeah,
I mean, the interesting thing is if they're just delaying it until they have this break, they have almost a month off, I think, at some point where they can get some practice in, or they're thinking, we got Tanir and then we won back-to-back tournaments. We weren't really expecting that. Maybe we give Zontix another chance. I'm not thinking that's what they're really thinking, but that would be interesting because it feels like Zontix maybe did deserve another chance with that.
I'll give them this, right? Okay, they signed Tanir before all the paperwork was done, and they're like, okay, we're doing pretty good, but let's give him some more time to rest, and then we'll bring him into the team where we have a longer time to practice. You know, some magic like that might be on the cards.
I mean, it would be ballsy to do it, but in all honesty, I mean, if you're winning, just keep Zontix until you're not winning, and then Tanir is still going to be good, whether that's in 3 months or 6 months, even though that it sucks for Tanir, and it's out of character for Counter-Strike teams to do that. Look at football. Look at any other competitive sports out there. Sometimes you sign big players and you let them slot into the team over the course of 6 months, 12 months. Maybe Spirit is just one step ahead.
Put Tanir in today. Put him in today. Get him in this game. Bring him in. Put him in the coach slot if you have to.
Not gonna happen.
No, not happening at all here. But we'll switch things over, right, and go to a team who has been on the rise in a big way since Molodoy and Yakinda came into this team. They changed things up for what was Brazilian Counter-Strike and built a Furia that can win, have a chance to win.
They're better than they were before. They've been irrelevant for 4 years, to be completely honest. Now I feel like it's a team we're positive when we speak about them. They look good. They look solid. They're part of the top 10, maybe top 5 conversation down the line. For now, they're okay, and I love the fact that we can expect just something from Furia.
I mean, Molodoy is a revelation.
Yeah.
Coming out of that Eastern European scene, how was he not scouted by a NAVI, by someone else at that top level? It goes to Furia, he comes in, Yakindar comes in, Yakindar's revitalized. That's a team they're talking about fighting for top 5. A few months ago, I would be happy for them to be in the top 15.
Exactly that. That is what I'm thinking along with it. But those are some of our teams we need to touch on across these groups. But I also need to pick you guys' brain. Over on blast.tv/fantasy, you can build your own fantasy team and see who you think might be making it win. And we're going to build our one here. Who wants to start off with...
Donk.
Just instantly.
I'm going to make the tough decision to pick Donk.
What about Zywoo?
He was sick. Maybe he's fresh now, and maybe he has improved to... Why not?
When you look at the stats...
They're playing M80.
But Donk is going to play opponents. And Donk seems to perform better against opponents than Zywoo performs against M80.
All right, we've locked in Donk. Next up for our Platinum pick, where are you going on this one? Do you believe in another player from maybe on a Vitality player?
I'm gonna go with FaZe, to be honest. I like what I saw from FaZe in Saudi Arabia. I know he was struggling a bit in Cologne. He was struggling a little bit at the Bounty. He stepped up massively, I'd say, in Saudi Arabia. And I think he's coming in with a point to prove it. And also they're playing M80. So
you didn't take Mezzy for a British event?
Nah.
Oh.
I think that's just being realistic.
Oh, God, both of you guys. Okay, on to our gold then as we've locked in Flamesy.
Zontix. Get me Zontix.
What about Makazi?
Yeah, Makazi, you were saying how good he was playing.
Makazi's playing good, but Zontix he's a steal on this one. I would take Zontix. That's all I'm saying.
Okay.
Go with Zontix then.
We'll let him have Zontix in. All right, for Silver, where are we going next?
Oh, now we get down to the tough decisions. You know what? You know what player that has surprised me a little bit and something we'll have to talk about at some point? Hunter and G2. I think they actually played some decent Counter-Strike. I think he has been playing better as an in-game leader. So let's take a bit of a risk. Go with Hunter.
That's the one I would have gone for as well. I mean, he's IGLing. He's probably the best one in that category. Is there anyone really competing with him?
Okay, do you have G2 making it through to the playoffs?
Yes.
Wow.
That's a tough one. That's a kind of a coin flip. It's between them and a couple. The thing is, they still haven't found the no.
Okay, so yes and a no. Let's see if Pimple V will be right when we get further throughout the tournament. And last pick in here, it's our bronze player.
I don't want another in-game leader. You can only have one in-game leader in your fantasy team, otherwise you're screwed.
Get us Lake. Get us someone from M80.
Yeah, but M80.
He means they suck. They mean to say they suck. They have no chance.
How about Perfecto?
Perfecto's a good call.
Yeah.
It's about time he actually kind of starts to pop off. I think he's been trying to find his form.
Yeah, you know what? Let's give him the benefit of the doubt. Let's do Perfecto and make Flamesy the captain.
Oh.
Spirit are winning this event, man.
Nah, Flamesy is winning.
But this is groups. This is just groups. Remember?
Spirit are winning this event.
Yeah, but Flamesy, he's gonna noob farm today, man. I'm sorry.
All right.
Yeah.
All right.
Flamesy at his very best. Well, there's our fantasy team. You can create your own over on blast.tv/fantasy. Get involved. Tweet at us the teams you build and tell me if you thought you built a better team. But for now, it's time to look at the schedule and guide you through what games we've got coming your way. It's 4 best of 3s, starting off with the beautiful M80 taking on Vitality. And this is where M80 have to take on their toughest challenge as they go up against the Kings of 2025, who have a lot to prove after the break. If there ever was a chance for a team like M80 to be able to battle back against Vitality, now is the time to strike. M80 have been dominant within their own region, looking good since Hex has come into the team. Hex even saying, okay, I'm actually starting to win some more right now. But this is going to be tough for them. So, Vu, sell me on some M80 magic, if there is any, my friend.
The unfortunate reality is this is kind of like when we were looking at Legacy coming into the major. You're looking at these South American teams that play against South American opposition because you have M80 winning something like 20 of their last 22 games against North American opposition. So I want to sell the team to you. I mean, Swisher's looking a lot better since you had Hex join this squad. Lake's doing all right. Slacks, I think, is actually a really solid opper, even compared to his level. I think he should be playing above this level, but they're playing Vitality. James, they're playing Vitality. It's a tough one.
I know, it's really tough for them, and this is where I start to think, at least this is a good way for them to gauge themselves and understand what level can we bring, because it's all one thing being good at dominating in your home region, but now you get the real test for international success. So what does good look like here? Because it already sounds like you're down and out on your boys.
Unfortunately, I think good for M80 looks like maybe a map win. I think you want to have some players show themselves. I think Lake has struggled against good opposition, and the problem is good opposition for M80 is like top 50, top 30. He's struggled a little bit against those teams compared to what you'd want. This is top 1 now he's going to be playing against. So I'd like to see a good game from Lake, a good game from a couple of these players. If they could pick up a map, I'd be very happy.
If they could pick up a map. Well, let's find out what Hex thinks ahead of this one, as I caught up with him earlier. You've only recently joined M80, but it looks like you've started off strong. How has it been coming into the team and getting settled?
I mean, it's been great so far. Honestly, it's like a home away from home, you know. So I mean, it's been great. I've been really integrating well, and you know, I'm excited to see where this journey leads me.
In terms of that journey and where it leads you, what do you want from this move? What are your expectations you're putting onto yourself?
I mean, right now we've already won more than I feel like I have last season, so you know, it's already been a great start. So I mean, I feel like there's really only up from here. So I mean, just qualifying for more tournaments is good. Qualifying for the major again would be good. Everything other than that is like a bonus.
All right, I respect your honesty with that one as well. So the only way is up, but it has started that way. In terms of the difference, say, between your past teams in general to what you're seeing here at M80, can you explain some of that to me and what it looks like from your side?
From my POV, I would say like the calling is different. I would say it's like a little more loose but also like directive at the same time, if that makes sense.
Yep.
I think everybody's kind of contributing a lot, which is great. But other than that, everything's kind of mostly the same. But I think that I don't know. I think it's just like almost like another family. You know what I'm saying? Like I feel like that's the biggest part. We all really get along really well, and I feel like it's just fun every day to show up to practice and play officials.
And that's very important in order to find success, enjoying the moments you're going through like this. But this is your first attempt at an international event. You've certainly got a tough team to go off with instantly. Have you had some time to have some European practice and test the waters of how you're doing against that level of opposition?
Yeah, I mean, we literally had 1 day and 3 scrims, and I mean, I'd say it went pretty well so far, but I mean, I think we're suited well against the European teams, so it's just a matter of time until we get more practice and then lock in.
Now, obviously, the pressure here is massively going to be on Vitality, given their recent form, but is there any idea on how you can use that against them?
I mean, I think we're just focusing on ourselves right now just because of the situation we're in, but, you know, can't really say much about that because, you know, it's on us at the end of the day. So we just have to focus and put all our effort in for now.
Now, it hasn't been long for Hex on M80. Obviously, he's enjoying this honeymoon period that they're having, right? All the wins coming their way. It's about how they can stomach this and how they can fight through this. What did you make of what he was saying there? He seems pretty cheered up.
I mean, we were in the green room earlier, and Pimp said, I'm going to use this moment to talk about NA recycling washed talent. And I said, Pimp, you're an idiot. Text is amazing. No, Hex isn't this next level player. He's not like gonna pop off the page. I think he's a role player that NA has sorely lacked in the past. They sorely lack these role players that necessarily aren't amazing. They're not jumping off the page statistically, but they create a bit of space for their teammates. I think since he's joined, of course, they're mostly playing NA competition, but I think Switcher's found a little bit more space for himself because Hex is finding a little more consistency getting the entries. I'm happy with Hext on the roster. I think he's a bit of an upgrade. There are other changes you could have recommended, but I have faith in M80. I have faith in M80 because they had the Malves play. They picked up Lake. Lake was this 15-year-old when they picked him up, kind of unknown. They've taken some chances, and I have faith in M80 to make a good decision. I like the Hext pickup.
Well, you mentioned Pimp, right? He's not here right now because, you know, we're in Copenhagen, so he had a few Iron Man duties he needed to do, so maybe he'll join us afterwards. So we'll rock this for the meantime of it. But he was turning into a bit of an M80 hater, so is there a way you can spin this more positively? Like you said, maybe if they could get a map, but I mean, what do you want to see from the gameplay?
Look, if you listen to the Hext interview, I think he spinned it about as positively as he could, which was, I think we're suited pretty well for European competition. I think we could do okay. Like, I think that's the realistic situation, especially because you're looking at them. They're going to go against Vitality. We'll see the veto later, but one of the maps where Lake is his best is Ancient. Guess what? We're not going to see Ancient in this series. It's very unfortunate.
Yeah, that can hurt them for sure. We'll wait and see what the veto will unfold and give us, but at least for Vitality, Vu. Now, I want to look at this. They had the most amazing year possible. Everything's all hunky-dory.
Well, they could have won the first event.
You had to throw something that could have made it better. But if you want to look at this, was it just a 6-month, 7-month holiday, like a honeymoon period, and now we're seeing like the cracks start to show? Or is it just they need some more time to redevelop?
It depends how you define honeymoon, because I mean they did lose the first event. They took a couple minutes to get Rops into the roster, not a long time, a couple minutes to get them integrated well. But yeah, what really tests a team that is as great as Vitality is how they can bounce back from losses.
Yes.
And we're seeing that they can't so far. They can't bounce back. And I wanted to give them another event, but we're getting to the point where if they can't bring it back to the level they were at, we're just looking at another great team, not a world beater. We're looking at a spirit level, you know, top 1, top 2 team, but they need to prove it this event or next event. I mean, I'm starting to lose faith.
When you don't want to lose faith, so maybe Apex can give you some faith in this interview. Mentality currently with everything you guys are going through, and you personally.
Well, obviously, when you do the season we did in the first part, it's never easy. Mostly because I knew that if we will go down, because at some point you can't go up, it will be more painful than usual. And that is for now. I mean, since the beginning of the season, we don't play the way we want. We're not winning tournaments. We are not playing good. So, yeah, overall, it's just a bit frustrating. But that's CS, you know, that's a competition. You need to accept that and move on, and that's what we're trying to do all together.
And in terms of moving on, obviously I saw some of the interviews that Robs and Zyru gave as well. What did this team talk look like when you guys have come together ahead of playing the Blast Open London?
Well, to be fully honest, we didn't have like much talks. We had to go like for some rest. That was really important after going back-to-back tournaments and another one again. So for us, I was like, trying to get some good rest. But yeah, overall, we know that we play under our expectations, mostly individually first and also as a team. So it's just like, in a way, trusting the process, trying to stay calm and collected, not overthinking, and working hard, because that's the only way we can get back to the top. So not too much thinking, more acting, and more like working hard.
Well, you guys have always been working hard. We've seen that throughout, obviously, the whole of this year and before as well. But looking at what you were just saying there, do you feel like maybe online will benefit you guys a little bit here, that you can kind of reset from being home in some ways? Or is it still a risk because it's online CS?
I don't know about that. I think for us, yeah, it's good to be home, but yeah, we still play Counter-Strike, so it's no rest in a way. It's no stop. So I don't know if it will benefit us like one or the other. What will benefit us is a bit of time off and having some practice, because we feel like we have the same struggles since the beginning of the year with the beginning of the season with the Cologne than we had in EWC. So yeah, I think I don't know what's gonna help us. Hopefully we're gonna qualify, because we want to still qualify for playoff and for our playoff streak in a way.
Yeah.
And for Messi to play in England, it's always great.
It definitely is. Now, just from what you were saying about getting to playoffs, right, what is it in your eyes that you need to see from the team in order to feel like you're at least playing the way you want or getting back on track?
For me, yeah, I feel like I need to have my we need all 5 to be connected. Something that we've been in the first part of the season.
Yeah.
Sometimes our best player had a day off, but we were so all connected that the other could step up. Me, sometimes Flamesy, Mezzy. And like not all the stars have to always shine, and that's something we need to go again. And yeah, I think like good communication as well. Being aware, like we were really good in small details, like we call that the ping pong with each other, like having the best plans and knowing what our teammate does, etc. Like 99% of the time is something that we miss a bit. So yeah, getting back to that, and I think that's gonna help us to win some games for sure.
And straight from here, we are into the veto. You kind of alluded of what to maybe expect in this and how this hurts M80 Vu. So where can they go? What are their hopes and dreams relying on?
Yeah, I mean, their hopes and dreams are relying on more. You're thinking Overpass is one of the maps they've been picking recently. They actually, if you look at their win rate, they're one of those teams because they're playing North American competition. Their like win rates on all the maps are really strong, but Overpass is their main first pick.
Okay.
That's a map Vitality is also pretty good on.
Vitality are pretty good on everything.
Vitality is one of those teams where, because they're playing against so many noobs, as in the rest of the scene, that they're also just have a really high win rate on every map. I think their lowest win rate is like 60% on Mirage, but they're probably the best team in the world on Dust 2. You expect them to go there. And I mean, third map is kind of, it's a formality, really.
A formality. Oh, you said you were hoping M80 to get a map. Now you're just saying they're going to get 2-0.
I think we can be reasonable here and not even get a third map. We just end the veto here. And just the 2 maps are necessary.
You're leaking the script already, Vu. You're supposed to give the team some hope. You're supposed to give North America some hope.
M80 13-0 on Overpass, and then 13-2 on Dust 2. We don't need 2 maps. I wasn't saying Vitality's going to 2-0.
Oh!
M80's going to 2-0.
Oh,
That's the 2-0 we're talking about.
I read it all wrong. So realistically, Vitality's going to be down and out from the very beginning. You think they've fallen so far and M80 can be God mode?
They need to fight back from the lower bracket and show themselves. I mean, reality is about to hit M80. Yeah. They had 1 day and 3 scrims in Europe. Probably didn't beat the likes of, like a Liquid, a Fnatic. Those are the teams they're probably would be still upsetting. This is the upset of upsets. This is NIP losing to number 150 in the world in 2013.
Is this some massive confidence boosting time though for Vitality, considering what's been happening, you know, all the emotions they've been going through? Is this where they say, okay, look, we come through, we crush, we know what we got to do? And more of what Apex was talking about in that interview where he was saying, okay, I want to see how we're playing off each other and bring that element back.
I don't think you get, if you're Vitality, I don't think you get much confidence out of this one, honestly, because you know you should be beating M80. And this is one of the ones actually where M80 maybe has a chance to kind of knock them back a little bit, where they could catch a map, they could catch them off guard, because Vitality's not thinking M80. Vitality's focused on the next map. And they can say, they can tell you, they might say in an interview, yeah, of course we're taking them serious. They might be taking them serious, okay? But they're really looking at the next team. Nothing they could do against M80 would make me think they're playing better. They can only go down.
They can only go down. Well, hopefully we'll see that isn't the case of what's going to happen. Hopefully things will be turning to normality. But for everyone at home, we have a lovely simulator where you can predict through some of the matches, put teams through, see how things are going to work out, make your own predictions. So have a play around with that. That's what we try to do, to try and gauge what could be happening. But we've got a very special guest coming in next to commentate. I'll just leave this nice and open. It's a very special one for you all to enjoy across M80 and Vitality.
That's right, James. London's cooling, but for now we're in Copenhagen for the online stage, so I brought in my favorite Dane. It's Pimp, getting ready to cast. Back in the booth, it's been a while.
It's been a while. I think the last event I was hired to cast was 2017 in Leipzig or something, so
wow.
it's been a little while.
Okay, well, happy to have you either way as we get into things. We're going to have a big day, 4BO3s, lots of teams qualifying, all for London. We're cutting down to 6 teams over the next few days. Anyone you're excited for? Is it Vitality?
I'm excited to see Vitality and see them bounce back. I will say, though, that I share the sentiment of Vu, you know, him saying that nothing in this game is going to change my perspective on Vitality. If they win 13-0, 13-0, that's kind of what you'd expect in a sense, you know, and if they get pressured by M80, then we're still thinking, maybe Vitality is not as good as they were. So this is not going to change anything, but anything else but a win here and a 2-0 for Vitality, that's going to ring some alarm bells.
It's kind of like the eye test for VRS, you know, when a top team beats an underdog and they're like, you gain 1 point and move 0 places places in the rankings. So that's kind of where we're at for Vitality. Just avoiding upset is the aim of the game. We are online, M80 boot camping in the United Kingdom. I recognize an endpoint facility when I see one. Dead now, of course. M80 though, there's an interesting talk here because these guys actually played an ESEA Challenger match at 3 a.m. in North America from the United Kingdom, Jacob, and they won it.
And they won it.
So they were probably playing until 5 a.m.
Probably. That's the cool thing about M80. That's what I will give them the credit for. Looked into the results, looked into how they play as we're about ready to get live with the game. They win a lot of the games, Hugo. They win the vast majority of the games. 20 out of the last 22 series has been a W against domestic opponents.
How many of those are plumbers and electricians?
But that's the thing, yeah. That's the thing. Well, bold of you to assume they even have a job.
Oh, wow. Gotta survive out here. It's not easy. Not against Vitality.
I'm thinking of starting on the T side as well, on a map like Overpass. You're playing the game on hard mode at this point, and you can already see Vitality being proactive, had read the situation well. 3 players situated towards the right bomb side for now, but there's plenty of time here for M80 to change their plans if they need to.
Vitality, call them plumbers. They're waiting to clean out the pipes here in the toilets. Can Rops flush them away? M80 creeping forward. Contact into this triple stack. Meanwhile, FaZe closes the gap on the flank. Apex just waiting for that one bit of info to give it all away. But they already know this backstab's going to confirm it. There's the nades. Oh, gone by Flames. And now they're kind of trapped out in the toilets. He won't overplay it. Pulling back, it's Rops reflashed. M80 patiently waiting. Hex will find a kill. But they're kind of stuck out here. 40 seconds, no way to go back. Mezzi's also found one more on the site. This is a bit of a mess right now for M80. Nowhere to go.
It's the worst possible start to a round for M80. Stuck in a barrel right now. Can't get anything done. Apex finds the second kill. Swisher turning up, though, with another 2. And all of a sudden, we have a round, Hugo.
They get aggressive. Bomb planted, playing for CT Sport on the truck. Flamesy closing in. They have to take something. They go for control towards the stairs. It's good post plants right now. There's no kit for Vitality. M80 are making this one interesting. Flames goes for the full stick, trusting in ZywOo on the cover. They need to check it out. ZywOo missed shot. Slacks gets closer off the bomb. Flamesy finds him, but still this clock is a problem. Swisher low health. 2 tags would end the round, and he's playing with them. ZywOo can't get that kill. Finally it lands, and the bomb gets stuck. Vitality, it's stressful, but it's a pistol.
Oh, that was very messy. Happy Apex right here in this scenario, and I understand why. That was almost the worst possible round you could have crafted if you were M80. You were stuck from the get-go. You saw Flamesy be proactive. You saw him get all the information. You had 3 players at the right bomb side throughout this entire time for Vitality, yet it still got down to the nitty-gritty. So, in that essence, I mean, as you said, M80 did everything they could in this round. Swisher opening up the bomb side, and they came close to winning a round that was nearly impossible to win.
Force up for M80 in the second.
And I feel like that's a win condition here as well, Hugo, right? If you are M80, you're starting on the T side of Overpass, you need to win the pistol. You need to convert. You need to get some of those, they say, easier rounds. I love the fact that they're force sparring right here. You got a bomb plant. You have 4 Galils, in the mix. Not a lot of utility, but look at the weaponry coming out for Vitality as well. You can have a couple of those duels versus the M4 and hopefully win them. Slacks is going for it, and he goes down to ZywOo, a player that was struggling a little bit in Saudi Arabia. He was apparently sick throughout the tournament. I think he's coming into this tournament with something to prove.
Ooh, that's scary timing. Walking up the banana, boost over, and they actually drop ZywOo. So now you know Apex is trapped here as well. He's going to drop his belts, but they run right through it. That Molly getting no respect, and neither does Apex. Spam through the smoke. Oh dear, this force buy looking like it's going to land for M80.
Rops is the player that has to make something happen right now. Stuck, he know that he cannot walk in from long. His position is well known. A Molotov coming in as well that was picked up by M80. This is going to be a very tough retake for Vitality. At this point, do you save or do you go for it? Rops is looking for it right now.
Kind of invested, aren't you? 3 players so close. The flash play is lovely, finding one more kill. And even though he's trapped out, Rops can't force this one. He's running out of time with no kit. This is a done round. This round, Jacob, is over.
This round is indeed over. Flamesy coming in, getting a couple of kills. Cosmetically, maybe hindering M80 in buying too much next round, but at this point, it's going to be a round for the M80, and that's, you know, the best possible start. We talk about that all the time.
Yeah.
Lose the pistol, win the second round. That's sometimes even better than winning the pistol and converting in a regard, because the economy on the CT side is going to be so rough. You know you saved 2 M4s as well, so obviously you're going to force around this, but it's a bit of a risk and a bit of a gamble, and all of a sudden, if you lose the following round after this one, if you're Vitality, you end up in a scenario where you could be down 3-1, maybe even 4-1 before you get your first full buy round.
And you're just forced to force back in as well. Apex going for the Mag 7. This has been a common purchase of Apex.
Silent desperation, maybe, huh?
I mean, he's been doing it for a few months now, I think.
Yeah.
Banana, Inferno. He ran it on Dust 2 A site back at EWC, and he got 2 kills.
And we'll see if it's going to work out this time around. Rob's aggressive in towards connector right here. Like that. Just wish I haven't checked.
Oh, here's a tag. One more. Oh, that's an online peak right there. Drops removed, and that gun is gone. It's not ideal here for Vitality, relying on really just Flamesy in the B-bomb site.
That's why the mag is so effective, right? You're playing against CT sites with no armor. Great grenades coming in as well, putting Messi down to 5 HP.
I like how they don't just RNG the nades, they're jump spotting. As soon as they get the info, they both lob them in.
Yeah.
Trying to actually maximize the damage.
And so far, so good for M80.
And Vitality are gambling. They're moving everyone onto that top site right now, hoping M80 overcook.
Looks like it could potentially be working. Apex finds a good position, especially if a teammate now is gonna scout for him and bait it out. And there we go. The spam comes in, and I don't think they heard it. I don't think they know.
They're running long.
Yeah. They're actually walking into the stack, Hugo. This could be a nightmare for M80.
Oh, if the smoke went long for Messi, that could have been huge. Instead, they get to walk the walk up. They're going to catch him off guard. I was holding this with the scout, but 3 players about to come around the corner. Swisher late to play. Good Molotov. ZywOo can't find anywhere to hide right now. The flash is nice. Flames turns back 2-3 from Flamesy. That's out of nowhere. They had no right to win that. 2v2 now. Scout tag lands. Slacks needs to force his kill. Backstab from the Apex. Mag 7, but it's so bad. It's got no range.
That was the one position Apex could not afford to be in. I like the fact that he tried to hide in the smoke. He's unaware, and as you could see, M80 had no clue, but had he had any other weapon than the Mag 7 right here, 5.7 would have been ideal, or an M4, obviously, if you had the money for it, Apex. That's such a great display by Flamesy, though. Getting a 3rd kill right here from the player coming out long. Sin could barely believe that happened, and as you said, Mag 7 on range, that's probably the one position you don't want to find yourself in.
Even point blank, it's still 50-50.
Yeah.
But yeah, what can you do about that?
Great start for M80, though. I like the way they approached this round. Maybe, again, you can fault them for walking into a stack, but I think the execution was okay. And to be completely honest, the way Flamesy got the 3rd kill, that was not supposed to happen. That's not his fault. That's not M80's fault. That's just Flamesy doing a great job.
Just farming now. Late gets to clean up.
I like to play these games during a game, Hugo. Normally I'm sitting in the green room watching it, you know, not having to think too much about speaking about it. But at what point do you get worried? I know it's very early in this game. It hasn't been a buy round yet for Vitality, but at what point do you start to get worried? It's going to be 3-1 now for M80. We now have a buy coming in for Vitality. Let's play with the idea they lose that one as well, and all of a sudden you have 5 T rounds already if you're M80.
Yeah, sure. It's a fair point, but at the same time, it's kind of they're at this scoreline because they won the force buy. So it's not like, oh no, Vitality have made some horrendous error and oh they're looking terrible. I think it's more just a result of them winning the force buy. Let's see what this first gun round does.
That's the thing, right? I just wanna, you know, maybe put in a seed right now and let's see if it grows. Because I agree, obviously we can't conclude anything so far, but in a period of time where Vitality have been struggling, I think there's more emphasis on how they get off to the beginning of the games as well. Because I don't think they have the same resilience, obviously, that we saw months ago before the player break. So I think it's important for Vitality as well not to feel that you all of a sudden have to fight back from being down 7-2 or 8-2 on a CT side overpass.
Yeah, it's hard. Ooh, the boost gets 1.
It wasn't clean from Apex. He gets 1 kill, and I guess that's okay, but that could have been a kill and then fall back without any issues. But it was a little bit long to get the shots to hit, and now M80 finds himself in a bit more calm scenario right here. They don't have to play fast. They can drag out some time. They can drag out some utility. There's not a lot to work with on the Vitality side either. You can see right now we are still 1 minute and 5 seconds left of the round, and there's only very few grenades left on the side of Vitality. So I like what M80 is doing right now. Route back gives up a bit of space to Vitality, obviously, and that's where they have to be aware that that's a possibility, but in the sense that there's no point in pushing the pace too much, especially considering that Vitality have very little to work with utility-wise.
The info play for Vitality lets them know that it's probably not B at this point. Jump spotting for Robs. We now have 2 on the top site. He gets info. 35 seconds. Zywoo's going to flash him back in. Don't want to do it too early. You want them to be committed in the open. Here's Util come over. Where's the flash? There it goes. Robs needs a multi-kill here. Bit stressed as they get close. Hexed with a double entry. And even though the flanks are in from B short, oh, it's not the cleanest, is it? Shooting sharp or M80 right now. That much is undeniable. And while Mezzi sits in a clutch, they pick that bomb back up and they can put it back site as well. Time on their side. 2v1. Mezzi moving in, and they play it together, side by side, both on truck.
Oh, this could be dangerous. Messi has a Molotov to flush them out now.
Ooh. And they swing together. Hexed with a huge one. Double entry onto Rops and Zywoo, and closes counter clutch.
Yeah, I don't know if this is too harsh, Hugo, right? But the Rops play together with Zywoo here. He drops a flash to Zywoo, gets flashed in. The timing may be a little bit off, but my issue with that is that you have two players flanking, getting all the information. I would have liked Zywoo to use that flash prematurely, just delay it a little bit so the backup would come in and Rops would have a fight together with Zywoo with the two players flanking as well. Instead, they kind of played it two together and then two together again, where they could have played it all four together or three players coming into the mix early for Vitality. So obviously being proactive with the flash and dropping it to Zywoo and trying to make a play. I can't really fault Rops for calling that, but had you used that flash to delay a little bit, then the players flanking from the B-bomb side would have come into the mix, and I think the round would have been looking very, very different at that point.
Okay, and now they're in trouble. Now that seed is
worried
starting
now?
to... No, I'm not worried. It's
Okay.
Vitality. I think they could be down and still come back in this game, but, you know, they are in a bit of trouble.
I'm worried.
You're worried.
I'm worried.
You think the M80 upset is coming off of one gun round?
I think that's the thing with MR12. It doesn't have to be too much more.
True.
T-side overpass. You get away with, let's say, 6 or 7 rounds. You win the second pistol. What happens then?
By the same logic, okay, sure, but by the same logic, I mean, comebacks are pretty quick.
True.
They happen pretty quick. So, not counting Vitality out from
I like to steer the
T-side.
pot a little bit.
Yeah, you know, it's cauldron of something right now.
Again, slow pace coming in from M80. I like that. That's a nasty shot from FlameC. My God, is he off to a good start.
He's looking really sharp right now, and he was a player saying, I'm not really feeling my individual form after EWC. Said he was struggling.
He was playing better, though. I think Cologne was not a great event for him.
Yeah.
I think Malta Blast Bounty was not necessarily good either. At EWC, he had moments, he had games, he had halves where he stepped up, and I even picked him for my fantasy team because I feel like he's coming back into play, and I think that's important for Vitality, especially now that they're struggling.
They need him now because it's only Zywoo on this top side calling for support. This corner getting mollied as well. The util for M80 is super clean right now. Even though, okay, there's a bit of a gap on this smoke. Their truck mollies have been wrecking Vitality. And there's no getting through this one. So flank for Flamesy, maybe just to make his scoreline that bit sweeter. Oh, hello. Back of the head. What can you do? And M80 just rolling over this game right now. Vitality online.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. I'm impressed with M80, the way they approached the game so far. I think a couple of times in the first couple of rounds, they walked into some, dare I say, gamble stacks from Vitality, which to me is also a sign of desperation or a sign of you not controlling the game or not being at the front foot of the game, so to speak. And from that point on onwards, M80 have been very good with the utility. They have been avoiding walking into any stacks, and as you can see, they constantly flush out one player at a time, constantly fight together. The trading potential is already available, so I like what I'm seeing from N80. Again, as you said, it's just been one buy round, it's just been one conversion, but let's be honest, 5 T rounds on a map like Overpass, that's the best possible start you could have hoped for if you're N80.
Yeah, your job is done, frankly, and they've still got more tricks to show. I don't think they're looking to slow down at this score. When you've got Vitality in a tailspin, why let them stabilize? There was a chance to find Apex there, but they actually depart position. Apex left to ruminate in connector. Zywoo's AWP in middle, supported by Robs. And he is very aggressive considering how much time has gone down, but M80 are only just now clearing playground. Robs, timing. What's he gonna do? Line up. Not bad. Sees the AWP, he won't commit. Robs going back in middle instead. Oh, lovely stuff. 2 kills. And Zywoo can even get out to not let this one go too far. M80 have to gain a lot of space on this top side.
That's a beautiful proactive play coming in for Robs. I love that. I also love what I'm seeing from Hext right now. I know Apex is currently coming in with potentially a bit of a flank, but that opens up the B bomb side. And right now, Hext is taking that opportunity to go in and seek for a duel, and he's going to find no one over here, and that could be extremely dangerous. Now, is he going to call the rotation coming in, and would Apex catch him on A long here? Oh, just about sees him, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think they're aware.
I think he's going to find it.
Yeah.
Bomb dropped and... Ooh, there's even Zywoo in toilets. He can start to move in if he wants. Slack's smoke buys him a bit of room, but Flamesy's coming up con as well. There's nowhere safe here in middle for Slacks. And so Hex may have found B, but at what cost? 15 seconds. They hear him coming, and he's not finishing that round. Flamesy puts another one on the board, and Vitality find a full buy.
Important, very important for Vitality to answer back straight away. I love the play from Hex. You find yourself in a disadvantaged position after Rob's coming in with this massive play. Love the fact that he's sharp, right? Gets the first kill, falls back, waits a bit for timing, hears a couple of footsteps, then goes in for a second duel. Well aware that he most likely will be traded, but giving your CT side a 4v3 scenario, you can always capitalize on that. And that's exactly what Apex is doing by pushing up proactively in underground. He knows that when you're only 3 players left, T-side overpass, there's so much space to cover that he's most likely going to find a loophole, and that's exactly what he did. That was a good round for Vitality. Now, Hugo, they need to string them together.
Flames spamming con as well. Apex wants to come back for more. Looking for the fight this time, looking to commit. Oh, and Swisher given away. Apex doesn't swing. He's holding on very late in this position. Rob's going to get mollied out, has to make a decision, up or down. Oh my god, it's just landing behind him. Apex cleared out, Rob's position known. But this Molotov fades, now they can trap him. Robs can't get a second one out of there. Apex just getting kind of swung on in con. Couple of rounds now, having trouble.
Another aggressive play from Vitality. I don't fault them for doing it again because it worked out with Robs before, but that's been the case in every single round he's had a rifle. They have been fighting for middle, they have been fighting for connectors, so at this point it's very telegraphed. M80 knows the fight's coming in and they're waiting for it.
Oh dear, you feel like A1 would have found that. 88 damage off the A4 for Mezzy. And Zywoo hasn't had a kill since the pistol round. I don't think this is going to change. Him and Flames have to save. Fully locked out of the bomb site. So it gets worse.
Credit where credit is due to Swisher. Those are some nice openings to find in the connect area in middle. But I will say, as I said, I think it's a bit too telegraphed for Vitality right now. Again, you're coming in with this mentality that you're significantly better than M80, and we're not going to play scared at all. And Overpass is a map where you can allow yourself to be aggressive in the mid portion of the map, but if you're doing it every single round and you're playing against a team who clearly has this Wolfpack mentality where they like to stick 4 or even 5 players together, at some point you're going to lose out on those traits, and that's happened twice now for Vitality. I would love to see Zywoo be a bit more proactive with the AWP and then play this classic style on the CT side where you hold an angle, you take the first shot, you fall back, you take a second angle, take a shot, fall back. So you do it in layers, so to speak, and then you can play a defensive way of defending the A-bomb side where you maybe are forced back to be on the A-bomb side, but you have all the utility in the world, the counter Molotovs, the counter smokes, the counter flashes, and then play from there. Because if you continue to fight for connector, if you continue to fight in middle, and NA is aware that that's the case every single round, well, I think we've seen the conclusion of that. They can handle it.
No surprise that a Dane is dishing out device propaganda here on this CT side orb.
I mean, just to spice it up a bit.
But you're right.
I think right now M80 have shown that if you don't respect us, we're going to punish you.
Oh, they're going to go fast. Confident call. Full through monster running amok, and Mezzy and Flames are side by side. They are blocking each other. That flash is going to do nothing. They just keep Wing. M80 takes space every step, every shot coming up for them. Double entry for Hex. My god, that was uncomfortable for Vitality. Just getting blocked on the pillar. There's not room for 2 there. And Zywoo just feels like he wants to play the game. He's not had a chance.
That's a beautiful call. I love what I'm seeing from M80 right now. As you said, Zywoo, all he can do and all he can try right now is to save that off, and he's not going to be successful with that either. That's going to be 7 rounds to M80 on the T side of Overpass. To call a B-rush out of spawn like this at this timing, it is beautiful. We often find ourselves on the desk talking about, you know, a call can be the right call or the wrong call at the right moment. And I think calling a B-rush at this point in the game where Vitality have been so focused on mid, they've lost all the duels in connector, they've lost all the duels on the A-bomb side, this is the perfect timing to do it. Now, you can maybe fault Flamesy and Messi for not having better protocols in terms of dealing with it, but I don't think they anticipate that hitting them.
Yeah, just out of nowhere. After these slow rotation rounds, these grouped hits, these strong executes to just full send with a flash out monster.
Are you worried now?
Yeah, I'm a little worried. For this map. I want to remind people as well, because now I think it's even more impressive. M80 played a North American Challenger game at 3 a.m.
That's crazy.
From Europe with 150 ping. They won the game. They lost first map. They won the game. And they're still playing Vitality at midday. So these guys are probably up till 6 a.m. Got 4 or 5 hours sleep, and came back to play the world's best.
I think they call that the grind.
Yeah, never stops.
And grinding they have been, as I said, was looking into the results. I know they're playing an awful lot of domestic matches, but when you win 20 out of 22 matches, must feel a certain amount of confidence. I know Vitality is a different caliber, it's a different league, it's a LAN game, you're at a boot camp, but still, you have confidence that you're winning pretty much all games.
You got the prep, or rather, you've run a lot of XX, you run a lot of strats. Like, we're seeing all these executes on A are really, really clean. They're throwing them from same util from different positions. They've got like tape essentially. Oof, the grenades are really strong in this map, but they do get caught off guard. A little aggressive push with the Molotov over the wall, and they know Swish is in this smoke. There's nowhere to go. Bailing out is Hexed. Misses every shot, but Vitality leave.
Yeah, I'm glad Vitality eventually left, but they gave up a massive opportunity to Hex right here. Got a bit greedy with it. I know the player's stuck in the smoke, and it would be nice to get a second kill, but let's be honest, not needed. Nice little boost here from Apex. That's a proactivity that we like to see from Vitality. Flamesy in a great position as well. Not winning the duel against Sin, and that may be an opening.
Oh, they're going to W again, mashing it as M80 run into the bomb site. When they get the first entry on B, suddenly 10 more players appear, and they run amok. Rops' AWP denied, and ZywOo. I don't think it's down to him. They're not going A. They're not giving him the chance. Even when they get mid-control, they still end up back on B. And again, how many saves are you going to get put in?
Yeah.
Eventually, he's got to run.
There's only so much you can do if you're ZywOo in this position. Saving your AWP is probably the right call.
And you know, we've all been here. If ZywOo says, guys, I'm going B, they'll go for the long rush.
You know what I would love to see from M80 now, with the way this game has transpired so far? A call where you had the rush B before. If you now walk into middle, you don't throw any utility whatsoever. You do the classic snake strat where you just basically walk in middle and you're waiting for a point of contact. I think there may be an opportunity right here. That could be the play for M80. The only thing they have to be careful of is ZywOo's AWP, but the reason why I want to call it right now is that ZywOo has now had 2 rounds with the AWP where he's been completely out of it. So the logic reasoning from ZywOo now would be to force it somewhere, right? Go for an A-long peak, or go for B short, or do something proactively aggressive, maybe even walk down to connector with the AWP. Change up what he's been doing the last couple of rounds, and that's exactly what you got to take advantage of, your M80. Walk into toilets, you know, try to see if you can find a point of contact where ZywOo is not at, and then that could be a way of running around. It's not what they're going for, but we'll love to see it.
Triple con, though.
Yeah.
They are trying to avoid him, not thinking he's going to throw the AWP down lower. Apex has been here round after round, but he's getting boosted. The old school jumping MP9.
I hate it.
Nerfed now, of course. This is not, it's not the Astralis era anymore.
Still does a decent amount of damage.
It's more the accuracy. It used to be so good.
Yeah. It's a nasty play. Was a nasty play. It's a nasty position to find yourself in if you're Vitality.
They're buying on this. This is 2 players faking it out. And 3 players doing exactly what you wanted, which is walk the walk, the little snake through the toilets.
I love it.
And they're just happy to see this MTA site. Robs is deep long. He doesn't have this info. By the time they find out, it's too late. I think they could walk flank and kill these CT players. Look at them. Knife out. No idea it's coming. Caught off guard completely. Flamesy will trade, but there's more where that came from. Lake in the bank, putting that AK down. 4v3 now. They've read Robs is at long. They're going to try and clear him out. Missed shot. Slack's just going back in. Lake will help him out. And ZywOo again. He made that read. He went for the B play, and he gets avoided completely, Pimp.
He does. And you got to give credit to M80. It's way easier for us when we have the overview now to make those calls and make those suggestions. But for an in-game leader to read that in the middle of the game, to figure out at what timing is this call right, at what timing is that call right, it's beautiful what we're seeing from M80 right now.
Calling from the front, that's what it feels like. Sin masterclass.
They're going for the Vitality.
They've got to try. They've got to play the game eventually, but there's no kit right now. Need smoke on the bomb. There it goes. ZywOo, missed shot. They're full sticking. They're full sticking. This is really hard, but the smoke shot lands. And there's no winning this ZywOo. There is no time. He has to run. Oh, God. They're knifing him in the smoke, but he's not there. He might die. He's dead anyway. Everyone dies. 9-2. Forget about it.
ZywOo, 1 array. What's the point in staying?
He didn't want to give them audio, I guess. He's shifting.
Yeah.
But
you're dead.
He's dead either way. Oh, dude, the toilet snake from Connector, Jacob.
I love it. I love it from M80. That is the perfect call at the perfect moment, especially considering what kind of position you put ZywOo in. As we said, he needs to do something proactively to find a fight, to force a fight. That's exactly what he's doing, so I don't want to fault ZywOo for doing that, but M80 realizes that, and they do the contact play that we were talking about. 9-2. Are you worried now?
I've been worried from 7.
Fair enough.
That's when I got worried, yeah. It's not looking good. And M80 are looking great. Calling from the front, perfect counters. ZywOo been avoided all map.
We're talking about the T side of Overpass, maybe the toughest T side in the game right now.
Okay, here we go. ZywOo with his first opportunity on this AWP to do something.
Do something,
And they might just walk right by him.
He's
Front toilet smoke, that's actually good. ZywOo, it can turn in time. Gets out. Oh, God, no. Oh, God. He recovers for one. Spam through the smoke. This is a mess right now. Robs on the flank could have multiple kills. They're already up and past, running deep into this bomb site. Robs looking for that orb. He's dropped it immediately. They are in front site, and Robs takes 2 before he calls it off. 3 for Robs. It was about time for someone from Vitality to bail them out. But is 3 enough? No, doesn't feel like it.
No, that's a disaster half for Vitality. Good on Robs here for finding a timing and finally making a play, and that's what we've been wanting, I guess, from someone. Flamesy has tried a couple of times as the only one, but hasn't been enough.
And that's it. 3 rounds for Vitality at the end of the half. M80 Sin Masterclass, and we've got more coming up in the second. M80 are humbling Vitality right now. Online CS is back, and M80 are showing up on Overpass. 9 T-sided rounds to come through to start off this series, and I don't know what to say.
I'll say this. I think M80 deserves the 9 rounds they got. I think they're playing good Counter-Strike. I know NA is a laughingstock, and rightfully so for the vast majority of the time, but I think in this specific case, this specific half of Counter-Strike, M80 has done a tremendous job. They deserve all the 9 rounds they got, and yeah, sure, that wouldn't have been the case if Vitality is not underperforming, but it takes a good team right now to punish Vitality, something a lot of teams have struggled with, Liquid being one of them. They've come close a couple of times, but M80 right now are doing it. And yeah, you can say it's online Counter-Strike, and you can put that asterisk to it, but from what I'm seeing by the eye test, M80 is doing a good job right now.
I mean, you brought up just the grind M80 have been on Overpass alone since it got added to the pool. They are 14-1 on it domestically against other North American opposition. It's a crazy run they've had. They've certainly got the prac, no doubt about it.
Gotta capitalize though. They gotta win this match. You know, when you have a 9-round T-side, you gotta find a way to win, and it starts here with the pistol. Golden moment. Slacks gets a little bit of information. There's still a player in toilets with a dual elites. Lake could be the man of the hour right here. He has not been checked for. He's going unaccounted right now. Are they aware?
They might walk right by, and he's not jumping the gun either. He's not rushing this one. Robs is late along, too late, and the backstab is in. That's a bomb in the toilets. They have to come back into the Julies, and he's more than willing to take on another. Lake drops Zywoo as well, who is not in this game. Lake with 3, and Robs too late to do a thing about this pistol. 1v5, give him to Lake, and Sin's there as well. Double Julies, nets a flawless pistol round for M80. How does that do?
Beautiful again. I love the setup. I love the play right here. I love the timing as well from Lake. He's well aware that if he pushes the envelope too early, there's a time that he will be caught off guard before he gets to execute, but he finds the right moment, gets the bomb as well, gives all the information. As you could see on the minimap as well, there was a lot of movement coming in from M80. They were circling in, and they knew exactly where Vitality were going. Apex showing frustrations. I don't blame him. Imagine being down 10-3 versus M80. After the period you just had, you just came back from Saudi Arabia, came back from EWC. You didn't go too well. You've seen a lot of comments from the players. Zywoo saying things are not clicking right now. Apex is saying that it's a tough time, and same for Flame C. So to find yourself in this position right now for Vitality, that's rough.
It's only Glocks. They are out monster, flooding this site, but there's guns and plenty of them to put down the rest of Vitality. Only a couple of kills on the backstab for Apex. Going any further should not be happening. And so M80 are right there. They can taste victory. 11-3. One chance for Vitality to win this 4-buy. And without it, this one is done.
It's looking very, very good for M80. That would be a massive win. It is a best of 3, of course, to those of you unaware.
Yeah.
They have to win 2 maps in order to win the entirety of the game.
And be realistic, right? Now we have Dust 2 coming up, then we have Inferno as our decider. Like, how realistic is it to expect this? Because sure, they are one-tricking them on Overpass, but they're also playing good CS. They're also looking sharp. Vitality are rusty. Well, not rusty, rather. They're burnt out off the back of all these events. M80, this is their Super Bowl. You know, what's the chances they can win this series?
I'll put it like this. Coming into the game, I'd give them 5% chance of winning the series. After this performance on Overpass, heading into the next 2 maps, I think they're up to 30. I think they have a realistic shot at you know, maybe winning the game. 30% win rate. 30% chance of winning is not them being the favorites either after winning the first map. So we'll see how that's going to develop. For now, though, I just want to credit them. I think often when you see these weird games where you have a massive favorite going up against an underdog, more often than not, it's the massive favorite underperforming, right? There has to be a bit of both in that. And obviously, Vitality are not playing well right now. But it's not like M80 is giving them many free chances or many free rounds. It took Robs to have a fantastic timing and a triple kill to finally get over the hurdle of winning another CT round. Took FlameC his best efforts to even make some of the rounds close. They yet still lost. So I feel like in this case, I'm more leaning towards M80 actually playing some proper, good executing Counter-Strike rather than Vitality completely dropping the ball. There's no doubt that they're playing horrendous CS right now. Vitality, probably the worst we've seen from them ever. But it takes a decent team to punish it right now. As I said before, Liquid have tried a couple of times, got close, couldn't get it over the finish line. M80 now are seemingly doing it. It's not over yet, but 11-3, they have to win. We're looking at a potential massive surprise here. M80, and let's just play with the idea that they're able to beat Vitality. Let's play with the idea that they're able to get this win. The VIS implications for M80, moving on into the upper bracket, maybe, just maybe, having the smallest of small chance of making it to the playoff here in London as well. It would be a massive victory for M80, who has been farming it up domestically as of late. But to beat Vitality, wow.
Yeah, crazy opportunity. GamerLegion VP is our second game. Winner of that.
That's not
no,
that's
exactly.
not unwinnable.
Winner of that plays the winner of this.
Yeah.
For the spot in London, for one of the 6 spots. So you beat Vitality, easy, right, apparently, and then you go on to play winner of GamerLegion VP. Another winnable matchup.
Yeah.
If you're overperforming like this. Who's to say that M80 couldn't book themselves, well, not a ticket, but a train, perhaps, to London? They're already in the United Kingdom. London is calling for M80. Vitality need to step up. They have the Brit. They can't miss London.
Well, they can.
I'm getting ahead of myself. There's a lower bracket.
That's the thing.
It's one map. It's Patton calling. It's a great T side. Zywu avoided. Constant B hits. Vitality caught off guard. Forget about it.
It's not likely. Not likely. And it's not nice to have PC issues right now. Apparently Messi are having some issues at the moment. And let's be honest, when you find yourself down 11-3 against M80, the last thing you want is a tech pause. The last thing you want is more time to think about what is going on right now in that Vitality camp. So if anything, I think M80 are just enjoying the moment, getting ready for it. Looks like the players are zoning in on the game as well now. So we should be ready to go soon enough. And if I'm M80, you know, there's a difference between winning 13-3 and winning 13-9. You don't want to allow Vitality back into this game. You don't want to install a bit of doubt in yourself. You don't want to install a bit of confidence into Vitality. If you're M80 now, close this game as soon as absolutely possible so you can walk away feeling that you were in control from start to finish.
14-1 since Overpass was added back to the pool for M80. They've certainly got the tape. They've certainly got the experience. And now they're proving it against the best. And sure, yeah, Vitality. They're probably a bit burnt out, but there's no days off, not in this circuit.
Yeah, and it's not an excuse. It's the same for everyone out there. It's a very hectic schedule for all the teams, especially if you're a top team. Some can handle it, and Vitality, we're handling it the first 6 months of the year. Probably the best ever to do it, but it's a different scenario now.
Okay, Flamesy has been the one guy who's had glimmers of hope in this game. Had some good multi-kills on CT side, was in the right positions. Was playing pretty active towards B, flanking, coming through connector.
Look for this from M80. You have 4 players situated towards A right here. They're walking straight into it. Lake finds the first kill, Swish at the second. It's beautiful from M80.
Oh, Flames got stuck on the corner as well, and then he gets 1-2 punch as they trade peaks. M80 just well prepped, man, well drilled, and shooting so hard right now. You just can't get through these guys. 2v5. NA's back.
How do we save this one? It would take a massive mistake from M80 to allow this to slip out of their hands. Rups has to pick up the bomb at some point, has to expose himself, and there we go. 3 players surrounded, 1 in toilets, 1 to his right, and 1 deep toilets as well. There's nothing Rups can do right here. Gets taken down by Slacks, and yeah, Messi, you got the bomb site, but you have no teammates, you have no bomb, and you have nothing to show for in this round. 12-3 from M80. It's just a question of time at this point, and again, another beautiful executed round. Vitality, they're looking shell-shocked right now.
Yeah, absolutely done. As he should really just save, but at this scoreline, you don't want to.
Imagine turning on the stream now, and the first thing you see is the scoreboard, and it says 12-3 for M80. Surely you'd think that production out there, they're drunk, you know, it's early in Denmark. You have a beer once in a while. They must have switched it up. It's true. It is, in fact, M80 right now winning 12-3. The production have made no mistakes so far, and it's M80 doing it in style.
Sorry, no, I'm getting word from production, actually. Sorry, the teams are swapped, and this is Vitality 12-3 up.
Oh, okay. That makes sense.
No, I'm kidding.
Oh.
They're getting owned. 1 AK, 1 Galil, and they're even hitting a deep molly. No one throws that. It's too hard. M80 sweating it right now. Nerding out.
Hoping Vitality would just rush B. Get it over with. You know, Hail Mary.
Accept your fate.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing at this point. There's nothing left to win. Obviously, Vitality, it's unlikely to think you can make a comeback with this performance. So there's even something to be said about the fact that you don't want to prolong this game too much. Again, if you can apply pressure and have a couple of players, you know, show up in some big moments and just get a bit of confidence and take that moving into the second map, yeah, that'd be great for Vitality. But I've been here before as a player as well, and it doesn't sound nice to say, but trust me, the players are thinking what I'm saying right now. This map is lost already, so we can just play freed up and see what happens. So sometimes some of these massive comebacks, they happen out of, you know, coincidence in the sense that the players have already accepted the fact that they lost, and the second they accept that, that's the second they're freed up.
Zywu got 2 kills in the opening pistol round that Vitality won, and then went on to just get exits for the rest of the half. He has the AK here. He's going to try and crack his way into this bomb site. Good grenades land, though, and it's a big problem. Flamesy found first. I will trying to get out through the long side. Mezzy with 1 kill, and that is it. Double for Mezzy. It's all done. It's all dead. Vitality, forget about him. 3 rounds on Overpass. M80 run away with the game, and we have to see if they can do it in 2. Dust 2 up next.
Vitality are the kings of 2025, but already dropping 1 map here at the Blast Open London to M80. M80 were riding high, full of confidence from North America, and it seemed to actually carry through into the opening map of Overpass. Vu, you did predict this scoreline on a different map, on Dust 2, and you also said it wasn't guaranteed to be Vitality. What the hell did we just witness here?
I called it M80 2-0. I mean, the reality is, that's not the Vitality. That's not the Vitality I know. That's a different thing entirely. That's something different. That's something else.
But when you say it's not the Vitality we know, right? Okay, I can maybe, it's online, you know, we just woke up, but actually it's not even that early in the day, right? And also, they're not jet lagged from America, for example. I don't know, do you get jet lagged coming from EWC to here? Maybe, probably not. I did the same. I mean, I'm struggling to understand everything that happened here other than it was a really well played start from M80. They felt so confident and they knew how to play this map.
Sometimes you get this when a map is not completely new to the pool, but it's still pretty new, even though you have, historical evidence from Vitality. They played the map before. You have a team that comes in and they just have a different read of the game than Vitality do. They were destroying them. At the start, they go for these late round or mid round actually here, A hits. And they have these really coordinated pieces with good utility, good entry pathing. They don't allow players to be in the right positions at the right times. And that really shakes Vitality. They don't feel like they can play back on the bomb site. So later on in the half, they're going to get a little more aggressive. Even when it goes well, Apex is... That one was devastating because Flames carried that round for them, but this is the one that really mattered, where they have the delayed flash, they brought it up on the cast, the flash is not maybe at the right timing, they don't have the peak at the right timing. This prevents Vitality later on in the game playing back on the bomb site. That's your bread and butter.
Yeah, am I fair to say this as well, Vu, right? I'm not an analyst, but I want to chime in on this, is that they were, in M80's mind, not Vitality, right? They sensed that they could get away with this. They sensed that they could play with this same style. They weren't like, oh no, we're going against Vitality. They weren't worried about any of this.
I think they maybe had a game plan that kind of played off of that a little bit, that they figured Vitality might play back and just assume that they're going to be able to out-aim them on the bomb site hits. They had some good XX, but yeah, I think you're right. I think they didn't crumble under the pressure that you see some teams do, that they played too scared, they played too passive, they played very aggressive, and then later on in the half, you have Vitality playing aggressive in towards mid, and you have perfect counters from M80 for that too.
We've got to look at some rounds, though, especially around the T-side calling that was coming out from Sin, because this was a masterclass in his own right.
Sometimes you can say it's a little easier to call when you're ahead. It's easy to kind of see what your opponent is reacting to. But the rounds we wanted to look at is this sequence here. We have an aggressive play from Rops, again, responding to the early rounds where they're going for those hits. They couldn't hold the site. So you have the aggressive play from Rops that turns into this play from Hex where he actually got out B, found out the bomb site was empty. So you know they're playing a little weak, and they're playing in connector because of the play from Rops. They had to be in connector. The next round, they go for the molly in connector. So Swisher only has to clear one angle, hits a nice shot. He actually finishes off the second kill as well, because they knew in the previous round, even though they didn't see someone in connector, they knew a connector player was there. Then they regroup back towards Monster. Hey, we knew that B was empty. The key in that previous round, Hex got out B, but they didn't know that Hex had cleared out B. So they go for that. They know that the B side was weak. Even though there is a player there, it's one player there. In a 4v3, one player there, two players on A. They have the right read, and they just snowball the half, and sometimes that's going to happen to you. It's MR12. It's hard to recover from that, but I mean, Vitality didn't recover even a little bit. Yeah,
this is it, right? The worrying sign is, as we get further throughout this, you just look and you feel like, when is Vitality going to come back into this? We always believe that Vitality could come back into this. They were not showing that at all.
Yeah, this is one of those ones, though, where Vitality just didn't wake up. They didn't show up. And you see that sometimes in MR12 where a team, I mean, we saw it in the major final. You have a team, they dominate in the first map. The other team goes back and Apex starts yelling at everyone, guys, wake up, get it together.
Yeah.
And then they do maybe get it together, right?
Maybe get it together. We're still going to have to wait and see if that can be the case. But you know what? Newcomer to M80, Hex, was certainly someone who, we know he's vocal. We've seen it at so many events, right? But he was alive and kicking in this game, maybe more than usual.
Yeah, Hex wasn't necessarily their top fragger. I believe Lake was like 15-9 or something. But one of the keys that we saw in that opening package where we saw those bomb site hits, Hex did go out first on a couple of those. He did find the entry. He did find this lurk through a couple of times into those stairs, catch people off guard. This is the entry where we're talking about, where Zywoo's there. Zywoo's got his gun out. Hex just finds a couple nice kills. His fragging in the moments where he needed to, where he's opening up that space for the players behind him, that's what I was most impressed about with him. And the rest of the team, I mean, the entire M80 team did quite well. But we're talking about Hex as not being that big of an upgrade from Rec. I think that showed he did a really good job. That is a bit of an upgrade from Rec.
Yeah, that looked like an upgrade and looked like a very confident set of players coming out there. And now we're moving into Dust 2. Now, you said Vitality is the best Dust 2 team in the world. I wholeheartedly agree with you here, Vu, but I don't see a confident Vitality right now, which scares me a bit. So are you feeling some sort of way? Because, you know, if you can get some momentum, if you can get going for it, you can start really well, like we saw from M80 on Overpass. We could be seeing red flags everywhere.
Dust 2 is a map where you don't necessarily want to go into it after you just got ran over on Overpass. You know, this is a map where it's always been kind of a pugger's dream. Now it's changed a little bit with the addition of the boxes a year or two ago. It's become a bit more tactical, but it's still at its core. You're going to have to be fighting over long. You're going to have to be brawling out in different situations. You're going to have to be going for the pick in mid. There's so many plays that M80 can be going for that can really push you back. Now, the problem is Vitality individually should just dominate here. And I think what we saw from M80 was more of a team effort. But at the same time, if Vitality just show up as they did there, really M80 was out-fragging them man-to-man in that game.
And that's what I didn't expect to hear coming out of your mouth. And that's what needs to turn around. But we can talk about the individuals for sure. But M80 on Dust 2 even, they've been losing to North American competition. So there surely can't be a way that this creeps in. There surely can't be a world where this is allowed to happen.
I think Slax is their best player. I mean, objectively, he is M80's best player. If you can get him activated on the op, if you can get the op into his hands early, it depends what side they're going to be starting on, because Dust 2 is one of those maps where sometimes you might consider starting on the other side. But regardless, if you can get Slacks activated early on, I think Hex is a good addition. But the reality is we're probably going to a third map here, James.
Well, guess what? I found out the information from you. Our lovely producer is hot on it. They'll be starting CT side.
All right.
So they're starting on the quote-unquote better side, right?
Well, with the way the meta's going now, it's definitely the better side, but it is the side where you're going to have to allow the Vitality side to actually, they're going to have their control of things. They're going to get to dictate the pace how they want. And you can't, I thought maybe they might consider T side and then you can just run them over after already this great start. But the CT side is kind of standard.
Yeah, and looking at Vitality though, right? The conversation Apex would be needing to have with his team. We know he can inspire them. We know he can motivate them. But do you think now it could be going backwards into a bit more of the super tilted, super not so happy? Because this is one which I'm maybe worried the fact that it's online and there's no one there. Like, you know, his analyst isn't close, ECSTATIC isn't there. It's just, it could be a worrying moment.
This is one of those ones where they've talked about it. They've talked about Apex. Sometimes he can be very motivating. Sometimes he can be tilting. And his emotions, he wears his emotions on his sleeve. And he has to recognize that it sometimes can go wrong. And this is one where if it does go wrong, I was talking in the pregame, there's nothing Vitality could do to beat M80 hard enough that it would change the narrative around how good Vitality is. Yeah. Losing wasn't on the table. That wasn't an option. That would be a devastating loss.
Okay, look, they're lucky that even if they did lose this map and they lose this series, they go to the lower bracket. But how much of a worrying sign is this if this was the case?
If they went to the lower bracket, that's not even a worrying sign. That's like that is a nuclear failure to even go to the lower bracket against it. I'm sorry to M80. I'm sorry to M80 to say, but that is a nuclear failure of your Vitality.
How do they redeem themselves? Does it have to be a crazy dominant, like they just absolutely slap M80 now?
Just come back and just win the game. Just win the series. At this point, just win the series, and we'll say, okay, you didn't wake up. You woke up on the wrong side of the bed. You didn't have everything prepared. You weren't in it mentally, and then you can win the series. We can move on. But if it is close, I mean, that's credit to M80 more than anything.
Credit to M80. Credit is due, especially with what they showed us here on Overpass. But for now, we're kicking it to a break. And when we come back, we get to see if M80 can continue this incredible form that was shown on Overpass, or if Vitality can find their way back into this game with Pimp and Hugo.
M80 blow Vitality away. We now go to Dust 2 and see if Vitality can wake the hell up and return to form. I don't know how M80 are doing this considering they played an official at 3 a.m. local, but regardless of that, they are here on 5 hours sleep doing it against the world's best.
It's the grind, my friend. It's the grind. They just love to play Counter-Strike, seemingly enjoying themselves an awful lot, and why shouldn't you? We just took down Vitality 13-3 on Overpass. Now, as you said, heading into Dust 2 now, it's a complete different ballpark. A map that Vitality, even in this, let's call it strugglesome period, have played at a high level. Do we really expect ZywOo to have another no-show? I don't. So I think if M80 want to finish the job and actually win the game itself, they have to step it up one more time. Hex aggressive in towards lower, dual elites. They're not slowing down at all.
Yeah, Vitality will. They call off the tunnel's take. That nade pushes them out. The Julies, very scary up close. Even scarier when you find flames like that, but ZywOo will trade. A kill, the way of Vitality. It's been a minute. Out top mid and out lower. Oh my god, the aggression is tamed, but M80 is still playing confident. And that is a good sign. Over this round, that gets very difficult.
Yeah, a little bit disjointed right now. You have a player on B by himself, a player in middle by himself, a player in long pit sort of by himself. So they need to get some sort of information, figure out what's going on. Looks like a B split coming in right here. There's going to be a smoke in CT spawn. Slacks, is he going to go through? Nope, gets a bit lucky, gets a kill on towards Messi, and that's going to open up the round. Walk through the smoke. Yes, Lake takes a duel from window. Has to hit that shot, though. Oh, not pretty. There you go.
Okay, we're on, though. No kit. They're moving in quick. Slacks with a couple of smoke shots. Robson ZywOo in a 2v3. This is the duo made to win this round.
Especially with the duels. Robs to cover window, maybe. ZywOo focus on door. Yeah, it has to be that way.
Oh no, Slacks finds another through. What? Slacks kills them all. 4 kills through the door onto Robs. Just blink and you miss it. A pistol round for M80. And Vitality back to their losing ways.
Yeah.
Everyone's watching right now. Everyone in the world is watching thinking, surely it was just one map, right?
Yeah.
Surely, like that Vitality, they're going to turn on, they're going to wake up. It's Dust 2. They have better players.
I'm not going to lie. I'm worried already for Vitality. I know it's just a pistol, but it was the fashion that lost Overpass, and it's looking at these player cams, the body language as well, the self-reflection that's going on within the Vitality camp right now as well. You slowly but surely start to lose that confidence, and make no mistake, I'm not saying Vitality is going to exit this tournament and not win a game, and by no means we could be standing here in 20 minutes and it's Vitality back in the game and probably winning as they should be, but just the fact that M80 is able to apply this much pressure to the world #1 team, we gotta give them the respect and the credit they deserve.
It's not like Vitality getting wrecked by like a top 10 team, you know, proven opponent that they've lost to before. You know, this is a team, this is number 30 in the world.
I mean, everyone
has had trouble.
Yeah, everyone is eager to give them an excuse, but right now there's none. M80 is just simply put the better team right now.
Second round AWP for Slacks is a flex, but not if you lose it and give it to ZywOo, and they've got a lot of space here. He hit the tag. Long control needs to be locked in by his teammate. Jumping in the pit, Apex can't stop him.
Yeah. Now we got to see M80. Can you retake a bomb site? Can you play together as a team? Vitality 5-man alive. They have a decent buy here as well. It's not an easy scenario, no, for M80. They have to figure out where to come from. 2 players situated towards long, 3 in CT spawn.
Robs is playing really late as well, but he's given up the name of the game. Now they know this pressure is on the backline. They're not giving the kill to Slacks. He would love an entry right now. ZywOo starts off. Slacks had a chance. He misses it. ZywOo gets a double. This AK is bailing out Vitality on this force buy round. Couple of kills come out of nowhere, but the time is gone for M80. ZywOo's hero AK wins the round for Vitality. First time I've said that today.
Yeah, nice from Vitality, capitalizing on being gifted an awful lot of space by M80. I know Slacks picks up the AWP, and to be completely honest, I don't mind that at all, but you could see one flash was all it took for him to push all the way back towards long, and the reasoning for Slacks is that he don't want to risk it, right? He's not going to overstep his mark, he's not going to give away an AWP, and he wants to play with his team. However, you're also offering up an awful lot of space to ZywOo and to Vitality, and I think that mindset is something M80 and the coach of M80 right now has to... They have to be aware that you cannot offer this much space to a team or this much space to a guy like ZywOo. I know you've been dominating up until this point, but that's giving up too much in a sense. So, as we saw in Overpass, it was aggressive. It needs to be in Dust 2 as well.
I love what I just saw from Apex, though. He was yelling them down like in a positive way. He was trying to hype up his team, finally winning an important round of this series, knowing that, hey, you know, still got that fight, even in a game like this, where it's online, where it's difficult, but Oh dear.
And now he's dead, and
worse.
half of his team is dead as well. I love that from M80. Instantly go in, be proactive, be aggressive, don't offer up any space for Vitality, and look at the result. You win a round almost with ease. 55 damage dealt towards Hex. That's all so far. ZywOo finds himself in a 1v5 and can't get anything done.
Oh,
I love that from M80. You just play around on long where you are way too passive. You offer up way too much space. The counter reaction instantly coming into round 3. Aggressiveness, proactiveness, push out from catwalk, push out from middle, get the first couple of kills. Slack's maybe a little bit lucky. Apex is losing his brain cells up here in the T-spawn and just giving up a free kill. I don't know if you forgot that there was still an AW clean play, but it looks so easy for M80.
Super loose there from Vitality. Nothing happening. I was just talking about how that's the first positive body language I've seen all day from Vitality, and then they get full owned, 5 alive on the force buy. Warp is still here. Swisher by his side. And okay, Vitality gets some space, but they've got no smoke for the cross. They've got 2 flashes.
That's fine. Long, give up long is just fine. You don't want to fight it unless you absolutely feel you need to. You still have control over the A-bomb side. You have 3 players in this position, 2 players moving up towards catwalk as well now. So this is just fine. In terms of giving up space, it's okay. You know, you can't control the entirety of the map at all time. And again, you take control over catwalk. You still have an awful lot of utility. And this is my point right now. If Vitality does nothing to apply pressure on towards long or drag out any of that utility, they're going to have to execute into a bomb side, either the B or the A bomb side, facing an awful lot of utility. And they have nothing to work with themselves. There's a couple of flashes on Apex. That's it.
They saw that retake smoke and they got very scared that someone was retaking the space. It's just Slack's holding with the orb. Still got Hex jiggling at B with util ready. Swisher flash off Cat. Pistol coming his way, but it is this B hit for Vitality.
What are you going to do against these Molotovs, the smokes, the everything?
Oh, they could... Oh, no. Okay, they don't challenge it. They will hold the smoke. Apex, again, unfortunately caught.
It's over. There's nothing Vitality can do here. As soon as that smoke disappears, if Hex is not making a massive mistake, he's going to put down a Molotov, and then what? It seems unwinnable. Another one coming in towards middle. Flamesy stuck in this position as well. Ooh, yeah. Almost an opening, and that's it. You have to go through a smoke, and it actually works somehow, some way.
ZywOo double kill. Lake and Swisher bailed them out. That was scary. ZywOo got the deep kill as Hex re-peeks. He walks into the headshot. That's one where your heart skips a beat for a moment, thinking you've trolled that one away.
Yeah, that was odd.
Good
Very
shots
odd.
for ZywOo, though. I want to see those, because...
From his point of view, right?
Yeah, that was crazy coming through the smoke. Yeah, not ideal.
No.
Hex giving it up, but hey, it's bailed out. They knew it was a B hit. It's just Slack's left on A. And Hex is very thankful for his team to keep this scoreline clean. 3-1, eco for Vitality. Rutro.
Are you worried now?
I've been worried since Overpass, Jacob.
I am. The more I watch, the more this smells like a massive upset.
God.
A 2-0 for M80.
Oh, dude,
Oof.
I think the shock would be like, and okay, it's one day, it's one game. It spells a disaster. It spells a lower bracket run for Vitality. Just the idea that we don't have Vitality in London, or we don't have Messi in London, could be crazy. I don't think anyone bargained for that. And yes, I am really getting ahead of myself, but 3-1, the rounds they're winning and the way they're winning them, very convincing for M80.
It would also be 3 losses in a row, should it happen. And I say it's been 3 maps in a row. And guess what the scoreline in the last 3 maps Vitality have played is?
13-3.
13-3 against Falcons and Train. 13-3 in Nuke versus Falcons. And now they just lost 13-3 on Overpass versus M80. We're talking 9 rounds in 3 maps for Vitality. The best team in the world, by the way.
Oh, stop, Jacob. Stop.
Well, they got 1 here now, so ahead of schedule, I guess.
Okay, well, yeah, 2 to go. Oh, run. The boost is in. Nice deagle for ZywOo. ZywOo is sort of back in a way. He's hit a couple of spicy shots, but obviously eco round. Get him out.
Yeah, I mean,
8-0.
round in isolation. I guess getting 2 kills with that investment is fine by Vitality, but at this point, we can't really be satisfied with that. They're going to go down 4-1. It's just a question of time before Flameseed goes out of the round. Does a bit of damage with the Glock, but wow. I did not see this one coming. Again, as we spoke about in Overpass, I think M80 so far has done a good job. The way they win the pistol was great. They lose the second round. That was sort of the first mistake they made. And then the instant response in round number 3, aggressive towards middle, pushing out catwalk from that moment and onwards, they've been the better playing team. And it almost sounds ridiculous to say. But right now, in all honesty, M80 is looking like the better playing team.
Oh, no.
Without a doubt.
Stop. Stop.
Sorry. Glasses is on. I see it.
Eyes on the prize here for M80, trying to keep it clean. 4 long, hexed again. Same nade that slows Vitality's roll into the tunnels. That molly will not. They go through, and he gets nothing from it. The nade really, yeah, the nade really giving away the aim of the game there. And Vitality this time, don't fear it.
The question is what the response will be from M80. Are you instantly going to move into some potential stack and just gamble on the fact that Vitality is going to misread the scenario, or are you going to split out? For now, you have one player defending the B bomb side, 2 on A, and Swisher by himself on long. And Vitality, they're smart enough. Don't get me wrong here. Apex is smart enough not to take any rush decisions. They're slowly but surely going to acquire space on Catwalk. FlameC is walking in right now, and question is, are they going to contest long? Because right now there's 3 players from M80 defending this A bomb side. That's a good nade heading Messi as well. It's not unlikely that this round could still be close.
Yeah, the A split is nice, but the stack is maybe better.
Yeah.
Slacks pushed up close. Forces that headshot onto Robs in the back. Messy spray, but getting one is not the end of the world. Slacks has still got a chance. He's just got to pick his targets, pick his side. Oh, nice shot for ZywOo. Back, of course, just in time to maybe bail Vitality out. One flash is good, but Lake can't hit a shot, and he is all that stands, trapped in this bomb site, 3-on-1. ZywOo will not let this happen. 3 kills for ZywOo, looking to force Vitality back into this game one way or another.
That was a bit of an unfortunate timing right there. I liked the way he was playing on A bomb side, waiting for a flash from his teammate. The second the flash came, they were still behind the smoke on long. Had that flash come out, let's say half a second later, actually, it would have been potentially a multi-kill from the A player. Unfortunately for him, ZywOo gets him out of the round, and Vitality gets a second round to the name.
Sure, ZywOo kind of got, like, he didn't really get to play into that previous map, but I think that was part of the problem, being CT side or overpass sounds great, but M80 kind of called perfectly around him. They avoided him most rounds. Yes, maybe he wasn't forcing the kills, but he wasn't making big mistakes necessarily. He was mostly avoided. So actually, on a map like Dust 2, now we get to see ZywOo actually play the game. It's making a world of difference, and it needs to, because we don't have many superstars awake here for Vitality. Missed shot for Slacks, you're not going to get many more. Finally wallbanged. Swisher dead as well. 2 in the B-bomb site. Sin, Dink, nothing more. Pistols out, ZywOo goes over, and that's more like it. High damage done to 2 players, but with no kills converted for M80, Vitality will start to build into this game. Are you worried now?
Worried on behalf of M80, worried on behalf of Slacks, off to a good start in this game. Obviously, a lot of impact with the duels and the pistol. Hit a couple of nice shots with the AWP early on as well, but that's 2 rounds in a row now where he's missed shots. And him playing outside of B in a round where they actually stack, correct?
Yeah.
They have 3 players towards B. Vitality is walking straight into it with a fast B split. If Slacks is hitting that first shot, that could completely change the tide of the round. So worried from a standpoint of, is the individuals going to let down M80? Are they not good enough to hold up to their own? I guess that's maybe what we expected, that players like ZywOo, Messi down the line, FlameC, Robs, obviously from an individual standpoint, will outplay their opponents. But in terms of who's calling better right now, in terms of who's set up for the right calls, I mean, M80 still a step ahead of Vitality.
All right, let's see if that keeps up now. Money out of the game for M80. Got to take a full eco. Vitality get to draw up at 4-4. So maybe we have got a game on our hands. So this T side starts to build. ZywOo going for the cross shot, connects.
He's warmed up now, huh?
Yeah. That AK looked sharp. Little push up mid for M80. Vitality are cognizant.
Yeah, it's a bit of a freebie. That's a shot on towards Apex, and there we go. Messi, who has had a terrible game so far. Nowhere to be found on Overpass, nowhere to be found on Dust 2. Make no mistake, getting 3 kills here is not going to change that. Looks better on the scoreboard, but we need to see a bit more from Messi as well. Vitality getting into the game now, equaling the scoreline 4-4, and this is a very important moment in the game now. For the first time in this game, M80 is under a bit of pressure. Lost a couple of rounds in a row. Haven't been able to figure out what to do versus Vitality. And with the overview I have, don't change anything. The round you just lost, the buy round, you had a 3-man stack towards B. You read the aim correctly. The round before that as well, Slacks had an opportunity to get a kill. So it's not that you're outplaying yourself sort of by making the wrong calls or making too many gamble stacks or whatnot. at this point, it's just the individuals from M80 that has to be a little bit sharper, as they have been on Overpass in the beginning of Dust 2.
They're still making their plays. Look at the B push. Hex up and in with the flash. Rops hears the steps. Hex won't overcommit. Still got Util to block this bomb site.
He's been very aggressive so far, Hext. Doesn't seem scared at all. Was punished a time in Lower Dark as well, and sometimes you see players, you know, with less experience, they'll be like, oh, that's it, I'm not going to be aggressive anymore. Hext seemingly doesn't care.
8 is good, but Hex avoids. Max damage. Molly on the short side. Slack's pushed back as well. Vitality taking more map control away from M80.
I love that Hex wasn't really baited out to use the smoke initially, but then seemingly they double smoked over here. They did a pressure smoke on the Vitality side. Hex used his, so that's going to put B under a bit of a pressure. Maybe it doesn't matter though, because Vitality seemingly wants to hit the A-bomb side.
Again, AAA, and with Lake tucked in this back position, he's also got a flash. The timing of the palm tree flash is very important. Hex can't afford to panic on the comms here. He's got a teammate by his side to hold this mid to B. It's Vitality coming in 25 seconds, making this catwalk split happen.
First kill wins the round.
Okay, let's see who gets it. Lake, oh, the molly is good, but they're so blind. You can't even see them. They're that blind. Lake gets that first kill. So M80, 15 seconds to buy time to stall out Vitality. Swisher stops Apex. Lake on the site, overwhelmed, even with the flash. That bomb is not going to be allowed. Dun, dun, dun. Slacks hits his, and that is it. First kill does win the round. And it does make all the difference as it comes down to a Rops 1v2 with no time on the clock.
Yeah, a little bit messy from Vitality. I think something went wrong in the communication. They left almost no time to get in. As you said, the first flash coming in from M80 was perfect. They laid them just long enough. Lake couldn't quite figure out where to get that kill, and then he stays alive. Yeah, that's a cool thing. He pulls out the USP, and instead of just instantly fighting, he actually stays alive for another 3 or 4 seconds, which allows Slacks, allows Swisher to come into the mix as well. And at this point, with only 8 seconds left, there's no way Vitality are going to win that round. So the first kill won the round, but basically by delaying and staying alive on the A-bomb side, we got it done. That's not pretty. No. That's not pretty.
Apex W down middle, because Zywoo was covering. And so he's way further than Slacks is ready. That's a nice change of pace here for Vitality. Trying to answer with a contact A. Knowing the AWP is gone, opens up the chance to walk down into the A site and 2 kills. You're not turning that down. Sin alone, lineup gone after 1. And this FAMAS not hitting the shots.
Well, actually, he put down Messi and Flameseed to 21 and 17 HP, but not getting the kill right here. Swisher's had a tremendous game so far. 12 kills to his name. Not going to win this round unless... Oh, no, spotted.
Oh.
There we go.
Okay, wait, low health. Zywoo.
There we go.
Overwhelmed. Swisher gets 2. Rob's on a big lurk, catching that kill. And Swisher trying to force this one more frag. He's got it. There is no kit, but there is a smoke. He throws it on it. Rob's playing very late from spawn. Swisher's read it. He's read it perfectly. Is this really going to come through for M80? What a play for Swisher. 4 kills. The perfect read on Rob's reposition. And that is M80 picking up another buy round.
It's all Swisher. Player in Lower Dark had a small window of opportunity, gets spotted by Robs, gets killed, and then in the meantime, Swisher is finishing the job with the FAMAS. He actually put down 2 players to 17 and 21 HP in the beginning. That's beautiful. Was aware the last player was hiding over in the corner. Flameseed can do nothing about it. Robs repositions. I don't even blame him, but at that point, that's just clinical from Swisher. That cannot happen. Vitality. That is a must-win round. Look at the economy as well. Had they won this, which they should, there would have been no money whatsoever on the side of M80.
Swisher is ferocious right now. 16 and 4. I'd say last game, like, we had sick entry work from Lake. You know, Hex was also finding a lot of impact, but I would say the MVP was Sin with the cooling, just managing to avoid Vitality, managing to, you know, dodge stacks. But right now, it's individuals showing up and bailing them out in important rounds on the CT side. Slacks just keeps getting caught off guard.
Yeah, he's been the one downside so far. As I said, he was 8-0? Yeah. Started strong in the pistol, but started to miss shots already in round 3, and ever since he's kept up that trend, that's a bit of an issue for M80, but if Vitality can convert a 4v2 or 5v4, then does it really matter?
Yeah, I'm not counting M80 out of anything right now. Trying to force his kill in middle. Rops is behind the smoke. Meanwhile, out long. Second chance at life for Swisher. You'll take it. Wait, who? Did he shoot his teammate? Did Swisher dink Lake in the face? I don't even know. No, Flames he did. I'm just confused. They're up long. They're up short. They've won the round.
Yeah, fall apart right here for M80 again. Hate to point it out, but Slacks with the AWP, the aggression hasn't worked out for him. pushed out catwalk, got denied by Apex, pushes towards middle right here, and misses a shot, to be completely honest. The play here is not bad. He just straight up missed the shot. It's not like FlameC instantly killed him or couldn't do anything about that. So I guess that's the one downside so far for M80 on Dust 2 right here. The all play from Slacks hasn't worked out. The rest has, and let's be honest, you look at Swisher, he's 16-5, he's having the game of his life, and it's still competitive here for Vitality.
The quick cat splits have done wonders to Vitality's T side. It's when they've let it go a little bit too slow, we've seen problems. It's a low buy though for M80. So they feel the freedom to make a move. Flash push denied. Swisher gets his at long, of course, 17-5. Made on the smoke, nothing to see here. Vitality up short. And M80 maybe just grouping in mid together to try and fight some more. Flash, Scout really trying to force this damage. Hits a second. Ooh, Molly's a problem. Teammate burnt out. Sing gets cleared. And Vitality got a lot of freedom right now. Kills just keep coming though. Lake pushing up. Spotted from lower, gets his. Zai was caught with the bomb. Careful, careful, careful. Headshot onto the orb. Oh no, not another one of these, surely. Not another 2v4 for M80, caught on the jump. And they know Slacks was in middle with the Scout, so that's an easy finish as Vitality net 6 rounds on their T side. Folks, we've got a game. Vitality M80. Who would have thought this one was going to be a banger? 6-6 at the half after a stomp on Overpass. M80 are a map in the pocket. And Vitality are coming in cold to blast open London. They want to qualify to the top 6 to go to the Wembley Stadium and get to fight on LAN. Right now, it's just online. M80, comfortable.
Yeah, starts with a pistol there for Vitality. Would be nice to win one of those. Haven't been successful with that so far. Rups peeks out with the dual elites from lower dark and gets a nice entry, and that sets the tone for this one. M80 has won no ground whatsoever, still stuck in T-spawn. 3 players outside long, 1 player outside the B tunnels, and that should pretty much do it for Vitality for now. Seem like they're regrouping back towards the B bomb side, and right now there's technically no player on the B bomb side, but Rups is hoovering around in lower dark, and there's still 2 players in middle, so not too worried on behalf of Vitality.
When Sin talks, I listen. I learn. Into this B bomb site. Rups rather, though. Perfect guns for the job. Can't get anything. Fast rotation. Vitality moving 2 players into position to stop this rush. Rups dead. Mezzi has to make up, but mollied at the back of the site. He's only got a thin pillar to hide behind. Hits his. Zaiwu has that cross as well. They're getting turned to dust here in this pistol. Nice hold for Zaiwu and Mezzi in the B site.
I don't blame M80 for thinking getting Rups in lower dark right here is their opening in towards the B bomb side, and technically it could have been, but as we saw, you had 2 players in towards middle. You have Zaiwu fighting an awful lot in middle to begin with as well, so I would have loved to see M80 just drag out the pace a little bit. You get the kill on towards Rups and you even out the playground, and Dust 2 is a big map, so there's a lot of field, so to speak, to cover on the CT side. Instead, you're walking into a stack where the 2 Vitality players rotating in as fast as possible, Messi and Zaiwu getting the job done, and I feel like, without having to sell the game already, Hugo, that was kind of the opportunity for M80.
Yeah.
Win the pistol, convert, that gives you a little bit of a leeway and gives you a bit of a payload to sleep on. I doubt now that it's going to be possible for them to get it done here in Dust 2. Zaiwu was woken up.
It's going to get very hard on T-side gun rounds, especially with no force buy looming.
I do, however, like that they're just, sticking to the Glocks right here, making sure that you have a full buy coming into the next. Not quite sure if Slack should pick up the scout, to be honest.
It's going to do it back-to-back, right? So
yeah, I guess, and that's okay. That being said, though, yeah, true. It's just every time we saw him with the op on the CT side, it hasn't really been working out for him. Went 1 for 4 in opening kills, and that's not good enough if you're playing the CT side op.
yeah, definitely had opportunities as well. Caught off a lot. Boost gets shut down by Apex from a boost of his own. They climb back up Cat. And Apex has read it. Pulling back to the bomb site. Oh, no one fires off the info flash there. Run boost. Bit of a limp one. They make it in though. Dink down range. Wall bang to find Apex, but oh my god, Slack's chill. Forget the AWP. He's a scouter.
Yeah.
Plant would be nice.
Can he?
Oh, I don't think he believes though. It's going to be a fake out. Ooh, there was a chance. One more shot to Flames, but Vitality win the anti-eco as they should.
Yeah, that's not too bad. That was potentially a very good round coming in here for M80. Had he gotten another kill, that would have taken a big dent into the economy of Vitality. However, they get to rebuy, get to put some more M4s in their hands right now. So, in theory, the next round is just going to be even harder for M80 to win. However, if they were to win it, that's when you apply pressure on towards the economy of Vitality. This is it now for M80. You have to win the first round right here. You have to make something happen. And it starts with Slacks hitting some nice shots with the scout. If he can continue down that trend, then maybe, just maybe, we still have a game on our hand.
No cross shot this time. Mezzi and Robs in that B bomb site. And they go through the motions, clearing lower. No mid smoke.
Oh, and they still have a decent amount of utility to work with. The thing is, do you want to spend all that utility gaining map control and then hinder yourself when you have to do an execute potentially to end the round? Or do you want to take a couple of gambles, a couple of risks where you maybe don't use an extra smoke, you don't use this extra Molotov on towards Catwalk, and then potentially gain more map control without spending too much utility into it? It's always a risk-reward scenario, and seemingly M80 is using all the utility so far to gain that map control, to get closer to a position where they can then execute.
They're out long, but they're also out mid. Swisher might get lost to the wind here. Mezzi's committed. Oh my god, he turns from a flash perhaps, but that's when they peek him. Robs gets one from the window. There's no one splitting tunnel. It's all through the door. Robs could have won the round right there, then and there. It's still savable. Swisher late from long, covers his teammate in lower, and this gets awkward real quick for Vitality. They know they have to go. They know they have to take the timing for the 2-on-1 in the bomb site, but the scout connects. Tag down range. Zaiwu traded. Apex in the 1v1, and which way does Swisher come from? He hasn't read it. Does he go check from the door? Apex jumping through and Swisher jumps to the gun. He's had a great game, but caught in the air as he tried to hunt down Apex, maybe thinking he'd stick because he knew Swisher was far away.
Yeah, that's so unfortunate for Swisher, so unfortunate for M80. I love what Vitality are doing. They realized the only way we win this round now is by applying the pressure towards the B-bomb side straight away, because you had a player in lower tunnels, you had a player top middle. For Swisher right here, Apex, he taps it the first time. At that point, you gotta gamble. You gotta gamble that, like, no matter what, had Apex had the kit, which he did, then he would have had the defuse if he would have stuck it. Now, for Swisher, his point of view is that, okay, if he doesn't have the kit, then he could potentially still stick it, but at that point, you have to take the gamble, because that was pretty much the only way you could have won the round. So
I think he's just realizing the call that Apex is going to get is late top mid. So he could be anyway, could be tunnels mid.
It's just a bit of a panicky scenario right here.
I would have loved him to like fake steps, like run and then stop.
Sure.
That would have probably, even if Apex is sticking, probably gets him off the bomb, let Swisher stabilize, but yeah.
It's always easier said than done, especially for us with the overview, but it was a massive opportunity for M80. Cyber, as we spoke about, has warmed up into this game, has played great so far. Same could be said for Apex, was nowhere to be found on Overpass, but now everything is going according to plan for Vitality. Dealing with this nice and easily.
Since kill absence didn't matter on Overpass, but it certainly isn't helping here on Dust 2, 4 and 13, as Vitality start to just run away with this CT side. Again, a couple of opportunities, Jacob, that B hits in the pistol, right there in that post plant. I mean, if these rounds come through, Vitality's money is rocky, and there's opportunity. But right now, it's a clean CT side. Zywoo 2KD, certainly back, hitting his shots that Slack struggled with. It right now is pointing to a 3-map affair.
Yeah, and I think that's fair to say that despite the scoreline 10-6, people may tune in now and be like, yeah, that's what we expected. This game is not close at all, but there's been a couple of very competitive moments in the game that could have gone and probably should have gone the way of M80, at least in one of those occasions. And had that happen, as you said, the economy and the pressure would have been different. Sin taking a massive gamble right here, and it's kind of paying off. Yeah,
you'll take that. You also know Zywoo's close mid. Does that change your mind on this B hit? It's going to be Robson Zywoo in B.
That's the thing. They know they kill Messi, and he's not supposed to be there. So I think had it been a kill on towards Zywoo or Robs, then they probably would have gone for the B, but they quickly realized that killing Messi, that means that something is up.
Well, Robs has actually been anchoring a few of these rounds here, and Messi's been playing on the hill. This double orb is waiting at the B bomb site. They don't know about the second one, though. Zywoo picked, and yeah, realizing it's a 2-1 setup now, and they can go B, but Robs can still win it out with the AWP, holding the line, hits his shot. Now they've got to quick, oh my god, 2 kills. They've got to hit the headshot quickly. Molly is good, the jiggle is out. Robs finds 3 before he burns. That is more than you can ask for a one-man hold. 1v2 for Slacks. He's got the bomb, the util in. But now it's going to come down to the fights. They can just swing off of this plant. Flames is going through, and that's the round for Vitality.
Yeah.
What a hold for Robs.
What a hold from Robs. You take nothing away from him. That's beautiful. You gotta hit the shots, but it's prematurely coming in for M80 right here. The idea of isolating Robs, knowing that you have a 2-1 scenario, hitting the B bomb side, that's great. I don't want to fault them for that, but you had utility, you had a Molotov as well. You could have done it and executed a little bit more elegant, so to speak, and made it significantly harder for Robs to get a triple kill. That's the thing, right? That's the difference between when you're playing against the best teams in the world. Players like Robs will punish you for not executing with style, so to speak. And it was not tough enough. It was not made hard enough for Robs to hit those shots. And he's good enough to hold up to his own. So
definitely feels like they get caught off guard by the orb, though.
Yeah, maybe. But then again, like with Molotovs, with flashes, you know you have a 2-1 scenario. You smoked off CT spawn. You have all the time in the world to isolate Robs. It's not that you have to hit the bomb site quickly. You just have to get over there quickly and start the execution early on. So a bit of a mistake right here. And you can clearly see that installs a bit of confidence in Vitality. Apex all the way up in towards T-spawn as well. Goes unaccounted for, and it's kind of starting to fall apart. Unless, there you go.
How did they know?
I don't know.
How did they know? He wasn't running up mid. That's a crazy check for Lake.
Yeah.
Unless the suicide play called it, but it felt like Apex was walking it. Messi crashes. Oh dear.
Yeah.
3v4 now.
Maybe that's an opening.
Oh, but M80 will take it. Damage done.
Messi had some tech issues in Overpass as well. So see if that's going to be a trend throughout this game. For now, though, it puts on a lot of pressure towards Vitality. 2 players moving up catwalk. You have Robs in middle defending by himself.
Hey guys, B player crashed. Let's go B.
Well, maybe they're scared Robs is up there with an op.
Yeah, but he's not back plat this time. He's going to get shot in the back. There's no one covering CT spawn. If Lake just goes, Wins the round. There it is. Kill on the plate. Late tucks in. 2 will do as ZywOo drops in spawn. And yeah.
That's going to feel rough, right? Especially because Messi crashed. I mean, if you're Vitality right now, you're thinking to yourself, that's the only reason they win this round. So good for M80, obviously, to capitalize in that moment. Very unfortunate for Vitality. Very unfortunate for Messi. And let's hope that's not going to be a trend.
Yeah, you just don't want
going to be a factor.
You don't want that to be a caveat to the win. You don't want them to win now and like, oh yeah, well, you know, in the crucial 4v4.
Wait, did Lake just disappear as well?
Did he?
What happened?
No.
No, okay, never mind.
Your eyes are deceiving you. Everything's okay, except for Messi.
He was alive?
Oh, it's because the HUD swapping. He's coming back in and out.
Ah, okay.
Was he alive? He was
Killed
alive.
Rups?
No, Flames killed him in mid. You're crazy.
I'm crazy.
It's okay.
I don't know, this whole commentating thing, it's not my jam.
No,
so,
you're getting to grips with it. I think you're doing great. Got a pretty crazy game ahead of you. M80 with an opportunity, Jacob.
With an opportunity, 11-7. The game is definitely not over.
Dude, that's such a clear. Like, he must have known something.
But he did disappear. You're wrong.
Messi,
Look at that, Lake.
Messi DC. What do you mean?
Look at that.
What?
Lake disappeared. Or was it Messi who
That
disappeared?
was Messi DC, bro.
I'm so confused
You're
right now.
tripping.
When did Lake die?
He died to Flames top mid. After the 3K.
Lake did not disappear.
Production confirmed it.
But he got 3 kills.
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
It's okay. We're back in.
I'm so
Messi's in the
confused right
server. You're cooked.
Making the Houdini on me. Anyway, Messi's back. Not a lot of money in the tank of Vitality. They need to win this round, otherwise we may have a game on our hands. So for M80, this is the moment. This is the time to capitalize.
Can Slacks wake up? Because, like you said, 8-0 at the start of the game. Big 4K with the Julies. Hit a couple of shots early with the AWP, but then just kind of disappeared. Got caught off by aggressive timings for Vitality. Apex down middle. Flamesy through the mid doors. And he can never really recover.
He could very well be the catalyst here for M80 to make this game close. You're right. They have an awful lot of space in middle. Vitality are playing very defensively, and I like it. They have the double up setup, so no need to push the boundaries too much. They trust in the individuals. They trust in the double kill potential in Rups, the double kill potential in Flamesy and ZywOo. Pressure on towards Catwalk right here, trying to sell a dream, but you can clearly see where this is heading. Bomb outside dark tunnels, and they want to do another B-split, don't they?
Apex is not buying it. He heard the fake steps, but Sin's gone back, and Apex stays in middle the whole time. They seem pretty sure this one's going B. Oh, Apex? What was he? He was like lost in the source there, maybe looking at the map. Robs has got the cover. This second AWP is coming through right now for Vitality. Now back at the B bomb site, Hex has got a very difficult job. 4-15 on Hex. Really having a stinker. And getting past Robs in this position is not going to make it easier. Smoked off at 30 seconds. They just feel like they have to commit to mid to B, huh? Bomb's going back up Cat, though. Apex in a strong position, just in time.
That was the time.
Yeah, this one's just getting strung out. Flamesy farms 2 more, but you're not winning this round, M80. Give it up.
I like the setup from M80. They had a pretty decent idea of what they wanted to do. Rob's getting the kill that completely spins it out of control for M80, and then you see a bit of that indecisiveness coming out for them. They're not quite sure whether or not they can execute the B-split, or if they should go back to A. The problem for them is that we didn't get to see that. Another smoke came in from Vitality. They smoked off tunnels again with 40, 35 seconds left, and at that point they make the decision to go back in towards middle, but that's what happens at Counter-Strike at the very highest level. If you're indecisive, if you're hesitating just for a couple of seconds and everyone is feeling, are we doing this, are we doing that, then it becomes a little bit messy. And of course, when you're playing against Vitality, even Vitality playing at maybe 50 or 60%, they will punish that sort of hesitation. So well done to Vitality for making it happen now, obviously. And for M80, well, maybe we're starting to see the level that we expected coming into the game.
We're definitely getting the ZywOo we expect. 22-12. His AWP has just been barraging down on this M80 side. A 1-round T-half, and not sure if it's going to get better. Repeat for ZywOo. Gets his second. 2 kills to take us to Inferno. Good cover. Saves ZywOo's life, and he's back for a third. ZywOo, it's a 1 map off. He clocks in for his shift, and Vitality look to run away with this game. There it is. Inferno will decide this series between M80 and Vitality. It's going to be a long day in the office for M80.
Well, Vitality showed us that they can bounce back, and Apex was more than fired up. That's what this team needs. There's a smile on ZywOo's face, but still, they're not completely out of this one, because I'll give it. You got to win. It's Dust 2. Vu, you said it. They are the best team in the world on Dust 2. But the beginning didn't fill us with much confidence, and there was a bit of worry for me there.
Yeah, that's what you want to see. You want to see Apex getting hyped up and needing to hype his team in order to beat M80 on Vitality's best map. That's what you want to see.
Yeah.
I mean, that's Vitality. I mean, they're waking up. They started out fairly slow. You know, you had the back and forth at the start. You had Slack hitting up so early on. That's what you're expecting if you want M80 to win the game. But then Vitality clawed their way back in. And by the end, they were looking a little more like themselves, a little more like what we expected from the beginning.
But let's start with the early game, where it did start to go a bit wrong. You know, you lose the pistol as Vitality, you bounce back, you think, okay, that's what we expect, and then it still doesn't get comfortable.
It's the same thing we saw on Overpass as well. Vitality won the CT pistol, and then they lose the second round force. A third round force back is about the same type of idea, and you have that peak from Apex here. That's before the smoke lands, so he leaves that opportunity open, and then it's a delayed peek into mid. You can see the time, 1:35. They let Vitality get into lower tunnels, and then they go for the flash pop. They peek off Cat, and they blow them up in lower tunnels. And that's one of the things when you're a team like Vitality, you win, they won 7 events in a row, I believe. Yeah. You have so many things you're thinking about, trying to evolve, trying to be balanced in all these different ways. I think one of the things that M80 have targeted, and some other teams have as well, sometimes your second round forces are readable. You have some tendencies. Maybe you go into lower a little bit quick. You can have some timings. We even saw in the second half, they tried to boost up in mid to catch Apex on the boost box in CT spawn. They clearly know what Vitality are going to do on those second rounds, and that's giving them a lot of momentum into the half.
And they're not as untouchable as they think they are when it comes to Vitality, right? And even now doing some uncharacteristic mistakes. We saw that 4v2, for example.
The 4v2 was wild, because Rops has been one of their stars this season. He's been one of the players that's been consistently playing up to their level. But you see them, they go for this play early on, great call from Apex, he gets the early pick, then they go for this kind of sneak up Cat, they trade off onto Sin, who's in a good position, then they spot Swisher and take him down low too. You think it's over, but then Rops misses the timing, and then he misses the shot, which means Mezzi has to look back. That opens an avenue for Swisher to get the first 2 kills. He knows a player is trapped in Gandalf, he can pick that one up, and Rops, all based off of just missing a couple of shots, and he's alive in the 1v1. You could easily blame this on his teammates, but really, if Rops just hits the shot on the player jumping up on the box, which is his entire job there, they win that round easily.
Yeah, and Swisher was having a phenomenal game for that one. That's one he can be proud of and very happy about. But then we have to also come back to reality a little bit of it all, right? Because that's a huge round. It is some mistakes of Vitality. You don't expect them to make, for sure. But obviously, ZywOo, Apex, they had other ideas. ZywOo was certainly back in this game.
Swisher had a great game. ZywOo had a ZywOo game, which is what you expect from him in these series. And it was surprising to see him on Overpass at some point. I think he was second on the bottom of the scoreboard or something like that, not having rounds like this, where the commentators in that ZywOo round outside of B tunnels, they were saying, the round's over, and then ZywOo just walks through a smoke, gets 2. He does his ZywOo bullshit. That's what ZywOo does. He does these plays. Sometimes they're not the flashiest plays ever, but when they need to be, they are. And that's the player we want ZywOo to be, that sometimes has been a little lacking so far this season.
Yeah, this was quite a funny one as well, right? With when he brings out the orb, Rops was double orbing with it as well, saving some key rounds in there at the same time. This is what you want to see. This is what we wanted to see on Overpass, but at least them coming alive and back into this, it's going to fill you with confidence as a Vitality fan, surely.
Yeah, I mean, the concern sometimes is when you look at these teams, there's a reason we were doing the fantasy pimp picked Flamesy, because you're looking at Vitality against teams that are of M80's caliber, and you're expecting the supporting cast to have pop-off games, Mezzi to have a great game, Flamesy to just dominate, and we saw flashes of that, but we didn't see consistency with that, and that's what we saw that was concerning actually in the Bounty when Vitality played Liquid and they went close, that they needed Rops and ZywOo to pull them over the line. They needed ZywOo here to pull them over the line. I'm concerned if they can't just do it as a team effort.
Yeah, the team is what has been able to pull them out of these games where it's been tough games against very elite teams, but there is still quite an experience difference here, right, between these two teams. And M80 may have realized some of that now on Dust 2?
Yeah, there's a specific clutch we're thinking about when we're talking experience differential, because you have this moment where round 15, I believe it is, round 16, it's a 3v2 after some things going on. So a very good open strat. They catch Rops completely alone on B. Rops does his thing. He picks up a second. That's what you need him to do there. Turns it into a 3v3. Then you have the kill on short, and they force the bomb plant. So they know Swisher's trap top mid here. The bomb's planted. They go for the very fast retake into the site, and Swisher's is trapped outside, and he doesn't really have too many options. They know where he's coming from. It's still a solid 1v1 situation that he has a very good possibility to win, but that's one where I think if they delayed the bomb plant on the B site, buy some time for Swisher to get back in. They had a molly for window. They had a smoke for door. You can actually just play out a straight up 3v2 instead of trying to go, well, we got an advantage. We got to force the advantage home. If they just took a step back, delayed for a second, played a little more calmly, I think they win that round. And then they might have even converted that into a game win, because that was very close game at that point.
Yeah, those little details do matter. That is the experience factor that comes into it. But both these teams do love a bit of Inferno. Now, for Vitality, again, you're going to keep saying that experience goes their way on this, but M80 now need to show us, okay, this overpass wasn't just because we were ready for overpass, it's a good map for us. We got to show we can fight. But already, in your eyes, M80 have surely beaten expectations?
Definitely. And let me hit you with a stat on Inferno.
Oh.
M80 last 3 months, 100% win rate on Inferno.
Against?
Don't worry about it. Okay, don't worry about it. All right, last 6 months, it's not looking so good. But this is a map where they did beat Fury at some point. They've taken a lot of teams close. If you look back near the beginning of the year when they were still implementing Lake, it was a map they were pretty comfortable on. I think it's a map that's kind of deceptively good for them, but we really need to see Lake pull it off, because Banana Control, he's in Banana as a T-side player. He's the guy that you need defending against that. Sometimes Apex is just going YOLO down Banana, just rushing at you. You need Lake popping off, and so far he's done really well this series. I actually have some hope for them in this map.
You actually have some hope for them. Okay, I didn't
NA
expect
hope.
you to NA hope. Okay, so a bit of copium in there at the same time. But for Vitality, this has been their bread and butter. This is a team that can dominate, as we've seen on Inferno. Do you feel like they have woken up enough? They have brought their A game enough, at least against the level of M80, that this shouldn't be a problem now?
If we're being realistic, ZywOo and Vitality at 80% should be more than enough to beat M80 on Inferno. But if we're being NA fans here, I think they got themselves a chance. You know, Lake could do something in Banana. The calling is really good. Slack somehow finds ways oftentimes to be impactful on T-side Inferno with an op, which is rare. Although he struggled on Dust 2, I think they're going to bring it back. I think they're going to get 10 rounds. They're going to get 10 rounds.
This has changed massively from where we started, man. At the beginning, you said 13-0, 13-3?
That's what it was supposed to be. That was the Vitality we were promised. Okay, this is the Vitality that's waking up a little bit. And if you want Vitality, if you're a Vitality fan, you want a 13-3, you want a 13-5, just stomp them out.
Well, Vitality fans are just hoping for a win, but you said something critical here. If Vitality are at 80%, it should be fine. Are Vitality at 80% from what you've seen?
That Dust 2 was about 80%. By the end of it, I'd say they were at 80%.
Oh, you're being very generous, I feel here, Vu.
But at the beginning, a little less. But by the end, I think they were getting to about 80%. They had Rops activating on that double op. They had ZywOo activating with his own op. You had plenty of teamwork going on. You had them closing out rounds, kind of pulling off some situations where they did have the experience edge. That's why they only need 80%. Inferno, they had like a 13 map win streak on this map. Surely it should be peanuts for them against M80.
Yeah, peanuts is what you might be saying here, but I'm just saying they need to lock in every step of the way if they want to have a chance at this, because you don't want to give M80 any momentum in this anymore, right?
That's where I'm concerned about what I talked about earlier, those second, third rounds, because that's when we're looking at Inferno in the current iteration of the meta. It's a little more CT-sided than usual. Yep. You go in, you win the CT pistol, and you find M80, they go, oh, we know how you play on this second round. We're going to convert that. Then you get 3 free rounds. And this is a Vitality where they've had some pretty rough T-sides on this map in the past. They had trouble against Mongols once upon a time back in Bounty. It is something where you could pick up a few quick rounds from M80, and either, depending on who wins the knife round, they can close it out really quickly, or they can just get themselves a good solid footing and put Vitality on the back foot where they can't go for these aggressive plays that they might want to do to put M80 in an uncomfortable spot, because if they lose a gun round, all of a sudden it's 6-1 down.
Really though, looking at this, how much are we putting on Robs as well, considering across the series? He's currently set at a 0.71 rating, which is not what I expect from the second star of this team.
Not only the second star, but we're talking about probably the most consistent player for them so far in this season. Sometimes Zywoo's gone a little missing. Sometimes other players have had struggles, but Rops has been there. He's been stalwart in their successes. He's been so damn good. And a 0.71 as their star anchor, that's a big problem, especially because he could be, you wouldn't think of this normally, could be targeted on Inferno if you think he's having a bad series.
Well, let's hope that he can step things up when it comes into this. It's a deciding map between Vitality M and M80, and we've got Hugo and Pimp to deliver the cast. Take it away, boys.
Thank you, James and Vu. Yes, Vitality Pimp, they're back. Why were we ever worried?
Nah, I mean, I think there was good reason to worry with the way they've been playing in this game and as of late, but let's be completely honest. Heading into the third deciding map here on Inferno, they are the heavy favorites to getting the job done. I will say, though, that with the way M80 has played, and in particular the way M80 has called throughout this game, I'm not going to give Vitality a freebie here. I expect the game to have at least close moments.
True, especially now that we're going to a map where calling is the bread and butter to getting a win. Think about overpass, avoiding the stacks, making the right moves at the right time. And yeah, M80, they lose the knife round. So probably going to end up on this T side. And we get to see another Sin, I don't want to even say Sin masterclass because, well, Dustu didn't go to plan.
Nah.
But I'm excited to see if M80 can long out this series. Don't you think it lands them even more credit if they can win this in 3 to a win? Let me sell that, right?
Yeah,
if they stop over Vitality, you go like, whatever, Vitality, bad day, weren't here, whatever. Well, no, Zywoo just showed up. Vitality just came back. We had a couple of better moments for Rops, even despite the struggles.
Yep.
And so for them to win now feels even more unlikely.
I'll buy that 100%. I think it's significantly more impressive to take down Vitality 2-1 than 2-0 for the exact same reason you're describing right here. I think M80, they will find themselves struggling a little bit on Inferno. Again, I'm very curious to the pace that is going to come out from the boys of M80. Are you going to try to speed up the process? Are you going to try to play as aggressive as you were successful with on Overpass and early stages on Dust 2? Or do you lean a bit more into the map on Inferno where it's always a balance, you know? It's always certain fast-paced rounds. It's always certain ad pops going up banana fighting for control. You can really dictate the pace an awful lot on the CT side with your utility users as well. So I'm curious to the pacing of the game. I think the faster the game will be played, the more likely Vitality are to win. So if I'm M80, I would see if I can stall it out just a little bit and then find your timing, find your right moments when you pick up the speed.
Okay, I like it. Let's see what we get out of this T side. Pistol is slow. It is calculated. Apps control. Bomb back at ramp and Slacks holding for a banana push. Vitality getting curious. Decoy to clear the corner. Did hit Flames. That is info. That's all they wanted, knowing he's close. Rops back in pit. Is he exploitable, like the desk suggest? Or is it just jest? Side by side with Mezzy. Long control taken. They're going for the B-split.
That's a nice opening from Swisher right here. That is going to be the B-split. Zywoo, man of the hour now, has to get a couple of kills, and he can't get anything done. Even Apex gives up his position. That should be it, and especially when you consider Messi once again leaves the server.
That's 3 maps in a row he's crashed.
I need a new PC, man.
Yeah, someone sort this guy out. Put him in the boot camp.
I'll be honest here, though. That wouldn't have made a difference, right? So take nothing away from M80. They would have won this round regardless of Messi crashing or not. Mentally, it's tough.
You're crashing out of live rounds.
You never know when it's going to happen, right?
Yeah, 3 times in this series. He's crashed once per map. He started early on Inferno. Dear, oh dear.
What's going on in the UK? Is it hot over there? Is it overheating? Or?
I don't know. M80 seem fine.
Yeah,
they're on fire. They're in Britland right now.
One would argue that Messi probably could afford a new PC or a good PC or something. Yeah, he's just a bit unlucky.
I think you might need to. He's not really been home though, Jacob. He doesn't really play online games.
Oh,
you know?
That's true. That's true.
He's kind of a land god. Yeah, not ideal. M80 though, yeah, like you said, they won that pistol off merit. Not off of Merriman.
Yeah, another one going their way. Now let's see if they can convert it. They have won. Is that 4 out of the 5 pistols we played so far in this series? Struggled to convert a couple of times, so that's gonna be name of the game. Messi seems to be alive. That's good. So it's just a crash and then straight back into the game. At the very least, it's been fast, but obviously, if there's anything he can do to make sure that You don't crash again. That'd be ideal. Yeah.
What can you do this game right now?
I'm not a technician. I have honestly no clue.
I mean,
I'm the type of guy I turn on the PC, and if it doesn't turn on, I'm like, oh, come on, man.
What do you do? Who do
I don't know. I have no clue. I have a friend.
Okay.
I have one friend who's very good at computer. I know a guy.
Computer guy.
Computer guy.
I call J-Raz.
Yeah.
Bails me out.
Okay.
Him or Rush. It's not ideal. Pistols have been split across this series, though. We have had each of them take one per map. Back on Overpass, Vitality won the pistol. M80 forced, picked it up, went on a big streak. Then they won the second pistol, closed the game. And then we had a bit of back and forth at the beginning of Dust 2. Vitality winning second round, but then M80 also winning third round, and they went on a streak, and then Vitality just swept their CT side.
Kind of evens out, yeah.
Yeah, so will the conversion come through this time is the question for M80 when they need it. Vitality got caught in kind of uncomfortable positions there.
19 kills and 3 disconnects so far.
Oh, it's
a
sad stat.
I mean, as long as there's more kills than disconnects for now, then I think that's better.
Be impressive the other way around.
Let's see, Vitality. That's one thing they're very good at, even at the highest level. That's one of the
disconnecting.
Yeah, that too. But actually winning these second rounds on Inferno CT side, I've seen it plenty of times.
And Apex has been all over the Mag 7 today. Inferno Banana. That's actually one of the stronger places.
Yeah.
Not if you get HE'd. Ooh. This is a bit deep. Jump shot. Go on, do it.
Surely they know. They must have seen Vitality do this. They must have seen Apex do it.
They're holding nades.
Yeah.
Do it. Do it. Yeah, okay. On the stomp. He's not going to jump. He's waiting to commit. He finds a double. Mag 7 back as he finds 3-4 off the jump. Apex. That's one way for the RNG to fall in your favor. No way. Get them all. Zywu will finish it, but Apex a delight in Banana.
That's beautiful.
Mag 7 finds 4.
That is beautiful from Apex. Take nothing away from him, but let's be honest. You and I, we watch a lot of Counter-Strike, and I assume that M80 does the same thing. They must be aware that this is a potential from Apex. He's been doing it over and over and over again. This is not a one-trick thing. This is not something that is... not occurring quite often. We saw it at EWC as well. You know, had a couple of plays with that on Dust 2. I remember a massive play from Apex. So for M80 not to be more aware and maybe spend a bit more utility on at least making sure that's not going to be the case. Half wall is by far the most effective position to have a Mag 7. I mean, I've been very positive for M80 so far in this game, but that's not good enough, you know? That is just not good enough.
Yeah, but it's funny.
Yeah, true.
Did you consider that angle?
Oh, that's NA Counter-Strike. That's just, you know,
true.
How do we best describe that? I guess one word, funny.
Oh, it's a sad way to lose to the second round.
Especially for the competitiveness of the game. Now, obviously, they bought into this one as well, hoping that Lake can make some magic happen, but if they were to lose this one, go down 3-1, I mean, knowing Vitality, have warmed up into it after Dust 2, and knowing the strength of Vitality, it makes you think that we could have one of those scenarios where the dream was alive, Overpass was cool, but then they never really got close to pulling off the big upset. And in all fairness, I think M80 has played well enough to at least get close to that feeling. Flamesy, under a lot of pressure, gets a little bit of help from a flash from Apex. 2 kills is more than enough.
Piss off. If you don't have the Mag 7, you can't jump on the half wall with a Galil.
He says, watch me.
Yeah, and I watched him die, but at least he takes 2 with him. Messi holding the flash for Apex.
What now, M80? Right, you have to execute. 30 seconds left. There's no point in saving this. You have to go in.
Full send.
Yeah.
Apex ready to fight. Oh, flash to stall him, getting into position. They don't have a Molotov.
No, they're not going to check backside. They have no time. They see the flashes where they came from.
Gotta go. Chop, chop. Make it in. 10 seconds. Oh, Apex. That's a really early peak. I feel too early. Messi plays off of him, but... Oh, he could have. I don't think he's got it. And so that is the round. Oh, scary though.
Thank God for Apex right here. That was a massive mistake. I see no point whatsoever in peeking out, especially considering there's only 3 players left from M80. So the theory here is that with 10 seconds left of the round, one of those players will have to dedicate himself to plant the bomb, which means Apex only has to fight 2 at a time instead of 3. So you're actually making the odds of you finding a fight or a winnable fight significantly higher if you just wait 2 more seconds in that position from Apex, because then there can't be 3 players facing you, tops 2.
Yeah, also peaked like oranges, and sure, maybe they were going to plant there, but it's not the normal plant spot.
No, he's just got a bit, you know, a little bit trigger happy in that sense. He just wanted to make that play, and had he waited 2 more seconds, the likelihood of him getting a kill was significantly higher.
For sure. Even with Messi coming through. I mean, they win the round.
Yeah.
But at what cost? And unfortunately, Late gets killed after time, so he loses his gun and his money. And it's not going to get better. It's not picking up here for M80.
No.
They've got to take this M4 and put it to use, but Slacks 50, Hex no armor. Vitality, that's in the bag.
For now, yeah. Also gonna see Slacks not get on to an AWP anytime soon with the economy management he's holding over there. Down to a big fat 0 in the bank. Maybe he can get some money by getting a kill. There we go, $300 in the bank. That's gonna help him. Well, absolutely not at all. But that's another 300 and potentially some damage done to the economy of Vitality. So that's always something. Bomb is still down banana, and they can't really contest this smoke. So winning this round seems almost impossible. But a little more damage to the economy of Vitality. There we go. What are you doing, Robs? What are you doing, Vitality, at this point?
Bit of a bold peek from top mid.
They
could get
now.
the bomb and go A.
They
could, if they ran. That smoke is demanding respect. Apex has a Molotov. Get it down. Spam might just finish this for Apex. They're split up. Now you... Oh, they are going to go A. Okay, Flames read this super early in the round, though, so I think he's won it. Just off position. As long as the cover is there, there's a chance. 8, 7, 6. Flames waits, and he takes the shot. There's no cover. The trade is too late. The round is won. 4 kills for Slacks. Bloody nice try, if I say so myself.
Yeah, the issue for him is that he, again, survives, you know, and doesn't get any bonus, but he then saves the M4A1S. So 1,200 in the bank, so he can buy some armor. He can keep the gun, but Vitality, come on. That is just laziness.
That's not what I expect from Robs to peek top mid in that position.
No, not at all. It's uncalled for. You could check, you know, you could shoulder peek, you could take the first duel, and you could get away with it, but he peeks out one more time and basically puts Vitality under risk of potentially losing the round.
Let's go. They don't really seem to give a shit, luckily.
No, and that's the thing why Vitality can make an awful lot of mistakes and still have the individual powers to win this game, but personally, when I watch something like that, I want to see it punished. I want to see them lose. I want to see them face the consequences of doing something that stupid.
Yeah.
That's just me.
Tell me how you really think.
That's exactly what I think. I tend not to hold back. That's a lot of damage. Ooh.
Big nade. Spam, AWP tag, everything. Kind of every damage input for Vitality. M80 get overstimulated in middle.
Yeah, and such an important round as well for M80 to get back into the game, and you feel like at this point, do we save? Do we go for it? You have Hex at 18 HP, switch it down to 41.
Been saving this whole half.
Yeah.
Dying after time.
That's true, but I mean, it's probably the right thing to do. Hex trying his luck here, see if he can find a timing, but seems unlikely.
Ooh.
Unless
they're going to swing through that. No. Hex can't. Too low. Swisher not doing much healthier. And the smoke. Saiwu. The kills are going to be right there. You could have taken them, but he stalls it out, so Apex's smoke fades as well. Plays it smart.
Save at this point.
Yeah, 30 seconds, but Flames, he's moving in on Banana, so even the save ain't guaranteed. They're going to try and make it work. Oh, Robs is really having a stinker. Oh, ugly shot. Saiwu has this cross covered. He needs to hit one, though, and they're coming out of apps right now, jumping with a flash. Nade in the sight. Mezzi can just win this whole thing right now on his own. Nade on the smoke. Saiwu can't see him. Apex's nade does it instead. That's 3 HE kills in this round, and they line up at the end. They really get strung out there.
Yeah, there was a window of opportunity right here. I like the call of coming 2 players out of apartments as we see Apex trying to install some, I guess, more confidence and hype into the Vitality camp. Flamesy left by himself in that bomb site. Had they been a little bit quicker to execute M80, obviously unknowing that was the case, then they could have won that round, or at least could have made it close, but the grenade damage in this round, 3 kills, just solely coming from the grenades, and then obviously see Hex run around with 13 HP. Also, as a consequence of the good grenade damage in the early rounds, it was almost impossible for M80 to do anything right here. Another round where they force a little, let's call it a calculated force buy. A couple of deagles, Tech 9s, a little bit of armor, and a couple of utility pieces in the bank here. Not much M80 can do. I feel like this game is slipping out of their hands right now. I was hoping for a close one.
Yeah, well, you know, 4-1. Give him time, but the grenades are really still wrecking M80. Pistol headshot, 4 kills for Flame. That last kill, run that back, please. Replay. How did he get that 4th kill? The fadeaway USP final tick headshot.
Probably something like that. Something dirty. Something dirty.
Nice round for Flames. He did shut down the half by, and yeah, these rounds are getting cleaner and cleaner for Vitality. 5-1 CT side.
That's the thing, right? I spoke about it coming.
Ooh. I don't even see it. I don't even see it.
That's crazy. That's crazy. The problem for M80 is they haven't been close, right? You haven't seen a single round where they obtain banana control, go in to execute on banana late into the round, having 4 or 5 players alive. Same could be said for the bigger bomb side. So, yeah, you're down 5-1. You could argue had it been close rounds or had you been, you know, close to getting it done, sort of, maybe there would be a bit of a hope right now. But as a player on the server in the M80 camp, right now you're feeling you're getting owned. Great example right here. You're out of T-spawn 30 seconds into the round and you gained no ground whatsoever. You're taking 100 damage in grenade utility already. So it does feel like they're not only playing from behind, but we're not even close getting anything done. And having that feeling as a player on the server, that is the absolute worst. Especially when you then look at the scoreboard and your opponent is all Vitality.
Yeah, it's not much better, is it? And retake of Banana again here for Vitality. They're in the car. They still have more grenades to stop and execute. Just buying so much time in this position. Oh, another molly. M80 trying to take back the corner. And so they're given that. Oh, Flames denies with this. Oh dear. Okay, mollied again. Bales doesn't want to give them anything. He still has another molly smoke. So many grenades. Cash in this B-bomb site. Apex flashing through the long side. Bit audacious. Denied, opening up into spawn. 30 seconds, okay, M80. It's not going to be a normal execute, but it is just going to be the contact play into the bomb site. Spot from far away. Boost coming in at the same time. Mezzi can get a multi-kill here from this position. He needs to, and they all line up through the smoke. 3 shots. They're both low. It is winnable. That nade is big. The follow-up comes in. There's time to plant. M80 bailing themselves out of a 2v4.
Great repositioning from Swisher now. Playing the sandbags position. Question is Robs aware? Is he gonna check? A flash comes up right here. He's not gonna do anything to Swisher. He wins that duel, and now they know where Robs is at. Throwing that flash. It's gonna be difficult. A 1v1 now, picking up the M4A1S. This is possible. Still has a kit. Unaware where Hex is.
No idea. Hex fast, and Hex forces that fight off the footsteps. Uses the audio to his advantage, and despite Mezzi's miraculous 3K down in pool, it's still shut down by M80. That CT spawn control goes a long way. Nading back dark. Mezzi super low. What a crazy combo, and still they win it out.
That was a good call, though, and a good round from M80, especially from Hex, to find that loophole and towards middle, getting in towards CT spawn, and it kind of forces Flamesy and Messi to make that calculated gamble where Messi has to stay in pool, Flamesy has to do something in order to take away attention and give up his position. So, as you said, a triple kill from Messi, that was the best you could hope for, but even then, it's a hard round to win. So, for the first time here on the T side, well played by M80. Executing around to a decent level, and got a round to show for now. The question remains is, can you win 2 in a row? Can you apply some pressure? Can you force Vitality to save the next round? And then maybe we can start to have the conversation about a game here on Inferno. However, if you lose this round, we're back to square one.
It's just been so much harassment in Banana, and it looks like they want to go back for more with Apex and Flames pushing back in.
At least you're 50 seconds into the round now, and you don't have 3 players down to 20 HP, which has been the case throughout this entirety of the first half. So
no more HEs.
No, that's a step in the right direction, so to speak.
Avoided the damage, but can they avoid the fights? Because Lake's been mollied out, forced into this engagement. The turn off the flash is what gets him that opening kill. Apex has no more grenades unless there's something thrown back in spawn for him to block this B-bomb site. Picks up one more Molotov, that's all it is. Robs, multi-kill in apartments. Zywoo's flashed off the angle. He's not been pressured on this A site recently, and so let's see how Zywoo holds. Pushing back in, trying to get one wide shot on the jiggle, and he escapes with his life. Cover from the pit, 3v1, just fighting as Vitality edge their way closer and closer to that victory lane. 6-2. It's been a very nice recovery from Vitality after an abysmal overpass.
That's what you want to see from Robs as well. You know, playing with confidence, finding the timing on towards Slacks, and then one would argue Hex probably should have had that refrag, but probably not ready for Robs to just wide swing him towards Boiler, and as we spoke about Saivu, he came alive on Dust too, so a lot of the win conditions for Vitality. Robs starting to play well. Coming into this map, he was the worst rated player on the team. He's been doing well so far. Saivu has picked up the AWP, gotten some impact, and it's hard to find too many reasons as to why M80 should find their way back into this game. I think up until this point, they have performed better than I would have expected. They've done a good job, obviously winning Overpass in the fashion they did. And to those of you just joining now, yes, the scoreline on Dust 2 seems very one-sided. I think there were a couple of moments in that game where it could have been very close. A couple of rounds that should have gone the way of M80 that definitely could have applied more pressure towards Vitality. But on Inferno so far, just by watching the first 8 rounds, it does feel like Vitality is now not only one step ahead, but maybe 2 or 3. So that window of opportunity that M80 had in the first map and a half, that seems to be completely gone now.
Shooting for the moon here with another half by Hero Rifle. Pistols fast up Banana. It's actually allowed by Vitality, who just play Molly. They're trying to set up retake util. This has come very quick, this take. Grenade over the top. Nothing comes for free. And somehow allowed to jump back into spawn. Apex Audaciousness not punished. It's Flamesy swinging, finding that rifle.
More had the nades. Apex looking at the ground, thinking someone dropped something for me. I think he found it right there.
He's got a T-Molly as well. He's got double Molly still left here.
There we go.
It's got a bit of everything to go around here for Vitality.
Yeah.
M80 will walk back towards middle.
At this point, I feel like, and it may sound harsh to say, and I'm not sure I'm allowed to say it as a commentator, but
go on.
There's losing in style here. Like for M80, I think the goal obviously still is to remain competitive and try to win the game, but realistically speaking, that's no longer realistic from my point of view. So there's also something called losing in style. So can you execute a couple of cool rounds and maybe apply a bit of pressure to Vitality? You go out in a fashion where, like, yeah, we felt okay about this performance. Nothing worse than losing a map where you feel like you had no chance of winning it whatsoever, because then the feeling within the team is like, yeah, Overpass was cool and all, but we can't really use it for anything. We can't do much with it. And even this kill, you know, it looks good on the scoreboard, but what is it really good for? They're going to try to walk into the B-bomb side, and Flamesy maybe will be checked, maybe he won't. Let's see.
There we go. Yes, he will. Forget losing with style. How about winning with cringe? Let's see what M80 can do. Popping back into this B bomb site. A lot of wraps on this B CT flank. Saiwu coming in with a pistol. Bit of info gifted by Robs. He's really had a strugglesome series. Saiwu walking in. Oh my god, wait, where's the kill? Slacks is looking at him. Yeah, holding the shot. Finally takes him. Robs running out of time. Oh, knife out. Bit of info. Can't get around that corner. Surely Robs try to track him down. But they've run away and they've won the round. Robs realizes that now. 1v2 to escape. And they're here for the kill. It's never going to come for free. Robs 2 to the good. 3 to the good, but still the round for M80.
Yeah, that's a good turnaround for M80. You're not wrong. Winning another round. Making it 3. A little bit lazy from Vitality again. I feel like the 2 rounds out of the 3 they won has been... As I said on Overpass, I feel like all the rounds M80 were winning. That was up to them playing well, executing well, really doing a good job. If I apply the same logic right here on Inferno, 2 of the rounds that M80 has won so far is Vitality messing up massively. So it's hard for me to give too much credit. Again, it takes a good team to punish mistakes, but it does feel like Vitality are just a little bit lazy here. There was no point whatsoever in losing this round. They had that under full control until they didn't.
Yeah, Apex, awkward timing to turn in spawn. Opened up that path. Vitality. They can re-establish themselves by winning this gun round. M80 have never had money at any point in this game as a virtue of all those saves, all those players dying after time. Really were in the hole to start this map. Nice shot for Robs.
Yeah, the same could be said for Vitality if they were to lose this round, but another key round not seemingly going the way of M80. Maybe there's a play here. Messi and Swisher. Swisher gonna check.
Nope. Swisher's dead.
He's just dead, yeah.
Bye-bye. 5v3, and now you just have to execute B, but man, this util has just been so well timed by Vitality. All CT side. It's not even just been down Banana, it's been at the top half wall and car, re-blocking at the right time, retaking at the right time, and feeling like they never get punished. The only time they lose this B site is when the CT split comes in. But M80 are just locked out right now. Even Mezzi rotating to support. It's not going to get much better on this B hit. Smokes go over the top. Flames in a very powerful position. And still more block to go. Apex, another molly. This is just insufferable on the defense. M80 can't get through. They're going to just try and walk it in. Lake over the top. Flamesy double up, and this one's done again. Vitality. Their B defense is looking stellar.
Yeah, great usage of the grenades. Obviously have read the round to perfection. M80 puts himself in a very difficult position as well. Swisher up here in middle. I'm not sure what the plan is to leave Swisher in middle behind the smoke. As you said, never saw an opponent just get absolutely annihilated by Messi. And I mean, again, the B split is the one thing that has been working. So maybe the plan is to fake that or show some sort of presence up towards middle. But it's such a risky thing to do in a 4v5, especially considering that there's no trade frag potential. There's nothing they can do to help him. So it feels like they're playing a little bit of a desperation game right now, and another one where Epic comes out. Ooh, another grenade kill, and I wanted to say it in the earlier round as well. Swisher took 50 damage from a grenade early on. If I'm the coach of M80 right now, I would just yell to my players, would you please stop taking damage early round? There's no point in it. If the plan is not to execute quickly up towards middle or quickly up towards banana, then don't go for it. See where Hex can get another one maybe. And says no. Messi shuts them down. And another easy round for Vitality. That's the issue right here, Hugo. They won a couple of rounds. Two of them, I dare say that's Vitality giving up 2 rounds, but never were they able to win 2 rounds in a row. And if you're not able to do that, then you're not going to win a game.
Yeah, they haven't had any money on this T side. It's been a bit of a brick wall that they keep running into. Last chance saloon here for M80 to make a rifle round land. And you don't need 2 in a row. There's only 1 more left.
Yep.
So just get that. Give yourself a chance. But here on Inferno, even more brutal than Dust 2.
What's the call gonna be? Full rush banana?
Guys, they probably don't have nades. No, they avoid it entirely.
Yeah.
Fast up middle. Good position though behind the smoke. Actually covered by Zaiwu. Mezzi not needed. Flames holds his position. And immediately 3-on-5 yet again with more grenades to go down.
Sure,
He's got to be careful. They're walking through the smoke.
Yeah.
They're going to just contact him the whole way. He is alone right now. Apex only just getting back. Flames, he's just got unlimited lives. Until that happens, Sin does something. Double kill, entry into B, and opening up another M80 2v5. They've done it before.
Must win round now for M80 to stay alive in this game. The retake is going to come in through CT spawn from all 3 players. There's still a decent amount of utility here. They can even use a flash to clear banana. They're now aware there's not going to be any pressure coming in from that position. Whereas for Vitality, a Molotov on Zaiwu, a Molotov on Messi, still a lot to work with, but no smoke. That would have been nice.
Oh, the volley is perfect. Still takes one with him. It's winnable for Hext. Orb could be a big problem if it barrages down on the angle. Zaiwu going for the stick, though. He's been isolated. They didn't even check it. Hext gets his, and I think this one is going to come down to the clock. Robs with a fake, and he's dead. 4 rounds for M80. 4 isolated instances of success. Is that really going to be enough to beat Vitality in a 3rd map? 6.5 hours before this game was live, M80 were beating up on North American challenger teams online with 150 ping. Now they play against the best team in the world, and while they came through with an outstanding overpass, it appears like they're running out of steam. 8-4 for Vitality here on this third map. It looks like Vitality have recovered well after a shaky start to the day and look to put a bow on it to open up their London run.
A pistol round is much, much needed for M80 to remain competitive in this game and maybe still have a chance of a hope of winning this series. Sin with what could potentially be a dangerous nade and a double stack here on towards Banana. Dual elites on Swisher and Slacks with the USP. You're gonna nade now, Sin? Yes, you are. That's a beautiful opening right here. Flamesy gets the trade on towards Swisher. I'm not sure why he would swing out right there. Could have stayed alive, could have played with his teammates, but equals out the round right here. 4 versus 4.
Julie's given over as well. There can be a lot of fun for Flames 18 and 8, who can rush through this smoke into the B site. The flash lands inside of it as they come over the top. Sin with 1, Flamesy gone. Slacks and Sin holding strong. The 2 Germans putting together a B hold. It's just Rops 1v4, and he's not going anywhere fast. Back in the game, RM80. Back-to-back rounds, RM80.
For the first time in the game on Inferno for sure. Now let's see. They also won the first pistol round in the first half and couldn't convert that. That's been a bit of an issue for them.
I remember it, Apex 7.
That's the thing, yeah. 2 of the pistol rounds they won so far this game, they haven't been able to convert. So to win a third one and miss that opportunity once more, that's not gonna be it if you're M80. So let's see. Vitality obviously forcing up right here. Tech 9s across the board, a deagle in the hands of Saivu, and a decent amount of utility to play with. What's the call gonna be? Classic is an apps pop, but seemingly they want to use middle, and right now 3 players on the B bomb side. This could be ugly. This could be very ugly for M80.
Yeah, no. Get out! That's a shock. They chase him down. That molly sort of lands, splitting the push. Vitality. This A site is weakened. They don't realize just yet. Switch has found a double. Sin coming in on the arch side as well. And there was a chance there for Vitality. They could keep running down Slacks, but they got stalled out and shut down. The force buy gone. This game's gonna close up pretty quick.
It's always funny when you see a round like this where M80 doesn't lose a single player, yet I'd argue they were quite close losing the round. You know, there was a golden opportunity right here for Vitality. Slacks survives somehow, some way.
It's the domino effect, right? You get that. If they find Slacks there, they run round wrap A and they're 5v1.
Yeah. That's game over for M80 at that point, but Slacks doing his best impression of a ninja and staying alive, and then Sin and Swisher coming in to help out getting the kills. Good start here for M80. That's exactly what we wanted. We wanted a competitive finish to this map. We wanted them to write the history that winning Overpass was no joke, and as we said already, Dust 2, yes, Vitality were the better team, but I think M80 actually played a decent game of Counter-Strike. So, if you look across the entirety of the series so far, and if you were to stop the game right here, right now, I think M80 could be super, super proud. Now, at the end of the day, the only thing that matters is winning. They're still quite far away from that.
Couple of pistol upgrades here for Vitality. 4-1 stack for M80. Swisher brings nades back to that B bomb site, and Vitality get closer to mid. Kanzaiwu claim a life inside of B before his team explode. Jiggle coming out. Trying to make them shuffle the setup, and no one's budging on this A side.
No reaction at all. Lake in a fine position. The 2 players over here having a crossfire. It's going to be up to Lake here. Needs a kill without going down. He gets 2. That's okay.
Oh, that's not great. That's even worse. Rops on porch with the deagle. We've been here before.
See, that's the issue with playing the position Lake is playing in. That's fine. He gets 2 kills. It's call it an off angle. It's an angle where you get the first bullet for free, sort of. But if you go down, your 2 players on the other side of A bomb side needs to have different positions. You cannot be forced into. You cannot feel like you have to make a move and swing in towards Rops if Lake goes down, because Lake took a position where he most likely will be traded. Let's see if they can make the retake happen.
This would be crazy if they could. 2v3. Vitality with strong positions. Crossfire from pit side. MP9 comes running in. It's happening quickly. Sim with second. 1v1, and he finds the headshot. Robs can't finish his dinner, and Sin comes in with a 3K to top off the scoreboard here for M80. He's had 2 horrible maps as an individual, even though the calling was really strong on Overpass. But here on Inferno, coming through, top fragging for his team, second in the server. Robs, some great deeds, but he just can't find that final one. That was quick. Cinema.
You see the relief coming out from M80 right here. Well aware that they almost lost a round, that they almost were guaranteed to win. Beautiful shots by Robs. Not quite enough though. However, it does help Vitality in this round. If they were to win, the money is quickly running out on the CT side. So, 1 round away from tying up the scoreline right here. This is it for M80. Can you win the first buy round, Hugo? We have a game on it.
Oh, Slack's mollied out, and his teammate now stuck, committed in the corner. They don't clear it. That's a bit lazy, and it will cost you. Slack's 3 peaks as well. 5v3, he survives. Swisher out of sight, out of mind. And then retakes his position anyway. They come running through. That's a crazy movement shot for Swisher. RNG doing a bit of help there. 2v4, careful.
Yeah, I'm glad he got a kill, because the decision to go up banana again instead of just play the 5v3.
Pretty crazy.
Yeah, it's just not worth it, you know. Even though getting a kill right here, trading 1 for 1, theoretically makes your chances of winning slightly higher. It's just not worth the risk. So Swisher is happy about getting a kill right there. Still incredible tough for Vitality to find a way to win this. Especially considering that we have now placed a player secondary middle for M80. They get an information. Saibu will be spotted right here by Hext, and then the rotation can come in. However, it's quite far away, so there we go. If they just go for it, they do. Oh, M80, they're leaving up a lot of space to Vitality. Can they use that?
Seeing that player on the cross. They've got apps locked in.
They know.
Strong position below the apps. Hex can't find this kill to force. He's waiting for his teammates to come in. Lake does thin the herd, and Hex then activates. No one jumps the gun. I like the Vitality take the space, realizing that apps player is all that stands on A. And yeah, it gets him a plant, but slow retake, put together.
Yeah. It's one of those great scenarios where neither of the 2 teams are making a mistake. Vitality is doing exactly what they're supposed to, given the situation they were in a 4v2, and same could be said for M80. It's okay to give up space if you then hold your nerve and make sure to retake together. As you said, lazy peek on here towards Sandbags. Not sure why Messi's not clearing it. It looked like he was focused in on the duel, but then just before he's about to see the player, looks away. 8-8 now. We are in a scenario where it is not unfair to say that M80 could win the series against Vitality.
That's
5
crazy.
rounds away. It is crazy.
It's crazy. In
We
3
started
maps.
In 3 maps, yeah. As you said, like it's even more impressive. Had they won 2-0 and Vitality just never showed up, we'd be like, yeah, cool, but Vitality never showed up. I feel like we saw Vitality show up a little bit on Dust 2, and we've seen them play some decent Counter-Strike on Inferno as well in the first half, but
They were 8-4.
it was 8-4. It was 8-3 even. It's 5 rounds in a row.
Ooh, yeah. Okay, here we go. Vitality with a pause, back in on the T side. Yet to get around on the offense. Zywoo 6-10.
I hate to say it, yeah. He's the one outlier.
And Robs was having trouble, to be honest, in his position on CT.
Mhm.
He's been having trouble all series. Flamesy has been the light in the dark. Zywoo had a great Dust too.
Oh, guess who left the server again?
Mezzy.
Yeah, that's his 4th disconnect.
Oh, dude. He's staying very calm.
Yeah.
But it can't be fun. At least it's not live.
I was just about to say, this one is inconsequential. So that's good.
Yes.
So I feel like almost, you know, if you have to crash 4 or 5 times in a game, then at least make sure you do it in a pause.
Oh, I'm sure he's doing his best to make sure he crashes in freeze time.
I mean, he's a pro player. He should be on top of that, you know? Control your PC.
I think after this game, there's going to be some work to do.
You think so?
Yeah, I think call in a technician.
Yeah.
Get an admin over.
If I'm Vitality, I'm shipping a PC straight away.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea.
Yeah.
Had some issues
Not worth
today.
the risk of doing this. And it's so frustrating as a player as well, because it's obviously out of his hands. And he never knows when it's going to hit him.
And it's hit him, what, twice during live rounds?
try 3 times, I think, during live rounds.
Yeah.
Yeah. One time where it didn't matter at all.
One
And
of
2 times where it was
Inferno.
actually, in the middle of a round where it could have been the deciding factor. So, no bueno.
Oh dear.
No bueno.
Well, if you're just joining us, we're going back live, hopefully, unpaused, 8-8. A flawless CT side so far, 8-4 down. M80 dragging us deep in a 3rd map.
They're living their best life right now.
They're
Imagine being
having fun.
M80.
Yeah.
Of course, you're so close. You're competitive in a game against Vitality, the best team in the world.
But this is when the pressure really hits.
True.
Because it's winnable now.
Yeah.
It's not a joke. It's winnable, but it's also, you're not out of the woods. You got to earn this down the stretch.
What has worked out for them so far on the CT side has been aggression. Banana aggression, we've seen that. Swisher maybe overextending a little bit. We've seen some pushes in towards secondary middle as well. So I hope we don't see that change.
Oh, good grenade. But Vitality are all here, and I don't know if they realize that Vitality look ready to just walk into the bomb site.
Yeah.
What a crazy call. Messi on the lead. Spots that player. Info comes out. M80 know what they're up against. Can they stop it? Swisher forced off. It's Sin getting his first. Swisher goes through with one more. It's 2 for 2, but again, this is the B site we're talking about. It's not known to be retakeable. Grenade dodged for the most part and more utility as a result of the early contact play. Robs is very far away.
He is, and he has a smoke, which is not for good use at all. Robs have to pick up the pace a little bit, but I think he's got to find a good timing right here. The smoke in CT spawn is going to delay the retake enough for Robs to be part of the round.
It's super slow, but they finally pop through that smoke. The time is disappearing. Robs gets that kill for the backline. Lake follows up. Smoke on the bomb. They both have kits. They can win this. The nade should reveal. Good cover for Lake. Can he follow up? Yes, he can. They stick the defuse in the face of defeat. M80 in a stressful 2v3 retake. Pick it up.
That's a beautiful display coming in from M80 right here. Getting the kill on towards the backside. That opens up the round. Put down a smoke on the bomb. That's the right thing to do, and then you just gotta stick it. I give it up to Sin for the opening right here. Swisher as well. Blake, that kill right there.
Sharp.
That opens up the round, you know. Him dying to Messi, that makes it impossible for them to win it.
Oh, the
position.
flash. The hexed flash on the bomb is what blinded that last player. That's why he didn't get killed. Because Lake looked at Banana. He looked the wrong way. It's a flash on the reveal. What a robbery. Lake hitting hard.
What
that
now,
round.
Vitality, right? You decide to buy here. Obviously, you should. You have a Galil in the mix. You have a limited amount of utility. This is pretty much it for Vitality. You have to make something happen in this round. I like the execution. I like the call. I like the idea. As I said, M80, the thing that's worked for you so far on the CT side is playing aggressive Counter-Strike. The first round, they don't contest for Banana. That's the first time Vitality and Apex caught it in. So the calling itself from Vitality and Apex was spot on right here. To not win the retake scenario for Vitality, that's the big issue.
Ooh. Oh, they pre-smoked because they saw the molly come down, but it actually got extinguished anyway. So not only do Vitality waste a smoke, they block themselves.
Yeah, I don't like this from M80. They're giving up too much space right now. If there's one thing that Apex is good at, that's working with space. Now, that doesn't mean they can't win the round, but it's a change in strategy, so to speak, and how they approach the game.
Okay, reclear a middle. Don't tick in the molly.
Keep behind the model, that's fine.
Cleared it out, but they are approaching to mid now. Smoke on the long side comes down from Vitality. 30 seconds, Robs. He needs the entry here. He needs to play active. He is the first line with Flamesy, actually.
It's going to be a
for
horse
this
club.
kill.
Yeah, 3 guys coming out here now.
Jumping into the pit. Lake stops the first. The AWP bears down. Doesn't do a thing. Hex follows up. Good entries for Zywoo, but it's too late. Hex has done so much from this site. 2 kills before he's put down. And we've seen M80 win the retake before. Oh, the missed molly is a problem. Sin just going to go for it. Flash on the smoke. Buying a few seconds. Swisher getting closer. The nade breaks for Vitality. They need a kill. They need it now. Swishers come through with one more, but Zywoo saves them. 3 kills, the entry and the closers to get them in that A site. That was very scary for Vitality. They have to work hard for these rounds. They are earning them, though.
They really have to work hard, but that's my exact issue with playing so passive. As much as I want to give credit to Hext for holding up to his own, getting a double kill right here, you just get into a scenario where when you're playing so passive, you give the opportunity to Vitality to trade out the frags, get the bomb down, and when you leave Robs and Zywoo in a 2v2, well, you're going to win more of those rounds than you're going to lose them. So as I said, where they've found success on the CT side has been by contesting Banana, re-clearing middle, and actually throwing bodies into being proactive. We saw a round where they pushed down towards secondary middle as well, and ever since you said it, ever since you said that winning now is realistic, that's a potential outcome. Ever since they played, I wouldn't say scared, but they changed the terms of aggression.
Oh, full burn for Swisher. The worry going back, though, Jacob, is Vitality win their first T-side round, and it comes down to a 1v1. If they lose now, their money's broke. End game, 10-9. So this one is even more important for Vitality. They do have the space. M80 have cut out in spawn. Lake running through the smoke, Apex-esque, but he is not aware that they are out on the long side. Down in the pit, the only player done. Save it. It's over. You get caught out shuffling nades in CT spawn. You pay the price. Vitality pick up the pace, and they put their money where their mouth is. Winning a clean gun round saves this game for Vitality.
Yeah, credit to Apex right now for doing some great calling. Even the round that we saw a couple of rounds ago where they went in towards the B-bomb side, again, because M80 were playing passive defensive Counter-Strike. The calling was great from Apex. Not being able to win the retake was not so great by Vitality, but right now he's called 3 good rounds in a row, and I gotta say, M80, as you said, you have 2 players in CT spawn shuffling grenades. It's way too passive.
They had one guy in the site. They had one guy pit. Yeah. That's it. 4 on CT side and 1 on pit.
I would love to see a timeout now from M80.
Yeah.
Talk it through. Realize what I said 3 rounds ago. Our win condition is by disturbing Vitality. If we give Robs, Cyru, Apex too much space to make the right decisions and catch us off guard, we're going to lose the round. Odds are that you may lose anyway, but at least you lose by fighting. You lose on your own terms. Right now, it does feel like the second they came into this 8-8 scenario where they were like, oh, we can win the game, that's when they started to get a little bit scared of winning.
Where is Rory Jackson when you need him? Where is the depth on this CT side?
So what now? Another full buy coming in. 3 players towards Banana. That must call for aggression. Come on.
Okay, will they meet Vitality there? Saiwu at the front of the pack.
We've seen this setup before. Sin with a grenade, swish out by Sandbags. They want to fight for this.
Yeah, they're going to get that fight. Vitality right here. Triple nade on the corner. How does Sin survive? Swisher won't last much longer, but good utility does do damage here to Vitality, and Sin hides inside of the smoke. Not for long. Checked out by Mezzi. Late committed. This is the round. Do or die in this position, but Vitality walk away. They're happy with their advantage. They know M80 are feeling the pressure. Vitality don't feel the need to force the next engagement. They take stock. They go back. Lake has a block. Good move, but if he rotates out here, did they hear that? That was pretty close.
Yeah, maybe.
Either way, they're waiting out the smoke, right?
This round was going so well for M80 until Sin died on Banana. He could have fallen back, and then you would have had a 4v4 with Messi on 33, Flamesy on 46.
Oh, now it's done.
Yeah.
Execute and full gamble for M80. Feeling like that's their best play.
Listen, that's the difference between being the best team in the world and having one of the best in-game leaders in the world and being a little bit unexperienced or inexperienced in these scenarios. I think Apex now has called 4 fantastic rounds in a row, and even though not every single one of those rounds went the way of Vitality, the idea and the read of the game is he's just one step ahead right now, and that's a big part of the reason as to why Vitality are getting very close to winning the series.
Absolutely. I like how you draw conclusions from the way the M80 are playing passive on the CT side. There's another example, right? Even though it's a high-risk maneuver, if he stays at top B, he has the chance to multi-kill, to open up a 2v2, to win the retake there, but instead they gamble. Vitality pull back, they freeze, they let M80 overthink it, and then rotate to A, gamble, stack, Vitality just commit with the execute. It's all they have on the map. They win the round off of it. So 11-9, and what's that? 4 great cooled rounds in a row.
It is. The one they lost was even a great call as well.
It's just the post plan.
Just the post plan where the players themselves didn't make the right decisions, and it's always hard to tell whether or not a call is great or not, but when Apex is putting Vitality in winnable positions, he's done his job. Then it's up to the players to deliver.
He put them in 3v2 post plan on B-site Inferno.
Exactly.
It's as good as you're going to get.
At that point, you're not going to blame him.
No.
Let's go, bro! We're not fucking losing to those big newbies! Putain! Let's go!
Still finding the hype is Apex. Refusing to lose to noobs.
You know what? That's a fair sentiment.
That's how you have to feel.
Before anyone gets mad. That's how you talk when you're within a team. I love that from Apex. Installs a bit of energy into the lineup. Lake getting a kill on towards Messi. That's a lot of damage done with the utility. Something Vitality were excelling at in that first half. So, tasting a bit of their own medicine. And now have to find a way to win 4v5. That makes it significantly more difficult for Apex.
All right, I want to see this go all the way. Can Vitality manage it? A man down. Do we have a resurgence from M80? That certainly helps. Zywoo forced into the fight by the Molotov. Swisher overwhelms him. Great series from Swisher today. I mean, obviously he had a huge opening map, but he has looked like a star of this team. Rob's trying to break his way back in. This flash won't do much with the setup in mind. Triple pit side. Good nade, but look, hello, look up, Flames. Look up! Too late. Hexter's killed 2. He was on his screen. But 4x3 is a cruel mistress.
Yeah, one could imagine had it been Robs coming out right there playing 16-9, he probably would have got that kill.
Yeah, but the issue is Robs would never go first, Jacob.
That's also true. That's a what-if game and a half.
He did die first, but only because Flames didn't get the info. And Apex saving.
Yeah, they're answering back now, and what's more important is potentially surviving 5 players in the process. With their economy, that's going to do them a lot of good.
Oh dear, so does Apex try something? Does he get weird? Or is this just a combat save?
Just save.
But you want to kill one more? Just go on.
You don't want to lose your own weapon over here.
Oh, but just kill one. Just one little tilting kill. Just have a little... Go on. Oh. It's the voice in the back of your head. But Apex, a threatening save, but one that he gets away with. M80, flawless round. They've given themselves room now. Look at that quad nade. 2 down middle, 2 down banana. Beautiful call for M80 to start this off.
I like that. That's exactly what you want to see. You can also, you know, one thing is being aggressive with your bodies in the game, you know, and actually throwing your bodies into the game. Another thing is doing something like this, where you proactively are aggressive with the utility. And from playing the 5v4, then you can sit back and be defensive.
Well, how about throwing your bodies into the game? Oh, they ran down middle, but they got flashed out. They changed their mind. This top util at Car is wrecking Vitality. Again, look at the health. It's like M80 on the T side, starting every round with players on 20, 30, 40 damage. So it was a shot from death.
Not like the money is looking too good in the Vitality camp either, so...
Dude, could M80 really win this 13-11 on map 3 to put Vitality into the lower bracket?
Listen, you're playing round 22 right now versus Vitality. I think it's more than fair to give the credit to M80 for what they've done so far. And by if you're only trailing by 1 round, you can most definitely win the game.
Dude, and Slacks has been absent, really, just in this series.
Which makes it even more impressive, right? That your player have not had a great game, and yet you still remained very competitive and can still potentially win. Same could be said for Zywoo, though. Great on Dust 2, nowhere to be found on the overpass, and nowhere to be found on Inferno as well.
Yeah, I mean, the first map was good for Slacks, but yeah, I don't think he's had an AWP kill. Vitality contact into the site, they explode. Lake needed more. 1, and same from Hex, it's not enough. You've got the money to risk it if you really want to throw in a chance here, M80, but Vitality, it's the contact play again that gets them into a 3v2 post-pod. Much the same as they did on B. They win off a position here. I would have liked to see M80 go for this, but they were too far away. Maybe feeling like with a man advantage for Vitality, it's too much to ask.
Yeah, I think the thought process is that losing the next round, they would still be able to buy in the potential final round of the game. So you are buying yourself potentially another buy round should you lose the following. So it is the right thing to do here for Slacks and Swisher. There's no point in trying what's more or less impossible, especially with their positioning, but my God. Vitality now putting themselves in a position where they just need 1 more round.
And I feel for Slacks there, because he's just gone and AWP'd B for the first time, and they've gone for the A-pop.
Yeah.
Just contact. He felt like the AWP would have been the perfect weapon to stop that kind of play, like light on flashes until they get into the bomb site. And just not enough on the defense. 2 kills from the 3 players with a nice, healthy crossfire. And everyone from Vitality carries their weight.
Whenever they play back on the bomb sides, they tend to lose the round. That's been a clear tendency so far on this CT side for M80. So hopefully they're willing to risk something. As I said, they still have a decent amount of money, so winning this round just by one player still secures them a full buy in what could potentially be the final round. And here we go again, Hext aggressive. I love to see this, and guess what? It's paying off straight away if you can execute.
He got
Jesus.
the kill. He got the kill, but it could have been so much more. They've run the long side. This step getting heard by the site player. They smoke it off. They say, if you want to win this, you have to go through spawn. You have to go through B. And so Vitality freeze. Apex keeping the pressure on this A site, but they're walking the walk towards this B side of the map. Single gets a spot. Full util. Trying to get as much value out of it as he can, but they've gone quiet. He's not convinced. Careful. On the jump, his teammate ready to help out. That smoke is not a wall. They're going to walk right through. Close peek from Flames. That's a messy spray, and look at what it cost them. It might cost them the game. 3v3. Retakeable. Up banana, fast, go M80, but Vitality have the block. They have more util. 3 Molotovs in a post plant. And it's so clear where they're coming from. M80, silent. Maybe a boost up could be nice, but that smoke looks very tall. Looks bloomed well.
Ooh.
Deep nade. Not going to break the smoke. Instead, just gets more and more damage. And these Molotovs are going to be a nightmare. Vitality, it's been a hard series. It's been a well-fought game by M80. But I feel like they've run out of room. 2v3. Flushed out by Molotovs. Vitality burn them down. And they take that opening win. 13-10. It's not an easy game. But it is a game, nonetheless, for Vitality. 2-1. M80 down in the lower bracket.
It certainly is a game, Hugo, and you saw there Apex still smiling, probably through some of the pain on that, because that got close. It may have been Inferno, it may have been looking like there was a chance in it from the beginning from M80, but they actually at one point were trying to convince the world that they could do this, that they could win this series.
Liquid is dead to me now. M80 is my new favorite team. They are the hope that NA has been looking for. Liquid, how many maps did they take against Vitality in 2 best-of-3s? Zero. How many did M80 get in 1 best-of-3? 1, which is not as many as you want, but 1 is better than 0.
1 is better than 0, but this Vitality came to play towards the end, but there were still many uncomfortable moments for me, which made me doubt what Vitality we were getting, because, you know, Dust 2, we said second half, they came back into it, looked like Vitality, but this Inferno, there were some great plays, there's some great reads coming out from the likes of M80.
Yeah, I mean, Vitality didn't play great CS. They didn't even play good CS up to their level. I think M80, though, did play good CS. The problem is you've got Slacks against Zywoo. You've got Swisher against Rops. You know, these are tenured professionals, long careers, top 5 players in the world right now against the likes of M80. They're not supposed to be getting 10 rounds against a Vitality that is playing at a reasonable level, with Apex calling a great game as well. This is a very successful game from M80.
And you were saying it, right? What Apex was calling, some of these rounds, it just felt like towards the end of the T side, he was making all the right calls, helping put his team in all the right decisions. But even then, M80's individuals were still shutting down some of these scenarios. Yeah,
they were doing a great job of it. I think Pimp mentioned it great on the broadcast. You know, when they had great openings, M80, but in the mid-round, they started to turtle up a little bit and play for counter utility. They did the same thing on Dust 2. Apex got a read on that so incredibly quickly, and then they're just walking into bomb sites. They're popping in the mid-round, and they're completely catching M80 completely off guard. And although I want to give credit to the individuals from M80, they did a good job. A lot of those were just fumbles from Vitality. You had the 3v2 or 3v3 on the B site retake. You just have to win that if you're Vitality.
But you have to capitalize on the mistakes of others where you can and where you can get them. And someone who was planning very well for this is Sim. We've got him joining us for the interview. Hey, Sim, I know it's, okay, a strange one for you. It's not the results you wanted here, but we're giving you a lot of praise and credit because you guys played Vitality very well. Just give me your initial thoughts coming off the back of this series.
Yeah, obviously happy with Overpass, I would say. Dust 2 has been kind of a problem child in recent times for us, so still trying to work harder to fix that map, I would say. And on Inferno, a little bit disappointed in the T side, but overall, I think like they had a good read on us, especially on their T side, on our CT. So they made our life hard. But yeah, I think it was an okay showing.
Yeah, I was going to ask about the CT side because it felt like you guys had some really strong early round openings, but in the mid round, Apex started to kind of get an understanding of where you guys were a little weak. You guys may be playing for counter utility. Is there something you feel like they kind of identified that you want to fix there?
Yeah, for sure. I would say obviously me as the B player, we realized then a bit too late that they kind of disrespect the bottom banana stage of us, like the, let's say, logs and like behind the halfway towards T-spawn, this side. So they kind of disrespected this side and made it really hard for us. And then when we tried to adapt, we realized a bit too late. And then they played, for example, this strong B round where they actually smoked pool from T-spawn, and it just made it really hard for us.
The other question I wanted to ask is about adding Hext over Rek. You know, Rek was a player that got a lot of credit for being kind of an unsung hero in the team at times, and then you bring in Hext, who he's looked good, but he's never been kind of a standout, amazing, incredible player. Can you speak to like the differences in their play styles?
I would say playstyle-wise, they're kind of similar. I think we're trying to get Jaden Hex to do a bit more stuff, like on his lurk positions, to like shine a bit more. But we tried the same with Ethan, like with Rek. And I think just the biggest difference between these two is that Hex is a bit more talkative, and he's bringing like more inputs for the team, like what's happening on his side of the map. And in general, it made it a bit easier for me to play with him.
Well, it certainly worked out very well for you, at least in what you were able to show here. Given this fight you were able to put up against Vitality, Sin, do you feel like this gives you a confidence boost, you know? Because you guys have literally, you just landed a couple of days ago, got adjusted and get ready for this?
Yeah, confidence boost, kind of. I mean, we knew our overpass is strong, so still very confident there. But yeah, just it hurts a bit, especially right now in this moment, right? I think we could have, on Inferno, just one or two swing rounds more, because we got some nice lucky rounds. Like, I wouldn't say really lucky, but just we hit the right move in the right moment. For example, this B retake. Like, it was an insane round, which kind of gave us the chance to close out this game. But yeah, they made it hard for us and deserved win, of course.
Well, while we've got you, you're talking about some of these rounds. We'll play this little mic'd up moment for you as well.
Okay, sure.
Right click and go through this and trade him.
Might have to.
Just go with him, Hex.
Bucket.
Right click behind your ass.
Let's go.
Go
through.
Watch out.
Behind us.
Thank you.
Emo.
Go flank.
Smoke it, stick it, just stick it.
On! No!
Behind you.
What the fuck? Yo, listen. It was same round, okay?
Yeah.
They're running out of calls.
That was obviously a very solid round to come out the back there. Some good comms from you guys. Look, in that sense, it looks well aligned.
Yeah, I mean, it was a like, we took the chance. The moment he killed the first guy, like, he I don't know where he killed the first guy, to be honest.
Dark.
But we saw the second guy. Oh, okay, nice. That was the key kill, of course. We saw the other guy move into spawn, and Robs was kind of like so far away, so his lurk was kind of, he got the kill, but it made it hard for his teammate. And just, we had two smokes, I think, on the bomb. Mason made a play, like, he took, he took like action in his voice. He was like, yo, stick the bomb, I'm gonna hold you. And it made it really easy to win the round for these two after the dark kill.
Yeah, I wanted to ask a question there. I think it was you that said right-click a flash behind yourself, Hext, and go through. Was that you calling that? Is that like, is that something you guys are happy calling? You have you dead, you're calling retakes, you're calling things while you're dead, or do you have someone trying to recall that, like the coach or some other player trying to call these retakes?
In this case, it was the coach. Like, it helped us obviously that Rory could speak in this tournament, in the coach slot. But in general, I would say in our team we set a lot of emphasis on the dead talk. Like, if you're dead, you're not out of the round. You have to step up for your teammates and elevate them. In the case that when you're dead, you look at the teammate, and especially if he's like in tense situations, you're gonna talk for him, so your teammate can focus on shooting. So like, if you don't dead talk, you're out of the team. Like, it's really important for us. And then obviously, like, if you have an idea how to play out the round, let's say you can take some faster space on some position, maybe coordinate a retake for your teammates just to help them a bit. It would be really easy. So yeah, dead talk is really valuable to us.
It certainly is. And well, thank you very much for your time there, Sin. I appreciate it, man. Good luck throughout the rest of the tournament. We'll be catching up with you later on.
Appreciate you guys. See ya.
Always well spoken, always a lot of good thoughts. And I do love the fact that even though, right, he could be like, okay, we challenged Vitality, we're happy. He's still so disappointed, which to me is actually a positive sign, right? Because he knows he had them on the ropes.
Yeah, because if you get that close, when you go into that series, I think they would, if you told them beforehand, you can get one map, I think they'd be ecstatic. They'd be happy about that. But when you get them that close, when you get it to 13-10, you feel like you have it in the bag if you're M80. You feel like you just need to do a little bit more to push it over the line. I totally understand why he's unhappy about that, but I do think they can go back, rest on it for a second. Come back tomorrow, and I think they'll be happy with what they showed. But at the end of the day, for the VRS points, they do need to win a series somewhere.
Yeah, that is obviously the always important factor when it comes to all of this. But that's enough talk on M80 and Vitality. Next up, we've got Virtus.pro taking on GamerLegion. But we've got some fantastic interviews with both Finn and Ash for you to enjoy before we get there. Finn, it's 2 months already since Perfecto joined the team. How would you say, from your perspective and what you want from him, do you think it's going?
I think that it's going, but it's not like as perfect as it could be. So we need more time, of course. But everything is going. Yeah, it's true about that.
When you say it's not as perfect as could be, what things do you think are missing currently?
The players are not really connected. Yes, and we're working on it. So we make fast decisions together and play like one game.
Since adding Kersey, I would say it's fair to say you guys haven't showed the best GamerLegion right now. So what do you see it as not working for you guys currently?
I think it hasn't just quite clicked yet. I think we've played some good Counter-Strike here and there. It's our performance has been a little bit up and down at the kind of the wrong times. So I think mentally we've also struggled quite a bit as well, just adapting to the new expectations, to be honest. We've kind of set higher expectations of ourselves, and we just kind of haven't met those yet. We're kind of hoping that we've experienced a little bit more of this, that we'll see more consistency. Yeah,
and I'd agree with that, because the community's perception changed a lot, right? With PR, with Res, with what you guys are able to do. So those expectations will come. Now, I know you mentioned also that Kersey maybe needed more time. From your perspective, obviously, we praise how much you guys have been good at scouting out these players. How much time do you think he needs to be where you want him to be?
Oh, to be where I want him to be, it'll probably take a bit more time still, but I'd like to start him showing a little bit more of it now, because he is good enough right now. And we've seen a lot in practice. He's getting more comfortable. He's understanding more what he can do, what the kind of limits he can push. And when we've played some of the games, I think he's just kind of forgotten a lot of the details, and he's focused so much on not making mistakes that we've kind of not seen any of his own gameplay. So we're expecting a player that is very impactful, going for peaks and making plays, rather than the guy that's just sitting back and supporting. And sometimes in the last events, when the pressure's there, it's just come back to a little bit more supporting. So get him out of his shell a little bit more, get used to it a bit more, and then expect him to be a lot better in the future as well.
And this is actually now quite an interesting scenario, because obviously it's online. So do you expect him to be feeling less pressure and more comfortable, actually?
Yeah, I think so. He's probably what he's more used to. Probably more experienced than anyone else on the team, really. So yeah, I think it's a benefit knowing that you can play at home and you can play good already. Usually when you go into LAN, it takes you out your comfort zone a little bit more. Things don't feel quite the same. You've got cameras in your face and things like this. So it should be less pressure for him, and hopefully now he can kind of show more of what he's been showing in practice.
Now, talking about your first game, you're going up against VP. You did beat them back at Cologne as well. But are you ready for this VP? Are you ready for maybe them to throw an overpass at you?
Yeah, for sure. I think we've kind of had a bit of respect for each other in the past for overpass, where neither of us have really picked it, and it's not gone to third map, surprisingly, even though we've been kind of expecting it. Yeah. They've been picking it quite a lot. We haven't been so far. I think probably both of us know the level that our overpass can get to, and we're both probably not as comfortable yet, knowing that it takes a while, it takes quite a few officials, it takes a lot of practice, and so far I think the level of overpass is kind of low, and it's just slowly rising. So if it's going to happen today, I think it's more likely to happen today than it is in the other series, really. But yeah, this is a team that it's always super dangerous. We've been good against them in the past, online in a new environment. They're going to be a little bit better than before as well. It's going to be a tough game.
And here is the veto. Now we expect the normal Nuke and Inferno bans to go out the way. Nuke on VP, and then Inferno should be for GamerLegion. But they're gone for Mirage, so they changed up from last time.
Yeah, I mean, they've been kind of shifting around their ban, because I honestly think there's 2 or even 3 maps they're not really super comfortable playing. They don't have a win on Train or Mirage in their last 3 months, right? So they're kind of uncomfortable on both. Last time around, I think Mirage was planned to be the 3rd map the last time they played. This time around, you get VP picking Dust 2, actually. All right.
Same as last time, same as what they went for.
Yeah, and then you're expecting from GamerLegion, I mean, last time around they picked Ancient. They've got a few options they can go for, but that's probably where they're going to go. And then map 3, they talked about it in the interview, handshake overpass.
Yeah, because both teams can play overpass. VP actually played it very well against Mouse. So in my mind, I was thinking maybe they would have even picked it this time, considering they lost it last time. Now the Inferno ban comes out, and it's actually VP that will do away with that one. So maybe helping out GamerLegion in some ways.
Yeah, and then you have to imagine...
Ooh.
Seriously. Okay.
Okay.
All right. GamerLegion, I mean, they've banned Train in a couple of series they've played recently. They have one game on it with a loss, and so going for it, that's definitely a little on the surprising side. But if anyone's going to pick up a map like Train, it feels like an Ash type map.
Ash baited me though, man. I thought because he was saying like, oh, we expected it to get there, then he would let it to come through, at least be the decider, but not this time around.
I did want to see VP against GamerLegion on Overpass. That just felt like such an interesting one for the riflers to be a little active, to have the op, to have Kersey get something done. Surprised they let it go to Train, but that is one of Kersey's better maps, I believe.
One of his better maps, but he's not really hit the heights of what everyone expected for him to come into this team. I would look at this though and say what we spoke to Ash about on the interview, that maybe because it's online is actually going to be a good thing for him.
I mean, when you look at GamerLegion, they've struggled to have a strong opper for almost the last year. They had Acor at some point, they had Slend, and none of them have even really been breaking 1.0 rating that consistently if you put on a filter of like top 30 or something like that. They've been struggling. Then you bring in Kersey, and he's immediately drawn the ire of the community. He's missing shots that I've heard someone say, that's a shot I could hit. And sometimes it does feel like it's kind of true. You've got Rez PR duo that just dominates. They're such strong riflers. Rez, you almost forgot about him after that 1970 Chicago performance, MVP performance, but he did come back after his fake time in NIP, we try and forget. But it's the opping that's really been lacking.
1970s performance, was that old school Counter-Strike? We've gone back even further than I can even possibly remember. But yeah, these two are the heavy hitters for the team, right? They've been doing fantastic work for GamerLegion, and it is a shame that they can't have this AWPer to be there and be the extra presence. But is that maybe part of the way GamerLegion's structure is and set up? Do you not thrive in them situations?
I don't think they set up the opper on the T side necessarily to have the most impact at times. I think they sometimes it feels Woxic-esque, where Woxic will be throwing utility for Aurora, and then he'll end up in some odd situations that he has to have experience, and Woxic has that experience. Kersey doesn't have that experience. So he's not always in the best spots, but he still needs to do better than he's done. He's done really, really poorly so far on this team. And when you look back at his previous performances, I don't think he's a world-beating opper, but certainly, as Ash said, I don't think he's shown what he's capable of. I think he's definitely capable of having good games against opposition like VP, not just dropping the ball, not being this much of a kind of target for the community.
Well, we know someone who has a lot of experience and is used to this level. It's Perfecto, who's come back into this VP, but what is your take on him right now coming into this?
He's not himself yet. I think Perfecto still needs a little bit of time. I mean, he's had something like 40 maps maybe with the team. He's had some time, but when you compare him this year to what he's had in the past, what he's been in 2024, even when he wasn't, necessarily playing with the best Cloud9 team in that kind of stint there, I think at the end of 2023 to 2024, he was playing some of his best CS. And we think about Perfecto, he made that Navi team. He was kind of that last bit, kind of like Rops to Vitality. He was that last kind of bit that they needed to make them an amazing team. We want to see that because he shows flashes of it, but he's not there yet.
Well, it's going to take him some time to find his way within this VP lineup, but can he get it done now against GamerLegion? We're about to find out with Hugo and Pim.
Bit of a spicy game on this second one. Pretty open field between VP and GamerLegion. I'm not sure what you're making of VP right now. Everyone's down, everyone's out. Are you buying in while they're low?
Not really. I think they're kind of stagnating right now. I'm having a tough time replacing them, with a different team within the top 5, top 6, top 7. I don't think they're quite of that caliber just yet. So hoovering around a top 10 team, whereas for GamerLegion, it's a different story. Like VP, big budgets, big players, big names. GamerLegion, they're doing it in a different way, right? They're trying to be a talent factory, and I think for what they got to work with, they're doing a decent job. So, two different outlooks in this game, two different ways of, I guess, running an organization, but two teams that on the server should be quite equal.
Yeah, absolutely. Dust2, Ancient, Train to finish. VP start on their map pick.
Rematch from Cologne. Last time they played Dust2, as the desk alerted to, it was GamerLegion winning, and PR had a fantastic showing, putting up 181 rating in that game versus VP. So safe to say that PR, man on your screen right here, he's a massive win condition.
Yeah, it does feel like the next big thing here. GamerLegion hanging on to him for as long as they can.
Yeah, I'd buy him.
Yeah.
At the money.
Don't think you can afford him.
Nope.
This guy's...
Well, maybe if I transition to become a caster more often. I heard you guys are getting paid the big bucks, but...
Well, You wouldn't know.
I wouldn't
You're
know.
volunteering. Oh, that's ugly from Kersey. There's shots, and no one follows up. The flank from the USP does very little. So VP, wherever they go, they're favored. One shot from Rez in the side, 2 shots. No more. No, not allowed. Surely they put him down. So VP, they make us scared for a moment.
Yeah, well, that was a nice attempt by Rez. Another player that's going to be vital if GamerLegion wants to win here. And that's the cool thing about this matchup. As said, we saw them playing Cologne. We saw GamerLegion win 2-0. Realistically speaking, VP with the budgets, with the player names, with Electronic leading the charts, joined by Flit, Fame, Perfecto for that matter as well. You know, judging by the names and the value of those, they should be winning against GamerLegion pretty much every time, but that's just not the case. So I think it comes down to PR, Res, and I guess the overall team play of GamerLegion to stand the test versus the clearly more skilled individuals. At least it used to be like that. It's been a while since we've seen Electronic firing on all cylinders, and I feel like Icy is pretty much the only guarantee within that lineup. That's the guy I can always count on doing a decent job. Never like the best player on the server, never single-handedly carrying, but always doing a decent job. Most of the time.
Yeah, jury's out on that for me.
Yeah.
I think the AWPers here are some of the weaker pieces in the team.
That's fair.
But Kersey's still time to grow, certainly. Icy has been in this team long enough now. I kind of still want more from him.
I think it's an incredible tough team to perform in, to be completely honest, with Electronic being the in-game leader and so much focus on the riflers. You know, you want to enable Flit, you want to enable Fame, you want to enable yourself if you're Electronic. So in terms of being an AWP player, you're not being catered to a lot in VP. PR gets attack here. That's going to soften him up a bit. Still a slow round by VP, and that's something that never changed. People thought that Jame leaving, that would meant a more aggressive VP. Well, I've seen the stats that suggest that they're playing even slower counters right now, so get used to it.
Yeah, vibe check at VP has not always been their strong suit. Crossing into the site, though. VP's guns looking to break through this force from GamerLegion. PR far with the scout. Icy's followed up. And 10 seconds. Are we worried? No, I don't think so. Bomb's going to make it down. Wallbang can't stop that.
Looks tough now for GamerLegion to retake this one. No kit. Towson maybe can create some space for himself. Perfecto in a prime position though to shut him down. Get that kill and that's it. Round over.
Peeking off Flit as well. So.
Yeah, we're staying behind the smoke right now. They're boosting. There we go.
Time is the problem though. Flit does get found. Perfecto pops up. Through the smoke goes Tolson, then oh no, they line up. Perfecto with a quick turn. Oh, but he gets shot through the smoke! Fully through the smoke. PR's got time.
No way.
What?
Okay, what a way to finish that round. I was just about to say all Perfecto has to do now is stay alive, stay behind the smoke and play the time because there's no kit. And then he just gets absolutely beaten through the smoke.
Did he see anything, or was that just full random shot?
I think that was a Hail Mary.
Oh, Icy got his own. Oh my god, show me this.
Yeah. As random as it gets.
Oh, I think Electronic's shouting at you after that one. Oh dear.
Okay, well that's the worst possible way to start a VP right here. I will say Icy as well. Having the scout in hand, playing up close with the smoke on long, he then pulls out his pistol just as the player walks out of the smoke. Yeah, that is. I think Icy should have forecasted that. He should have been well aware that there's nothing you can do with a scout in that position. So just have the Glock in hand from the get-go, and that would have been an easy trade kill coming in for him. But it's always easy to point out the small mistakes, especially when you have the overview like we do, but not the best start for VP right here. Rest is fighting with his teammate. Towson taking a lot of damage, down to 12 HP, but so far so good. No one has died. No one has been fragged out on the server, but both Electronic and Towson are limping around.
This game's immediately kind of come out with a shock.
It's going to be one of those, isn't it? I think it's two teams.
Every VP game is like that.
True. There's always going to be this conversation of when do they reach their full potential? When do we get to see Electronic, Fame, Flit play well together? Bro, are we over those days now?
I mean, unless they leave this team, and that's... Oh, they missed the mid to B smoke. Perfecto. He's had time out of the server. But still.
To be fair, it's a tough smoke, right?
With that lineup, yes. For the longest time... No, well, the point I was going to make was The rumors were, before Perfecto joined, that Flit and Fame wanted to leave.
Yeah.
Those are the rumors. Like, they had enough, they didn't like this, they wanted to go. They were rumored to go to, I'll hold this thought, because they are spilling into CT. Good check on the smoke. CTR comes through to his death. PR on the cross, needs something. VP are really wasting their time. 20 seconds, 2 kills come through. They get squeezed there, and VP do more with less. No spam either.
That's a beautiful execution coming in from VP.
Crazy.
Work with what they got, put some players in towards CT spawn, and really using the space created by the utility. I love the double smoke on Catwalk as well. That creates that pathway you can jump through in towards CT spawn. And let's be honest, GamerLegion could have handled that better, but for what it's worth, VP had very little to work with and got the absolute most out of it.
But on that VP vibe check, I mean, the rumors I heard were Fame and Flit wanted to go and play back in Parivision. Now, who's in Parivision? Jame.
Yeah.
They wanted to go and reunite with Jame, who got usurped by Electronic. And they were willing to essentially drop a tier of Counter-Strike.
Yeah.
We haven't seen Jame come back to LAN since he joined this team. Although, I will say Parivision have come very close. They've come like second in a bunch of qualifiers, Pro League qualifiers, stuff like this. So they were right there. But these guys wanted to go back a tier just to get out of this team. Then Perfecto joined. That saved the team from crumbling.
Yeah,
But
or
did
maybe
it just
bought them
delay
some time.
delay its downfall?
That's the thing, and the issue with the whole Jame thing is maybe someone within VP is, you know, maybe they want to bring him back. Maybe they thought, okay,
I'd be down.
Yeah.
Why not?
The thing is, then you have to sacrifice Icy as well. And to be fair, he was an expensive investment, and so was Electronic. So from an organizational point of view, that's going to be expensive. Kersey, he was a very cheap investment, was brought in from nowhere. I spoke to Ash about it during IM Cologne, and he said he watched a couple of his demos, watched him play, and thought there was a lot of potential to work with. So far, so good with the scout. Getting a kill on towards Icy, putting Electronic to 30 HP. I'm not gonna lie, we've seen 3.5 rounds of this game, and it's been very, very messy so far.
Yes.
But usually, that makes for the best games.
Back and forth. Back and forth again. And they hear that leave from Long. PR boosted in the box. Electronic's coming back to his position. He doesn't want to drop off and make noise, so he's going to stay here. I want to see this PR fight, to be honest, because this is a weird fight for Electronic. Lovely shot. Electronic just waltzes in to an off angle like that. Kersey on the cross. Hits his tag. Ooh, flash over the top, and he can go back for a little bit more. Get one more out of here, Kersey. It could be a kill that wins the round. Instead, VP back out.
Yeah, what now?
Over rotation could be a problem.
You have a smoke on Flit, so a B split maybe. Yeah, there we go. Drops down, wants to do the smoke, but Rest is just fighting him straight up, getting a kill. Gets traded by Flit, and that opens up a little bit of the B bomb side. A player stuck behind the CT smoke. They're gonna split up now. Perfecto coming in from tunnels, and CTR, they don't spot each other.
I mean, it's still 1v1 for the round on B, but Flit has somehow dodged death. He's gone inside the smoke, and CTR, he had a feeling that whole time. Maybe he saw him on the minimap. Either way, it's a force buy, half buy, eco, full buy win for GamerLegion.
Yeah.
They've got a little bit of everything in there. Kersey, great round off the scout. 2 tags and a kill. A bit of a confusion there in middle.
It's been a wild start to this game, hasn't it?
Yeah, it's not going to stop, by the way, because VP have brought back in.
Well, let's see if they work better with little to work with, so to speak. Tech9's in the mix. Single AK on Flit. Maybe you're investing in him doing something. That's a great grenade landing at the feet of Perfecto. He's being put down to 50 HP. Kersey again aggressive with the scout. That was a mess around, by the way. Make no mistake. Only 1 kill to his name, but softening up the opponents like that, tagging players left, right, and center, it does so much. Especially when the rest of your team is on pistols. They want to simplify it here, VP. Is that just going to be a straight B execute towards 1000? And well, they were toying with the idea, I think, and decided to pull the plug for now. Still hoovering around in tunnels. Bomb is there as well. It's going to be a B execute. 1000 is going to be put under a lot of pressure together with Res, unless VP decides to go elsewhere.
I don't know why you can molly Res position, but I don't know why you would when you're against a full buy, because who would play here with an M4? Res is trying. Util goes in, backside molly, but no push. They're waiting for the mid contingent. Fame out. There's no smoke.
And where's Icy? Icy has that one smoke that can open up that
Very late, though.
avenue. He's coming in here now.
They're going to go Cat instead. They threw a B execute and they didn't push, so no one's
About to
moved.
say, they didn't apply any pressure. They didn't do anything, no.
Contact mid to B. No smoke on spawn. Kersey, scout, but is he scoped on upper or lower? Will he see this one? Yes. Takes the head off of Fame. This one is... It's all over the place. 20 seconds. The bomb just went back out mid from Catwalk. They don't even know where they want to go. 20 seconds, guys. 15. This bomb's got to run. Now the mid to B smoke comes in. You can't win this. What the hell are you doing? 10 seconds. Your bomb's going up, but you can't win. You literally can't win. Who cares? Who cares about these kills? You can't win. It's over. Why are you trying? Go mid. VP. Back in with another round. What are we watching? What was this?
The cool thing is normally...
Bombs up Cat with 20 and he tries to go upper tunnels after mid to B smoking.
Yeah.
Go mid to B.
Wait, what do you want me to say? I can't explain that. I can't explain that. I can't explain that.
What are you doing?
That is horrendous.
What?
It's just the electronic being on Catwalk seems so disjointed from the whole scenario, right?
I forgive that if the bomb goes mid to B. The bomb goes upper.
Yeah.
He goes out mid to smoke mid to B on the fly to then go back through tunnels into upper with 15 seconds.
Yeah.
Bro, you don't need a clock to tell you that that's not possible, do you?
No, it's bad. It's real bad.
What was that round?
I don't know. Maybe Fame and Flit should leave, you know?
Anyone buying?
The cool thing is, normally I can be in a green room, I can watch this game, I can watch around like that and be like, I don't want to think about it, I don't want to talk about it.
Yeah, now you have to talk about it.
I'm forced to talk about it, yeah. Towson doing a decent job getting a couple of kills here. And
yeah, move on, I guess.
Yeah, it's just, wow, it's a terrible start to the game for VP, you know? We complimented them for pulling off a nice force buy in the second round and executing well, but it does feel like they require a lot of space to go into those executes, and the time management, I don't get it. I can't remember who it was on Twitter who made up this whole statistic that after James left the team, then they actually started to play slower in VP. Like, the average round length of VP's play were longer, which is
just felt
crazy.
like VP are where good riflers go to die, you know?
Yeah.
I feel like Flit and Fame have just been wasted in this team at times.
There was a conversation, I think that was with Bubsky maybe a year and a half ago. He wanted to make the case that Flit, Fame, and Electronic was the strongest rifling trio in the world.
I mean, if at their peak, if they're all at their peak.
Point being.
And none of them are in-game leading.
Yeah. That's a fair claim. That's like a fair conversation.
I could see that.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, sure.
But now they find themselves on a team that is struggling to stay within the top 10.
Well, yeah, they're not even touching it right now.
No. It's crazy. It is indeed crazy. However, I want to give...
I'm shattered.
Yeah,
I'm
me
shattered.
too. And I
have
hope...
to cast this whole game now.
Yeah, it's early. It's early. Don't check out yet.
God.
Don't check out yet.
I'm kind of over this map.
Let's focus on the positive. GamerLegion punishing it.
Yeah.
I think Kersey's off to a good start. He's been under a lot of flack for late.
Yeah. Let's talk about these guys.
There we
Triple
go.
Cat. Brutal. I mean, PR... Is PR the best player in the server? I think he might be.
He is, yes. I think so too. And I can't see a world where GamerLegion can keep him for much longer.
Yeah, true.
2026 PR will play for a different team. That's beautiful utility work here as well. Flit put down to 20 HP. Electronic at 25. Perfecto 61. They seem shattered already.
Oh, Fame's here. They have no idea. Don't go out long, guys. I've got this.
Why?
In the bag. Oh,
no.
PR.
He's the best player on the server.
Yeah, that's crazy.
That was an opening. That was a way to win the round.
I don't think he was expecting 2 players committed along.
No. That's mistakes you can't offer if you're GamerLegion. I think the cleaner you play against VP, the less mistakes you make, they will do it for you. They will make the mistakes for you.
Sorry, I'm just checking my watch and there's 20 seconds left, so I think it's a save.
Yeah, it's a great save, isn't it? 2 get littles into the next round. That's going to do wonders.
I mean, yeah.
Icy and Fame, what? Mac 10 get littles as well. A little loss bonus to work with, but yeah. Don't check out yet.
Is this a hate watch stream? It feels like a hate watch right now.
I mean, Maui's in love with it, I'm sure. He loves a bit of hate watching.
Yeah.
I feel like that's his brand, isn't it? Just hate watching all the time. No, for good reason though. I think for VP, again, I like to zoom out sometimes and look at it from an objective point of view. It is a crazy expensive team. You know, the investments of Icy, where he came from as well, bringing in Electronic, you bank on Electronic instead of James. The salaries of these players as well, trust me, they're earning good money to play Counter-Strike. So to be where they're at right now and to have this outlook on the server where I feel like there's no consistency within VP. I never know what I get apart from a slow game. It's just not good enough. So
I love it when they run at them.
Yeah.
I love it when VP mash that W button.
Maybe that's it, you know? Maybe that's the win condition for them. Maybe they have to change it up a little bit. This one was a good one. Maybe a little bit lucky getting the second one through the smoke, but it works out. Long control, 5v3. You have to convert this, and I'm sure you will, unless PR does something here.
Oh, PR. He's known to do things. What kind of things? The nade goes in, the molly goes in. PR allowed to escape by Icy Scout, who holds default. They spam car. PR goes back to car. Oh my god, this is so
I love this.
sweet.
I love this from PR.
This is no one even Icy the whole time is holding default, so he never saw. There's a spot for Kersey.
And there we go. Now
Dude,
PR
how many
is baited for. Yes, if he gets 2 kills, the round is open.
It's over. 3v5. Electronic is too late to come up catwalk, so VP are going to scale. PR might just take this first kill, though. Oh my god, PR. Perfect record on car. 1, 2, that will do. They've got a chance. Flit opens the door again with a second kill. And Torsen is too far away, caught by Electronic in lower. And so VP do it.
Yeah, I would love to see that from Flit's point of view. I think that second kill was massive on his screen. It seemed like they came instantly.
Onto Kersey on site.
Yeah, PR did everything good. That's a beautiful play. It comes from confidence. Yeah. He's willing to risk the fight in towards pit, not getting it, and then he plays it to perfection. He is very unlucky that he pulls the trigger, because he would have about to see the third person right here in Flit, and had he seen him, he would have killed Flit first and then gone for the other 2. So that was a world right here where PR could have pulled off the unthinkable. But just the fact that he does all the right decisions to get in that position, I love that. He's a young prospect. He's a player that's not going to play for GamerLegion coming into 2026. I hardly find a world to imagine that. I think he's too good. And I think he's a player that a lot of the big teams right now are looking at. G2, FaZe, all those boys. If you can get PR on your team, got a good thing going.
Well, ZTR caught off guard right now. Flit's walked all the way up catwalk. Fast but slow for VP. Rez, here's the climb. Can't really stop it though. Perfecto, he's right below you. He is right below you. On that smoke fade, you'll see the barrel. Gives it away. PR again alone, but this is too much to ask for one man. Should be looking to save here. At long is fame.
Yeah, saving is the best option, of course. The question is PR allowed to save? And can he find a way out of this situation?
He should be dead. But Fame doesn't fire.
Well, that's what happens when you're the best player on the server.
Flit is making a case.
Yeah, true. And Flit is a fantastic player. I find that whole rumor thing you're talking about, Flit and Fame potentially wanting to leave, very interesting, because they were so goddamn good. You know, a couple of years ago, 2 players that was enjoyable to watch. And I think the whole issue for me with VP now is that, you know, with Jame, you knew what you got. You got a slow-playing VP. It was at times frustrating, but at least there was a clear style, a clear ID, a clear red line of thinking Counter-Strike. I think with Electronic, it doesn't make sense how unorganized they look. It doesn't make sense that they're playing even slower Counter-Strike now with the tools they have available. A guy like Electronic and NAVI, what worked out for you? I know NAVI back in the days, they also played slow Counter-Strike in the Blade system, but they picked it up. They kind of innovated. They bought into CS2 as a new game as well, and if you look towards NAVI today and compare them to NAVI and CSGO in the later stages, that's a different way of thinking and playing Counter-Strike, where it feels like Electronic is stuck in the old way of I guess, playing and thinking about the game, and I think that's a bit of an issue, and I think that's holding VP back in some sense.
And you see those signs of life when they kind of go off the leash and they run a fast round. And I even think towards the end of James' time in VP, we're getting those rounds on occasion.
Yeah.
And I feel like Electronic is starting to in VP's best tournaments when they're mixing up the pace. You expect them to play really slow, you hold your util, and then you get played on first timing, and it can often work out. And obviously we're on Dust 2, we're on a map where if you have those spawns, you can play quicker rounds. And VP have actually broken through with a long pop. They sent Flit walking into the A site last round. We've had a couple of speedier moments. Maybe this will be one of them. Icy 1 and 6 on the AWP. That smoke blocks the B site.
I love this play. We've seen that from a lot of teams. You have 4 players starting in upper tunnels. The plan is Ivy gets the first kill, then the rest of the team is there straight away to follow up and go in towards the B bomb side, and you pretty much win a round for free.
It relies on a mistake for GamerLegion, one that Torsen will not make.
That's the thing, yeah. Saw it a couple of times in Saudi Arabia at EWC where players gets that first kill on towards the B bomb side and does 2, and then all 4 players are ready to pounce on it, and if not, then you didn't lose anything by going 4 players in upper tunnels, because you can just reset and go into the round a little later. There's plenty of time to play with. So that call itself, I don't mind that from Electronic, and that's the thing, that's what frustrates me a lot from VP. I think there's a lot of good things happening, and there's so much potential, and we see it in glimpses. It's just the lack of consistency. And it's not like map to map, it's more so round to round. They can play 2 good rounds, and then they completely fall apart in a couple of rounds, and then back to playing good. Whereas for most teams, it's something that follows the cycles of at least a map, you know, or maybe a series, or maybe a day of good Counter-Strike. But for VP, I guess that's what makes them somewhat exciting, is that you never know. Sometimes maybe good, sometimes maybe bad.
That is the up and down. The roller coaster. Flip with a re-smoke mid to B after they get blocked on Cats. This upper push. Oh, the timing on the nade pull covered by Perfecto. High damage, no kill. Torsen needs a multi to even make this interesting. The spacing was a bit skew if he's able to get out after 2. A third for Torsen. No business putting this down range. Where is the trade for VP? They had 3 in the tunnels, and it's too late for Icy. Torsen rocks them, socks them, and knocks them unconscious.
That is a beautiful play by Torsen, for sure. Takes quite the individual skill to pull that off, but my god, is the spacing terrible. Look at that. First play out, no trade. He even gets to stand in window with the back turn to tunnels for 3 seconds before the next player peeks out. Who's Perfecto? What on earth is going on in the VP cam right there? That is Counter-Strike at a very, very low level.
That was their round, man. They got the entry gifted to them.
They got them exactly where they want to, and then they mess it up. Another long take, good spawn out here. Play fast, sure, but has it been a messy game? I feel like we're almost talking about VP as if they're not they're not on the server at all. Yet they have 4 rounds to show for, maybe finish with 5 or 6, and obviously remain competitive in the game. But that's what I mean. If you're VP and you're playing this poorly, which you are, and you still somewhat are in the game, then what would happen if you actually play good Counter-Strike from start to finish?
I just feel like the mistakes, you know, show so clearer when I watch this team. You know, like the timing of that Icy rotation, the spacing right there. It's like, because they have strong players, and when they are grouped, when they're hitting together and Flint's finding entries, it can look so strong. Oh my god. But when the mistakes are there, they are very apparent. That is ugly for Rez as well, to be fair. Walks into the angle. Electronic peeks him on the smoke plume, and there we go. Couple of entries for Fame. Yep. Opens up the round and shuts it down for GamerLegion, who really should be thinking about saving. They need
At this point,
guns.
yeah. I'm a little bit dissatisfied with the way they're playing it. I don't mind Rez being in lower dark and poking the bear a little bit. He gets spotted, then he mistimes the smoke and gets punished for it. That's fair enough. Kersey, you saw that. He missed the shot in towards middle, got away from the situation unpunished, but then he wants to go in and put the nade in towards lower dark, and that cost him his life. It feels like both Rez and Kersey overextended a little bit, and they gave a free round to VP, and that's my whole line of thought right now. If you're Ash, you're watching this game, I'm sure that what he's going to be telling those players is, we see Torsen tries to save the gun, not successful with that. Listen, guys, we're giving up rounds. We're giving up scenarios right now to VP. They're not playing a great game of Counter-Strike. He sees the same things we are right now. He sees the same mistakes being very transparent coming out of the VP camp. Let's not give them anything for free. Let them work for it, because every time they have to work for it, they can't really make anything done. So it's a little bit rough to watch, because I feel like that's, again, it's always this balance between, is it VP playing this round well, or is it GamerLegion giving it up? I think in this instance, it's not only 1 mistake, but 2 mistakes coming out of Kersey and Rez that is giving up a free round, and not necessarily something I want to credit VP too much for. But if you make mistakes like this, or if you invite your opponents into the game like GamerLegion just did, then what happens when VP starts to play well, right? Because they can.
Yeah, strong 4K from Fame.
I'd even make the case that if you get away with 6 rounds after this half, if you're VP, that's probably the worst brand of Counter-Strike you can play, and you still have 6 rounds to show for. That in itself is a sign of strength.
It's a good hustle.
Yeah.
They'll grind you down.
That's what they do. They killed you in what, round 4? Round 5? That's when you checked out? Don't blame you.
Yeah, I don't think I can come back.
Well, Rez feels he can. That's a nice kill. Fame answers back on towards PR. He continues to be aggressive on towards middle. Third one. Yeah, there we go.
Get him.
Beautiful from Rez. Leaves Fame and Perfecto in a impossible 2v4 here.
And this is the close of the half as well. So GamerLegion on the CT side here on Dust 2, looking for a 7-round half. Absolutely no complaints about that. It's VP's map pick. It is getting plucked out of their pocket. Perfecto.
Same scoreline at Cologne. First half, GamerLegion starting on the CT side, winning 7-5 as well. We're getting a repeat here.
Oh dear, oh dear. Perfecto 1v4 with almost no time to do this. The smoke at top mid is silencing him. Gonna come through it. That's all he can do if he wants to win off the bomb. 3 players fighting. Perfecto. Highlight of your career or the halftime break?
Look at the clock.
In we go, and out we go. We'll be back after a break. VP need to wake up. GamerLegion looking to run back their Cologne dub over VP in stage 1. We're here at Blast Open London, and we're looking to qualify some teams to LAN. Right now, online play resumes, and we have GamerLegion sitting 7-5 up on Dust 2. It's VP's map pick. I'm here with Pimp, and we got a second half ahead of us. GamerLegion, will they bring the heat to this T side? There's a late long take. Fame flashed out. He's going to commit behind the car. Nowhere to go from here. They won't know for sure, but they certainly should check it. It's a good flashbang with jumping players. Hard to headshot. Rez follows up. Made on the break. Only one player crossing. And okay, he's a price to pay. But still, we got 4 men moving in with that bomb.
Yeah, tough spot to be in for GamerLegion. You haven't planted the bomb yet. The smokes are going to run out now, and more pressure being applied by VP, but they do decide to withdraw from the fight. Only Electronic right now is in the mix of it, and he can't really get away from here. Or can he? Well, gets a bit lucky with the timing, and there we go. We have a 4v4 retake scenario coming in.
GamerLegion set up. He needs to just trade out. Torsen starts strong. CTR is very low, but Flit's not much better, and the flank is coming in on the long side. So we have this low health battle down in pit while Rez tries to remain in A. Can't really move off default.
Time is of the essence now. No kid in play either.
Oh, I see what the jump spot. Julie's there, gonna do it on the jump. Kersey needs to look back to ramp. He does in time. And the long fight, too little, too late, and lost anyway. As GamerLegion put a pistol on a winning half. That one's gonna be painful going down for VP.
Yeah. This game is following the script of the game they played in Cologne a month ago. First half was also 7-5 for GamerLegion after the CT side, and guess what? GamerLegion also won the pistol.
Did they convert
on the T
it?
side? They also converted, yes.
Oh.
They were up 9-5 in that game, ended up winning 13-8. So if we follow that script, it's going to be GamerLegion winning in anything between 10 and 15 minutes from now. I think they have been the better team so far.
Yeah.
So that's only fair, but we have seen VP be extremely strong and potent in these 4 spies, so make no mistake, this game is far from over.
Let's see what VP can do on this B hold. It's only 2 players jump spotting.
4 players towards B right now, huh?
Yeah, AC just gets in time. That's a good grenade. Swinging off it, though. That might still bait you into the stack. They see all these grenades, though, and GamerLegion don't like it. They sit back with a 5v4 and hope for punish elsewhere.
Yeah.
And it's a worst nightmare for VP hearing that lower flash, knowing that GamerLegion is spreading their wings and looking for another route.
That's so nice, right, from CTR, and it may seem ridiculous to point out right here, and people may think, well, that's the basic Counter-Strike. Well, he's waiting for that smoke. He's waiting for the agility fully to land. He's using a flash in towards lower dark as well, going through the motions. You see so many teams who's stepping over, you know, maybe saving a flash here, just peeking out just before the smoke, etc., etc. That's something you get with Ash. Yeah, methodical. That's something you get with Ash. That's something you get with GamerLegion. They're well aware that maybe we don't have the most talent in the world, the best players, the biggest stars. If we want to win Counter-Strike games and be consistent, we have to play by the book and do it to 100%. So I think it's only fair that we point it out, because there's a lot of teams who are trying to skip over.
Oh, I see.
I still walk into
strong. Yeah, there's Electronic in the corner. Flitz won his 1v1 in middle. The pistol comes through. Icy dead. PR follows up. It's winnable. 2v4. Looking to put that bomb down in the site. Will VP just rush off of the plant audio? Forcing the kill in the window. Dangerous. They pay the price inside the smoke as he realized 8 seconds. He thinks he's got freedom, and Flit is right there. I guess he must presume there's a tunnels flank coming on. Flit last seen in the mid doors. Nice try, but VP steal that force by. You said they've been potent. You're correct.
Very potent, yeah. They don't flinch, they don't rotate. I was just giving compliments to GamerLegion for going methodically throughout middle and taking that part of the map. I would have loved to see CTR continue up and take Catwalk just to show a presence on Catwalk, so you potentially could draw a rotation for VP. They don't apply any pressure towards long, they don't apply any pressure towards Catwalk, and thus VP are not flinching. They're staying with the B stack and they're winning the round. What are they doing here?
What a shot! They say this guy's missing, well, he's also hitting impossible headshots. Will be a bridge too far, but traded by ZTR. Out from lower come more. Flash, Perfecto won't play.
What's going on in this game?
It's all over the place. Oh, PR Scout as well hits hard. They could still win this fight in middle. GamerLegion back up. There's one more man. Maybe seen in the jiggle there.
They don't know.
No, they have no info. Fame, ready to pounce. They jump up, Cat. Info gathered. Rez will not overfight. 3 players here to finish off Fame. The Deagle connects, and a back-to-back force buy as GamerLegion break the money right back.
I mean, fantastic shot by Kersey with the scout, and he's been excellent with that weapon throughout the game. We saw it on the CT side as well.
Yep.
That first kill right here is great, but VP, is that really your best bet at winning a round?
Oh.
Oof, that's nasty.
That is nasty indeed.
That's nasty. Forcing up, 2 guys pushing middle, a guy coming out from catwalk. I know you want to show it to GamerLegion, I guess, and stick it in the face, but I mean, we just come off M80 and Vitality, where I think, in all fairness, it was maybe individual from Vitality not showing up. I think the calling and the amount of mistakes were kind of limited from both sides. I think that was a good quality game of Counter-Strike where both teams played well to their abilities. I don't think that's been the case here at all.
It's been messy. There's been a lot more force by wins. There's been some very spread out T-sides.
Yeah.
That have kind of like dripped dry.
I mean, the cool thing about a game like this is that as a viewer, if you're watching it right now, you have no clue what's going to happen. You have to watch every single round because even when you think this round is guaranteed to one of the other team, it's just going to swing the other way.
Watch Fame get a multi-kill with a 5-7 up close. I've seen crazier things happen. That mid-to-B kill opens it up, but Fame could shut it right down. 1 kill, and then Icy joins the fray. 2v3. Feel like Icy's trapped here. Can they wait for the window? They don't need to. PR with that kill cements it. 14-7 on PR. I feel like his round swing is going to be crazy. Like, the impact of his kills in this game have been very nice.
Best player on the server. Him and Flit has done a tremendous job, each from an individual standpoint. And I think, as you said, PR by far with the most impact out of the two. Also reflecting in the scoreboard, 10-6 for GamerLegion. And make no mistake, if you pay attention to the right side of your screen, the banks of the VP players are non-existent. They will have to save coming into the next round. And yeah, maybe Perfecto can play with a FAMAS, but do you even want to save this? Do you want to go into the next round? Of course you want to save it, but the use of a FAMAS when you're not forcing around it is pretty much non-existent.
Yeah, it's not a hero orb, you know? You're not going to be acing.
No,
this.
It's like, yeah,
well,
you may as well play with it, but what are you going to do?
Probably wait for your next buy round.
Good on GamerLegion here, converting this round, making it somewhat flawless. Dying a couple of members, that's fine. PR quick to stabilize the round, and let's be honest, right now looking like the heavy favorites to win the first map here on Dust 2. Coming into this game, GamerLegion VP, who do you have winning?
I would just go GamerLegion.
Yeah?
Yeah, I mean, it's easy to say now at 10-6 though, isn't it?
Fair.
Like VP on and off, you never know what you're going to get really.
No.
But yeah, I like, you know, PR legit, ZTR legit.
I feel like being a VP fan must be the worst thing in the world. You know, it's like they're sending so many mixed signals.
Yeah.
You beat MIBR 2-0, you beat FaZe 2-1. I know FaZe are struggling, and you think to yourself,
the game
maybe.
was, I mean, that game was actually impressive. The overpass was really good from VP there. Like,
beating them out in Inferno as well, I believe, yeah. In the final one, 13-9 against FaZe, and you think to yourself, okay, this could be interesting. The next 2 games, they lose to Spirit, obviously, that's fair enough. They lose to Mouse, and then no fault in losing to Mouse and Spirit, and you think, okay, right, you're facing GamerLegion, you're beating MIBR, you're beating FaZe, that's the caliber of teams you can beat right now, and you'd expect them to beat GamerLegion with ease, but that's just not the case. It's like dating a girl that's just constantly sending you mixed signals.
Yeah.
Then she likes you, then she doesn't. Then she answers, then she doesn't. You know, I'm just saying it's tough out there. Being a VP fan is not easy.
I think they need to break up.
I think so too. But it's always fun from the outside. Everyone can see it. Everyone knows, you know, your friends got your back, but they have to realize that themselves.
Oh, that goes so unfortunately. That's just bad timing. And Flit's going to save the armless FAMAS if they let him. I don't think Rez is looking too forgiving in this position.
No. And they get one more shot at a VP, one more buy round.
Rez is going to finish him.
3, 2.
One tap.
11-6,
and this is the buy we've been promised. The buy we've been waiting for. The buy that some may be hopeful for.
Has to be it for VP. If they want to stand a chance of stealing away Dust 2 from GamerLegion. It's not looking likely. I say stealing away. It's their own map pick, which makes it even worse.
It's not been a lot of life from VP, especially not in the second half. Winning out round 2, that's it. Orb on the cross. Seeing nothing.
I like this small little detail. Kersey's not going for the wallbang because his job is to protect CTR as long as possible. So if an orb peeks out early, then he's going to be there, worst case, to punish it.
And Icy does have an orb on the catwalk. Glass. Flash is good, and so he can't get the shot.
He's been MIA for this game, Icy. Yeah. No impact whatsoever. Now will be the time to step up.
Now or never. Mid to be is close enough. Pressure put on this tunnels.
Such a clear difference in how they approach the game, GamerLegion MVP. Very methodical, very clinical in how they take space on the map. Also offered a lot of space here by VP. They're not playing too aggressive, but you never see a player from GamerLegion doing anything without it being backed up by utility or without being backed up by a second player can trade you. And I like that. And as I said before, I think that's a testament to what Ash is doing in terms of the coaching. They're well aware that they gotta win in their own ways. They don't have the most talent, so we gotta play picture-perfect Counter-Strike. Now let's see if they can execute towards the B bomb site.
Good stack here, and Flit thins the herd. Electronic has managed to squeeze his way into the bomb site in time, and this mid to be aspect is late right now. There's only one player in window. Oh my god, Flit getting keen, getting eager, and it's gonna cost them, but his team have got it back. Perfecto with one more in the tunnels in 20 seconds. I mean, what are you waiting for? This orb? Not going to happen. Electronic puts on a multi-kill and defends his bomb site. ZTR, last second clutch up in B, not allowed by Flit. I think VP at a certain point doubted that play, jumping up into the window. It was a bit strung out for GamerLegion. Two players very late on the mid to B. B player had to push through the smoke, blocked.
It's tough.
A weird one.
It's tough. When you're stacking 3 players towards the B bomb side, you can afford to be aggressive if you're Flit in this position. He's well aware that if he dies, it's not the end of the world. In that case, he's just baited for his 2 teammates. Same could be said for Perfecto. An aggressive position in towards tunnel. You can allow yourself a lot of freedoms when you have stacked towards that B bomb side, but make no mistake, that was a stack from the beginning of the round almost. So it's not like VP are reading the game in the middle of it and crafting out where they're gonna go. It felt like that was a bit of a gamble from the get-go, and you see the exact same happening right here. Again, 3 players towards the B bomb side from the beginning of the round, and that also speaks into the DNA of VP. To those of you who's been watching Counter-Strike for a long time, they were known to do these gamble stacks all the time, in particular on Inferno. And yeah, sometimes that's based on preparation, and sometimes that's just a gamble stack where you hope it pays off. But I can tell you what I think. As a player myself back in the day, I hated playing like that. I want to win on my own terms. I want to win not by luck. I want to win by reading the game, by being one step ahead, by using all the information at hand. I do not want to gamble. It's not consistent. You can win rounds, you can win games based on gambles. You cannot build consistency on gambles.
All right, well, VP, roll of the dice. Is this their lucky number? Only Icy here. Fame holding the long side. Icy, no connection, and this is such a tough position to be in for VP. They've lost the bomb site entirely. Got everyone alive to attempt this retake, but from spawn, it's going to be difficult. Favorable fights for GamerLegion. As the bomb goes down, they have a molly for that bomb as well. Icy will pluck ZTR out of the bomb site. This long lurker is very late. Kersey responds with his orb. PR is in no hurry to get going. Orb battle won by Icy. That opens up this round yet again as VP comes storming up the ramp. PR might be too late to play here. He can find Icy, but can he do more? Fame can just get into this bomb site. Holding on this flank right now. Kills in a flurry. PR too far away, playing with his food, and he hits the headshot, scaling the ramp. Not to be for Electronic. That was a tight margin, but it's one that's won out by GamerLegion.
A decent attempt from VP to make this retake work. Getting a couple of good kills. Icy finally connecting 2 shots, doing a good job staying patient on long. And then PR comes into the mix. The first shot on CTR is great. The second one here as well is good. But let's be honest, we praised this man. We talked about him already. But now he's a GamerLegion player. But PR right now showing why he's considered one of the brightest talents in the world of Counter-Strike. That was beautiful by him. Find the moment and hits the shots instantly to make sure that he could win the round for GamerLegion. 12-7. This seems to be over, Hugo.
Oh, well, there's always one more round in you, especially if you're VP.
Okay, let me rephrase it. This game is over, Hugo. Over.
Let's see. PR certainly trying to make it so. And again, going back to just impact kill, 17-8. Yeah. But I want to see that round swing. I want to test that new 3.0 because the feeling is he's won a lot of rounds for GamerLegion
Almost all of the kills against a fully equipped VP as well.
Yeah.
Not a lot of stat padding.
Absolutely.
Walking up along here, all 5 players. It's going to be a 5v4 on the A-bomb side. That should be fun.
Behind the smoke, inside the smoke. Pick your poison. The cross not being stopped. Fame MP9 overwhelmed by Torsen. He's got another clean entry kill. Torsen dead after 1. Icy trying to save them. Electronic overwhelmed. And this Deagle damage. 2 tags. PR. Headshot. Bails his teammate out. Bomb getting stuck down by the captain. And 2v3 over it may be. Perfecto comes up with all the health here. Icy just trying to force a kill through the lip of the smoke. Perfecto does get one more. Maybe there's still hope, but it's onto him. 1v2 with time against him. Perfecto needs to find that second player as well, but tucked out far is the AWP, and Perfecto's patience paying off for nothing. No kill gifted over. The jump shot will not connect, and he knows that orbs are long. This one is over. GamerLegion taking VP's map pick away on Dust 2.
I hear that you are up for renewal when it comes to our membership, and so I've dusted off your portfolio, and I would like you to give me your thoughts on what I consider to be one of the finest of Counter-Strike's cultural moments. Ahead of us, we have Inhuman Reactions by Hiko.
Inhuman Reactions!
You remember this well, don't you?
I do remember it. I can't escape it in some sense. It has become part of my life,
Yes.
Just like Counter-Strike has. So.
I think that when we talk about culture, we talk about context, we talk about history and all these things that make Counter-Strike great. But the beauty of Inhuman Reactions by Hiko, by Anders Bloom, is that it's short and sweet. We play this clip.
The thing to really remember here is that we are in an era of Counter-Strike where the Swedes dominate everything. There is no challenge. Everyone knows they're the best, and Hiko is just this North American player. Sure, he's got a bit of a personality, he's got a bit of something going on for him. And then this happens. What is that?
Oh,
my God, Inhuman Reactions!
that is Counter-Strike in its essence. We see him go on to lose this round, and I think one of the great things that you said here,
Not even with an aimbot could you have got that kill, and Hiko
sometimes
is still the 1-on-3.
anything is possible. I think Hiko's very lucky, Mr. Bloom, that you were there to elevate this moment.
Ultimately ended up being a big moment for both of us in many ways, even years later.
So when we think of cultural impact with Counter-Strike, I give this a 10 out of 10. And in terms of mechanics, that lizard flick that Hiko puts on display, I give that 10 out of 10 as well. This is a magnitude 10 shaking of the Counter-Strike world. 100% glory in my eyes.
Well, I would be remiss to argue with that. I will agree with your score.
Ah, fine taste. It's my pleasure to approve your renewal. You may continue casting Counter-Strike.
I appreciate your generosity.
Ah, yes. Oh, it's not on behalf of myself, sir. This is the Culture Clubhouse, after all. It's on behalf of all of Counter-Strike.
Well, together we will continue to build the culture even further into the future then.
Greater than ever.
What things do you think are missing currently?
Players are not really connected, yes, and we're working on it, so we make fast decisions together and play like one game.
Well, that interview was done before we started this game, right? And he said they're trying to work on it, but I'm still seeing the same things here. This is not a team that's connected. This is not a team that's playing well with each other, and that is a huge problem for VP.
You could have fooled me. That interview would have worked perfectly if you had done it right after Dust 2, because they're not on the same page. They're not playing together. They're kind of rushing things. And when they do make the execs happen, they're all over the place, really.
Yeah, all over the place is kind of like this game as well, because it never really felt like they knew how to approach the situations, and it started going wrong very early on.
Yeah, I mean, we have round 8 here, and there's almost about 10 rounds we could have picked from. There's 2, 3, 4, 5 we could have picked from. This one is the most egregious to me because it's a 5v3. They nade, then they molly, then they nade car, and nobody clears it. Icy is in pit. He's just sitting there. You could have a rifler jump peek it, but to me, this is one of the rounds where Icy just needs to check that to make sure PR can't get here, because he gets into the spot. He easily could have turned this round if Flit doesn't get this double kill. He picks up the one on PR and then immediately picks up the second, kind of through the smoke, and that closes out the round. But that round becomes absolutely winnable because of such a simple play. You molly car, someone makes sure that the guy just standing in the open moves, that he's not there. It's so simple. And when I look at that, we're talking a lot about the riflers, we're talking about Electronic not doing great as an IGL, but Icy kind of flies under the radar. And I feel like Icy, I looked at the stats, outside of Train and Inferno, he is a 0.93 rated player. He's really fumbling on a lot of maps, and you look at that map, he was a non-factor. Icy is consistently struggling. Maybe if it gets to map 3, we'll see him on one of his really good maps, but I want to see more from Icy.
Yeah, Icy has been a non-factor, like you said, but it's also VP at the moment. They can never get everyone going at the same time, right? We can look at some positives from Flit, for example. In this game, he was able to show it, but we've got to remember that Flit and Fame were a duo that wanted to leave this team at one point and seemingly stay just because Perfecto's here.
Flit and Fame are a duo that I feel like has been talked about for years as if they're the next big duo, that they're going to be amazing, they're going to be doing so well. And at times, individually, they are doing quite well, but you never see it kind of pop off where you want it, where you have like, you had the Bit and Electronic and Navi, where you had that just incredible duo. You never really get that from both of them at the same time too consistently. I actually think they've been doing fairly well since Flamis has left. They've gotten a lot more responsibility on going for these very aggressive plays, for going for opening kills significantly more. And I actually think they're doing pretty well in those roles. Flit, especially, you saw in that game, several rounds on their T side. They would have had no chance if it wasn't for Flit. So I don't want to give respect to Flit, but you're right. I think they need to show up at the same time, and they still struggle with that.
And it just comes back to this thing, right, where maybe they're all not agreeing on the way they want to play, and it's been a while now, but it's such a change from how the old VP played to this VP that it's just all thrown in the air and complete chaos, where, at least on the GamerLegion side, the positives are a lot of these young players. Let's look at PR, for example. He's able to step up, he's able to deliver, and they have one common goal.
GamerLegion are kind of like the inverse VP, where VP is like, they show up and you don't know, they'll have one good tournament and then 3 bad tournaments in a row. They're not on the same page. They're not playing as a team. They're all over the place. GamerLegion, they have a goal, they have a plan, they have a structure. It doesn't always work. And sometimes I think they're struggling to kind of transition out of this upset merchant team where they can go for these really gimmicky kind of plays. You saw a lot in this game. If you were watching, they would hold on to their utility very long into the round because they knew how VP played. They go for early plays, but they don't go for mid-round plays until very late. Worked really, really well. They're struggling to evolve to the next level, but you do see cohesion from them at all times. You have PR and Rez doing really well, but you never see too much bad about Tawson. You never see too much bad about really anyone on their roster except for Kersey, because they are generally all on the same page.
Now, looking at it, right, PR and Rez, we keep highlighting them, Kersey we touched on a lot, but I also think that in the supporting cast, right, when you're looking at ZTR, when you're looking at Torsen, they are actually holding their own, they're delivering, and it seems like, at least in terms of communication, of working together, these guys all have the common knowledge, the common plan of what to do.
Yeah, they have great ideas, they have great kind of synergy in terms of knowing what their win condition is. They don't tend to make plays outside of their win condition where they're kind of throwing rounds because they go for a play and their teammates going somewhere else. They're constantly on the same page. It's easy to point out PR, it's easy to point out Rez because PR especially, he gets the impact kills. He's a player, they talked about it on the cast. He's probably not in a GamerLegion jersey in a year from now because he's going to get poached, but for good reason. He's such an insane player, but he's an insane player inside of a structure that works for him and works around him. And I think that's what people love about GamerLegion. That's the lovable aspect. They're a good team.
Yeah, they're a good team, and they can also elevate their players, right? Take them to new heights with all of this. Going into looking at what we can see on Ancient, though, right? We were both maybe expecting someone would pick Overpass, at least get a decider. We don't get the glory of that, right? Actually, before we get on to Ancient, let me ask you this. Do you think that VP may as well just have chosen Overpass rather than going for this Dust 2 again?
I mean, just the way they played on Dust 2, they could have fumbled that on any map. I don't think that was a map-specific problem, James. I think that was a VP just throwing rounds, not being on the same page. That was, as the coach said, they're not on the same page. That could have been Dust 2. That could have been Dust 1. That could have been CS Office. They would have found a way to throw some rounds like that.
Dust 1. You're giving them all the opportunities, all the chances with it. But, okay, last time they played Ancient, it was 13-11 in favor of GamerLegion. It's their pick again. They're going for the rinse and repeat, same map pools facing off against each other. How would a VP not fumble this and actually turn that into a win and take us to a third?
I mean, it was 13-11 the last time around. It was a close game. Certainly, when you win the game, I think you have a bit of a disadvantage going into the next one because you've shown what works for you. It's a little easier for VP to adjust. But realistically, and it sucks to say this on an analyst desk, a lot of the time it's just VP need to stop sucking. Like just play good CS. Play good CS. They would admit themselves so many of those rounds. They just weren't doing what they needed to be doing. It's not out there to say they just played bad. If they play like that, they're getting destroyed.
But they've added Perfecto now, right? And obviously you already mentioned your things about IC. How much time do we give VP before something else drastic needs to happen?
Drastic something needed to happen weeks, months ago.
That was, what do you mean, IGL change?
Yes, unfortunately. I mean, VP has they've looked better. They've been looking up. We have to say they've looked a little bit better, but then they just dip right back into it. There's no consistent kind of path where they're getting better and better and better round, like tournament after tournament after tournament. It's never that you can start to build some foundation of trust in VP and understand what you're going to get. From game to game, series to series, round to round, as I believe Pip said on the cast, you get a different VP all the time. So something has to change. Something has had to change. And I can't imagine, again, I think if Perfecto starts to pop off, they can have some really great showings, one game at a time. They're not going to be a great, consistent team.
At a time. Okay, one word answer for this, Fu. Are we going to a third?
No.
No, that's what he expects. That's what could be going down. We're moving to Ancient. But before that, we're heading to a quick break. VP need to show some signs of life. Let's see if they can make it happen.
Virtus.pro facing the lower bracket here at Blast Open London against GamerLegion. Losing their map pick, now going to Ancient. GamerLegion, solid game. PR locked in. VP in trouble.
Very much in trouble, to be completely honest. I'm having a tough time seeing how VP is going to fight their way back into this game, and that's exactly why I think VP will win this game, because nothing you expect from VP ever makes sense. Now, they played Ancient last time around as well, and that was a close game. 13-11 for GamerLegion. Guess who was playing well? Res and PR. I expect them again to be the difference makers in the server. Same could be said for Flit. He had a tremendous game for VP, part of the reason why the game was close. So, the usual suspects and also the players playing well on Dust 2 are the same ones we're most likely going to see here on Ancient.
Well, a quit not live, and then we get back into things. But yes, this is a repeat matchup, a 13-11 last time.
I got more good reasons for you as to why I think GamerLegion is going to win. Last time PR was involved.
GamerLegion?
Yeah.
Well, you just said VP are going to win. You were trolling.
Let me rephrase this.
You were trolling, right?
Let me rephrase this. GamerLegion should win.
So that's why they won't.
I think if I use my brain only, GamerLegion will win. But nothing ever makes sense when it comes to VP, so they'll win because of that. You know, that's emotionally speaking.
Now you've played both sides, so you kind of can't lose in a way.
Well, I'll lose if it goes to a third, and I have to watch VP play one more map, right? So technically, I can lose.
Okay.
But then again, if VP actually decides to play well, then it's going to be the same case of, oh, VP's playing well. Let's see what they have in store for third map, and then they'll lose anyway. So
you're usually pretty decisive on the predictions.
Yeah.
I don't really know what you're saying this time. I think you're you're leaving it pretty open.
I'll try again. I got every good reason. I got a lot of good arguments as to why GamerLegion should win. PR being one of them. Went 7 for 9 in opening kills last time versus VP. Res having a fantastic showing as well. I think GamerLegion is a better team than VP on this map. But we'll have to wait and see if that's the case. Icy getting off to a good start. Low's rated player last time the two teams faced. So maybe if he steps up, that could change the tide.
Oh, well, him and Fame taking a couple of heads off in this pistol. Icy won't last much longer. Fame is stuck behind the site and even the flash dodged, but the bullets land. Electronic makes it an advantage for VP.
They have a smoke for the retake.
Yeah, no kit. Oh, good to see Res staying in the site. They need this kill. Oh, that could be the smoke dropped in spawn. Coming out of Temple as well. What a shot. Perfecto. Clean head.
It's almost impossible now for Towson. Smoke goes down in the bomb. Good luck with this one.
Oh, but yeah, 10-second stick. He's not even biting. Easy. VP get it done. Full stick. And pistol round secured.
Yeah.
They even saved their Kevlar. I like that.
Yeah, that's good.
Cheap a helmet. Don't need that kill that bad.
Nope. No. No point in that. And that's a good round for VP. That's what I mean, right? I have a lot of good arguments as to why GamerLegion is going to win. I think they're the better team. I think they have the better players in this map. I think PR in particular and Res are thriving a lot on this map. Kersey have had some decent performances on the map as well, so I think everything speaks towards GamerLegion, but if there's one thing I learned is that's exactly the moment when VP comes in, and I guess a counter-argument to all what I'm saying right now is that VP have only won one game on this map in the last 3 months, but whenever they lose 13-11. They've done that 3 times on that map against some very good teams, so they're competitive.
Eventually, it's got to give.
That's the thing.
Could it be today? VP, when you write them off, that's when they do their best work. Nice. Oh my, wait. Oh, he got it! He got it! Full blind, get owned. Get absolutely, he didn't even left, right, he right, left.
Nothing makes sense in that play.
Oh, he ran out of ammo.
Beautiful flash as well from the team, and then you walk in through the smoke, you have no bullets left?
Please play that again.
Okay, well, the round is still going.
They're leaving B.
They're leaving B, yeah. Completely for the taking. There's one player now defending that bomb site by himself.
Take it away.
I think that's tough. I don't think GamerLegion realizes right now how big of a gap there is, and let's see if VP realizes where GamerLegion are on the map right now. This could be good and bad for both sides. PR already has a Molotov, so can't even pick up the extra one right here. Gonna smoke off right side, Molotov left. Will he be shot in the back right now? Potentially. Icy gives up his position. That's a warning sign. This is not entirely unwinnable.
I'm scared.
Yeah, me too.
My molly pushes him to long side, smoked off for now.
Have to plan straight away.
Oh, will he go through? No, waiting for his team.
Yeah.
That's
the first step.
Deep flash, Flit in front of the smoke.
They know where Pia is at, though. He stepped towards this position, so they have to clear that at some point. Kersey will have to do something with the Galil.
Miss smoke.
Oh, no.
What could go wrong?
Oh, no.
What could go wrong? Good trade. They know PR's here. You already said it. Checking cave just in case he's wrapped around, but they tap the bomb with no kit. 1 kill. Goes very far in this clutch, buying time. Caesar off the bomb and he cuts Flit down. How do you win? You don't. Force buy for GamerLegion lands. All it took was a knife kill in the cave.
I wish the desk had more time to deep dive into this game. I think we should replay that round one more time. Even the rest can't believe it.
To check it's not a fluke?
I don't know if it's a fluke. That's just that has so many elements to it. That was a wild one. Let's be honest. This one, I love that. UMP running out of bullets. Yeah, and the long slow death right. I don't know what's going on, man.
The right click first. It's not even good.
XD. Ha 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 ha. Alrighty, 1-1. Another pistol won by VP. Another force buy won by GamerLegion.
Roller coaster.
Low-key hoping this game wouldn't be as, ugly, dare I say it, as does too. Let's see. PR out in the middle. Nice double entry, triple entry on towards PR's name. And as I spoke about last time they played Engine, he won 7 out of 9 opening duels on this specific map and was the second highest rated player next to Res. PR, he is a great, great prospect for the future. And that was just another little showcasing as of why that is.
Ace it. Lined up. Oh, he wants it. No! Great flash. PR, bro. It's the real deal.
You happy with his round swing? 7.27% round swing?
Yeah, last map. That sounds pretty damn good.
That is pretty goddamn good. 165 3.0 rating.
It's high impact.
It is.
Almost 100 ADR on Dust 2. Perfecto's getting toyed with. Nice, he got it. But no more. Torsen's got him locked in. And GamerLegion building into this game.
Sure they are. Great job by PR right here. Obviously a relatively potent buy by Virtus.pro. M4's in the mix, FAMAS is in the mix, but he just destroys them. And you gotta give credit to CTR as well. It must be nice when you're throwing a flash and you see 3 flash assists attached to your name.
Yeah.
Sure, PR, the one executing, but CTR setting him up.
Best player in the server energy from PR in this series. VP with a full A stack.
Yeah.
GamerLegion may waltz in.
Yeah, it's tough being a VP fan. We kind of established that already, but being a player on Virtus.pro must be pretty tough as well. I feel like you're fighting so many battles within the game all the time. Then you play good, then you play bad, and then you play good, then you play bad. Must be tough to mentally stay on top of things all the time. GamerLegion off to a good start, 3-1, winning the first map as well. In MR12, in a best of 3. I know it's only been 1 potential buy round coming in now, but pressure is already being applied to VP, and they're not the most resilient team out there, let's be honest. They lose this one, go down 4-1, 5-1. At some point, they're gonna crack.
If VP lose out here, they go against M80, who have already proven to be interesting.
I mean, you can never play this game, but what we saw today from M80 was good Counter-Strike, decent Counter-Strike, proper Counter-Strike, by the eye test, better than what VP have shown so far. So if they can replicate that kind of performance, then I'm confident saying that we have a game on our hand.
That could be a lot of fun, but GamerLegion have got to put them in their place first. Yet to be seen. In this repeat matchup, Electronic on his own down the ramp, dead.
That is such a wild play to make by Electronic in such an important round with a FAMAS as well.
With no teammate.
No teammate, no nothing, no utility. It's just
long.
No, you're just banking on a player not being there for whatever reason.
Very strange. 5v4 kind of given to GamerLegion, and still a triple stack here. Maybe hoping that death will inspire a B push for GamerLegion, but they're in no hurry. Bomb's back in spawn.
Yeah, undecided as well. They can go both places.
It surely will end B.
Yeah, by the looks of it now, bomb moving towards that B bomb.
How about another? How about one more of these?
Yeah, is that gonna work out?
Nope. How about one more though? The third one.
There we go.
Hey, they got a kill. 5 HP through the smoke with the knife. Perfecto going back for more.
What?
He's catching them leaving. No way, Perfecto. 3 kills on the flank. Bomb loose, 20 seconds. They were rotating A. VP don't know the bomb didn't make it out. So while GamerLegion are trying to pick it back up, VP are pre-rotating. GamerLegion still make that rotate. They fake it out. Back into B, it's empty. And VP thought the bomb got out. Now they hear the steps, now they realize what's up. Room, bomb, planting, open with no cover. What's that?
Watching right now.
He's got the plant.
Yeah,
PR can make up for letting his teammate die. That's a weird mistake to make, but he's got 2 bullets that wins this round. Wallbanged, he didn't shoot. What's happening? What is this game, Jacob?
I don't know.
He let his teammate die. He didn't play wide enough.
That didn't make any sense at all when you decide to plant the bomb in that position. I'm not sure why you're planning front of side. You could have planted back side. That would have been easier on your teammate.
Maybe thinking Perfecto is still down ramp?
Maybe.
But yeah, like, you got to go wider. He wasn't covering anything.
No.
Like, you're covering if the long player comes back to short. That's the only fight you're going to win. Like, look, it's isolated. Could have won this as well, though. Both low.
That's a weird one. Perfecto, I mean, credit where credit is due, gets a quad kill in this round. He's left with 5 HP and then decides to push the smoke ramp and get 2 kills in the back of the head of the 2 GamerLegion players. I initially didn't like that move. You know, you lose 2 players, you win that 3rd duel, but then you kind of overextend a little bit and goes for the goal, and this time it worked out. But that's my whole point. I think that's part of why, like, if I were to describe what makes VP so inconsistent, it's plays like that. Yes, it worked out this time, but if you play that around 10 more times, odds are you're going to lose 7 or 8 of those rounds. So you have to think for yourself, right? If we only have a 20 or 30% chance of winning this specific round with the way we approach it, are we going to do it over and over and over again? Surely not. So it's difficult for me to be happy on behalf of VP for winning it. I'm happy on behalf of Perfecto for pulling off the kills, but it's not something you can build off. It's not something that installs confidence in me that, oh, they figured it out now. Now they're playing well. It just seems so inconsistent in many ways.
5v3. VP hit hard in this round. 3 kills, all on their own. None of them traded by GamerLegion. They're letting them in now. Looking for the flawless full buy. And it's right there for the taking. Repeat gives a kill, but winning this one. Tough chance. Oh my God, Torsen. He's sharp today.
Yeah.
We're showcasing some great entries back on Dust 2. Torsen, there should be no way.
No.
But Icy's even got the pistol out.
1 more kill here. And he does some significant damage to the economy.
Ooh. Okay. That's still a bit scary. 1 more bullet would have ended Flit, but round is safeguarded by VP with 3 alive. Nice clean one as far as it's concerned.
That's good. That's good. You're winning your duels. You win your duel on ramp. Perfecto. Seemingly boosting some confidence after his massive round.
Yeah, just run at them, I guess.
Yeah. Well, that works. Then it works. Icy on the AWP getting an easy kill. Maybe Shirley, but Shirley can warp up into the game. He was nowhere to be seen on the first map, and that's a lot of pressure on GamerLegion. You can see the utility is very limited. They have an SMG on CTR as well, so if VP want to take a stance here, if they want to fight to stay alive in this series, winning this round would be great. PR gets taken down by Fame. That's a great beginning to the round for VP now. Torsen perhaps finds a bit of a gap, gets spotted though in the process, so not really much to win here for Towson. 3-3 and a round that VP should win. Have all the utility, all the weaponry, and they have GamerLegion exactly where they want them. Very hard to execute in towards this bomb side, Hugo, with no utility at all.
Yeah, 1 smoke, perhaps for long, but looks like they want to just walk out through the cave. Smoke short, smoke down. VP double long. Good timing for this reposition. CTR can't really do much with the UMP in terms of scaling. They walk through the short smoke, Jacob. Look at Rez.
No.
Look at Rez. Wait. They wait. Rez has got the backstab. 2 kills. Torsen takes them both. Rez follows up. And the contact play was the last thing VP were expecting.
They find the 1 gap.
Yeah.
The 1 gap they need to win the round. And then they fully execute upon it. That's so ballsy from Rez. So cool from Towson as well. Coming in with a double kill. That is beautiful. You got to give it to GamerLegion, you know? It's also hard to fault VP for that. Yes, maybe leaving that big of a gap, you know, not having a player shoulder peeking. It's a bit too passive. I wanted to say it. It feels like you're playing a bit too defensive right here, giving up a bit too much space. But then I thought to myself, yeah, well, they get the first kill anyway, and then it's over. But
I can't really blame VP too much for that because they just smoke cave and CTR calls a bluff and they all walk through the cave smoke. So as far as VP concerned, like, we need to watch ramp while this short smoke is down. The cave smoke is up.
But that's my point, you know, what's the point of smoking cave and then leaving it up? You know, what's the point of using a smoke and then, yeah, maybe, and you're just offering so much space. You're offering an opportunity at the very least. And yes, odds of GamerLegion finding that gap and executing it like this is very, very small. So again, I don't really want to fault the VP too much for it. It's more so GamerLegion playing with big balls and my God,
yeah.
Towson.
I can't believe Towson swinging long when Rez is like, guys, I'm behind them. Don't peek. You're going to have your like word, it's usually Joker or whatever, like, don't go, just wait, I'm behind them. Towson just double entries long.
It's just instant pressure on VP again. Look at the economy. MP9 in the mix, FAMAS in the mix.
Oh, PR.
PR, this time you win your duel versus Fame.
Way.
Survives with 2 HP.
How? Oh, I don't need to give this kill away, Rez. There's 2 players in the cave. He's done his job, pushed them back.
I was just about to say he's going to walk through another smoke, but...
Oh, I see AWP on ramp. Maybe. Just if he goes really wide, he's going to get traded. Yeah. Insta trade. No chance to get out. Flash over high. Actually taking space. There is another player. 3-man strong at this B site. Perfecto puts up another multi-kill. He's the savior of B for VP. That smoke is very deep.
Well, it's
going to bounce back, yeah.
Oh, that grenade. It could be a kill, but it's not going to be.
Okay. Coming out cave is PR on 2 health. The flank is timing very well right now, and I don't know how PR is meant to squeeze one more shot out of this, but Electronic is low. Is that his way in? He hears the steps. Makes his own team flash. Electronic blind. PR, goes for it, but not to be as the flank ends it all. VP, hold down B thanks to Perfecto. He is putting on an honest day of work here on Ancient.
That's 2 rounds Perfecto single-handedly is winning for VP. The quad kill in 2 rounds ago, and now this one as well. It is beautiful for Perfecto. Doing it with a FAMAS as well, and doing it in key rounds for VP. Had they lost this one, it would have been 5-3 for GamerLegion, no money whatsoever. You're looking at a 6-3 scoreline after losing the first map as well. Very hard to keep your head up after that one. Yeah. Now it's the other way around. GamerLegion forced into a very weak buy right here. A couple of AKs, like a little 2 deagles in the mix. It's going to be tough for them, and now it's all of a sudden VP who can apply the pressure, thanks to Perfecto.
And having control as well taken. VP finally win the mid-fight. They put the numbers there. They've been getting shut out by PR in gun rounds.
Nice. That's crisp by Electronic, yeah.
He's got full nades as well. He's not going to use them. Maybe thinking that's just the lurk.
That's a tough position to be in now for GamerLegion, playing it as a 3v5. You were hoping you could catch a timing either towards Mr. Flit or towards Electronic. Neither of the 2 worked out, and now you're left with very little space to work with. PR on a deagle, sure, you have utility, but you need to find a kill somewhere to find a gap, or at least force a rotation from the CT side.
And VP is just playing their bomb sites. No interest in the mid-control.
No, and that's fine. You know, at this point, 5v3, play as rock solid as you want to, play as defensive as you want to. That's fine, but you got to do it at the right moments, and seemingly VP is doing that right now. That being said, though, we've seen them lose worse rounds than this one.
Well, Electronic doesn't know how deep they've got, and he's got to be very careful on these clears. The jump across is isolated well. He's got the nades to waste their time, and his own full blind. And cross on the right side. Nice shot for Towson to pop through like that. Electronic was not expecting the tuck. Bomb picked up, 20 seconds. I mean, still shouldn't be a way in, but Perfecto is alone, so he's fighting pretty committed right now. That's it. That's the round. Opened up. They've got a plant. That's a really scary situation now, and wallbang, not an option. Flit has to go all the way around. Just enough time to plant.
Surely not VP, huh?
How did they lose this? 2v5, and I'm scared.
Oh, no.
Perfect lineup here. Towson's got another. He's got to clutch up now. He's doing it. 3 kills deep. Towson having a game, and Flit is a shot from death with the bomb for him. Options are open. Flit with the tap. Towson doesn't panic. He takes his peek, and he wins the round. 2v5 from GamerLegion. The door opened by Perfecto and slammed shut in VP's face.
All right, I know we talked about it on Dust 2, and I want to say it one more time. This is exactly what's wrong with VP. Perfecto having 2 massive rounds. First with a quad kill, then with a double kill with the FAMAS. He's keeping VP alive. And then for some reason, he's the one making the mistake right here. Fighting on the A-bomb side all by himself when all he had to do with 20 seconds left was to stay alive and make sure, sorry, the B bomb side, was to stay alive and make sure that whenever they got into the bomb side, one of the two GamerLegion players have to plant the bomb, which makes it theoretically a 5v1 or 4v1 at that point for 3 seconds. For some reason he fights, he dies, and that opens up the round. That is unacceptable. It's unexplainable, and it's annoying as hell, because Perfecto is the best performer out of the VP camp, and all of a sudden he's the one making the most crucial mistakes. That's what we spoke about. From round to round, you never know what you're gonna get with VP. It's so goddamn inconsistent and so stupid, to be completely honest.
You've got to admire how GamerLegion just still fighting tooth and nail, even in rounds like that, to win out a 2v5. Yes, big mistake, and GamerLegion just exploit it to the maximum degree, putting VP in a very uncomfortable position in that round, and now in the half, because we've got a full eco, had this back and forth of economy, and GamerLegion finally fully break VP.
Yeah, you gotta give credit to this man. Now he's planning the bomb in this round. That's not much MVP-like, but the round before, the quad kill.
Are you sure? Donks the plant of a team spirit.
That's true. That's also crazy.
I don't know how or why.
Because it puts you in the middle of the action all the time.
Yeah, true. He's always in the middle of the site. Good
go.
entry or exits rather for PR.
Yeah.
Farming. He's deserved some farming, I'd say, after today.
That's fair. He's also a man that is
sowed.
Involved all the time. Like, he's the one going out middle, opening up the rounds. He's the guy always exploiting himself and opening up his body, so to speak, to be killed. But PR has been sharp so far in this game, and so has GamerLegion. I will say, compared to Dust 2, I think GamerLegion sort of have fallen down to the level of VP. They're kind of buying into the scrappiness right now. They're not as clean, as clinical as they were before, and that has made this game very competitive and, I guess, fun to watch. It's, again, as I said, maybe it's our mindset that needs to change when it comes to VP. We're annoyed, we're frustrated. Why don't we appreciate the fact that every round is a round? Every round is interesting.
Every round, something happens. Like a B-rush. And you're not going to stop that with one man in the site, but Electronic does do an admirable job with the double kill. Bomb loose and a player late. Rez, in no hurry to force this kill. He hears them coming to him. They can block him. Is that a way for VP to chase down this plant? It's a good molly on the ramp. Rez buying time, but that only lasts half the time of the smoke. Is Rez really going to come through this? He's just trying to play it as late as possible, keep the pressure on. Long smoke, blocks another man. Trying to take the fight through it. Fame given an option. It's really up to ZTR with an UMP in the site. He's got one more kill from him, and Rez is just wasting time. It should be his death, and it is. 2v1 now. Captain's clutch. ZTR gets a shot through the smoke, and Flick with a tap. ZTR bites, and he falls. VP win it out. A very chaotic B-rush round, where Electronic does hold super well. 2 kills from Cave in that position, and VP hurry that retake.
Yeah, a little bit unfortunate for Rez. He doesn't get to be part of the round, gets stuck in towards CT spawn, and VP is doing a great job at toying with him. As you said, Electronic getting a multi-kill with the FAMAS as well. There was plenty of opportunities than this one from CTR. I thought that was it. He could have waited a little bit. He didn't have to swing out this early on towards Flit. He could have played the bomb and caused a little bit more, I guess, out of Flit, knowing the time was limited, but it was just such a chaotic round from start to finish. And I hate to say it, but I think the more GamerLegion is falling down to the trap of playing this brand of Counter-Strike where it gets a little bit messy, then the more and the higher likelihood of VP getting back into the game there is. So, if I'm Ash right now, I'm going to spend the halftime at calming down the boys and maybe go back to the booth, you know. I want to see the methodical, clinical Counter-Strike, but it's hard to execute on a map like Ancient.
Full W at A in this round, though. Rez playing late on the lane. They get the space. That orb covers. And Icy's cut down in spawn. GamerLegion looking for the plant here. Nades will certainly help that. Fake out to avoid the spam is the right call. He goes for the second wide plant. VP, can they get through right now? Perfecto looked interested, but he's waiting for his team. They have a big flank right now from Electronic. Kersey in a strong position. He needs to perform in this round. A post plant with the AWP like this. His team trapped out in Temple. It's not the optimal post plant, so they look to take space here. Perfecto might hear these steps. Flank has been cancelled. Electronic comes back to spawn. Inside the smoke, PR can play knife. He can play spam. He can play denial of defuse for GamerLegion's final chance of this half. Tap, knife, spammed off by Flit. Kersey grabs a shot out of nowhere, and they're so low with the spam. No one's on that defuse. Flit finally tries, knifed again, and oh, they end the half how they began it, with blades to the face of Virtus.pro. GamerLegion, another 7-5 half. What a game.
I need a break.
Well, you're lucky. We got one coming up. This legion of gamers getting through VP and looking to push them into the lower bracket in a 2-0 affair. A T-side that nets them 7 rounds on Ancient after taking VP's map pick. GamerLegion on track to do it. But VP, they love a twist, they love a turn, they love a crazy comeback, don't they? A team that rarely give up.
They never give up, and seemingly they intend to do so by pushing towards the B-bomb side. All 5 players right now walking the lane over here. There's a decent amount of utility on Icy, so he's going to be man of the hour. Setting up the rest of the team. Is going to be a classic cave coming out, splitting into the B-bomb side in the pistol. I think it will be.
Julies with the flash. Maybe he goes a second too soon, though. Keen shot, Rez with a pistol. Rez with a pistol! 2 headshots. Julies are ugly, and Rez finds a third in the downtime. Get them out. 4 for Rez. And that's a confident, decisive pistol round from GamerLegion.
That's a crazy round by Rez. That is so impactful. Obviously getting 4 kills in itself, but that first kill, that slows down everything. The second kill more or less wins the round, and the third kill is just nasty work. Look at that. This angle as well, this is not easy at all from Rez. 9 out of 10 times you'll see him get traded, but he's instant with that USP. Beautiful stuff from Rez, who were the lowest rated player after the first half. Nowhere to be found for GamerLegion. The one guy who didn't really step up or find too much impact. So when your bottom frag on the scoreboard is doing that in the pistol, that's a pretty good sign.
Oh yeah. It's not going to make VP's game any easier.
Towson, meanwhile, have stepped it up, had a fantastic showing here. Not a guy that we speak that much about when it comes to GamerLegion. Seems more like to be the glue, willing to sacrifice, playing some tough roles, but my God, was he impactful in that first half.
Yeah, I mean, went out that 2v5. He's had some crisp entries on T-side. All in all, had a very strong series.
Yeah. Got more in store for us now, I think?
Yeah, be anchoring against Pistol as well. Should be fine. Just don't get too close. Don't get too close. Tucked in the cubby, they're not going to spam.
He was toying with the idea, huh?
He's not sure on where he wants to play right now, but VP are about to force him to make a decision. Flash is coming over. You should see them from this side. And there it goes. Oh, Think, humbled. Push back, he's in trouble. Needs some support for the cave, and there it is. A high flash for ZTR. Makes it easy. ZTR doing it all, man. Gets a kill to cover him. High flash, 2 more kills.
It's beautiful.
What can you do? VP's eco goes nowhere fast, and it's buy or die here on T side.
That's what it feels like now for VP. I like the decision not to force up in the second round. Make sure that you get a proper buy heading into this one. AKs, Galils, a lot of utility. And again, you value utility above the AK from Electronic, Perfecto, and Icy. I like that. Then they gotta show me why. This is it, as you said. You have to win this round. You give GamerLegion a 10-5, potentially 11-5 lead. This game would be over.
Word of the day.
There we go. They found a gap over here. There's no one to defend a bomb side whatsoever. 2 players stuck in Donut. And are they going to get a bit of a surprise here? PR, is he aware that Fame is in this position? I don't think so.
Yeah.
No.
That's a disaster. And that's opened up the round here for VP. We've still even got a late lurker wasting time. Gonna walk through this smoke. Edging the fire. Rez. Oh, he ticks on the Molotov. Still gets a kill from it. Could he survive, really? They're going to walk behind him through the smoke. In the meantime, the teammate's getting picked apart. So this push for Perfecto, he's kind of hung his team out to dry. It may still get a kill. ZTR looking on. They line up. And there it is. Double kill. Perfecto. It was scary for a moment, but he recovers well. It's also 1v3. I'm not counting anything out. 2 low players.
No, the bomb is still over here, but Perfecto seems to be aware. 40 seconds to play with. You have a player in middle trying to safeguard the entire situation. This is not over.
Oh, this is scary.
There may or may not be a timing. That's the first kill. Oh,
good trade.
It, yeah.
Good trade.
Well done for VP here. Keeping the calm, you know, playing it safe and actually, you know, kind of forcing Torsten to make a move and punishing him for doing so.
Yeah, the longer he sits there, the more the paranoia. Am I getting flanked? Is the bomb leaving?
Yeah. Once again, Perfecto, like the double kill coming in from Donut right here. That's a game-changing kill. Obviously, the first one is easy, second one is good. Res instinct dinks him actually. Perfecto goes down to 10 HP, so it was close, but had it not been for Perfecto in this game so far, VP would have lost already. Like, that's 3 buy rounds, single-handedly he's won on his own.
Sure. Oh, Rez going heaven fight.
Now he's out of the mix then.
Is that no molly? It was just no molly on that play. Or did he get run boosted? I didn't quite catch it. Don't see the flames.
No.
VP. Oh! Not safe at all here at Cave. Getting banged out a little bit through the wood. CTR can buy more time with the smoke.
So he will.
And so they're going to push down ramp. Again, a grouped play. Doing it together.
I like that, yeah.
So does Electronic for one, but punished.
That's fine. Good trade, 3v2. That's still very winnable for GamerLegion. Makes it maybe slightly easier for VP.
This is just what VP weren't doing, right? This grouped stuff, 2-man pushing, 2-man going back, playing together, playing off each other. Okay, I say that. You got isolated. There's the swing, though. Kersey will keep it up for GamerLegion. 2v1, no bomb. Icy has to go all the way back. He was trying to play off his team, but he never had the bomb, and now Rez hears him.
Yep. He's aware. And that was the one dangerous moment, right? Kersey had to stay alive. Had Icy had the bomb, that could have been a difficult position, but now it's changed again. Rez, there may be a timing where he slips by, but Kersey's aware that's a potential, and then they can play a 2v1 anyway.
Yeah, I mean, he can still get this kill right here. Oh, that's a crisp shot for Icy. Bomb can go down. Good Molotov to block a rotation.
That's a very long rotation from Kersey now, and Icy needs to take some space somewhere. He decides to go cave, and well, Kersey walks back in towards CT spawn. It's a little bit of a weird route that he was on. Now he's coming back to the position he was last seen in, so didn't really change anything. Has to run as well, give up his position. This looks very rough for Kersey. No kid either.
Smoke on the bounces onto the site rather, and Icy could stop the cross in its tracks. Oh dear, recovered well. Let him in and then shut him out. Icy with a 1v2, a patient play, arguably his best round of the series, which is more of an indictment of Dust too, but it's come at a crucial time to keep VP in this match.
Yeah, very important. That's a round that GamerLegion are never supposed to lose. Good trading here in ramp as well, but gotta give it up to Icy. Find some sick kills. That one here on Rest, that's beautiful. What a get a little. And then he course correct and removes Kersey as well from the server. VP is alive, and GamerLegion struggling from a financial standpoint. Couldn't convert. They're forcing here as well. And they're nading Electronic to his death again. I would love to see a webcam on Electronic right now. He cannot be happy. Knowing him, he's going to show some frustrations. It's been a rough game for him so far.
Well, we did see this game last. VP's better half was the T side.
Yeah.
Got them up to a 13-11 loss, though.
Can't afford to lose this round. Look at the economy as well. Like, it's...
They buy a lifeline if they win this round.
They do.
Oh, huge kill. Smoke comes down, but that's not stopping anyone. Horrible smoke. And VP, they roll over into this B-bomb site and pull up with an 8th, keeping that money smashed.
Yeah, it's the individuals right now keeping VP alive. It's not the calling. It's not the way they designed the game plan. Just to revert back to what happened in the first half, Perfecto had 2 massive rounds, purely individual plays, not being set up by a teammate, not getting a flash, not anything, just a quad kill and a multi-kill with a FAMAS all by himself. Icy winning a 1v2 with the get little all by himself, no teammates to help out. And now you see Flit doing it here in ramp as well. Not like he's getting a flash to be set up or anything like that. They rely on the individual heroics right now, and that has won them time to stay alive in the game, but I'm not seeing anything that is coming out of VP where I'm like, oh, tactically, they're on top of things. Or, oh, Electronic got it figured out now. It purely stems from individual heroics, and that's fine sometimes, you know? That is also needed to win games, but that cannot be the only thing you rely on. As said, it's not sustainable. It's a nasty nade, huh?
Sick nade, yeah.
Oh, he took that pretty calm.
Okay, one more little half here for GamerLegion. While they wait for the loss bonus to accrue. VP puff their chest outside of B. Look at Flit's space. He's already deep in cave. VP ready to pounce on this B bomb site. And minimal defense put up here by GamerLegion. They're playing far back, but they don't really have the guns to do this.
No. Not much they can do about this, I reckon. Unless some of this utility is going to make VP doubt. Seems unlikely.
Oh, Bruce is nice, but he gets spotted on the jump, so can't really stick in this position. VP can just walk in and plant that bomb.
So they will. At this point, all GamerLegion can hope for is a couple of kills, maybe pick up an AK, save it. We'll see. Kersey has the scout, may be worth to save. I feel like he's been more effective with the scout in this game than anything else.
Yeah, maybe. Are they going to try just to keep VP here?
May as well.
More kills the better here for GamerLegion. Just to soften the finances. Trade out on long, VP holds strong. 2 kills, maybe a third, and PR makes it happen. Scout not to beat. And so VP, they're happy with that. Just get the round done.
Yep.
They won off the plant. It was just down to economy by the end.
A little bit expensive, but that's okay. At this point, we're getting so close to the finish line that every round matters a lot. And obviously for VP to tie up the game 9-9, I think that's great. Again, it must be the feeling within the VP camp right now. They're well aware, listen, we're not playing our best brand of Counter-Strike, yet we still find ourselves in a 9-9 position. What happens if we actually step up our game? That's the question you got to ask yourself if you're VP 24/7, basically. But it also can give you a sense of confidence, knowing that you're not doing well, yet you're still competitive. So what happens when we actually switch on? That's a positive reinforcement you have to focus on if you're in the VP camp. Whereas for GamerLegion, it's the other way around. Well aware that VP are not playing well and they're allowing them in the game. Kersey with the AWP. First time we see him activated on the CT side. Good opening kill and Fame.
Audacious angle as well.
Yeah.
Pays off. VP walk out middle, but there is still a man here. Is there a flash behind this, or they're just hoping on the fade of the smoke they can find that equalizer? Rez backing out. Probably the right time for this. The AWP is in the smoke as well. Rez retreats to the bomb sites. Fecto's ready to pounce in A main as well, but he's actually pulling back, so they want this B site, it looks. Oh, as the boost comes in, PR does trade. That could have gone a lot worse for GamerLegion. Now they reaffirm on A. Perfecto pushing in deep. This is again still very split for VP. Look at the gamble. GamerLegion have read it. They want to crunch middle with 4 players. There's a pick for Icy. The AWP's there, but PR comes in off of red. Him and his teammate drop that bomb. And so, yeah, you have the A site, but you have nothing to put in it. Perfecto has to find this bomb. They think Donut is dead. There's a second man in there. And now Flit in B as well. They had both bomb sites, but the bomb was lost in middle. It's a nightmare situation for VP. Because of the damage of the previous, this save might matter.
Yeah, it very much matters. Perfecto has no money to work with. Fame is going to be limited next round as well. One of those 2 players are going to get a drop from Flit, and then Fame can buy Galil, unless... Oh, he was toying with the idea of facing Res. That's the whole point. The round before from GamerLegion, they got 3 kills with very minimal investment. P250s, 5.7s. Got a bit expensive for VP, and that may bite them in the ass now. There's going to be certain players who will lack a bit of utility. There may be a Galil in the mix, worst case as well. That's got to make it slightly easier for GamerLegion to potentially close out this game. Next round is what you call a key round in Counter-Strike. GamerLegion wins that one, then there's not much VP can do. 10-9.
It's close.
It is.
Nail biter right now down the stretch.
It's crazy how little timeouts that's been used throughout this game.
GamerLegion have not been popping them.
No, not at all.
Maybe feeling like they're in control.
Yeah.
But you'd think that Ash would want to get involved a little bit more.
Where is Ash?
That's a good question. It's not like they're boot camping, so
no.
Maybe TeamSpeak, maybe not.
Maybe.
He did an interview off the top of the day, I think, so...
Surely he must be around, yeah?
He can't be far. Maybe he's just happy with how they're playing.
Maybe. Would you be happy if you Ash?
Yeah. Happier than VP's coach. Sure. They're winning.
For now, let's see.
Not close. Oh, miss smoke on the Insta. Ugly.
Yeah, Yeah, but inconsequential for now. They're going for it. They're going straight into A, yeah.
PR, need you right now. There's a double headshot. That's what this guy was born to do. Carry GamerLegion through.
That's a crazy sequence from PR. Under so much pressure. Always good for 2.
Just destroyed.
So much impact, yeah. I think the call from VP, I like that. It was ballsy. It was changing up the pace. That's what we asked for sometimes.
The pause.
Yeah, I think that's good.
And they had no one there. No one was in A. PR just gets there in time.
Exactly.
As the smoke blooms. Like, sadly, if VP were 1 second slower, that double kill doesn't happen.
Nope.
That smoke bloomed, and he got the double kill at the same time. He just saw them come through.
That's true.
So it's literally 1 second difference for VP. Like, it's unlucky, I'd say. And yeah, don't hate the change of pace. Haven't seen anything like that from VP all game.
No, it's a cool call. It's a great call. It's a great read. But then again, that's why you got to give credit to PR in a situation where he's under a lot of pressure. Just slots into the position. Last minute, he gets a crisp double kill, backed up by Res. All of a sudden, VP finds himself in a 2v5, and there's nothing they can do about it. 11-9.
I think they lose the game off that.
Yes.
Look at this smoke blooming on PR. Look at that. 1 second, 2 seconds. Like, that's the difference it makes.
I'm not going to lie. The more I watch PR play, the more of a fan I become of him. I think he's the real deal. I think it's easy sometimes to hype up talents, you know, young players and players playing on less good teams, you know, where they get to stand out a little bit. I think PR is... I think he's ready. I think he's ready for a big move.
Yeah, you know, I played with him actually on the stage of a Tier 1 tournament. And yeah, on the, you're laughing at me, but I played with him, you know, the show match of the Caches on the Melbourne stage. And, you know, I'd say... You know, I kind of helped him get through the stresses of the stage. I know what it's like, you know, as an experienced person myself.
You're one of those guys who takes stock in someone else's career. You know, I made this guy.
Well, you know, I wouldn't say I made him, but... Without me, you know, what would have happened? Like, I can't say for sure, right?
Maybe he'd be playing for FaZe already. Who knows?
Yeah. Yeah, maybe.
But that is to give him a lot of credit. And take nothing away from GamerLegion.
Jokes aside, like, he was very calm, very cool guy, very humble guy. And very skilled player. We almost won that game.
Yeah, almost. Well,
almost against 4 professional players.
Wow.
I had 2.
You know what? That's the game I love the most. The games that I almost win. I'm so proud when I almost win a game. Yeah.
Are you?
Yeah.
Wow.
Excellent.
You don't have that many wins in your...
No, I have a lot of games where I almost won.
Oh, well, they were great.
They make me so happy to think about it.
Ooh, Kersey. Skewered.
You should get a bomb plant.
That's a nice plant, but the round win is fleeting, and VP, it takes, you know, some belief to eco this round at 11-9.
Sure.
To play for OT. And so I respect it. Fame had a hero, and yeah, there you go. Oh, wait, what? Oh. Team kill, and then he followed up. You laugh it off because you win the round.
Yeah.
Imagine though.
Imagine.
What if? Oh, there he is. There he is.
We got our boy.
He was here the whole time. Of course, great camera for the content creator / coach.
Of course, not needed. Haven't taken a single time out here in Ancient.
No.
Just observing.
Match point. VP ecoed for this though, so don't write them out yet. They've actually had some decent T-side rounds here. They had a little streak of 4. The A-rush is unfortunate. Bomb. Well, I blame Rez for walking into the orb.
They need 3 in a row, VP, to keep this game alive. They lost the first map quite convincingly, and does too. Now find himself down to 3 match points to GamerLegion. What are you going to do here? What's the call? Electronic taking over the Tech 9. That's very admirable. Giving an AK to Fame, I presume.
All right. They are going pretty pacey towards B, beating the smoke as well. There's only 1 player in the site. He's stuck at long. Off the great flash for Torsten, just bounces it in their face and double kills VP. That may be how it becomes unraveled. Flit just walking through, praying, and almost pays off. Shot in the back by Rez. 2v4. There's been highs, there's been lows, but ultimately, this has been GamerLegion 2-0ing Virtus Pro and pushing them into the lower bracket. There are more chances, but this map has none of them. GamerLegion 13-9. They take VP's pick on Dust 2. They go on to close Ancient, and they get them down and out for now. Good game from GamerLegion.
A good game from GamerLegion and solid stuff once again. Not only doing the same by getting this victory 2-0, but also improving on your previous result and looking better while doing it.
Yeah, I mean, that was a great game from GamerLegion, a bad game from VP, and a solid game from Kersey. I actually really liked what we saw from him. We didn't see much, and I think that's a highlight compared to what he's shown and people have talked about recently. He was what you need from an Opper. He was solid, stable, threw the right utility, had a couple of key rounds, didn't have any whiffs. I like that.
It wasn't all negatives though on the VP side, right? It was some still problems. You can see them not being together, not playing as the team you want, but it was a lot of individual hero moments, some nice moments from Perfecto. I'm not going to be super negative on him, but I'm still left thinking this team should be better.
So you're not going to be pimp. But Perfecto, yeah, Perfecto, we were talking about him in the pregame. He's a player that's still getting his level back. He still needs to improve a little bit. He had an incredible game on Ancient. The problem is, with an incredible game, that was still a VP that did not look good. So it's not all negatives because Perfecto showed up, but there's a lot of negatives.
Real quick, is GamerLegion a team that you could see with a chance of making it through to London?
They'd be the third team coming through the group. I think it's unlikely, but definitely possible. I'd say they have a chance.
Certainly possible, especially with Ash at the helm. Well, Vu, thank you very much for all your time and insight. It's done for us here on the desk. We're switching things up, but guess what's coming next? FaZe, no more Elise. Jacobs come in. We get to see what they can do against ECSTATIC. It's a good debut coming your way next.
Beatable to FaZe look right now that they've literally just made a roster change and removed Elige?
I think FaZe has looked pretty vulnerable lately, so I didn't mind them when we were told we had them as opponents. But I actually think that bringing in Jakob can bring a lot of new energy to the team. So if it was up to me, I would prefer playing them with Elige. But yeah, let's see how Jakob does, and hopefully we can crash his new debut.
Carrigan, there's going to be kind of one theme for this interview, and it's about the newcomer, Jacob, to your team. First of all, when did he first come on your radar, and why was he appealing in terms of adding him to FaZe?
It's no secret that I've watched a lot of RPG game. He has been on the TV a lot at home here. Obviously, my wife has worked with that team or works with that team. So first when I saw him in Bucharest, he kind of caught my eye. I think he had 2 amazing games there, and obviously some consistency. But that's how it is on a higher level, right? So just looking forward to work with him, and he's like open-minded to everything we do, and just ready to play and do everything for the team to win. So let's just play ahead and have some fun.
What was the process of actually onboarding him? Was it you going to FaZe and saying, hey, I've got this kind of new prospect, I think this would be interesting to bring into the mix? Was it other people having an influence? Like, what was the story with that?
Obviously, FaZe is taking the decision in the end, right? They're asking for advice of the team. I know they had individual talk with everyone in the team, how they see in the future, what they want to do, and obviously I mentioned some names to FaZe, and this was one of the ones I was actually most interested in, because of not knowing where he can be in 3, 6, 9, or 12 months, right? So amazing talent, and I just hope we can showcase some of it today at least.
How much practice time have you actually been able to have with him?
Yeah, we had 10 maps of practice, right? So we came late from Saudi Arabia. It wasn't easy to get home fast. Decision was made after Saudi Arabia, right? And this has been really fast. The last 72 hours has been a little bit chaotic, but we are here to play. We're here to start from afresh, and obviously we're going to do the best we can and make sure it's we're going to have some fun while doing it, because right now it is a change for us and for Jacob as well, of course.
FaZe versus ECSTATIC next up here at the Blast Open. My name is Freya Spears, joined by Maui and Defree to be diving into this one. I just want to get straight into it, Maui. What was your reaction when you saw Elige removed from FaZe and Jacob now into the mix?
I had to admit, Sponge was right, that Elige caused the death of FaZe Clan as we knew it. I was actually disappointed in FaZe Clan, if I'm being completely honest. I thought that Kerrigan was the problem solver in the space, the guy that could always put it together if he was given 5 random pieces across all of Tier 1 Counter-Strike talent, he could not only get them deep into a major, but actually make them look like a Tier 1 competitive team. And so to be throwing away an Elige piece, which has been one of the sharpest tools on the T side, I'm kind of frustrated with where FaZe is going right now.
Yeah, and it just puts me in a position where everyone was so hyped when we saw Elige come into this FaZe clan. And as you mentioned, like, Kerrigan has been praised for just bringing in people and then making it work. You know, he's been playing alongside so many different players and so many different styles, and he's always got it to work. And with Elige coming into FaZe, that was why everyone thinking this is going to take him to a new level, also with what he showed in complexity. But obviously now that he's out of the fray, then where does that put FaZe clan?
That's the big question. Do you think Jacob is the answer to this question? Like, how much do you even know about him as a player?
The one thing that I know about him is that he's a grinder, and that is the one thing that I wanted to see back into FaZe clan. You know, FaZe clan is a bunch of very experienced guys. They've been playing in the game for a long time, and they come with a lot of confidence, obviously, in the backpack. But now you also need to look into the future and see, like, what can we actually get into the team that will motivate everyone and motivate the people to actually put in the effort to become better. And I think that is what I hope he can bring to the team, that he'll bring some fire, some energy to the team, because I don't think that Kerrigan and Rain necessarily is the one that's going to go in and play 8 FaZe games after their practice games, but I think that is what you need to actually improve in nowadays meta.
And those skills are incredibly noticeable. I mean, Jacob was incredibly sharp when it came to what he was able to do on Apogee. He definitely caught the eye of everybody that at PGL Bucharest. That's how he caught Kerrigan's eye, because when they played against Apogee, Jacob actually was a pretty strong player. It's just that the system that he was in was kind of readable. So FaZe were still able to get the better of him, but there were a couple rounds where Jacob's individual ability was able to actually go toe-to-toe with Elige, the man that's now in question. It was able to go toe-to-toe with Frozen. And on top of that, Jacob, through and through, he's just going to be more malleable. And I think that's what Kerrigan wants to work with now. A guy that's not so set in his ways, which Elige definitely was, and a guy that he can take and mold to be the player that he wants to be. And he probably has a great vouch right now, because Kerrigan's wife was the psychologist of Apogee. So they definitely have testimony that Jacob is probably a good egg.
He was saying it in that interview, right? You know, he's been on his TV screen quite a lot in the living room. Was there anything that you picked up from maybe going back and looking at some of Jacob's gameplay that stood out to you in terms of, okay, maybe he does have the legs to be standing at Tier 1?
Well, he was the space taker very frequently with Apogee. So in terms of T-side roles, I think a lot of them are going to match pretty well. So that's not going to be too much of a change. From what I've heard, though, I feel like Rain is getting some more of his spots back, actually. And I'm not sure if that's going to mess with what's going on the CT side, because I don't know if he's going to be able to replicate what Elige did on that T side, but maybe he's just going to get everybody else a lot more comfortable on the defense.
And it just puts me in the same position like previously with FaZe, is that, you know, they're constantly changing. And we heard Kerrigan say at Bounty when they were knocked out, like there's like no direction for the team. Like, where are we going to take? He put himself in this in position where we go to the right, it doesn't work. We go back, we go left, it doesn't work. No, everything just keeps changing. And now they also want to change things back with Rain, getting some of his roles back. You know, where does that put them? Like, does it put them in a place where they obviously there's no confidence, but obviously also I want them to put Jacob in positions where he feels comfortable. But I also want to see Rain back in some of those.
Can I just pick your brain, Dupree, for a moment? Like, you talk about this kind of, you know, you go right, you go left, you go backwards, you go forwards. Like, how difficult is that as a player when, okay, you're in a team, you've made a change, you realize that was the wrong change? Like, how difficult is it to maybe recess and go back to how things were previously, obviously with a slightly different player in the mix?
I feel like FaZe is like the greatest example, right? They also decided to get rid of Brokey. They get Brokey back. Feel like, hey, maybe that's going to fix something. Right now, we haven't seen anything great, right? But it's difficult as a player to go in, and then you get told that we need you to play a different position, and you feel like, okay, I'm going to do that because that's hopefully going to benefit the team, but it might end up proving that you're going to be playing worse as an individual. That's going to take something away from some of your other players, and then you start, maybe we should go back to where we were, and then you're just at the get-go where you were 3 months ago.
Well, I did have a couple of questions for Kerrigan about exactly why it was Elige that was removed from the team, so let's see what answers he had. Is he slotting in like position, role for role with Elige? Like, how is that working?
I think we're gonna see that. I think there's different options. The thing about Jacob is he can play some certain roles, but he's also open to new roles. And I think that's the thing. I'm gonna leave it there. Whatever we start in today might not be the case in 3 months. So there's a lot of pieces we can move around and try to fit how the team works. And let's see how every game goes and learn from that and learn more from Jacob, and he can learn more from us.
Final question then. Was there a specific reason why it was Elige that was chosen to be removed from the team in order to make space for Jacob?
I don't think there's a specific reason, right? In the end, in some way mutual. Nobody was happy. He wasn't happy. We weren't happy. What do you do in the end, right? It is for the best of all of us, I believe, and hopefully Leash will find a great team. He has showcased how great of an individual player he is, but sometimes visions and players don't mix up, and the results are not as we wanted it. So in the end, it is how it is. It's a hard business, and I think for future, I hope it's better for all of us, and let's just get to play and let's talk again.
I know it's a very hard question for Karrigan to be answering. I appreciate him giving me, you know, some insight as to why this swap was made. What are you reading into that, Maui? Do you think there's additional reasons why maybe it was time for Elige to be departing FaZe?
Elige is steadfast on the way that he wants to play Counter-Strike.
Yeah.
He has a logical flow chart in his mind of what comes next in the round after every single next turn. Karrigan's has a different flow chart, and unfortunately those were clashing, and it led to some of the confusions that we saw as rounds would unfold in the most ridiculous and kind of mysterious ways in terms of the way that FaZe could lose man advantages, and so that they just want to be able to all play on the same page, and clearly Elige was not on that page.
And I also feel like Elige could function better in a system that maybe where he knows what everyone is doing, and that's not really what we've seen out of FaZe Clan. Like, they have not been notorious for playing like systematically and having like everything set. Of course they have it, but they are more prone to play the Karrigan style, where it's a little bit more defaulting and then going to mid-round calling. So for Elige to find himself in a team that hasn't been playing the way that he's been used to has maybe also damaged him a little bit. And obviously if you come in as a team and with so many expectations because you've done good previously, then you also join the team with a certain kind of voice where you want to dictate something. And then if you cannot align with the way Karrigan envisions the game, that could be a tough one.
How big of a voice do ECSTATIC have at the moment then, Maui? Because they've truly been on the grind. If you're looking at how many events they've attended this year, just how many officials they've been playing, what's been the result of them putting in the hours there?
Well, the result is that they're able to play events like this now. Through their VRS ranking, they've taken down a handful of top 30 teams. They haven't really broken through that threshold of beating top 20 teams, but there's definitely a couple of names now that are catching the eyes of people who are really hoping for a resurgence in the Danish scene.
I just love that we get to see ECSTATIC at these type of events, you know, because they have been grinding, they've been playing a ton, and for them to move on and actually get more experience, this is the events they need to play. So it's good to see, and you know, as a Danish player and with knowing how the Danish scene has been struggling, it is great to see that a team of young talents, maybe also a little bit of eternal talents, get to play these type of tournaments.
Well, let's dive in to the map picks and bans to see exactly what maps we're going to be playing in this best of 3. Anywhere you think we should be heading in this one, Mario? Is there anywhere ECSTATIC could maybe make this painful for FaZe?
I feel like they're going to try to make it or take it to Inferno. I think FaZe want to take this one to Ancient. It's, I think, a map where Jacob's going to slot really nicely into the way Elige was taking space towards middle. That's what I remember Jacob doing frequently. Okay, this is a little bit of a surprise in my eyes, though, to go to Overpass.
Well, yes, both yes and no. I think it's a trick up the sleeve from ECSTATIC, the fact that they know that FaZe has been playing a lot of tournaments, they've been playing events, so they maybe haven't put that much effort into it. And obviously we get to Dust 2 out of FaZe, a very comfortable map for them, a map that I think if I were FaZe, I would just be relying on just going where I feel comfortable, because you are the favorite coming to this one.
Okay. And we see obviously that Ancient's taken out in the second phase, so I feel like ECSTATIC, even they might have known that FaZe kind of wanted to pick that as maybe their first pick or so.
Yeah.
And then we do still get the Inferno.
Okay.
Honestly, I feel like ECSTATIC is really happy with this veto now because of that.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, I think that the Overpass pick is ballsy, but it's also hopefully going to pay off. You know, they could end in a position where they feel like they should have picked a map that they felt more comfortable on, but this could be a trick up this event. That is what they need to beat FaZe.
Dupree, not to, you know, put the pressure on you, but ECSTATIC or Astralis, who is the Danish hope now?
But that is, have to maybe split it in two. The talent-wise thing, then I do think that ECSTATIC is here. My heart will always be, and it's also bleeding a little bit for Astralis, but yeah, I'm gonna have to go with Astralis for the hope.
Okay, I mean, I'm still excited about the ECSTATIC players, okay? So
Yeah.
I feel like they've got some hope with them.
Well, speaking of the individuals, should we check in with TMB ahead of the series? You also get to go up against today one of the greatest in-game leaders of all time, who also happens to be Danish as well, in Karrigan.
Yeah.
Is he somebody that's like influenced you at all in your career? Are there any similarities, differences, you think?
I feel like me and Kerrigan plays kind of similar in our calling style. We both like to be really aggressive and making space for the team. So of course I think his way of calling suited me pretty much as well. So yeah, I think I have taken a lot of things from him. But yeah, hopefully we can also pull up some new tricks in the books today and show him who the young guns also can do some crazy stuff.
I obviously have to ask a little bit about putting Danish Counter-Strike back on the map. What do you think needs to be done in terms of, getting a Danish team back on top in terms of, the world ranking?
Yeah, I think we have suffered a lot lately, especially Astralis. They have had tough times, and I think it comes down to the new generation hasn't put up that many great talents, and hopefully us in ECSTATIC, we are kind of trying to bring up some of the new players in Nut and Sia, who is both 18 years old, and hopefully with them getting more and more experience, they can come up and hopefully compete in the top level.
And you were particularly interested, Maui, on one of those young individuals coming out of ECSTATIC. Who have you got your eye on in this one?
Well, when last night I typed into Google Nut POV, Google asked me why did I type nut twice. But after watching that POV, I was quite entertained. Honestly, I feel like Nut's a really stable anchor for this team. He gets a lot done with very little. I find his aim to be very smooth. Sometimes in these high pressure games, like when he plays against Liquid, he gets happy feet sometimes. He gets a little too excited, wants to make that extra step or something. But if he can just settle down, he is really good at holding his positions on the map.
And it's very characteristic for a young talent. He gets a little happy feet about what's happening. Hey, I'm actually about to beat some of the guys that I've been looking up to. And what I like about Nut is that he, and also the likes of Syra, is that it's those two players that has not been what I mentioned, eternal talents. They have actually only been around for a couple of years. They are actually still in this development phase, whereas some of the other players in the team has been around for maybe 6 or 8 years and still haven't really made any impact yet.
Well, I did ask TMB I believe we ran it in the break, whether he feels like FaZe look beatable now that they've made this roster change with Jacob. He actually said that he felt like they were more beatable when Elige was in the roster. I don't know how to read that one, Maui. What do you take away from that?
I'm not sure how you know that they're going to be harder to beat with Jacob playing. Yeah. I think he just saw the disasters unfold for FaZe when they really lost a string of rounds that they otherwise shouldn't lose because the tensions and the mentality really kind of just unfurled for them. With Jacob, they should probably just be a little bit more stable, but it would have been really hard to take down Elige on any point on the map.
That's for sure. But if I'm looking in the shoes of Team B, I think it's basically just the fact that now they get a new breath of air. I think that's what needed in FaZe, so they probably have a small honeymoon here.
Well, either way, we are going to get to see the debut of Jacob in FaZe. Connor and Mo, how excited are you to see this one?
Cool, Freya, very excited. It's not every day that we get to see a new player don the FaZe Clan jersey. Yes. And in this case, it's a player that a lot of us don't know all too much about, Mo. So Jacob's debut in FaZe. Let's talk about it.
I'm hyped about it. I mean, back at PGL Bucharest, that's when we commentated them. They won against the Mongols 2-0. They won against Astralis 2-0. And not everybody saw those games. Fair enough. But for those of us who did watch, we actually saw they had a really good system going over there. They're looking like they're going to be the next Polish team up and coming. And honestly, it's funny because before that game started, Jacob was the talk of who might carry them in those matches, but it ended up not being him. It was Prism and some of the other guys. But still, he's the big brand value, I'd say, that has come over, and I think is really promising.
Yes,
actually,
sir.
I had to be quietly impressed by the pickup.
Brokey's going to get first blood here on Overpass. And Nut fast trade right back. Frozen peels away, but it's not going to be a chase up to the bathrooms. Was looking like a stellar chance to just slice through B and put a test to Jacob early. He'll be picking up that anchor spot on the B side of Overpass by the looks of things. And Kerrigan doing a really good job of hiding his cards in terms of what this new FaZe clan's going to look like. I want to say shout out Freya for actually asking the hard questions in that interview as well. She kind of put him to the fire, didn't let off.
Yeah.
And
one of my favorite things is just asking Freya the hard questions herself because she can't answer them. But when she does it, it's even better.
She's good at it.
Yeah.
Yeah. She skates by. As has TMB through Fountain with no contact. Sound Q won't cost him, as we do see FaZe peeling back into the depths of both A and B. 2-2 split.
Might have been a sneaky sound cue. He's hoping somebody outside of bathrooms could hear, but there won't be any kind of fake just yet. Now this push, I mean, this could make a big difference because it is a real one-on-one situation happening. Okay, Rain's not going to push through. But with the split defense, eyes are on Jacob now.
Rain gets his duel, and he picks it up, but he loses his teammates. So Rain, with the last couple bullets, not going to get the third kill, draws them into Monster. He at least posts his 2. We keep the numbers even at 10 seconds. No utilities, no kits out here on the field, just pressure out of Kerrigan. Frozen falls out of the heaven, and they strike in that moment. We've got ECSTATIC on the board out the gate, folks.
Yeah, and a lot of people are going to be watching this game for the FaZe edition of Jacob. Of course, naturally, one of the biggest brands in Counter-Strike and in gaming, period. But over on the other side, that's been grinding, and a team that's trying to carry the torch for Denmark in a way that it's, you know, Astralis are still right there, but at the same time, it's not like any team in Denmark is really winning anything right now. And so I think that's a huge opportunity for a squad like ECSTATIC. I personally been trying to look out to see who's going to be the Monty of this year.
Right.
You know, every single sort of cycle, we'll see a team that grinds online and they start turning heads. Well, could it be ECSTATIC is my question.
Yeah, because Mongols went ahead and took it a step further than the Monties of the past. So who's up next? And we've seen ECSTATIC kind of break through in 2 different moments. I would say, obviously, the Copenhagen Major was huge for them to get as far as they did. Changes slowed that roster down.
Yeah,
it's the same organization, but then you mentioned Bucharest.
And now they only have TMB from that lineup.
Yeah. USPs come through, and it's going to be a kill inside of the short side. TMB tested. All's good. And Nut to close out. On the B bomb site, they will find nothing else.
It also bothers me how they can do the interview before and go, you know, we just haven't produced that many good talents lately. And, like, they still have so many players to pick from. You know, I feel like if the only reason we don't hear about that with Canada is because there's no players to give those interviews even. So, it's just...
Hey, man.
There are still lots of Danish players out here.
Hext had a good day today.
Yeah, he did.
The one and only.
Yeah.
The Danish pool, it's a deep one.
Yeah.
But Rain's chances looking shallow as we get the Christu clear of the site, and from pistol to a 4-player surviving conversion. That is exactly what you're looking for. T-side overpass as the challengers.
Oh, and also, I don't know if they talked about this on the desk or if I should even bring this up, but didn't Dupree pick TMB as a bold prediction one year?
Oh, did he?
Let me see. It was him or Magisk or one of the other guys that is Danish on Earth.
Cast a wide net there, Mohan. First gun test for ECSTATIC to try and pass. And it's going to be Brokey with the op immediately floating around this A half of the map. Rain playing this position as the B support. Classic, just like the cave role of Ancient, I feel like. Constantly pestering with wall bangs, with the potential pressure of the short push.
Yes.
Yes,
TMB got 3 from Dupree, Magisk, and Stown.
Wow.
In 2020.
Damn, great find.
So, well, he's 6-0 now.
5 years later.
5 years later. First good map ever. Right here, live before your eyes.
He's gone through evolutions as a player as well.
Yeah.
You know, now trying to lead the charge. Rain eating utility here as Jacob allocated to the half wall, holds on. But so far out of this map, we really haven't had FaZe Clan kind of testing ECSTATIC's setups, so afforded to get this close to the bomb site, 5 players strong.
You're right, they're not doing much. Sometimes it's good to not do too much in these last couple. You know, it's hard. I think it's right now you've got ECSTATIC wondering why. There's no double pushes, no big flanks coming in. They're trying to watch everything and be careful. They're still execing with a good amount of time.
Oh, but it's Kerrigan in as that utility flies. Monster push goes well. It's the only thing that bodes well here for ECSTATIC. And that means bomb's still back where Kerrigan got those kills in short. There's no real time to go grab it and come back, so kills would be huge. Frozen's got full health, the other 2 low. And Lele just needs to make sure he doesn't die after time now. Oh, you think that peak's coming out, but
no, it's not.
Brokey won't lose the op. M4 for the upgrade, and Lelele hangs on, and this one just kind of fizzles out off of a perfectly timed push into short from Kerrigan to deny that bomb's entry.
I think what we saw right there is the CTs didn't have too many bits of utility to use to stop this exec from coming in, but what they did have was one extra rotation. So I think as they did try to push off a short, push out a monster, what it showed to ECSTATIC was no part of the map was searched, but they got called out for execing really late, where they can't do that 2 rounds in a row without FaZe having something planned.
Right.
They weren't about to sit there the entire time. So I think immediately ECSTATIC need to see that and go, oh, they're countering our style of play now. We can't actually do that again.
And Lelele sees this as an invite, and he finds his duel. Playing a dangerous game, getting into short that quickly, but some early tempo looks good for ECSTATIC.
Early tempo. Stuff like this helps, at least, for sure, because now you can go back to what worked for you before, which was leaving everybody alone until 25 seconds and then going. And you know the CTs are going to come in after you.
Kerrigan looking for some action, but we get ECSTATIC peeling away as Frozen also makes a move forward here. There's some weak pieces like this Deagle out on the field, but he doesn't kill TMB. He'll kill the players in front.
Perfect composure.
Not to mention the damage done to TMB. A back turn from Lelele, and so 5v4. ECSTATIC go up in flames. Frozen aggressive from long for the 3-piece to put FaZe Clan back on the board, barring the Nut clutch.
I think he has spotted Frozen, or at least his teammates saw it, so what do you think? There you go. 45 health left over. Bomb can get picked up.
And time.
So half a marathon to get over towards the A site.
It's no Iron Man.
Jump on Pimp's back to get there.
He's going to hear him drop in. Brokey missed chance. Still time to win this round. You think Kerrigan's got him with the smoke down in front. He needs to know he's arriving and jumping through a smoke blind. He won't take that chance. Nut knows better. And the headshot. Kerrigan, I'm hoping that was
dying anyway,
before time expired, because it was in the final seconds.
Yeah.
At least I'm hoping for Nut's sake.
Yeah. Otherwise, that might have been 2 nuts in a different way.
We have to address the TMB pregame interview and his Danish pronunciation of Nut.
Nut.
So we're going down the Pingu route now.
Yeah. I don't know how many people in the world have grown up with that show at this point, but we have.
It's
so
hit the
we
masses.
can talk about it. Newt.
Nut. Or something like that.
Yeah.
God. How did we get here?
Started with 2 nuts on the desk. Like there are 2 nuts. Nutty guys. No one did that.
How quickly things change with pistols back in hand. Game tied. You play Overpass as a map pick. You better be ready for the challenge that is the attack. It's great with a pistol, but money dries up.
How about that Frozen guy last round?
Ooh-wee.
I mean, he knew that he was going to get hunted down after he missed his, first spray. Didn't run.
Also, perfect disengage from the playground players, right? Like you're saying, he knows he's going to get chased, so he keeps just enough bullets to go not just for the 1 kill, but the second as well.
Yeah.
And that was a really nice, separated but still 2-pronged re-aggression from FaZe at a man disadvantage. We saw Kerrigan push into short water with an assist. Frozen doing it on his own and doing it that much better. And throughout all the, trials and struggles of FaZe Clan with Elige, Frozen, and even before Elige, Frozen is just being that pillar to keep this team in top 10.
Yeah, I mean, no, he's a stats demon, consistent across all maps, really solid play. I think he just keeps getting better every year, even though he's had his highest ranking a year or 2 ago. Yeah, a lot more to show, I think, still from Frozen. Feels like forever young, that guy.
Whoa! Okay.
Yo, Nut.
And you know Overpass, you get that pistol kill, you bombard this A site with high hopes that you could just get the bomb plant, but Frozen and Kerrigan on the scene with a rifle apiece, and they just make mulch of the attempt there from ECSTATIC.
I like the veto, at least from this perspective of ECSTATIC. You're not coming into a game like this, and they're going standard and then winning. Take a risk. See what happens.
All right, playing for a bit more control out of the spawns now, our FaZe. Getting Rain out here with a smoke ahead of Anlolele. But he's going to play around it. There's 2 rifles on that line. Flashbang almost blinds everybody. Look at this push here from Rain.
Yeah, this is really smart.
And he's going to find TMB with grenades, or never mind. Great presence of mind. And then Brain splattered. Oh no, a disconnect here from Frozen makes this a 2v5. Even worse. Jacob, time to shine, brother. It's a 1v5. 4 players outside of this bomb site.
Did he disc after? Because only 3 kills.
Yes. He disconnected after the first 2 kills on the other half of the map. Oof. And now they know where the last player is with A control because Frozen's gone. And so Bomb, it's going to rotate upwards. This is going to be the tough pill to swallow for FaZe Clan.
You know, this could have been just like a really genius moment from Anlolele here because when he took that fast step out through the smoke on short, then they flashed.
Yeah.
That was the perfect way to make sure no one's playing anti because it feels like he's already committed outside. So I love the tactic. When he didn't see anybody, he seemed really suspicious about that.
Sure.
And it felt like, yeah, he's probably not going to clear Rain. How could you expect him to go through this? But since nobody took an engagement with him at short, he was so sure about the setup. It feels like they really were prepared to find somebody, whether it was out and short or a very unlikely play like pushing back through the smoke. And I don't think it's totally unlucky the way that Rain died right there. That was just good scouting, it looked like. Yeah, that happens sometimes. Oh, so the first one comes out, the flash actually just comes out really late. I was like, man, I thought that they did that just to make sure that it was like a good bait.
Sure.
Or something.
This is going to put an unfortunate dampening to the FaZe Clan economy. Brokey sitting on $2,600. Frozen on $1,600. Is enough for 3 buys across the board. 5K or plus for the majority of FaZe. But what a gut punch that one is. You've let them back into the T side, and we know every round is worth so much on the T side of Overpass at the moment.
Especially ones that come with momentum. I think especially with how guarded that they've been playing too, it's kind of, I think, a nightmare to think, how do we pull this eco off if we have to? So far, it feels like ECSTATIC, they were counterable because they took their time and then came in late with execs and played it pretty simple up until that point. We're playing too risky, but they are going to need some kind of idea. Otherwise, FaZe are going to be in a terrible spot. Here is the buy. 3 M4s, a 5.7 and an MP9 for FaZe.
That wallbang's so inviting for Christu, but it's Rain with a different angle. And so protected from the op rebound. But Brokey, different story. Him in the 5.7, making the most of the close range weapons, the limitations FaZe face in round 7. Get him in con. try to get them ripping, but you're going to hear 2 players burning on this fallback. Sierra on the chase. They just get away, but they're met by further fire, so a ton of utility damage done, considering these players are just trying to run for their lives.
The tactics are looking so good, to be honest, but...
Oh. What?
Oh, no.
Okay.
Oh, well, at least no one died, but so much damage had been dealt there. That was just so awkward. What just happened?
I see stops in the all chat. I don't know when they came in. I wasn't watching.
Yeah, okay.
So we'll wait and see. But, hey, man, nice nades.
I loved it.
Yeah.
Honestly, that was kind of good to see. I feel like that was those really promising how everything they've done so far actually has been... They're really crossing their T's.
Well, to be honest, I think there's already a parallel here between this game and the M80 match versus Vitality at the start of the day, because one of the most, impressive things that M80 brought to the table in a huge, upswing at a big opponent was their utility usage on Overpass was phenomenal.
Yeah.
So I think what we're seeing is a lot of these, again, classic underdog teams putting in all the effort they can on a difficult map like Overpass that has just entered the pool, and you can quite clearly see ECSTATIC.CEST's reps.
Yeah, it's again, we're looking for the team that'd be the perfect way to spoil the debut, and it's always an unlikely opponent. I mean, this could be the one for sure. But I love how drilled they look. You'll never see 2-3 tactics in a row that will be exact like that by FaZe. They just won't do that. They'll maybe have a good one, but where they really shine is where they can get creative and do something that you just haven't seen them try versus anyone else, but it's going to work today because they know how you're playing.
FaZe Clan play an artistic style of Counter-Strike.
Artistic, I think that's the right word.
Some teams use math and logic.
Yeah.
Other teams just paint.
Maybe that was the problem, that Alicia's more of a math guy.
He's more of a math guy. He's definitely a math guy.
Yeah.
Anybody who's measuring their mouse pads and desk heights, that's a math guy.
And FaZe are like Art Attack.
Yeah.
To use another French show.
Chuck it on the canvas and, you know what? Use your hands.
Use your hands.
Get in there.
Yeah, roll around in the mud a little bit.
I bet Rain loves to finger paint.
I can totally... No, he probably doesn't.
With his child.
Yeah, okay.
Children.
True.
It's that like Norwegian Viking soldier in him. It's like the face paint, the war paint.
Yeah.
It taps back into that as he's doing.
As children, you have to indoctrinate.
Yeah, exactly. As he does paint by numbers with his fingers nowadays.
Yeah.
I
can see that.
Modern man down bad.
Yeah. I wonder if it triggers Vu that his name is Jacob.
You mean Vu who calls heroic heroic?
Heroic. But just because he hates corn.
That is true. That is a fact, after all. Oddly enough. Quite passionate about things like that. I thought, one-man desk earlier today. We're a man down at Blast at the moment. And Jacob, another Jacob, Pimp Finicky, really stepped up today. He really stepped up today.
Yes.
And
all kinds of Danes coming through today.
I'm fond of the analysts that we work with, but until you're a caster, you're not an equal.
Right.
You're not a... But today, Jacob put in the work.
I think the Iron Man kind of puts him a little ahead.
That's fair. As much as I hate to admit it. Hugo Byron had a panic attack today because he had to spend a day without Harry.
Ooh, okay, yeah.
It's like, when they separate conjoined twins?
Yeah.
Usually one of them dies.
Mm-hmm.
I always thought it would be Hugo.
Yeah.
But he trucked on today. What a guy.
And nobody's dying, right?
No.
We're all good.
I mean, not that I know of, and if they are, Man, I'm gonna regret saying that.
Yeah, that would suck.
Yeah,
I mean, not to make it about us.
Nope, but I'd hate to be me.
Yeah. I think everyone's fine.
Zaiwu looked better. He was supposedly also down with the sickness, Mohan.
Mm-hmm.
It happens after all. Time on the road, airports. That's why we started playing online tournaments, for the health of the competitors.
Yeah. It is a lot of, you're meeting a lot more people than you would in any other... Travel more than F1 drivers, so that'll get you to introduce yourself to new bacteria.
They also, you know, we don't have private jets yet.
There you go.
We're working on that. We'll get there. Rumor has it that's actually in Freya's new contract. She's really pushing the bar.
Nice. Would that be Jacob as a child right there?
No, that's all the FaZe clan fans watching on as we get to see a new debut.
Awesome.
Shout out Frozen one time, first player I've ever seen with a terrarium on his desk. That's always cool. Closed ecosystems like that and whatnot.
What's a terrarium?
It's like dirt and grass and plants that grows in an enclosed. It's just its own little ecosystem, sealed.
Nice. Could you have like a snow one or no?
No, I mean unless you kept it outdoors in the very cold.
Yeah, yeah. I mean,
or in
what
a
if you
freezer.
put in a fridge. Could you have a fridge?
I mean, what would you just put in there? Snow?
Penguins. Duh.
Pete is calling. No, but you can put like bugs in there. But I think people who keep bugs as pets are a little bit weird.
There's a guy on.
That's just my opinion.
There was a guy on Twitch.
Twitch.
Who had like. That's a very rare reference. Who had a. I think it was shrimp. Like a. He had a big tank of shrimp.
Okay.
And it was like 24/7 prawns.
Whoa!
And you could just watch them.
24/7, all you can eat.
Yeah, you just watch them. Just multiply.
That's pretty
24
sick.
hours a day.
Yeah, yeah.
It looked crowded, man. It looked like a Subway in Japan in there.
You ever considered getting your own ant farm?
No.
Picture that, an ant farm from the side.
I have seen them. They're cool.
Like a slice, yeah.
Yeah.
Kind of watch.
Never thought about it though. Too much responsibility.
You know, if this tech pause goes a lot longer, I'll tell you why I think that ants are next up on the planet. When humans' time comes to an end, you know, the same way that marsupials replaced the dinosaurs.
Okay. Ants.
Ants, you know, right now we're the dinosaurs, and in X billion years, it's going to be ants up next.
Does that mean that they can build things?
They already do.
Yeah, that's true. Actually, that's true. But
yeah, man.
An ant can't go to space.
Doesn't need to. It's got everything it needs right here.
Eventually, it'll run out of stuff too.
And also, mice during the age of the dinosaurs couldn't go to space, but look what they turned into, Mohan. Interplanetary traveling species like us.
Mice?
Oh, that's the original mammal. As we are. In the long chain of evolutions.
It was mice and then chimpanzees and then you?
Well, somewhere out there we had an Australopithecus afarensis.
Okay.
And then the Homo erectus.
Same.
And, you know, a Neanderthal or two. They're still roaming out there. I've met a couple in public. Work with a few, actually.
Okay. So it's as the last round. It is as the last round began.
Okay. We know what happened last time. Connector utility to counter FaZe Clan. This time, nobody behind that Molotov. It's a different starting move from FaZe.
That is quite an angle here inside of blue. Christy being a little pervert through this door, trying to catch someone pushing off a short.
Show me something. But nobody is taking the bait at B. It's locked in Rain and Jacob again. But this counter flash position from Brokey, interesting use of the MP9. Again, not inside connector at the start of the round.
Now they're going to get hunted. So there's a problem. The problem here for ECSTATIC is they didn't actually take the long control. So they cleared out top bathrooms, but now they kind of just created an ace in the hole here for FaZe, which is kind of nuts considering, again, the money that's available. So the rotation from Kerrigan will come downstairs. The flank from outside of bathrooms will come in. These T's are almost certainly just going to die in the back. Oh, if those nades killed someone, that would have helped.
Jacob on the half wall, Rain in the pit. Brokey about to strike, starts to run. And a Rain double before the flank even hits its mark. Ooh, that is fantastic if you're FaZe Clan. Total sweep of the ECSTATIC attack.
Yeah, and that was a massive chance for ECSTATIC considering the amount of dollars left over. But what the fact that they came up with that play to counter ECSTATIC here is perfect. They had a timing that was sort of uncounterable. What needed to happen there from ECSTATIC, they were so close to actually just winning the entire round by turning the corner on long control, but they have been very passive about their map control. They are just trying to clear out the bare minimum, then wait, and then exec.
Nade pressure coming down on short side. Nut looks to take connector control early. Again, playing behind these smokes, but getting opening positions. Certainly worth something, slotting into the corner there, and Lalele. Bomb to be scooped up at the bottom of the ladder right now, and you can see it moving its way towards Monster. So I feel like we're going to get ECSTATIC shifting back into this B site ahead of time. Again, don't give yourself time to get flanked as per last round. And maybe this B site crumbles. Still 3 defenders here. Nades in hand, they get past that cross, and Jacob goes down with nothing. Rain, single kill. A MAC-10 double entry into the Chris 2 third frag. That is ECSTATIC moving faster. A bit emphatic on the approach, and it's going to put this back to a tied game at 4.
Yeah, it was definitely a little awkward there from Jacob. He was the only person who could have stopped that in its tracks if he, mowed down 2 people, peeked on the right side of the pillar. But he wasn't playing open to it. He had a teammate on the back of the site who, to be fair to him, could have been spotting short as well and missed it. But once they wrapped all the way around and continued with their flashes, well, they had already overtaken the site in a way FaZe are not ready for. So just like that, actually, ECSTATIC come back with an answer. Not what I expected after seeing the last round.
But good on them to change up the pace.
Not sure. Yeah, I just want to see the setup again because it's not complimentary. Like, I'm looking at Jacob and I think, well, yeah, of course you can eat the flash from there. You can't be holding short. There's a teammate behind him, right?
Yeah, throwing a flash to the left. You saw it sail by him.
Oh, okay. Okay. So that would have been a huge gap in the hold right there.
Yeah, it feels like ECSTATIC just hit that great timing on the release of the utility as the weapons are being pulled out again. You said earlier that like you're never going to see FaZe kind of do the same thing twice. I want to say ECSTATIC just changing up the tempo at the very least is keeping this fresh as well.
That's good.
FaZe having a hard time of pinning them down in what should be this difficult T side. We're going to get aggressive this round with Brokey on long. Gifted an opening chance. Elsewhere, we've got the answer, and Jacob will trade out the B frag, but that op kill opened the door for Frozen to push through Playground. He's going to drop the bomb and get responded back on by Nut. 3v2 for FaZe Clan. And the pressure still all over the map as Kerrigan goes hunting.
It's 2v3.
Spotted.
Oh, I was going to say it's recoverable, but Jacob, nice find. 2 up now. Nut on the 1-on-3 hunts. Let's see if he can actually give himself winning chances. 1 kill early, and maybe there's hope. Shot miss from Brokey.
Activates Kerrigan surely in a second. Nut hyper focused on the opper. And dodging the flashes for Kerrigan's arrival. It's a freebie. 5-4 FaZe Clan.
Okay. So, yeah, it's a good round in response. I think it's not the way that FaZe wanted to go. Even though they do win this round, they're probably happy about it. It's still a T side where it's 4 rounds out of the last 9 or whatever.
So the economy waivers here in round 10.
See if we can get another cool idea out of ECSTATIC, because they really found the sore spot last round on low guns.
Head of those smokes on the fallback. T's gonna hear this. See how ready
looking
Brokey
a little
is.
messy right now. And if Brokey's not careful, yeah, he can't walk back out a divider. They're doing this Furia crawl out through bathrooms. They will go unnoticed. Brokey looks a little suspicious, however. I think that was two spotted.
Yep.
Wait, surely it was.
Yeah, he knows. He's on high alert, knows that he is in a dangerous position. He hits that shot onto Sierra, and as they pressure in, Brokey fighting every step of the way. Nearly had more in the tank. Kerrigan's chance to clean up, but the op has been offered over to Nut. Falls back to the half wall, and not everybody's going to escape alive here. Nut on 20. Christu pushes back through. Kerrigan in between the T's. And Frozen applies a good amount of pressure. No scopes go both directions. FaZe Clan only go one, and that is forward. Leading now by 2 rounds over ECSTATIC.
Well, I appreciate how suspicious the FaZe players were in that spot at the top of bathrooms, because I don't think they got a visual. It looked like the call was going to be very strong again here for ECSTATIC, but there was something wrong when they didn't see a lot of utility coming. FaZe looked really well prepared. So do ECSTATIC, I think, with the reads in this game so far. And we'll get a first crack at a timeout here, because I think FaZe are also still trying to look for momentum at all in this game. They're only up 2 rounds, but ECSTATIC keep answering back.
Keep doing just enough, right? Sprinkle in a T round here and there. Keep you on your toes with the tempo change at B. There's a fun game going on right now in the minds of TMB and Kerrigan, but Brokey showing us some fireworks on this one.
Looked like he got the collat as well in that. No,
yeah, Nut was low. I wasn't sure what it was from and all that chaos. Yeah. Armstrong, my goat. Deep util here for Brokey as we see the money hit the ground for ECSTATIC. So, gonna be coming in round 12 with something. Brokey, time for a highlight reel again. Hits the leg shot. These should be easy frags, and Rain's nade finishes off the front runner. Inside of the bathrooms, Brokey will hold the line. And a P250 will bode well as Frozen from sight cleans house.
All right. Put on a show here.
He's going to have to somehow harness the power of Mike-Ulele and Lalele.
Yeah, all the Lele's. It's got to be the one.
I wouldn't call this one a Lele up, though.
Yeah.
It's just a jump spot from sight. Ooh,
not bad.
Goes for the shoulder. And Frozen down. Bomb fake flash. Classic. Front sight player in Rain. Ooh, that could have been a second kill. Coulda, shoulda, woulda.
Oh.
He tries to fall back. Flops his head on the light post. Comes in for a second chance, and that's where Rain's going to end him.
Right.
So laugh it off. It was pistols to push through bathrooms, and Brokey really took the momentum out of that rush.
Yeah, that was just, I mean, there was nothing coming into this round for ECSTATIC. They had to come up with a really random and quick strat
from
to put
B.
some pressure. Oh, nice.
Yeah, when Frozen started getting the kills from sight, I was like, where did Rain go? But of course, he starts B, chucks the nade over top. Just enough support. 15 damage,
That's
enough
wicked.
to get the kill. The buy that ECSTATIC saved for, now in play. Frozen peels back quick from bathrooms. He'll go for the jump spot instead. This is a round where Brokey is not a feature at A out of the gate. To take over control of short, perhaps. Good investment, body-wise, for FaZe Clan.
ECSTATIC have been doing a really good job short side and outside of bathrooms, in the middle of the map, I think, on the extremities, however. This is where I think FaZe are getting some value back. Even when they've exec up short, you know, Rain's caused problems for them, pushing out their one-guy monster.
Nice. Felt like Nut was pre-aiming that before the door swing.
Wow.
He swings wide, nails the headshot. They get damage onto Jacob at B, and Sierra wins the kill over on long A.
Yo.
Double nade.
I love that. I mean, they just believed in the fact that they hit somebody the first time. Jacob tried to play this spot as soon as they triple naded it, excuse me, the round prior. And now this is basically a wash. They've got Kerrigan spotted, low on HP. How do you want to win, Ecstatic?
Kerrigan's gonna fight tooth and nail for this one, but we've got 3 players coming at Brokey. It's a position whereby he can cut them down one by one, but he's gotta hit every shot, and he could do it if not for Sierra pressing that barrel right against his head. Kerrigan, 40 health, 1v2, met by smoke on the approach, barrels through into the Optimus player, but one man makes the difference, and 1 round could do the same. An excellent 5-round T-side for Ecstatic as they try to spoil FaZe Clan's debut. Well, FaZe Clan came to play today, but I don't know if they anticipated this much of a challenge. It was tough to pin Ecstatic down because they did things so differently round to round.
It's true. I think that half is one that's worth watching back if you're looking for a new Danish team to be a part of, or you just wanted to see what's interesting about this new FaZe debut. We saw a lot of stuff. I think Jacob was throwing a lot of tests. I think he passed some of them. Some of them, it did look a little awkward, or the chemistry and the setups wasn't that great, but it's hard to say whose fault exactly that was. A lot more to be said about this game as it plays on. T-side on overpass. That can be some of the hardest CS that you play these days. So it'll be a real good example of what FaZe can do right now.
It's no surprise that there's bodies coming A. Could always redirect, of course. Minute 25, plenty of time, open connector, etc. And no utility invested yet, despite Kerrigan having the smoke flash. But we'll see what they want to do with it. Slow burn by the looks of things now that they've been spotted. Slow burn until the sudden swing that could have been for Sierra. Definitely had chances to hit a shot. Instead, 5v3 for FaZe. If they wait for the flank, they're about to find it, you'd think.
Broky's turning. There are these small timings.
Good flash.
Yeah, the bomb comes A, though.
Smoke's a bit deep. Won't be too hard for Nut to challenge through. But it's covered by Rain. Crosshair on the money. And the next man up towards Dumpster, already down to a measly 8 points of health. So Rain here with the jumping block, of course, as you do. And unfortunately for Andlele, doesn't actually end up finding anybody in bathrooms. But Rain's gonna come stomping in, looking for another frag. One for the road. Oof.
Not too bad.
Reda's answer, no kit on the site. That could have changed things. He's gonna tap it to try to pressure it. There is still 10 seconds, but Kerrigan's so far away, and the bomb is planted for bathrooms. If he had a kit, he maybe could try to cause more panic, but still, he frazzled him for a second.
I got kills. I mean, the kills, it's definitely something. A few extra dollars actually does matter sometimes. But it's really the start of this T attack that makes the biggest difference. You know, catching that long push halfway up is one of the most unflattering ways that you can go, I think, if you're on the CT trying to defend. You know how important that run could be if you're ecstatic. But I'll also say it could potentially be optional if you're just so solid right now on this CT side. The map may take a little longer, but you can certainly still believe in the comeback.
Gone pretty heavy on this M4. Sarah, the only one with a real rifle. There's a question as to whether Rain full clears. He will, and still falls. Easy swap out. But playing with his nades. Sierra not expecting this fast chase from Brokey, who gives him a chance to win the duel.
Little awkward.
He looked kind of scared about it all.
Yeah, a little awkward. Actually, I can't remember what team it was, but I've seen a roster not play in blue at all on CT side for an entire half, and it looked fine, which is very not typical considering how much control the map it gives you, even having a player there alone. But right now, I've got 3 supporting pistols, 10 damage on that 5-7 spam. T's gonna make it the long way back around to Monster. And we're getting into the later hours of this round, so well, maybe if the CTs want to come stack, there's a chance for them. One good shot here from the scout changes things.
But the first one misses. Flash is good. Teammate Dink makes it weird. The 5-7 could thrive as he puts his head back down. Christu gets back into it with the scout. Nut serving up a good distraction. Christu, though, no multi-frag. It's the Kerrigan climb up for 2. And a Desert Eagle between Ecstatic and their 6th round, trying to dive the bomb. Not going to stop it from getting planted. 7 shots in the fresh mag versus 2 rifles, and it's too much to ask of it. Right there with that Christu scout kill, the 5-7 popped up, had a chance at more than just one, but that's a huge ask of an Ecstatic that's under pressure from the execute.
It had all the ingredients, just didn't seem like it was the right day. But map control's looking good for FaZe. They moved along. I mean, it came down to the final seconds. Well, and he's in the air, Kerrigan jumping up. Also, that flick is just so sharp. Like, it's robotic. Love that from Finn. So a 4-round lead. TMG comes in with 1 HE to work with.
It's actually a great map for Kerrigan. He is, I mean, never FaZe Clan's hardest hitter, but particularly rough 3 months at the moment, averaging a 0.83 rating. Through the onboarding of a Liege.
That'll be what the honeymoon is, right? It'll be just like individual form coming up to... I feel like they want to support the new player coming in, you know, just as much as possible.
Well, especially
prove that they can do it again.
Yeah,
you know?
Especially when in this case, it's not a new player that is a Liege who has you know, won as much as he has
That's true.
in the past.
You're not hiring someone to come carry you this time.
No. You're bringing somebody with much less experience into a whole new world, and a world that has massive expectations.
Yeah. I do flat out think that even though I haven't seen any of the moves, that this could just work out better because it was just very clearly this little awkward in the server when we would watch them try to figure out their roles and everything. And if you bring him Jacob and he's 1-for-1 on T side to Elige, that's fine. On CT side, and he's gonna be able to take the backseat in a lot more positions. Just makes more sense because he's so new.
He's also in no position to tell FaZe how to play a game of Counter-Strike.
Yeah,
so you're going to be able to shape him and mold him. And if he really has that kind of a potential, I mean...
There's always going to be someone who want to take that spot, too. You know, if you leave something open, it's going to make Frozen happy. It's going to make Rain happy. There will be someone to take that space.
And if you're making space and therefore comfort for guys like Frozen and Rain, well, you should be picking up some solid placings at events.
Yeah.
Another USP kill, 2 frags for Anlalele off the default pistol, but not much to stand on there if you're ECSTATIC. So we have gotten to that point in the game where despite FaZe Clan letting ECSTATIC get a few T rounds here and there, we hit 10-5 on the scoreboard, momentum on the T side. Sure, there are gun rounds to still get through, but if ECSTATIC don't put one up now, they're not giving themselves a real chance to win this map.
Yeah, no, this just becomes insurmountable if they're not careful. It's going to have to be you, Christu. 3 kills on this map, unfortunately.
Ouch.
And a big responsibility with this op. And I say big because it's overpass. There is no CT side overpass where your op doesn't have massive impact on your comeback. Show me the map. I don't even need to see the numbers. Nice find.
Sneaky stuff from Sierra, just diving out through connector, leaving A vacant for the time being. That's why we get this long A speed up, a real classic.
Now here's Christu alone.
You said it's got to be him.
Yeah, okay, he gets the vision. Bomb spotted. T's want to speed up because they've lost space.
Flashes himself onto the angle. Now he's got the freedom to hold this and call for support. All in support, in fact.
Why is he aiming so low there, actually?
He's looking for little men. But there's some big guys on FaZe Clan.
He's that new guy, Jacob. He must be short.
Not the case. Gets by the line. Sierra, I like that this is the same player that aggressed through connector into short, now back up to the A rotate, pushing through bathrooms. This man is on a marathon, and the timing is great. If he doesn't mess up the shot, and no chance he's gonna mess that up. Succulent kills coming out of Sierra. Finger licking good on the flank. 4 frags to his name. We needed an individual moment here for ECSTATIC in an early gun round, and he gets his ace.
Wow.
All 5 as he gets into the action, back to the spawn, and right back where he started.
I mean, that ace is the one that sends FaZe back to A, back to B, follows behind them like he's hurting them around the map. It's actually wonderful. What a play. What a moment there for Sierra. In such a big game as well.
2 sitting ducks.
It's not just a anchor spray down on a sight hold. It's a good mix of cerebral, good mix of confident, excellent timing.
And a very active round. From pushing through the smoking connector at the start in constant motion to get right back to it, and here we go again. Same place as he caught that 3K. Pistols ahead of him this time. ECSTATIC given a real chance to start a CT half off the back of this ace. And that kind of ace is just gonna unlock something in you. He's got a little freedom and a very important position as well. And just remember, this is like 1 or 2 rounds after we see him kind of panic after being found in the corner earlier. He's operating with very little support and operating with no real challenge. Not in this one anyways, with Glocks out on the field. Looking for his 8th kill in 2 rounds. And he'll be bolstered by the op support behind him.
Oh, it's been a while since we've seen a double ace.
Back to back, it is on the menu, folks. Frozen's gonna step into the B site. That is 9 kills for Sierra over 2 rounds of play.
That's massive. And you can see he's the right guy for the job to play such an info-getting position here on overpass. So an excellent start to what could be a comeback here for ECSTATIC.
This man has just rocketed up the scoreboard. you earn the eco frags once you get the ace in a gun round. And he's lapping it up. Response here for FaZe Clan, guns back in hand, opt for Brokey even. But 3-round gap on a CT side of Overpass, your map pick with how well we saw their machine running on the attack, the utility, everything was healthy for ECSTATIC. Let's see if they can follow through in the upset. A lot of damage for TMB. Wallbang versus Rain. What do you expect? Nut from Barrels, singular frag, and the instant fallback here from Frozen. And Lele's locked in. He's got a chance to catch it, but it's Frozen to slip back towards spawn.
So nice for the T's to find these early duels on this map. It just adds more time to your clock to actually wander around, take the map control slowly. So I love the push equally here from Anlalele. He's going to be on the hunt
for a long time.
On the hunt for a long time. CT's on A, don't have to move now. They know eventually this round comes back to them. If Anlalele takes too long, he has to worry about them coming back downstairs. That's the one gap that he's got to tell his team they have to be aware of. And it looks like he's just going to miss them barely outside of bathrooms. Going for a very, very long flank now.
Sierra in the corner.
And now he'll speed up, surely.
Fully ready. Oh, but both players from site get a kill. And then the flank hits the perfect timing. Couldn't have ultimately asked for a better result if you are ECSTATIC in that
just
moment.
Beautiful. I mean, he has to run the flank a little bit, but he does it at the perfect moment. The fact is there are 3 CTs left, and they all got great fights at the exact same time versus FaZe. That shouldn't have been possible considering the map control.
Honestly, also, if they end up, FaZe Clan that is, moving through bathrooms, which they could have, no resistance until the Opper on site. Suddenly that flank and the player hard committed to the long corner, they're not getting these kills, they're not into that action. But FaZe decide to go 3 players strong out long and walk right into the ECSTATIC trap.
That is the kind of bravery that's gonna get you this map.
Ooh, we got a game.
Yeah, big time.
3 Deagles on the field for FaZe. And Rain right back to his shenanigans. Sierra here's the stomps. He's gonna let him by. Oh, good flashes for the bomb carrier. He feels the need to jump on it. Oof, and he'll take that Deagle to the head, but Anlalele on the cleanup. ECSTATIC, folks, are 1 round away from tying this at 10-all with a CT side advantage.
They can probably taste the close already, so here is a really good situation. You've got your most important CT player in Sierra getting an ace and then 4 kills in the next round, controlling the map really well. And Lele's shown that he's not afraid of FaZe. Very fast, full flanks coming in. I think FaZe have done the exact same thing well when it comes to quickly flanking or taking back space that isn't there. That's how they punished ECSTATIC on their T side. So FaZe, they've got to be hyper vigilant to make sure that that doesn't keep happening, because every time you see a situation like that, someone goes around a short in through spawn, and the T's aren't going to come back. It's overpass. You can't just come back and check everything constantly. You have to make full-time commitments to pull up these T rounds. And if those go unpunished, that's round over every time. I love the heavy lean here. You're trusting a player who's just in perfect form to be by himself inside of bathrooms. Top bathrooms offers a lot of utility. Got shadows on both ends. You have, with a rifle, great angles to fight with. If the time goes down long enough and they don't test you, suddenly he turns into that flank machine that he did that won you that round prior. And if FaZe are going to walk back away from this and assume that ECSTATIC are scared of them, they're going to be wrong.
Sura still floating between both halves of bathrooms. TMB now slotting into the CT side of Bath as well.
He's going to start coming forward now into bathrooms because look at the clock, 40 seconds.
As they turn.
Yeah.
Oh, you painted a beautiful picture, and Sierra gonna paint the walls of Connector
and
with
now they
Jacob.
only have one choice, and it's not a good one.
Not at all. Christu's op. On a nasty angle, he's got the cover of Pillar in front of him. Misses the shot though. That could be the open door, because Broky's gonna best him heads up. You've got a lot of bodies here. And Lele beckons him in. Nut serving up the distraction, finally goes down. And TMB on the scene in time. 7 seconds, Broky denied. Sierra gets in, and we've got this game tied at 10.
Yeah, well, they could have afforded an op shot getting missed there. No molly on the barrels. Christu, heart drops for a second when he has that position, because maybe there's a way now FaZe can win. But again, they had a lot of rotations coming in with that first kill outside of bathrooms. This scares the hell out of FaZe that now we have to go. We can't come back up the stairs. Jacob's probably frustrated that he got caught off guard, but to be honest, like, they didn't actually scout the map very comprehensively. They kind of just pretended to hold for pushes outside of A.
Sierra finds the timing while the player's still on the angle. And honestly, you know, Jacob's on the angle ready for the fight, but...
You look at this game, man. ECSTATIC, we see the 3 timeouts. When we look back at that first half, there's no reason to call a timeout because they kept coming back into unlikely situations, picking up a T round here or there.
Sure.
They probably felt fine. They ended with 5 in total. Then FaZe only keep a lead because they won the pistol. So far, there hasn't been that much pressure. Things have been going pretty well for ECSTATIC in the first half. And now on CT side, it probably feels exceptional. And the Lele's here at 21 and 13. Sierra's on 23 and 11.
So you've got that duo of firepower now on either half of the map. Doesn't feel like there's any weak point for FaZe Clan to sort of press themselves into. And all the while, the setups at each of these rounds are just putting ECSTATIC in comfortable positions. They're never guessing. It feels like they've got the picture of the round in mind and then the follow through with plays like this. Sierra keeps that spray going, chews through 2 of these armored pistols. And while Kerrigan's down to half health, they may take some distance closer to the A site, but it has already brought TMB up from the other half. And still some utility to work with if you're ECSTATIC to slow this down. We hit a minute, but the AK has been grabbed by Kerrigan. And if not him, there's still Frozen and Broky to try to go hero mode. And we know FaZe Clan have heroes in their ranks. That's the whole soul of FaZe. And so Kerrigan, with even less health now, continues to try to press. Op shot between the feet, opens the door for the bomb plant. Wall bang on the dice, doesn't connect. And so we go post plant for FaZe Clan.
Don't drop this one, ECSTATIC.
It's a long flank, soon to be realized by Lele. Kerrigan pressing the AK in, has now lost the rifle. Despite good damage, Christu stands the test. From the bottom of the scoreboard, he gets a critical kill with man advantage, but 2 deags in the hands of FaZe, folks. And that damage from Kerrigan now nets them another slow burn from Lele. He's got him pinned into the corner. He makes noise, and they're gonna clear them out with kits across the board. ECSTATIC still find 11.
Yeah, no problem at all. They'll pick that up and take the lead.
High pressure situation off of a low buy from FaZe. That is Kerrigan stepping up, trying his absolute damnedest.
Christu saved the day. It feels like the kind of game where Christu misses that kind of shot right now, because he's just like not on point inside a bank. If Kerrigan got that off, when you mentioned hero, wasn't supposed to be Kerrigan today, but it is. Still might not be enough.
It never is with FaZe.
Yeah.
Many teams have been in this same place as ECSTATIC and failed to close.
Hasn't been able to show us T-side input, output so far.
Oof. But we're starting to get into that scary place where now FaZe Clan are going to get wild. Christu, again, haven't had to mention him too much, and now he's starting to find his moments.
Here, just, you know, a kill here and there at this point, and they'll be in a solid spot.
He's late to the party, but they're there now, about to celebrate. A 12th round win is a sigh of relief. A 13th, a celebration. And a static defense, ECSTATIC sit in sight. Kerrigan's already slipped out through Monster. They're going to try to just bounce off the flash. And the Lele offers up the distraction. Nobody looking towards barrels just yet. Nut. Oh! Double kill and a ton of damage as well for Brokey to have to deal with. It's that same three-piece defense repeat.
Okay, Nut, man. Yo, their barrels guy has been an issue for FaZe this entire half. And I thought they weren't making this comeback without their op. I mean, Christu has gotten 2 kills now. They've been so important, but in this last series of string of CT rounds, he hasn't really been a huge factor. It's been a lot of other players coming in, buying him time. Oh, that's a picturesque hold there for Nut. Last kill from the Flames. And a chance to get 13 right here and now.
And aggressive out of the gate into connector, but also the double push on long. This isn't ECSTATIC sitting back like last round and allowing for a hit to come their way. They are looking to end this. Making moves may be costly in round 23. 4v5 queued up. And Christu, who's been finding late form into the bathrooms, gets blasted by Kerrigan. Now it's a massive ask.
They don't think he's here at all.
And Lele slides in,
oh!
And a double kill brings us right back to even ground. Not to mention still that long player, TMB.
Wait, they're holding it though.
He's gonna push through. He's gotten by, and he gets both headshots. From the bottom of the board, a triple kill in front of him, a little too much to ask. It is a rain clutch or an ECSTATIC upset here in map 1 to spoil Jacob's debut. Rain's gotta show us what FaZe are made of. What we've seen so many times before, and at the moment, it is CT's split.
Yeah, and there is actually a chance for Rain to pull this off. He's not the guy you see very often in late round situations. And the Lele's got his eyes peeled. Will he be covering the corner of the smoke? Doesn't see him.
He got out.
Going around the outside. He comes in and he gets it.
That's it, right there. And the Lele triple from sight. 9-round streak out of ECSTATIC. And FaZe Clan only 1 bomb plant in the midst of it all.
A flying start for ECSTATIC on their choice of overpass and on a mission to humble one of the greatest Danes. That was a decisive second half, Maui, and really shows why ECSTATIC put this map into the mix.
Without a doubt, I've actually really loved the way that ECSTATIC battled into this one. When they lost players across the map, they always had a response. They always had ways that they wanted to get back into the action. Even though maybe they showed some timid play early on in this game, when they switched to that defensive side, they showed, you're right, they showed exactly why they picked this map. They were so aggressive. They understood with overpass all the ways you need to keep yourself in. Even if you lose a guy towards B, towards A, you just keep pushing to make sure that you're taking something back.
There are so many good things to take from this game, and I just it makes my Danish Counter-Strike heart so happy to see that a Danish team gets in and actually decides to play like this. You know, they don't care if they go up against FaZe Clan. They don't care who they're playing. They still stick to their style. We heard Team B say, as you mentioned, also that they are very aggressive. They like to take chances, and they actually stay true to that kind of gameplay. So I think it was great to see, and obviously the individuals stepped up. The ones that maybe we didn't speak too much about, in the likes of Lele as well, had some really good impact.
You're happy even though he takes down one of the greatest Danish in-game leaders, your old in-game leader,
you know, I like Kerrigan. I like what he's done for Danish Counter-Strike, but he's also of the older school, right? We need to look into the future and see what the young talents can bring, and that is what
calling for retirement, Dupree. Oh my goodness! Sorry, I'm putting words into your mouth. Let's go back to the first half, because T-side we know that can be a difficult half when we're looking at overpass in particular. What did you like from what ECSTATIC showed in that first half?
I mean, I think ECSTATIC-wise, it was good to see that they obviously stayed true to the whole thing. We have round 8 coming in this one, where they actually realized that at this point we need to get some rounds on the board. They do get this cat control, the short water control, which is very instrumental to also hit the B bomb side. And with the economy, also the weapons they have, they go for this very B-pop play into and catching FaZe Clan specifically off guard here. We see different kind of things, but the pacing is good, the flashes is good. FaZe Clan is not ready for this one at all. Obviously, there's a few mistakes coming in from FaZe Clan in this one. The fact that they did miss the monster smoke, so that forces Jacob to play in a more awkward position, and they just are not ready for it. Rain did try to get in for, but they just didn't get it.
Yeah, you would love to see FaZe in this kind of way, not give everything up for free to just play all the way back and turtle in that fashion. It was actually very different. I mean, ECSTATIC were kind of getting in the faces of FaZe a lot more. So to see FaZe's defense just kind of curling up like that, it feels very unfazed for them to just kind of sit all the way back and let an exec hit them right in the face. But it's great from ECSTATIC to see that they have these kinds of set pieces. And that's really, with the current economy, you need to have good ironed out plays. You can't just really hope that you're going to barrel into them over and over again and break their economy, because it's not that easy anymore.
100%. You mentioned the term getting in their face. I don't think anybody did that more than Sierra. We obviously have to talk about his ace in round 16, and then subsequently, you know, he goes into the next round, almost does the same again. This was crazy from him. I love how he played this position and how proactive he got.
This is exactly what we need to see from ECSTATIC if they want to have a chance to complete the upset versus FaZe. People like Sierra taking matters into their own hands, pushing forward to get the multi-kill against a FaZe clan that is retreating back, you know, trying to make a mid-round call right there. It's textbook overpass. When you know that a space is vacated, or even if you have a feeling, you go for a little push.
Yeah, and that's exactly what he realizes. And to see this out of Sierra, one thing is that he shoots heads. That's the good thing. Obviously, he also understands when to push. He understands when he can actually see that opportunity, and that was not only the isolated case for this game. ECSTATIC had multiple cases where they knew they could actually go for this kind of push when things was working out for them. And you know, I've played with Sierra. I know he can play. He's one of the guys that I think is probably the biggest talent that we have in Denmark right now. To see this kind of performance out of him just makes me really happy.
He's only 18 years of age as well, which is just insane when you think about it. I'm loving how mobile we get to see a lot of his positions around this area of the map as well. He was so commanding and amazing at finding these cheeky little angles to catch FaZe off guard.
Without a doubt. I mean, watching him here as a rifler for Overpass, I mean, he really made a lot of great moves in terms of just finding those kinds of spaces, just going for the timing swings when FaZe are trying to go for the approach. If he's able to do that consistently and just catch FaZe off guard, I mean, he actually looked like the best player in the server at most of the time there.
Let's skip a couple of rounds. Sorry, Debris.
No
round 18, another CT round from the side of ECSTATIC. What was the story here, guys?
This is another one where we're just seeing the activity from ECSTATIC. I mean, to see ECSTATIC play in this fashion where you lose opening picks, you're down in a two-man or a one-man disadvantage after you get the one return kill, but then Anlelele, it's not a guy that we mentioned in the pregame, but he's another one of the pieces for ECSTATIC that make them an exciting team because he can thrive in these sort of secondary roles, not always the star position, and with his push, Sierra, Christu, they recognized that the entire play from FaZe was going towards A, so they had all of the blocking utility, all of the setup that they needed in order to just stop FaZe right in their tracks. I love that at one point in this round, Christu throws the front bathroom smoke, and both of the players on ECSTATIC, because of Anlele's push, were able to just fully focus because they knew the next hit was going to come in long.
Yeah, and specifically in this situation, they needed to make a proactive move, and there would be a case that Anlele could be punished, and they would have lost it. But the fact that they actually decide to go for this push, the realization of also when to deploy the smoke at what given time, it was great to see from ECSTATIC, and this is what Overpass brings to the fray, that you can actually go in and make these time because you do need to gather up, and that's just a very well played situation.
Speaking of gathering things, what did you glean from this new iteration of FaZe? Just maybe in terms of some of the positioning. Karrigan was keeping his cards very close to his chest when I was kind of poising the question, is it just going to be a one-to-one swap for Jacob and Elige? Was that the case on this first map?
Frozen moved back to the A rifler of Overpass. I'm pretty sure it was Elige that was playing that before. We saw Jacob just kind of playing in a couple spots at B, but at times in the mid-late round, he would end up as the B anchor, which was a little bit surprising to me. I thought that was just going to be all the day Karrigan. And hey, if I'm going to say after that T side, they're probably missing Elige just a little bit because those bomb site hits, they were getting pretty deep onto B, but then they just needed that one extra kill that someone needed to find it. And that's what Elige was so good at for them before.
And it's like I'm starting to see a little bit of a pattern with all these teams that now get to play Overpass. It's like they think they can play it because they used to be good at it, or maybe they used to play it, but they've kind of just play the way that the map has been played for so long, you know, and when you get up against these teams that are maybe bringing something new to the table, then you can just see, I mean, when I'm watching it, it's like watching a game from 2018. It's like the exact same thing, specifically with players like we saw Vital, he's playing, but also now FaZe, and it looks very similar, and it is a punish pick. I'm happy that they decided to go for this one because they definitely had something up their sleeve, and now they're leading the series.
Do you agree with that sentiment that maybe FaZe is stuck in, you know, yesteryear? Maybe they need to bring some new spice, particularly looking at Overpass?
I feel like the minute differences that FaZe need to probably iron out are one of many woes for why they weren't able to get Overpass over the line there. Probably also Jacob just in those positions. Also, like, he looked a little uncomfortable when he was defending B. I mean, he was just getting completely flashed in the face. Oftentimes, he wasn't taking a fight down into the choke point. He was almost letting himself get swarmed, so you could see a little bit of uncomfort, or discomfort that is, when really he should be probably taking a fight a little bit earlier.
Well, either way, that was the map pick of ECSTATIC, and FaZe's choice, that does lay in wait. That is going to be going down on Dust 2 on the other side of this short break. Don't go anywhere. FaZe bringing Dust 2 into the mix, and they're going to need to right their wrongs from that first map, Dupree. Why do you think they've gone with Dust 2? Because it's an interesting kind of question when you're looking at the stats you just brought up in that break.
Yeah, they only played it twice. I mean, twice since the... Well, they did play twice. That was at the Awesome Major, and haven't played since. And the fact now that we also heard from Kerrigan that they've only played 10 maps together. And you maybe wonder why they decided to go for Dust 2. And maybe you could put that into question that that is just a very easy map to just jump into and play a little bit more fluent and just play off each other, which is what FaZe is good at. And obviously, maybe it's also about putting Jacob in... Maybe he likes to play Dust 2. We don't know. But actually, to put him in a position where maybe he can perform and just feel comfortable maybe is also important for FaZe.
Without a doubt. I mean, Dust 2 is just a map where you can really just bootstrap and get a player in and integrate it right away. I feel like this is, again, though, going to be a big test for Kerrigan and what he's able to do with Jacob, because if they're unable to get any semblance of a T-side going, which was pretty much the case, I would say, on Overpass there, it's going to feel even worse looking in the rearview mirror.
Yeah, and they're starting on the T side of things now, Dupree. So, I mean, how tricky is it when you've come off a map where things look lackluster? Now it's your choice. Do you think they have the ability to mentally reset into this one?
I mean, they have to, they are they are professionals after all. We've been in that boat for multiple times, but to come into those two where it doesn't require that many protocols and you seem to be able to control the flanks a little bit more, and you don't have to know every single utility piece to put things together. You can just go a little bit more fluent. I think that's going to play very much into Kerrigan's strength, and I want to see more of that from Kerrigan. I want him to just keep it simple, and just looking at Opus, it looked a little bit too complicated at times to just sticking together, grouping up, and then doing like a simple execute. I kind of want to see that on Dust 2.
I just want to see if Jacob can get into his spots. I mean, if he is taking the 1-for-1 from Elige, he's just going to be that lower B defaulter, and that's a spot that Elige was so methodical at clearing. He would wait for the flash to swing for the cat peek. He would slowly move up cat with the utility from FaZe. Even though it's just maybe 3 steps, that's all it really takes to get cat control. I want to just see if he can do it effectively against an ECSTATIC team that is really bringing the fight to FaZe.
We, of course, have been focusing a lot of attention on the newcomer in Jacob for good reason, but I want to shift the conversation a little bit to talk a bit about Brokey, because we know how important it is for your AWPer to be showing up on Dust 2. What's the head-to-head going to be looking like on this one? I
mean, I want and need Brokey to just do better than what he's doing. I know he's had a hard time, obviously, being benched by the team and now being brought back into it. What does that do to a player? Does that, lose faith in your team? They obviously lost faith in you since you've been benched. Now you come into a map where the op is very instrumental, and I want to see Brokey unleashed, and I don't know how to get Brokey unleashed, because that is where he just thrives. That's where he plays the best Counter-Strike. And obviously maybe, I don't know if this is the right fit for him. Maybe he should go somewhere else. Maybe he should consider taking a step back, finding success somewhere else, and then get that kind of playstyle back where he was that good, because sometimes he would just be that guy that would get a triple kill. Sometimes he would miss and make stupid plays, but that is his playstyle.
In what was an otherwise pretty exciting map for ECSTATIC, the one sore spot was clearly Chris2. And so if there's an op head-to-head, which frequently occurs on Dust 2, just let Brokey peek. Just let him take some fights. Let him go into some of those angles, because as of right now, I am not worried at all about Chris2 if I'm Brokey.
Well, map 2 is going to be Dust 2, but question is, Connor and Mo, is it going to be over in 2?
Ooh, you're still asking hard questions, Freya. Classic Freya behavior. Is it over in 2? I can't see, I would say I can't see a world, but with the way that Anlalele was playing with Sierra at the end of that map, and the fact that the T side did look like such a, significant drop-off on the FaZe side, I'm thinking this one's done in 2.
It's very possible. They know they can win. I think that, we didn't get any T side impact from Jacob. We had a decent CT side, but FaZe don't look ready yet. That's what we saw in the first map. Maybe caught off guard by overpass. In general, there's, this is the very first game for them, and ECSTATIC I think I don't want to say overperformed. They just very, very much impressed. What you're looking for, the players to not be scared in the first place. Game plan was solid, aim was there. I don't have questions for them. Lots for FaZe.
Missed shots on long to start. Sierra is right back where he was on overpass with the one tap onto Kerrigan. And so they're just going to try to truck along. And Lalele back into cover in a 5v3 with smoke in front. Rain just slams that Glock into the head of Anne Lalele. Sierra on the scene. Distance between him and the last 2 Ts. Teammate down beneath in Nut takes the swing, and they just feed themselves to FaZe.
Hey, that works out. They were looking for a reload, maybe ammo to come down low, for the Ts to get uncomfortable, to go for those early fights. I like it, as opposed to letting them come up to the site and then fighting from CT spawn and back default. I can maybe feel like you're giving up too much power to the other team, but it didn't work. I was FaZe very, very careful about this. And very aware of every push that was coming out. Maybe that first one was a bridge too far. They absolutely clobbered FaZe without even a CT pistol back on overpass. Don't think that's going to be the case this time on Dust 2.
The old pistol totem. But nobody's going to come knocking from FaZe towards long. Not yet. Again, I do think that there is still that parallel between the Vitality M80 game earlier with this one. Just kind of Hitting FaZe while they're down and fresh and trying to make this debut happen on a map like Overpass where clearly your players are prepared. It's a good way to start the series for ECSTATIC. But let's see if Kerrigan lets the troops off the leash. If this T-side calls for it. Right now, no resistance out middle, smoke up for the CT cross. And despite ECSTATIC's best efforts to move that stack into the right angle, still nobody comes knocking.
If clearly and carefully turned over every unturned stone.
Excuse me. 2 USP kills is 2 USP kills too many. Galil from above. Nade with the CT's names on it, but even that nade's not massive damage. And Broky's still confident to be USPing off. This is
2v2, baby.
Vanilla pistol frags coming out of ECSTATIC versus a fully healthed Kerrigan and Broky.
Well, good thing now there's absolutely no possible chance that they can win this.
Scary, though.
Yeah.
It's not the cost you're looking for. When so much of that round was so, as you said, meticulous and safe.
Yeah.
To then ultimately still just lose majority of your players to USPs.
Yeah. That's a very successful USP round.
You take those.
Luckily for FaZe, that's all it is. Oh, and actually...
Or more. Ready for the swing.
Well, too.
Oh, no, not all 5. No way you lose all 5. Ooh. Bomb's gonna kill TMB, so Kerrigan the sole survivor. That is USPs for 485 damage.
With a little help from a bomb. Beautiful stuff out of ECSTATIC. And here it is. They're just sitting here over top of the smoke.
Versus, that smoke sucks.
Versus the mid B, yeah. They just, I think they threw it while they were walking out instead of their lineup smoke, so.
Oh, that's a second round to be proud of when you know you invested nothing. Now full M4s, full grenades, and you've got a Galil and a Tech 9 for Kerrigan and Broky. Certainly not ideal. Could make up for it by just steamrolling this B site, but that's gonna bank on Nut and Lalele going down with nothing. 4 players strong for FaZe Clan. Right at that tunnel entrance, utility soars over, fire thrown down. Nut firing in anticipation with a double kill, but no teammate to hold. And the reload not allowed to get off. So Broky takes position in sight. Sure. TMB flashed forward, Frozen eats it, back turn though. And so we're gonna go evened out. That's all the utility that ECSTATIC had to work with, and Broky finds his in from the window, Sierra into the 1v2. Equals it out, 1v1, and as Frozen repositions, Sierra seems to have gotten wind of this. Now he considers the smoke, lets his guard down, beheaded by Frozen for the 3-0 FaZe start.
I think they mollied Carr. He just forgot about it. So his teammate had that covered, actually pulled him out of that spot.
He ran into the smoke off the Molotov from Carr.
Yeah, but so sure about that. Instead of the thought that he could be anywhere else.
Nice tap.
Good couple of entries. Solidly played here for FaZe overall. The hold is pretty amazing from Nut. You know, the milliseconds that he has to see someone, he takes advantage of those.
Frozen is here. 10-1, 4 rounds into play. All right. Now we're gaming.
Fro.
Fro real. And Broky sees it as an invitation to get his. Speaking of invites, through the smoke goes Sierra. The only kill this time that FaZe Clan have to face is by way of Desert Eagle.
Like, yeah, we can play T-side.
Just not on Overpass.
Yeah, maybe that map was just a bit too challenging to start with,
well,
which makes it a great veto for ECSTATIC.
I mean, Desk touched on it, right? Maybe looking a bit too complicated out of the gate, wanted something a little more simplified. Where better to get simple than the old dusty roads?
Jay Cobblestone.
Okay.
So that, you know, with all the bold predictions for TMB, it kind of makes him the Zwei of Denmark.
5 years ago, though.
Yes.
But you got something going, as did TMB, but peeks in. Fallback's not coming for free, buddy. This is FaZe Clan, hot to the trot, quick to the chase, rain on the flank already. Ooh, but nice shot from NutNut's gonna keep this one alive, because you've got long control to work with if you're ecstatic. But it could just force you into a save now. This game is very quickly getting taken over by FaZe. 5 rounds straight. Well then. At this point, you're just trying to still stay in tuned with your individual level from Overpass. All the rounds are being racked up by FaZe, but can't afford Zero to disappear. And the old Kerrigan op. Kerrigan 3K on this one.
He's still frying.
Just takes that A site by storm.
They look way more opened up and like everything's just a lot easier. So maybe they were just way more caught off guard by Overpass in general than it looked. I mean, they did have a lead for a long time even back on that map, but after that 9-round streak, it felt like they had never won a round before. So good to see that they still feel fresh. Most of that game, Ecstatic didn't even have to use a timeout at all. Been a very fun team to watch so far, Ecstatic.
It's just nice to see the teams that have qualified through the different Blast London qualifiers actually take a swing at their opposition. M80's coming through the Americas, Ecstatic the EU. Everybody inspired by the Mongols to make waves nowadays. Early damage isn't going to make the scout abilities of Anlalele any easier. He'll give Christu all the nades. Get the hell out of there. CT's doing a good job of keeping themselves shrouded. There's a certain uncertainty that FaZe Clan are dealing with at 55 seconds. And that M4 still awaits them over towards the B site. It's dropped its smoke grenade. So Christu sitting on a flash, that's all. And everybody now cut off. Again, a bad nade though, bro.
Okay.
He'll make up for it. Nice shot, at the very least. Christu, time to shine. Lineup was there for the taking, but it's only NutNut in the kill feed here to the favor of Ecstatic. And so B-site overwhelmed, FaZe Clan post-plants, and if Kerrigan dies, things could still get weird. But he's locking in some stellar mid-control, and they're figuring out where the remnants of Ecstatic are at.
There's an argument for, in certain spots like that, where you're going low profile on the exec or you're already out mid, like they tried last time of, no, as long as people know that you're going to challenge inside the smoke, that suddenly not overdoing it and covering everything entirely actually can help because it can no longer be naded open. For example, if they do nade it open, that means that someone's exposed totally the entire time while they try to do that. There won't be any flash through the smoke. Someone has to be running through. If it's open, then some of those problems are... So maybe they're experimenting with that, but it was obviously a pretty big gap there left by Jacob. But it looked like he had the situation handled.
Yeah, all's good. Doing it for his own entertainment.
Up 6-0 in a FaZe jersey. Never lost a round before.
But also in a, debut game where you're trying to prove your ability to play with the likes of FaZe, don't get too experimental.
Yeah, and I get it though. You know, put on FaZe jersey, you just want to start pushing everything. Start fighting everyone. It turns into a fight club everywhere.
Take a peek and nobody home. Static looking to work the extremity here. They hear that, Frozen. Happy to just peel back for a second. Nice. Little chip damage for the frag. We know there was more. J-Raz showed us the cache, and there's still more and more frag grenades to come. Here's another one. And on top of that, 2 more still to be thrown by Ram. Keep them coming, because its body's confirmed, and Sierra just gonna lay it down. Meanwhile, we get this mid walkout from Frozen, and it's 4v3 for ECSTATIC, gunning for their first round win of the second map at 20 seconds. FaZe still no clean route to a bomb site. That flash, though, finds its home, as does the 2 headshots from both of the players going into the A split. So the moment ECSTATIC think they finally have legs to stand on here on Dust 2, it's a kick that sweeps their legs out from beneath them, and a 7-round streak out of FaZe.
Yeah, that was an excellent moment here for FaZe where they look comfortable, and they worked the entire map with 3 guys. Everyone did their part. We watched that clock go down, but someone like Rain, so experienced, didn't care that entire time. He was happy to hold off for the opportune moment to peek around long control to take that car player out, who's hoping that the cat player swing, who's hoping that it's actually a mid B so he can move out of that spot. And all that pressure that was built up by a trio that have played together for some time, really flexing their experience and comfort in that extremely unnerving situation. A nice try for ECSTATIC between the utility and the players that they had in place, but yeah, they got pushed to their limit right there.
Just trying to straight up win the round by way of utility damage. Trying to find a solution here to this onslaught of round wins out of FaZe, but Rain just blindsides the car player. Which, 2 sets of eyes on A site towards Catwalk. You're giving Rain the runway, and Baroki's gonna put that up on the long corner, finds his blind. TMB getting bullied as they peel a player off the B plat. Rain now looking for the entry, supported by Frozen. Pressure out through mid doors. Oh man, ECSTATIC are just getting pulled apart in all directions from 4 separate members of FaZe. Now this is a rebuttal to a map loss on Overpass.
Yeah, just maps, round streaks back and forth here as FaZe look like they cannot lose this map. 8-0 now on T side. Rifled, followed by half by, followed by force down, followed by rifle. Doesn't matter. 2 ops come through here for ECSTATIC. They've got to stop the bleeding somehow.
Long has done well for FaZe. It will so again. Brokey given 2 players to challenge at the B site, kills 1 instantly. We get no trade back.
One thing is I would love to have Jacob be a part of all this, but it feels like it's mostly everyone else, and he's just doing fine. It's just here.
You know, back on Overpass, they were trying to like slot him in and get complicated. It shouldn't, but Rain is, oh boy. Rain?
Wait.
Oh, they are, oh, they're just melting them.
Oh boy.
You know, this is kind of like back on Overpass, Kerrigan's trying to teach Jacob, trying to implement, you're trying to include the new guy, you know? It's the new kid in town.
Give him like a fake job.
Your mom tells you gotta make the neighbor kid feel welcome, and then, well, he cost you the game. Not actually, but it just didn't get going on Overpass. Now they're giving him a lesson in what it is to play on FaZe Clan.
Yeah. Flow state clan, you know, that's sort of what, when they're at their best, how you could describe them.
How come FaZe Clan have 4 stars on their jersey now above their logo?
Well, you already heard the joke, right? Vu's joke?
No, I didn't.
It's every major final Kerrigan's been in.
That's messed up.
Yeah.
As he taps it. Oh, that's what the...
I don't know what that... what those... It was just the New Jersey or whatever, but... No idea. to be honest.
It's 4 stars and Jacob.
Oh, that's okay. That's the joke. I got you.
Oh, how? No,
Oh,
no!
not the auto sniper. Wait,
Welcome to FaZe Clan.
Yeah. When's the last Rain auto sniper kill?
How dare you, dude? This, honestly...
Oh, come on!
This is FaZe at its best. This is what we all want every event. Is it too much to ask for? I mean, you don't want to be ecstatic on the receiving end, but what is this, man? 10 rounds straight. Kerrigan on the headshots, auto snipers, no scopes.
Frozen's 15-1.
Oh my God.
Rain has an auto sniper. Rain has an auto sniper.
You are a sick and twisted man. And we love you.
This no scope. Okay, what's really just happened? Have we just witnessed what a great veto looks like? You make a team that's playing this well actually look like they can't do anything on the first map. Damn.
I think the Nest kind of nailed it. You know, it feels like FaZe were a little held back by the complications of a T-side on overpass, and T-side overpass is complicated. So they tried to play a textbook, but I mean, we're playing. You said it, flow state. There's auto snipers. There's no scopes. There's a total disregard for ECSTATIC's ability here on Dust 2.
Yeah.
You know,
zero rounds here. Christu's also not on the board yet this game.
And, oof. Maui Snake said it, right? In the head-to-head, if I'm Brokey, I do not fear Christu at all, and we haven't had a massive head-to-head duel between them, but Christu is still down there, the depths of the scoreboard, back-to-back maps, and so there's no op ability to slow down FaZe Clan right now. And Lelele looks like a shell of himself from map 1. Oh, Rain is just tapping them away. Jesus Christ, throw in the white towel.
And Jacob's just here, 4-4. Just hanging out. Actually, a chance to go. Never mind. Okay, there he is. Jacob takes 2 on this round. 11-0. Call it a 13-0, Connor. I know you want to.
I am not saying it because I ruin it every time. I got a 0-11 for you.
Christu, we gave him some credit at the end of last game. He got like 6 kills, a few of them important, but when you add up the 2 maps now, it's not looking too hot.
Yeah, he was genuinely a part of like those key late CT rounds that shut down the game. But Nutnut's into the spirit of it all. We're going auto shotty Nutnut, a fake auto sniper because nobody actually is holding on to it. We're playing with all the Jedi mind tricks.
I feel like this is the official gun of Nutnuts.
Man. Beating FaZe on overpass just to get 13-0'd.
That's literally what's happening right now.
It's what we are witnessing, in fact, unless. And Lelele catching him off guard. It's a good flash to keep players up, but it's not going to keep them out. So control of the B bomb site taken over. It is a hell of a desperate situation. They're going to go for the boost outside of the window for the arrival.
Haircut.
Just trying to give Jacob a chance to play a game, as he has witnessed murder all around him in these last few rounds. Frag to expose the player in the window, but ECSTATIC can't jump on it just yet. They'll see cars clear. That's an invite for the retake. Frozen up on the doorway. And so FaZe Clan do indeed deny ECSTATIC a single CT round, folks. 12-0. We'll see it for the pistol, and then for map 3. Welcome back, folks, for the second pistol of Map 2 between FaZe and ECSTATIC. What was feeling like an upset only a map ago has now felt like a total domination, Launders. Tell me why.
Total domination.
ECSTATIC, do they have a chance?
No, I wouldn't have said 13-0 unless it was going to happen. We're beyond the pale right now.
Here we are.
So.
You beat FaZe Clan on any map, you're asking for trouble. And trouble is what they brought to the table with auto snipers, no scopes, and Kerrigan one-taps. The 12-0 T-side. FaZe Clan looking frisky. And it may be frozen to stop it all, but we're gonna get a little pause here from ECSTATIC because you know damn well they are playing for, at the very least, one round win.
Maybe at most.
Nobody wants to be the guys that get 13-0'd, but TMB puts the smoke down. 4 versus 5. Brokey aggression off of the catwalk denied. It's going to be Kerrigan in the back of the site to try to do it. Players coming at him. They've got the entries they need. Bomb in tow, but Frozen back at it. Sierra out through the window. Separate duels. Come on, buddy. For the respect. It's done. 13-0 at the hands of FaZe Clan. Now that is an honor.
Things you hate to see if you're a Danish Counter-Strike fan is that. Maui, can you take anything away from a 0-13?
So obviously people have seen my height next to Vu and they know that I'm not that tall, but I'll tell you something. In 8th grade, I played basketball for my school team, and there was one guy on the basketball team named Curtis, and he was 6'6". He was quite tall for the team, and all he had was this one push shot. That's all he had. All he had was that one push shot. It was great versus shorter players, but as soon as we played any other team in the district, he would just get blocked because it was a bad shot. I haven't thought about Curtis for 15 years, but Christu reminds me of Curtis.
Poor Curtis.
Poor Curtis.
Poor Christo.
Poor Christo, maybe that's more like it, right? When you put it like that, that's poor Christo, not poor Curtis.
Oh my god.
I mean, I feel like I'm just getting a repeat of what I saw there. He's just on this team. He's been on a lot of these kinds of rosters, and I know exactly what I'm gonna get from him every time. It's okay. It can beat some tier 3 level, but once you play the big dogs, it's just the same push shot that gets blocked, swatted. He's out of the building.
We can definitely feel you have a personal grudge in Christo here. It's not the first time that I've done this, right? I feel like I've
He
heard it
reminds me of
before.
Curtis. He reminds me of Curtis.
I will remember this for every day.
I thought you were going to have an actual story about Christo, so this is amazing, Maui. Thank you so much for that insight.
That's the new part.
I can't believe that you actually used to play basketball. That's insane.
I have a mean crossover. I have a pretty mean crossover.
Dupree, did you take away anything from this map? Is there anything to even take away?
I asked for simplicity out of FaZe Clan at Kerrigan, and I got simplicity, but not in terms of how they approach as a team, but they just unleashed their individuals, and that is what I want to see from FaZe Clan. And it was very clear to see that from when they played Overpass and then coming into Dust 2, everyone on the team just felt way more comfortable as individuals. And I think that's because they just know how Dust 2 works, and they're probably still at a pace where they haven't played much Overpass. So for them to go in this and just demolish ECSTATIC like this, that's a pretty good response to just losing Overpass.
Didn't obviously get to see much from the CT side of FaZe. How are things looking now, just in terms of those roles, responsibilities? Anything changed too much on the T side of things with Jacob in the mix?
God, honestly, everything was going so well for FaZe, it was hard to keep up. I mean, really, I saw Rain pressuring long late in the round. I saw Frozen coming up short sometimes, just kind of terrorizing the B defenders too. I mean, FaZe was Dust 2 is a map where you're calling also so frequently off of spawns, and really every single spawn call that FaZe went for just worked so fantastically. You never really had to see them play through any sort of adversity at all. And so, in a weird way, this was kind of a bad test for Jacob, because I don't really know what his limits are on this map when everybody is getting kills everywhere on the map.
And I just hope I can envision myself, Rain, sitting on T-Space saying, "Welcome to FaZe, motherfuckers." Because they just showcased to Jacob how it is to play in FaZe when things actually are working.
Yes.
But apart from that, obviously, we got to give some credit to Frozen. I think he was really great on Overpass, but damn, did he also deliver on this one. And I think that one player that has stood out in this whole mess of FaZe in the last 3-4 months, if not longer back, is Frozen. I feel like he has developed. He has definitely been the rock-solid player inside his lineup. So it's good to see that he continues doing that, regardless of who's actually inside of his team.
That was where I felt kind of bad. Back at Cologne, obviously, you know, Overpass had just come into the mix. I was doing the lobby with FaZe. I went up to Frozen. I was like, hey, what are the positions going to be on this map? And he said, everybody wants to play A. He didn't give me the exact answer of where everybody ended up, but obviously he didn't end up there. So it's kind of nice to see him back in that position, feeling a little bit more comfortable, because I feel like he's earned it. Dupree's totally right. He's been so consistent in this very inconsistent period for FaZe, right?
There was a lot of overlap between Elige, Frozen, and Rain. For my money, Frozen is the most consistent player overall, so I would like to see him get priority on FaZe when it comes to any position, even if there was some overlap with Rain. At the same time, I mean, I feel like he's never really been their worry. In all the troubles for FaZe, I feel like it's been people like Rain as he's shifting around to try to, you know, moving spots between him and Elige back and forth. Even actually, I think he's lost a spot to Frozen, like Overpass A, for example.
Yeah.
And so it was a little topsy-turvy for them for a while. And that's why I think this whole Jacob project is just them getting a breath of fresh air, a weight lifted off their shoulders. Rain's going to be able to settle in a lot nicer now.
Brokey looked fantastic in this. I mean, every individual did on the side of FaZe, but it's great to see Brokey having a confident performance.
Yeah, exactly. That's also one of the things that I wanted to see out of Brokey. And obviously, if you win 13-0, then you will just, majority of the time, just look good regardless of what you actually pull off. But we did see Brokey go for these kind of weird plays, standing inside of a smoke, coming into the B tunnels. He will also end up in a position where he just runs down middle and hits a no-scope when he's full blind.
That was crazy.
That is Brokey, and he just makes things like that work. And that is what you want to get out of him. And one thing is that he showcased that against ECSTATIC, but we also want to see that he can do it against the greatest opposition in the world, and he's done that previously. He's lost a little bit of that faith in himself in that department, so it's good to see that he, at least against this team, decided to go a little bit with his instinct and play like this.
The way Brokey played in this one is exactly why he has such massive adoration from the fans. It's kind of a love-hate relationship, but this is one of the games where you just love him. He's just jumping around, opping people, like he's just acting like he's smurfing. Like there's really no excuse for some of the way that he's moving around the map here, but he's just hitting every single shot. And when you do that with the AWP, doesn't matter what you do.
It's insane. It doesn't look like he's playing an official.
No, this was a clear example of how a FaZe game could look if you're like just FaZe queuing up as 5, because all the space that one guy would get, that turned into a favorite advantage for someone else. And then when he got that kill in that situation, another one got an advantage, and then you would just win all the duels.
I'm not going to allow this as an excuse for ECSTATIC, but it must be very demoralizing when your opponent is winning rounds in that fashion and you literally can't do anything.
I mean, they tried throwing plays at them. They tried getting aggressive. I mean, Christo had the op a handful of times trying to take it against them in the middle fights. They were swinging off of catwalk, trying to get in their faces. Nothing worked. Not a single thing worked. Bomb site defenses didn't work. The mid-round holds, in terms of trying to clutch things out, there were times when FaZe sometimes overstepped and gave up a couple kills that they probably shouldn't have, where ECSTATIC maybe got a little bit back into things, but then still, FaZe just kind of locked it down. They were able to withstand any semblance of just one domino falling. Everybody else still kept it propped up.
Yeah, just everything they did just worked. And when they actually did make mistakes, ECSTATIC just didn't punish it. And you will not beat FaZe Clan when they are playing like that if you do not punish them when they go for these type of plays.
I know there wasn't much hard-hitting analysis to do in this one, Maui, but I want you to treat this round 3 like it is the most important breakdown you've ever done. This is your major grand final, Maui. What happened in this one?
I mean, we didn't know when this happened just how disastrous this entire game would go for ECSTATIC. So when FaZe get this kind of advantage, and then they sell it a little, or actually it was ECSTATIC that got the advantage early. The bomb site defenders were able to find quite a few kills. I mean, this was a 2 versus 5 at one point. Sure, they get the trades onto the site, but then ECSTATIC, Dupree, I feel like they jumped the gun a little bit. They get a little bit too overeager, maybe don't know where all the smokes are across the bomb site here, and they kind of just dug their own grave.
Yeah, but the smokes definitely caught them off guard in the sense that they did not know where to look. The first guy running in through doors puts himself in a position where he's just trying to spam the smokes to actually kill the bomb planner. And that is sometimes where the fundamentals gets a little bit wrong when you have such a young team, that he should be going in, getting a space, looking for the guy covering the bomb planner, specifically with the flash that he gets thrown, and he just decides to try and kill the bomber, ends up losing his life, giving up all the position and all the advantages. And even coming into this round, they just had a round coming into it where they killed pretty much, I think they had one guy left from FaZe Clan, so they had the opportunity to actually get a very big economical advantage, but they didn't manage to pull off because they decided to go for these kind of stupid plays.
Well, oh, sorry, Mari, go ahead.
No, I mean, if you're trying to make it as serious as a major grand final for it, I mean, that one round would have made it 13-1.
Wow. What a monumental scoreline difference. Well, let's see if they can mentally reset, as we do have one more map waiting in the wings. That is going to be Inferno, which is going to be going down after this short break. It comes down to a third map of Inferno to separate ECSTATIC and FaZe, which makes me a little bit curious to look over at novashots.io, because we had a little screenshot from a couple hours ago of where the stocks were landing. For FaZe, they were at 2.12, and now if you scroll on up, Maui, what are they at? What are they at right now?
1.82.
Okay, interesting.
We gotta go in, right?
Yeah,
we have to go in.
Surely.
I mean,
all in on this one?
All in?
You like
it's tempting, right? It's tempting, right?
Dupree, I've never seen you not go all in.
No, that's true, because in Bounty we did do all-ins, and it actually paid off pretty well.
Okay,
so
surely we do an all-in then.
Yeah,
surely we're
we
all in. All right.
100%.
Let's hit it.
Also with what we've just seen, you know.
Confirm.
I mean, would be stupid not to do it.
Yeah, particularly moving on to Inferno. Does that give you even more faith in this FaZe clan taking the win?
This will not be a 13-0, Freya. I will guarantee that, okay? I actually do think ECSTATIC could have picked this map. I feel like guy I'm going to be looking out for a little bit more looked pretty good on Overpass and Lelele. The pushes towards Banana are going to be imperative. He was really good at reading the defense there on Overpass, so I want to see him do more of the same here.
Yeah, but it's also a map that they have played quite a lot, and they do have some somewhat comfortable win and also some good wins in terms. I think they beat NIP, they also beat Fnatic, so it's teams that are kind of up there as well, maybe not at the same level as FaZe, so it will still be a struggle. The only worrying sign that I have for ECSTATIC is that FaZe kind of warmed up into it now by winning 13-0 on Dust 2, and now to go into Inferno. If they don't get off to a start where ECSTATIC can get the economy going and get some confidence going back for them, I think it's going to be a blowout.
Yeah, no better way that you can kind of warm back up into a game than getting a 13-0. What does the composition of FaZe look like now? There is no Elige in the mix. Where was he kind of doing most of his work on this map?
I feel like most of the focal point of FaZe's Inferno was about Frozen doing a lot of stuff towards Banana. Elige would sometimes help. I feel like he was mostly, though, towards A. And so I feel like this is where Jacob can just kind of slot in with whatever Kerrigan calls a little bit more. We saw on Dust 2 that he looked more comfortable because he kind of just got to play off of spawns a little bit more. I feel like in those kinds of environments, there's a little bit less pressure because you're just supposed to fill in. You're supposed to trade frag or just run in first. And it's more up to people like Frozen, in my eyes, who are going to be the difference makers here.
Yeah, and then just keep it as simple as you did it on Dust 2. I mean, I know Inferno is a more compact map and you don't have as many free spaces to go through, but just keep it simple, keep it packed, and just play off the trades because you are the better team.
Well, after such a quick affair on Dust 2, it is time to dive into the third and final decider of Inferno.
Yeah, that's right. Time to do it on Inferno. I agree with Maui. This should never be the 13-0, but the big question is, can you maintain the confidence you earned on Overpass after the whooping that just went down on Dust 2? There is no denying that you have let FaZe warm up into this game, but I think there's still no denying that FaZe could have T-side struggles on a map like Inferno.
Agreed. Somehow, I think 13-0s don't actually matter when it comes to the outcome of an entire series. But we've seen it before. This wouldn't be the first time. I think it can be a hit to the confidence. It can be kind of embarrassing. It can also be something that you don't worry about because you're ecstatic. You've been grinding a lot of series all year. There's going to be some outliers. FaZe are a great team to lose to in a 13-0 fashion, and you still have Inferno to look forward to. It's not like they're playing Dust 2 again. So I really don't know if this will affect them too much. It'll more just be a funny thing that, you know, people are going to be talking about afterwards.
I mean, if you can beat them in a best-of-3 while getting 13-0'd, that just makes it all the better.
There you go.
And Lele on Banana versus 2 in a moment. Yeah, nice aggression there. Kerrigan setting it up from the bomb site, swings his 2 soldiers forward, and it's FaZe 5v4, but Beretta's here.
Yeah, Beretta's in a really good spot. Brokey on the Christmas tree setup here. That's when they pop out and he says, "Merry Christmas."
Okay. Ho, ho, ho.
Who's going to move the boat and the logs?
They both push in, though. 2 Apartments players into the split. Again, this is one of those moments where FaZe Clan are just trailing behind ECSTATIC. There was a lot of these moments on the CT side of Overpass, even.
To be fair, they're both doing it. I don't know. They're so ready for each other's...
just a bunch of creepy crawlers.
T-sides. All right, I mean, this is like a boa constrictor around a mouse at this point. Oh, but Rain's got hit the back. Are they going to run it down?
They know they've been flanked, so they're just going to try to charge on in. Jacob, singular frag, frozen off CT. It's ugly, but it is a great distraction. Kerrigan comes out from the depths of his corner cave, and so majority alive here for FaZe Clan because they weren't afraid.
They weren't afraid. I think that was a moment where they saw Rain on the flank, and they should have actually turned it around.
I agree, especially with the gush.
Yeah, they got the gush. Rain would be able to have to run away, but he might not even be able to defend against that, and I think they had a kind of a sunk cost fallacy where the utility was down, and for the IGL, it's like, well, maybe they haven't rotated over early, but if Rain is showing himself, they're already very much moved into the idea that you're hitting B. Exactly. So, force down here for ECSTATIC.
That's 14 rounds straight for FaZe Clan after losing 9 in a row on Overpass. We can do that, right? Carry the streak from the second map?
Yeah, you can.
Okay.
I like that.
Sold. Again with the apartment.
I'll take any excuse to make things seem bad.
It's true. I'm a twisted web weaver. Rain trying to set them up to fall into his web. Does exactly that. Famas on the wall. Wow. And a great Tech-9 shot. Ooh, but Brokey's pushed in, and he better come up big. He drops the bomb at the very least. He knows a player jumped past him. It's opened a door for Frozen to come and join him, but this is the critical duel, and Lele is going to pick it up.
Now the bomb's going to get planted. Frozen might have a chance to catch him coming back. Oh, spotted for a second, but now
They announced themselves with the smoke as well, so 2 players to come up short side. Brokey, really leaves a lot to be desired there, and from the top rope, so many players standing on top of so many different objects this round.
High up, get as high as you can.
Get over those smokes, find vision, and in this case, find the force buy win. 14 rounds in a row is all FaZe get. Instant answer from the CT side.
Dupree was asking for a bit more from Brokey, which I think is fair considering, you know, coming back onto the team means now you've got to like triple your stats to justify it, especially when, you know, there's maybe other options or something like that. But I don't really see Brokey getting better than he was back in 2022 or anything and still being serviceable on this team. Like, I don't see how you could expect that, especially post-major, post-big wins, many years already played. Like, it's not going to happen. But if he does get back to his 1.10, I think that's just what FaZe are looking for, essentially. And then the other changes will be, well, everybody else that's here.
Especially because it's a 1.10 with a ton of clutch factor.
Yeah.
And that, you know, special...
Maybe 3.0 will help him out even
There we
more.
go. That's what we need. You know, that's what I really want to see Brokey bring to the table, which even back on Overpass, when he's like in bathrooms under pressure from multiple people, getting the no-scopes, the one-shots, it's like...
There's something special
you
about the
see
way
the flash of it, you know? There's that spark still in him.
He does create some rounds that...
But he needs them more often, and he's got to follow through with more than leg shots at times.
Yes. And no bad misses at all.
Force buy back the other direction with a what was 5 versus 3 to ECSTATIC. A lot of pressure to be sent at this B site versus what is a measly 5-7, and it's gonna go down with nothing. So spam through smoke could have been the way back in for FaZe. Instead, ECSTATIC convert, unlike what FaZe couldn't. And so here we go, 4 alive. You're taking M4s off of the corpses of the FaZe players. This is not the start to map 3 that FaZe were looking for off the back of the Dust 2 stomp.
Not quite. And I also wondered, you know, okay, so I'm like, in my head, 13-0, whatever, it's Dust 2. ECSTATIC, don't have to think about it. They're up a map as well, so they get, you know, to map 3, that's already an honor. They're playing against FaZe Clan. But then, come on to Inferno. I mean, right now, ECSTATIC look good on the hard map of Overpass. Inferno is also going to be difficult when it comes to utility. Jacob is here. He might have had more fun on Dust 2. Is that going to be a problem now?
He had more fun, but he didn't have immensely more impact.
No.
He was just, you know, watching his teammates have fun all around. It's like the Squidward meme, you know, he's watching through the window.
Yeah. Everyone else is fragging.
Rain is buying auto snipers with 15 kills or so. And there's still, again, a T side waiting for Jacob on the other half of this map. And that is where we're still waiting to kind of see his implementation. Because you're replacing a Liege, who statistically, despite any discomfort that may have been in the system,
statistically,
he's there. And he was delivering. And those are huge shoes to fill if you are Jacob. But let's see what Frozen will do with the solo M4. Burned into the action at 40 health. He is desperate to get anything going. And instead, he just offers the best gun back over. It's right here for TMB to pick up as he continues to chew through this B defense. There is no mercy being shown by ECSTATIC at the moment. Blood in the water as the way they pounce that B site.
I mean, FaZe getting a 13-0 and then losing the series would be the most possible like FaZe result that they could have. So we know that much.
No, we'd still need an overtime.
Yeah, okay. It goes overtime and then
they lose.
Then we'll see. Okay. Once it goes overtime, I am gonna hold out hope.
Sure.
But
that's where they make their money.
Yeah, right.
That's why there are FaZe Clan fans. I feel like most people don't cheer for FaZe, they just cheer for their overtimes.
Yeah.
I mean,
they cheer for blood.
That's Counter-Strike at its purest form.
Blood sport.
It's the kind of Counter-Strike Heisenberg would be cooking up. Get you itching for another 5 years of FaZe. Just third time's the charm.
2 whiffs that round.
Quick pause here as CTs sort out their money and Jacob's.
No, that's why we do this. Is why we took the pause here.
Don't drop it again.
that all sorted out. It's in such a place that you could just, you know, like you clear something on the left and you just smack it. It looks so close to his mouse.
All right, FaZe, we're all waiting for the answer because you're gonna need one on the CT side.
Get 13-0, goes to overtime. Jacob carries, and then they lose. There's the most FaZe possible outcome.
Versus a Christu who bottom frags all 3 maps.
Christu totals 11 frags in 3 maps.
Nice double peek, but Brokey is quick on the trigger and
just,
quick on the fallback.
Galloped
Yeah,
out of
did,
that.
yeah.
He just... Oh.
It's a hop and a skip out of dodge. Flash for the peek off Jacob.
Oh, awkward!
Oh, God.
He hit the wall behind him.
Jumbly bumbled on one another, or it was Brokey behind him, I think. Brokey trying to pass behind Jacob with the op.
Oh.
I think.
Yeah, because he's low too now. Awkward. Round's not over, but it could be close if ECSTATIC play their cards right. Jacob is left over towards the B site. He's low on HP anyways. Lots of pressure and stress on Rain and Kerrigan here at the lockdown A.
Man, one of them's gonna have to go big because you got 3 coming up through the apartments. Kerrigan missed op shot. Rain's got bodies falling on him. He holds the line for the double, but it's Kerrigan going down with nothing.
Yeah.
And Brokey removed earlier on. That spells disaster here for FaZe because it's a retake needed with Jacob on 20 health. Nade
doesn't do anything.
That's crazy. Comes up short. Box must have given Christu the cover he needs. And if anything, that's just a sign that this one's not meant to be for FaZe Clan.
I mean, they're still in a position to walk over, but just need some kind of mistake here from the T side.
It's a huge risk to run this, but they're going to try to give it a chance. Taking a look up short, and Lele not peeking. They start to sprint in. He's got the first trade.
Where's that
Bomb's
bomb
not
planted?
necessarily for him. It's on the other side of the box. Frozen taps it a second time. He doesn't peek
got
the
it.
gap, and
Wait.
then right in, but not with the time. Kit isn't even enough. Frozen dies after the fact. 4-1 the ECSTATIC lead and sweeping away the economy of FaZe Clan 2.
Nice try, close call. And a 5v4 on this round for FaZe. No, they lose in the end. That moment is so awkward. And I mean, you can't blame Jacob for this. I mean, maybe you can, but Jacob comes in to clear it. Maybe Broke is expecting him to stay cubby in that spot. But once the flash goes off and he doesn't see anything, he's just running back. Broken puts himself in a good spot to hold on to someone to re-peek short, but it's just a chemistry moment where it's a little too awkward.
Could cost them dearly because it's MP9s and a Mag 7 out of the gate for round 6. And it is already a vacant B-bomb site, plus brackets control. There's no free rotate here. Jacob's getting killed over on short side as Nut locks it down. And while Brokey may have gotten the kill towards spawn,
Where'd he go?
Nut still fights his way out, despite taking a Mag 7 to the back of the head for 33 damage.
Headshot, 33.
Oh, and he will hold the line. 4 up for ECSTATIC in bodies at the end of this round, but more importantly, the score.
Love to know that was just a protocol problem with that play over on Arch that previous round. Nice double here for Anna Lele.
Ooh, they can feel it now, huh? Whoop, yep. Counter-Strike hits different when you're beating FaZe Clan. It's a short list of players of ECSTATIC's caliber that can pull one over FaZe. That's probably actually just the relief of washing off a 13-0 loss.
Oh, Frozen taking a hell of a lot of damage right there on the molly. Down to 34. Ops coming into play, hits him through the wall. looking for more. Christu down to 45. Couple of warning shots as far as they're concerned.
Bracket's approach denied. More where that came from, though, and so Jacob peeking into the next duel dies.
Uh-oh. Oh, the wrap comes through. CT's backing up a little bit. How quickly do they think TMB is going? Bomb in a spot to actually go either site. I think they want to turn this into a lurk. If TMB is going to get into spawn, they have a real chance at a split. They know it's 2-2 right now. Maybe Analele is the one who just gets aggressive, but yeah, now the bomb starts to go back.
Big duel. Timing's awkward for the CT, but he gets vision. He gets a chance. It's a chance for Kerrigan, and he will best his counterpart.
Saved it. Totally saved it.
That lets Brokey lean back into the bomb site in anticipation of this banana push. A dry walk around the corner into the sniper is going to cost ECSTATIC what could have been the 6-1 lead. They now walk away at 15 seconds. That was a huge pickup for Kerrigan because he nearly got blindsided, but between the tree and the truck, it gets a little weird, and he gets that quick glimpse of vision on TMB, just enough to react.
I think that's a really good example of where, you know, if ECSTATIC had made either decision sooner, it would have been more effective. Kerrigan gets caught off guard if he's 5 seconds earlier into the CT splank. If they wanted to make this an A split, again, it's 2-2 to sites. They could have done either one. They had a player in the end of halls. They had a player at the top of banana as well. And I think that's where you're almost sort of suffocated by your options. You have two really good things to choose. You know one of them's most likely going to work, the other one won't. You just don't know which one it is. And instead, you let the clock bleed down a little bit too much time. Kerrigan gets nervous, comes back to CT spawn, and then suddenly neither plan will work.
So the door is ajar for FaZe. Christu missed off shot.
Oh, he stayed up there.
That is an invite for Frozen to come through with the double kill. Still more utility being chucked out.
Whoa.
Frozen's taken a ton of damage from nades.
He kind of expertly avoided more damage, though, actually. And gets this nade off with his whole 8 damage. Okay.
Woo!
Gotta take the wins where you can get them sometimes. Round still
sits and wait.
Yeah, round still very possible here for ECSTATIC, but they don't have any more leads. That's going to be frustrating to see. And Kerrigan sends Frozen off. They've got a good idea of what ECSTATIC are going to try to do. Frozen's here to catch TMB if he goes spawn again. No one's coming out of hall, so this allows Bro to get to a good spot.
Easy. not expecting that kind of a challenge out of Brokey, but you give him the space, he'll take it. TMB trying to split into the site, but Brokey has drawn the line in the sand with bomb control, and on top of that, a triple.
Full control, man. That's the kind of play that they want from Brokey. Flash at a pit, but it's his smoke and halls. He takes a very aggressive line, or Nut. How can he expect someone to make an aggressive spot like that when there was an op spot at a pit? He thinks he has a second to chill. They probably should have just delayed their utility set till the smoke came up in halls or something.
It's a couple of mid-rounds now where FaZe are getting the better of ECSTATIC. And it's fine margins in the round prior, but a big moment there for Brokey means op on line for FaZe.
Keep testing this early banana fight, but Analele's already hit down low.
Frozen what? The dink for 6?
You know what? I'm glad it's 6, because what was that?
That was a Mac 10 wallbang.
What was that swing?
I didn't think it could even penetrate that wall.
I'm glad that was 6. So, you know what? It should have been 5. Are you joking me?
I don't know if that was before he peaked or after, or... 6 damage for Frozen to have to stomach, no issue. What's problematic here is this bracket control. This time we've got Jacob fully committed into the corner.
Wait, oh, okay.
Brokey runs away. Jacob silently follows suit. Here's this jump going on and plays
spotted
in front of the nade. but not for long. Brokey just got tagged hard for 60.
He's trying to find out how to be a part of this round right now. Jacob's wrapping around.
Rain into the pit, gonna have to do something about it. Serves up a great distraction, not to mention stellar headshot. Kerrigan challenges in through the arch. Zero with a 1v3, but the gun goes dry. Brokey's pistol's out, Kerrigan's one shot, and this clutch is still very much on.
Absolutely, Kerrigan almost died. Definitely can't just peek. That nade will miss. Oh no, they've got that volley. Oh, perfect retake actually.
A little bit of chaos there for FaZe Clan, swinging out through the smokes, letting Sierra get that gun back in hand, but hey, they clear him.
I thought that molly bounced back to Arch. I was like, oh my God. I think when Kerrigan went for his second swing, he's like, he doesn't realize how low he is on health right here.
Oh, he could have definitely died and put Frozen into an awkward position. Money starts to waver here for ECSTATIC in round 10. So we've got a couple Deagles out on the board, coupled with 2 rifles.
Uh-oh.
Great early spam. And it's not Frozen towards Banana this time, but that early line from Brokey. Given up. Challenge through the smoke, catches Rain for 40 damage, but he'll get his nade off, and so it goes both directions. And Brokey's got first blood of round 10. Eats the flash, but there's nobody there to swing him.
You can see ECSTATIC getting a little desperate just to take some early fights. That helped them streak over on Banana. But now they've got even more of a reason to go for it. Low util, low numbers, low HP.
Certainly giving the space for the exec, but they're gonna quiet crawl. Flashbang doesn't reveal anything. One player shoots off, but 3 ready to go on the short side, plus the apartment's control coming out. Rain's gonna let them get closer, but again, this same line, the same stoppage on the approach. ECSTATIC just not able to break down the A defense. Rain thriving. Doesn't feel like he's under pressure whatsoever.
Yeah, you know, when the Elise change happened and Rain went over to pit, it was a question of like how well is he going to do in that spot. He was comfortable sort of roaming around, playing the A site from Hunter, from Arch, from wherever he would, but with a little bit more freedom than you would have from just an anchor. But it does suit, I think, the personality that Kerrigan's referenced with him and him as an anchor, sort of just, he isn't a guy who moves very much. He is very good at picking angles. He is very good at, I think, setting up how many spots he's going to stand in one half instead of just making it free-flowing the whole time. And this looks like one of the positions where he's just like, yeah, I'll keep doing it. Why not? Already learned all these angles that I love.
It's one of those guys that plays CS as he lives life. He's just an immovable object. A boulder of a human being. Try to push your way through, and it's not happening. 9 and 5 is Rain at the moment, so A defense going well.
And one of those nades had an off trajectory, right? Some damage, but that's it.
In a sea of flashbangs, Frozen somehow recovers vision, and the CTs just keep throwing bodies at this. Brokey picked up one towards middle, but the B defense ultimately falters. It's health advantage for the retake, and a lot of utility to pull it off. If those frag grenades find and Lalele, it is over for him. He has all 3 of the kills to get into this B bomb site on the brink of an ace.
Interesting.
Sierra did it back on overpass. He locks into the new box to try to hold it, but does that make him a target for the utility?
Yeah,
you'd think so. Incendiary and a frag still to be thrown, and sure enough, now he does get put into that back corner, but the smoke covered it. They climbed up, and Lalele fires through, and the front pit CT denied by Christu, a 4K from An Lay.
Almost a second ace here for ECSTATIC versus FaZe in this game. Really good try. But you know what? Screw the try. Here's the impact. 4 kills, everyone necessary. Excellent job locking down this site. That would have been his for the taking as well if there was no one else left over. He put himself in the perfect spot, I think, to win that round versus a 2 CT push. And can they find this first kill down Banana? It's been the tease to get up to the half wall and then just keep getting chances to try to find unfun fights for the CT side.
CTA setup looking a little more timid. Kerrigan taking up a lot of responsibility here, and he steps into Sierra. 9 health makes the difference on that one. Jacob's feeling desperate. Time to shine, but he can't get more than just the 1 kill, and so it falls on Rain's broad shoulders yet again. Into the apartments he'll push. Nut on the other side. It's a MAC-10 versus an M4, so instant headshot bodes well, but Sierra's so deep on that arch wraparound that it's a guaranteed plant.
He scaled so quickly, man. You got to appreciate that. Now there's one waiting in mid and Lelele as a CT push comes through, but Brokey will pass by.
Brokey's
Is he gonna come back?
Brokey's made a ton of noise, so Lele ready for that peek. And now Frozen's element of surprise is the only thing that keeps FaZe's chances of tying out this
Sierra
defensive
dies?
half.
He does.
Great grenade onto the pit. Wide swing into the site. Christu finds his 8th kill over 3 maps, and that is a 7-5 ECSTATIC half. Ooh, now it's starting to feel real if you are FaZe Clan. In Jacob's debut in the FaZe jersey, it's been a difficult go of the T sides. 13-0 Dust2 had the whole squad laughing. And it's nice to see that there are still some high spirits here. But reality is, trailing by 2 with a tough T side ahead.
Yeah, I do think that they could still see a path to victory that's maybe a bit more clear than Overpass, at least here on Inferno. And for ECSTATIC, well, they got skill checked back on Dust 2. They found themselves in a good spot, but they know that no map's guaranteed. So maybe this will end in the closest game so far here in this series. ECSTATIC know if they play their best, they can make this upset happen.
Creeping up through the apartments. A lot of bodies here for the Brackets defense, but that does kind of bank on Sierra being able to hold back Apps. Great path out of Rain, but it's the trade frags that bode well.
Oh, man. ECSTATIC got to work on their pistols. Hey, that's something that FaZe has been really able to take advantage of them on. And Lelele and some of these pistols, he'll have these dualies and they'll come through and get 3 kills. So sometimes won't always result in the round, but you can definitely rain terror with these guns.
Would have loved to have had them on that balcony hold. And Lelele popped as he goes over top. Okay. And FaZe, it's a triple kill from Kerrigan to take a pistol. Another round of laughs and a little sigh of relief. You gotta have to play.
Yeah. Good to see them strong in that department. Kerrigan's just playing great CS right now, hitting all kinds of shots.
I mean, there was that like jumping M4 headshot that he got back on Overpass that was snappy as all hell. And, well, that P250 turnaround, we'll put that in the same category. Triple MP9 here for ECSTATIC. They may not have won pistols, but the force buys have gone their way more than once. Two of the 3 SMGs right here for the Brackets control. It's the exact setup as the pistol. Same start. Rumblings of B play gets the smoke out of that anchor. But FaZe are still tiptoeing on the brink of this stack. Same setup as the pistol for ECSTATIC. MP9's gonna be the bounce. He jumps in, Christu comes flying through. And so it is the MP9 for the double headshot. Rain gonna catch the climb up, shadow advantage. He gets the early warning and a scramble out from Arch side. They're ahead of that smoke with a bit of sight control, TMB's Galil. But Frozen presses his luck and comes through to a cleared sight.
Yeah, and he knows that they haven't gone all the way through, so he'll quickly get this bomb down. CT's running to wrap around. 2 one-on-ones. Frozen, he can be real cerebral in these moments. How's he gonna figure out how to separate these fights?
Gives himself the smoke behind, considering all of the possible options of attack. Still thinking about the heavy short flank, but it is double up here. Oh, it's just a
nice
drive-by.
shot.
TMB again with one of those shots. It's the same dude who dropped the 4 damage Mac 10 wallbang.
Yeah, that's right. He knows how to line them up.
This shot looks just as slick. Galil for the win and an ECSTATIC force buy for 8.
Well, that's a wrench in the works because it's the first time I think we've seen the eco actually take place. FaZe can be great on pistols, but without the conversion, feels like a Pyrrhic victory.
Now who's laughing?
Nut nut.
Man. Things just got real. P250's here for FaZe. ECSTATIC on the brink of 9. We've been talking about ECSTATIC as they have qualified for more and more Blast events, fell short in Bounty. With a level of gameplay on Train versus Liquid they probably weren't too proud of. But it's okay, because the recovery is all good. 4 easy pickups on the bomb site. Scary for half a second, but very quickly on the scene was the support.
Connor, we're talking about a FaZe clan that has not won a tournament more recently than Stewie. That stat is still true today.
Oh, hit me with that one more time.
Stewie has won a trophy more recently than FaZe clan.
No way.
That's what they're trying to change.
Yeah, of course. And
that's what
you know, sometimes
and for a lot of people it feels like a step in the wrong direction.
Yeah, but sometimes you got to take one step back to take 2 steps forward.
You know, but unironically.
Yep.
You know,
Actually.
walking away from the idea of maybe more stars to just see if there's something that they can go back to in terms of chemistry. Who knows? But
I mean,
it doesn't always have to be a move that's popular. I'll say that much. You know,
Sure.
after Furia pulled off their Molodoy Yakinder situation, I think that was in the face of what they knew was going to be a lot of criticisms, but they still made a move that worked.
I mean, if you wanted a plug and play that might work immediately, you would sign a leash or a like player. And in this case, you've not done that. This is a FaZe clan that is going back a step. Because even Frozen, when he comes in from MOUZ, is this very much proven entity, statistically best player on every map for MOUZ. We haven't really seen FaZe go down this road for some time, since Brokey, really. And so maybe there will be growing pains. We felt them on Overpass. Right now, it's Anlalele to feel the pain, because Frozen's got that fast headshot, and telling them where you're at, TMB's nade, well worth it. Trade frag to Frozen to keep man advantage in hand, but utility pressure just keeps on coming, as do the trade frags. You welcome the spam from Rain, another smoke out of Jacob to go down front CT, and he picks up an additional smoke as well. Are they gonna drop it on Coffin, or
He
is
needs to drop
yes,
it.
he will.
Yeah.
But again, bit of a welcoming gap on the left side of it. It'll fill out. All's good. CTs don't jump on it immediately, but they are going to come through. 3 players strong.
Not
and
bad.
Each of the FaZe players holds it back. They're not thinking Sira's also here, but he's not even thinking about the round win. Rain will hunt him down. He can smell you, and he'll one-tap to the back. FaZe clan busts through the doors of that B site off a Frozen entry, and then lock down a post-plant man disadvantage.
Yeah, they get that extra smoke up. And it's good to see Jacob playing in the late round situations, just to see. It's not going to be something that happens all the time, but to see what it's like. It took a fair bit of utility damage. I don't think that's going to change. ECSTATIC have actually been quite good when it comes to that, but this post plan's a nice risk from Rain. They have the smokes up. ECSTATIC have actually come through smokes on retakes almost too often, I want to say. They look really well drilled, but I don't think they enjoy going for standard down to the wire retakes. Back on Dust 2, we saw how often they ran through those smokes. And so Rain's in a spot that you just don't clear in that case. If Coffins isn't smoke, he doesn't stand there. If CT isn't smoke, he doesn't stand there. So I think he found a really good option for that unique moment.
5-7 rattles. I don't know what that was.
Who was that?
Able to come back through, though.
5-7, Vato. Won't believe what I saw.
Oh, my God. Trying to hold it together here. As are ECSTATIC. Trying to stay ahead of the banana hit, but it comes at you fast again. Just hitting this strong Kerrigan's Mac-10, diving the jumping Mac-10 headshot, pushes Anlalele into despair, and the first rotate over has that 5-7 in. And so now we have the bomb plant. It's all good.
Brain's broken. Brain is broken. He's going to be scared to say 5-7 all day today, which is very fun for us. I don't know where that'll lead us.
One round closer to the tie, that's where. ECSTATIC saving to keep the 9-8 lead.
Did you just malfunction or what exactly?
I don't know what just happened, dude. Sometimes the tongue just can't keep up. I don't know what the hell that was.
That was awesome.
Terrorists win. Could have been a stroke.
I think you're past the warranty, though.
But I think I'm back. You smell burnt toast?
Wings on a MAC-10 does just look right. It's what you're supposed to do with that gun.
Mm-hmm.
So that's obviously because ECSTATIC play all the way back. Got to be careful with the space you give up gets used against you.
Yeah, I mean, they were kind of front-facing, but they just scattered so quickly.
Yeah, that's true.
And to be fair, they didn't have a ton to hold back the offensive with. Mm-hmm. And FaZe Clan didn't give them the time to really think much. This is a little one awkward out of spawn for the USP. So the smoke is late to go down. Lucky that that site's not already taken, to be honest. And I say that like they're not about to barrel through, but...
Yeah, the CTs are here just posturing, trying to make a lot of noise, but in reality, they just wish they had better guns.
Yeah, trying to push them back to that 1M4, right? Sierra in the middle of this pack.
I like that they leave one CT over on A because, I mean, if they don't, I think FaZe are just going to figure this out. They might anyways, but... It's like so rare that you'll actually get FaZe to run into a full stack. It'll have to be a great, just something crazy from Christu, I think. Bomb's coming back. To B, that is.
Kerrigan's found the P2000.
But he's running through the whole site, doesn't see anything. Yeah, there it is. So hard to get a stack on FaZe.
So, Christu, you said it's got to be something amazing. Here we go.
He just came back to kill him, even with the bomb. He didn't have to do that.
Yeah, but he saw what FaZe did back on Dust 2, and he wanted a piece of that action.
Yeah.
Brokey gets jumped over top. MP9 could find a second victim, and that could be guns grabbed, but Sierra looking to survive as FaZe Clan are just all three players charging towards him. Nobody on the bomb. They're going to make sure that this AK cannot be maintained. They kind of lose track of him for a second.
Yeah, they're just like bloodthirsty. Don't know where he's gone off to.
Feels like they're trying to tap back into that whole Dust 2 shenanigan. And this time it will indeed be all 5 ECSTATIC players in the grave. Tied game, folks. 9-all.
Tied up. Tied up the hard way here. FaZe lost their conversion. Gave ECSTATIC a chance. Won't be anything quick once again.
Trying to keep FaZe off Banana, but they're happy to just lean back out of this one.
Yeah, they got to be careful versus Halls. They're going to be doubled up like this without anyone in pit. They're going to have to constantly watch their back. Arch wide open as well. I mean, the only option is B players come forward. Maybe.
Ooh, nice.
This actually helps.
Yep. They were ready to layer that with a second player. Only ends up taking the one. Brokey looking for the answer, and it's right there. But a missed shot. It's going to keep that FAMAS standing for the time being as we get the other B players rotating over to A in a fast scramble. Thing is, Brokey also has the bomb. ECSTATIC just saw it bottom of mid.
Yeah.
And saw nobody else with it.
It doesn't matter. Like, I mean, it's good for ECSTATIC, but like they have bottom B smoke full vision as well. Like time's down now. If FaZe are going to run this up to B, this could be the right option. TMB would have to make an error here, but if he doesn't keep his guard up 100%, there is a chance
Yeah, Kerrigan stomping his way through the arch side just feeds Sierra an easy 14th kill. Bunch of utility damage met by a smoke. You'd have to be really desperate to go through. And even Rain dying here is going to start to rack up costs that FaZe can still afford for the most part. We'll see if all 5 players get swept under the rug. Jacob was so ready to run through that smoke, but then you see Kerrigan pull the reins back, and they give double digits to ECSTATIC, who start this off by just simply winning a bit of a duel towards that B site. Frozen exposed to 1 player in the open, crouched, had to lock into that fight, and misses.
Also, yeah, like he let Analele cross behind Car without spotting the split between that and the half wall. So that was, you know, fair enough here for ECSTATIC. They had a 2-lane setup, no one on Arch, anything. They had to make something happen over at B. A standard rotation back would just not justify the risk that they took over on the A site. So they took the peek they had to. FaZe were not adequately prepared for it. Game becomes alive once again here for ECSTATIC. And ECSTATIC might now complete what was already an impressive day of CS just based on their overpass.
Oof. Here comes 3, charging for you. Doesn't look like you're gonna get away with it a second time. TMB fighting tooth and nail into the flames.
Dying while spinning here. FaZe will take over top. Banana. Oh, Sarah peeks in the middle. FaZe are, of course, still ready for a lot of options. That wasn't a full commitment B. And Nut's got his eyes crossed trying to figure out what site to go to.
Man, they go right back at that B action.
Yeah.
ECSTATIC were looking to sign up for similar fights as last round. What they didn't think was Frozen was bringing his full force push and a couple friends. I mean, Frozen just throws himself at the climb over Car. And so FaZe Clan instant answer to the 10-10 score we go.
We look at this game, it's already been the most impactful, I think, for Jacob, most comfortable looking. T-side to end it also makes it a little bit more interesting, for sure. They're relying on that Frozen carry from Dust too, even though that kill, that definitely helped. Brokey's looking a bit more back like Dupree wanted. Looks like this will be the toughest possible test here for ECSTATIC.
Terrorists win.
TMB really felt doomed there. He looks a little foolish as he kind of just runs back into the fire, but I mean, stick around and do what? Money's still healthy, both teams though, so we got ourselves a hell of a finish. If FaZe are going to be that willing to crank the dial in aggression when they deem fit. Just a bombardment of utility immediately offered up here by FaZe Clan, and nobody really fighting for banana control immediately. FaZe face the deep smoke. They give it up. They're instead looking to pounce on a 2-player short side. Trades back. Nut's got the double. And with 3 players stuck inside that mid-smoke.
Oh, Frozen came through the smoke.
He just dives into the bomb site, but Frozen looking to make a move.
Wait, he knows they're rotating. He's sending the bomb back, actually.
It's trying to get away. Arch swing denied. Frozen instant headshot, but he won't expect the next one. And Lelele gets the answer, and he can get to be ahead of FaZe.
Yes, and because Kerrigan took the long way back through alt, they didn't know what was going on at the bottom of B. Brokey will be in front, and that op shot's not there, and Lelele will get his smoke off.
Nades down.
But they're coming through anyways.
He hears him burning, so he should know. But he doesn't know about the second just yet, still concerned about that Arch threat.
Oh, you know they just want to just jump through this and end the round. They get really nervous in these retake situations. Here's the test for ECSTATIC. Op and play for Brokey. 17-12. Big impact last round. We've seen him off and on so far this series.
Shoulder to shoulder with Kerrigan, who just keeps going for that quick pop-up, looking for the confirmation, and there it is. Welcomes the wallbang back through. Kerrigan still sitting pretty on 40. Numbers evened out as ECSTATIC get closer. Only flashbangs for the retake, both of which now spent. Wide swing to Kerrigan. He gets traded. Brokey needs to nail a shot. Time ticking. Christu down. And the Opper makes the difference. FaZe evacuate that A site to find themselves a lead.
3 between Brokey and Kerrigan. And those are great shots from Kerrigan. Now he's fragging from the bottom of the board, which is actually a welcome sight for FaZe's teammates are showing up, taking over some of these responsibilities. Brokey, in terms of pushing through that smoke, pushing through that molly, getting onto the site, those are all so important. It was actually a spot where Anilele could have dropped a piece of utility and goaded Brokey forward into his crosshairs. If Brokey wasn't careful, but he took the risk that I think was necessary to even have a chance in this round. Puts FaZe on 11 now, puts ECSTATIC on a save. Man, that was close.
Man, I think Dupree's going to be happy with that one. That's the, we said even if he needs that 1.1, not massive overcompensation in the rating, it's the X factor from Brokey that we need. And that was one of those moments where you just know Brokey decided, I'm going to win this round. I'm going to put us in the post plant. And when he seizes a round of Counter-Strike like that, that is where Brokey makes his bread. Doesn't have the op to play with at the moment. Frozen takes it over, low health. Now, Bomb is down on a ramp, dude. I don't want to say that there's something weird going on, but if ECSTATIC do pounce, Bomb gets separated, low health on Frozen, Brokey with a grenade out. I mean, oh, that looked jumbled for a second, and they turn their back with, again, no fire in front of these CTs. If they push this smoke.
They're trying to scare FaZe, but
wow.
yeah, okay. Yeah.
They could have, if not, they kind of play with the timing a little second extra, and FaZe Clan, ready and present, are gonna deny ECSTATIC from being able to jump in behind all 5 FaZe Clan players, just trudging along into this A site now. Brokey putting on a highlight reel with the AK this time. 20 kills to his name. Late series impact has never looked so good for Brokey to try and deny this upset, and they will have 2 map and match points to do so. And Lelele doesn't have a kit, so even if he somehow slips the net versus all 3, right now he could genuinely get past all 3 players. This, if he had a kit.
Yeah, any clue.
And a big set, he could have, but instead, they'll let him know.
Yeah, he wants to be really careful, actually. This round is not over from his perspective. He'd love to be able to hold on to this gun. Take the pressure off the economy a little bit. And they can't find him, so that's series point here, locked in for FaZe Clan. But it wasn't an all-in from ECSTATIC. They were ready to play from this position before the round started.
Before that smoke went down, which was an ECSTATIC smoke, there was that timing where the pistols could have pushed and found 2 players looking the wrong way with grenades out.
Yeah, it's just they didn't have much to work with. I think it looked weird for FaZe to see them trying to fight for bottom banana control with nothing. And
right.
I don't think they really believed anyone was there. So maybe there was a chance for the timing, but see, ECSTATIC kind of doubted it themselves.
Of course. And it fed FaZe that little bit of extra time and space to follow through into an A hit. Brokey back where he belongs on an op.
Another speed up round here. Make sure no re-aggression can come in. TMB lineup, perfect.
Wow.
Takes out Jacob easily.
Needs good too for a quarter of Brokey's health.
That was so important because FaZe almost stole top brackets for free by blowing that smoke open, seeing everything, throwing the molly down. They needed some kind of response.
Whoa.
Oh, one bad peek.
Oof. Leg shot, but at least it's damage here for Christu. Having his best map of the series. And we called for his improvement. And Lelele, these both players have nades out and Frozen even in front of the wall. Sitting duck and a re-aggression.
Bad.
Clean team play coming out of ECSTATIC in the dying moments of this CT side. They find a sweep of that B attack and a rain emerging out through the apartments on the bomb recovery. This would be massive. And they're gonna stop it in its tracks. And Lelele with a triple kill trying to get back to the formula that won his team Overpass.
I mean, yeah, we've got a lot of cool stories on this team, but Lelele, I think he's had the best series so far. Very, very impressive across these maps. I think from the perspective of just like how much confidence he's playing with and just critical moments on rifle rounds. Here's a great push, well-supported push though, mind you. Flash is excellent from Christu. Everything on the timing front is good. Lines up with the way that ECSTATIC have been playing. Very tactical play style so far. This one goes to round 24.
Double nades right into the pack. Christu, first blood, more util damage. Fire in front of that one.
Wow, Kerrigan 3 HP, Jacob 15 HP.
I mean, they just tanked that damage, thinking they were going to get up Banana for much less than that. It wouldn't be FaZe if they didn't 13-0, only to go to overtime map 3.
Yes, that's right. It was written.
This is why you FaZe fans cheer for this team, because the entertainment value constantly at max.
I did to be careful. You know, the HP bars are something, but at this point, without top banana control, we've seen what happens in spots like these. 2 entries, and then boom, it's a post plant, then boom, it doesn't matter. You can't find the guys who got into the site in the first place. And if ECSTATIC are going to be at any little bit concerned and not go back and take over bracket control, not go into halls, not push off of Arch,
right,
the rotations are going to be slow.
Yeah, there is a certain timidness to ECSTATIC at the moment.
Yep.
There's another smoke as well inside this B site. TMB to play in front of it, finds a lineup on Frozen. And Lelele eats the flash, cleans up Jacob, and TMB pressures smoke. Kerrigan 3 health. More enemies than HP. Make that now equal. Flashes get a little awkward there for a second, and Christu's gonna tease him. Kerrigan's gonna go for another duel, and the nade's got his name on it. We go overtime map 3.
Let's go.
Of course.
Of course. They actually have done it. They've made it go to OT. It's a solid sort of both halves from both teams. I think we've seen some great rounds so far. It's like the most even one as well. It's not like we just had totally absent T size like we saw in Overpass. It's not the 13-0 that we got on Dust 2. A good showing to go out on. TMB, excellent last round, and overall his utility damage has been just extraordinary.
Nut. Oh my god, the aggression here is just...
Nuts.
Yes. yeah. Insanity to swing for that in the first of OT, but hey, okay. Try to leave your mark on the round. Instead, you are nothing but a smear inside of the apartments.
Careful with that one. It's a 5v4, but it is a Jacob low, Frozen low type of situation. But when we saw that last setup, you know, you start to wonder, are ECSTATIC a little bit too concerned to keep playing the round if they get an advantage? What are they gonna do now that they're down to 4? They have to scout a little bit. They have to find a way to get back into this. Otherwise, well, FaZe know what to do with the info.
Smoke ahead of the pack, 45 seconds, and the waiting game begins.
Yeah, round can't revolve over just one tactic. TMB has been excellent with utility, but there's no more left. Lele and him have no utility to work with here on B side.
But there is a smoke still on A on Sierra. At 25 seconds, he could drop it on short. Instead, he goes for the duel. Oh, he does still shave Rain off the round. Christu's got to deliver, and he will. Sierra's dead. Pit's clear. Christu pinned into the corner, gets bested by Brokey. And at 12 seconds, bomb planted. Kerrigan ready as they round the corner of Library. Frozen with a sharp angle deep into the head. And now Anlalele, 23 kills to his name, softens up 2 players on site. This is one of those winnable 1v3s, but instead Brokey instantly hits the line. And so that rock back into the A site is FaZe's lead.
It's really good. What didn't seem like there was a way to respond, and because I think the last round of regulation was ECSTATIC getting tons of utility damage early on, basically ending the round off of TMB's nades over on B. They kind of ran it back, and then you're left with a position where halfway through the round, it's actually FaZe to the 5v4. Now there's no utility left at all for the CT side, and they're too afraid to do anything. It ends up being FaZe working the B site as they're hitting A at the exact same time. The rotations are a little slow. The op has to opt from the back of the site as his first option, instead of having room to breathe and multiple fallback positions. They gave FaZe way too much space.
Smoked out of the early avenues. Plenty of time still, though. FaZe know it. They'll group up behind this mid flash, and they're going to come through a little early, trying to play with a quicker tempo. We've got 4 players here for ECSTATIC. There is a bloodbath being queued up in the second round of overtime. TMB out from the corner as the fire spreads his feet. Sira tries to slide into brackets. It gets away from him. The pressure remains. And Lalele down to 18 health.
They keep it coming. Nut. He's not had a great map so far. He could save it. Here from Pit.
Gets into the cover. They're looking up towards that balcony, thinking his position is higher than it is. Brokey's gonna find what was left of Lalele, and the Pit player holds. Nut's got his double. It's a Brokey clutch demanded of him in 40 seconds of play, and the op is already on the angle. Christu has to hit those shots. Needs to make up for lackluster maps 1 and 2, and he'll do so to tie an OT.
It's never too late. It's never too late. That's what you say from Nut here in Pit. He gets his 2K. It's so important. I also think this is the added pressure coming in, and Alele, who was peeking off of Arch, trying to really rotate in hard and help out. This was causing distractions. They couldn't find him inside a Pit. He moved over to Big Pit a lot earlier than that, and I think this helped him, get into a really comfy spot for that 2K. So, great answer back here for ECSTATIC. One more CT attempt here in this first half of overtime.
Again, knocking on the door of early A presence. Not smoked out like last round, because maybe they want Christu with the action. Haven't really seen an op on short side. It rattles off!
Oh.
They line up for Sira.
Oh, that's beautiful.
One of those golden opportunities for him to recover. Damn near breaking even. 21 kills to his name, and this slow crawl down B from Anlalele.
They're gonna get this though.
Oh, Kerrigan finds him head turned and through
That's
the
a mistake, Anlalele.
No way. TMB also trying to get ahead of it, but then Frozen is steps ahead of where Anlalele dies from. And so suddenly this 4 versus 3 has become a very comfortable position for FaZe Clan. They're gonna find a vacant B bomb site. Brokey, does he hear the approach? Did they run a little too long? With confidence, he puts that off back behind the flank. And Nut's Pit play last round was big. This clutch would need to be bigger as he loses a third to the nade on the approach. At the very least, he's got the kit to play around with. Kerrigan over towards the coffins, holds the line for Frozen to just creep behind Nubox and wait. He comes over top, catches him on the climb. Mistakes made in overtime could damn well cost ECSTATIC.
Yeah, just a touch overzealous on the push. It's impossible to know. We have, perfect map info. They don't, but as we saw with that flank around, just supporting through a natural rotation instead, or just chilling at the bottom of B, maybe that was the key option after Sira gets that 2K. Oh, look how close that is. Jumped right into his arms.
And TMB's playing off of Kerrigan's positioning, thinking that he can get through that smoke before the ramp player emerges, but Frozen is 5 steps faster.
Again, hard to always know. Can criticize them for moving too slowly, criticize them for being overzealous here and there. Sometimes you're just trying to play the best CS, but you can't see the best option. Nature of the game, but it's 14-13 now in favor of FaZe. The pressure is back on ECSTATIC. We'll get a second chance at this first half. We go back to that again. They only got 5 CT rounds, but obviously they could have done better. These warm-up rounds are going to be huge, especially when they're trying to onboard a new player like Jacob. The weakest point for this lineup maybe would have been the beginning of this game. That's huge. I mean, that's what we saw Analytics make that push to the half wall every round, basically. Every time he could get a chance to go and fight Frozen, he would do that. So it's the first time that FaZe become the aggressors in this situation. They do it right off the bat.
FaZe evolving quickly. Brokey had a shadow advantage for the Nut peek. And Rain already sees Sierra trying to crawl along the van, but I guess Kerrigan doesn't get the memo fast enough. And so now you're looking to get this recovery so that Kerrigan doesn't die in vain. 3v5 turned 3v4. And Frozen, half health, solo B-hold. Feels like TMB wants revenge, but he's gonna have to cautiously clear all of this. That could give the time that Jacob needs to move over with that fresh kit of utility. He's got the full belt for FaZe Clan at 40 seconds. And a few warning shots will indeed get that second defender over. But is there anything really behind this? It's a smoke for the cross. TMB picks up a second smoke, doesn't use the Molotov, and they're gonna go 3 versus 2 into this A bomb site. Brokey in the back corner, Rain running first towards Pit.
They have no choice.
Molotov for Rain, he's gonna get just burnt out. Down now to 30 health, smoke in front of the van. They figure out Brokey's position. Bomb is on the truck. Rain just gets burned out. Jacob's already in through the wall bang. No time for the plant, no time for the round win. Christu goes for the kill, but with nobody prioritizing plant, this one goes up in smoke.
They actually crumbled a little bit right there. I mean, we're looking at Rain standing in that molly because there's literally no time for them to sit back like they did and wait for someone to peek on the site. He was free to take all that damage because at that point in the round, all they had to do was stay alive, and ECSTATIC was slowly have no chance to get that plant down. So, oof. Looks like FaZe have them now against the ropes. 2 rounds up again, just like in regulation. We haven't seen ECSTATIC make tons of mistakes like that this game, and I just want to make that clear. But the pressure is obviously going to be mounting right now when there's a real chance to win. They played great CS today. We've seen lots of awesome moments. But that was the first crack, I think, that we've witnessed.
Christu versus Brokey, we could get it queued up here.
Again, careful with that clock on T side. It's always working against you.
Christu lets him know he is right there on the edge, and Brokey will be happy to take this line in response. Rain to his left, 2 players over towards Arch. There is no worry for Brokey.
Yeah.
Locked in on the line. But the duel's just not coming. At 40 seconds, they decide to rock this back towards Banana.
Yeah, I think this seems clear as day to FaZe. They're going to make it over with a lot of utility to spare. Yes, there's only 2 players in this spot. But soon enough, Jacob will make his way over too.
3 frags for the pack, though. If they want to try to burst that smoke open and pounce, they can.
Actually, he hasn't moved yet. Maybe there is a chance here for them to get in.
Going for the execute. Frag grenades to follow. Frozen challenging from CT with just one. A team nade is not what they can afford at the moment.
Damn.
That just blows apart the upset here for ECSTATIC. On the hunt for double overtime, a bomb plant maybe. Spam doesn't find him. Still a small chance. As Christu has struggled throughout this series, his best map here and now, but it's got to be his best moment as well. CT's line up, and that will be the end of it. FaZe Clan survived the test with the Jacob debut. A 13-0 in the middle of this series, and a hell of a test offered out by ECSTATIC. A tip of the hat to Andlalele, to Sierra. 2 consecutively good maps. And that is something to be impressed by, and their road is not over. Lower bracket here for the Blast Open London, but FaZe Clan's day 1 features a win.
Yeah, no elimination for ECSTATIC just yet. A valiant effort to put FaZe in the dirt, but that does not happen today, Maui, particularly off of a performance from Brokey like that. Now just one more win could see them making it to the London playoffs.
Brokey is safely back to being exciting. He's still very fun to watch. Actually, this was a really great game for him, and I also have to tip my hat to ECSTATIC. I feel like they also played some great CS, but this was a great round indeed to close things out or to get it really over the line for FaZe.
Yeah, we talked a lot about Brokey, and specifically in this round where we see they actually return back to the bomb side after having a brawl in middle. The one thing that I want to point out, obviously now the round is just playing up, but the one thing I want to point out in the beginning of the round is that Brokey understands and needs to go through, run through with the AWP, through the Molotov, through the smoke to create the space to get it, because if he would have stayed behind the zone, this is exactly what I mean with Brokey deciding to do this play and keeping true to his playstyle by being aggressive and being a little bit unorthodox. If he wouldn't have pulled out that play, they would have lost the round. And I hope we're gonna get a replay of it so we can actually catch it one more time. And yay, we do. So we see them returning, and Lele actually drops the smoke, drops the molly right here. Brokey just brawls through everything, creating the space to actually get into the bomb site and put himself in a winnable, favorable situation for FaZe.
That's why Kerrigan wanted him back. Little moments like that. And I feel like that singular moment from Brokey, it kind of epitomizes a lot of the edges that FaZe had in this game, just the minor details, those moments of transition in particular, where one player like Rain, like Brokey, they recognize that there is a very slim opportunity to find a win condition in the round, and every time they went to seize it.
And he completely understood that that was the win condition for him, and if they wouldn't have won that round, they could have lost the series. So that round, in my opinion, is one of the most important rounds of the entire series.
100%. Shout out for Kerrigan for getting 2 from that position as well. Super well played by him, but loving to see Brokey back and looking very confident. I know a lot of people back at Cologne were saying, you know, just visually, he looks way happier as a player. So obviously the time off was well spent. Now back in the server, he's doing what we want to see from Brokey. Some really exciting, bold, and kind of ballsy CS, right?
The biggest thing for me with watching Brokey at Cologne and to now is just that he's not having those really just bozo moments. That was kind of the hallmark of his last, I'd say, 5 months before they went for the temporary simple replacement, that Brokey would just kind of send it on a couple rounds per game, and you're just like, what are you doing? He's much more in tune now with when he should be going for those versus when he should be pulling back.
And that is the hard balance to actually understand, because if that is what activates him as a player to actually be consistently doing these type of moves, if that activates him to become a better player, then I should think he should do it more often. But obviously, it's also to understand the given situation that, is it actually needed of me to pull off these type of plays, or should I just take a step back because we are already in a very favorable situation? And that is where I think that Brokey still has something to learn. And I hope that maybe his time on the bench and now coming back into the roster will actually give him that kind of understanding.
As we said, ECSTATIC not eliminated from Blast Open just yet. What are your takeaways from this series? Because other than the second map of Dust 2, they made it very competitive.
This paints a pretty complete picture for me with what I like about ECSTATIC versus what I don't like. For what I like, the Riflers did a great job. I mean, Ciro was excellent in this. Nut had a couple good multi-frags. And then Lele had some good timings for aggression. But for me, ECSTATIC, you kind of live by the sword, die by the sword. Their aggression got the better of them in some of the rounds where they had advantages. It was also able to claw back some rounds where they really needed some assistance there. So just, it's kind of almost like what we said with Brokey, just encapsulated there. It's just, you know, he's now picking his spots better. ECSTATIC probably just need to slightly pick their spots better too.
And not too long ago, they did the same thing to Liquid. They also managed to pull that series into a very competitive one. And now it's just that ECSTATIC is, it saddens me because ECSTATIC are still making so many mistakes, but they also play good. Like it's like finding the right balance, which they still haven't found, obviously being a very young team.
Well, ECSTATIC do move down to the lower bracket of Group A. FaZe progress to the upper bracket, and it is time to be finding them their next opponent. That's going to be going down between NAVI and Fnatic after this break. Alexi, thank you so much for making the time, first of all. I think it goes without saying that back at EWC, you would have wanted a deeper run there. Can you tell me what takeaways you had from that game versus 3D Max and what you learned from that experience there?
I believe it was at least my career shortest tournament ever, like just one match and you're out. And we also flew a long way there. The takeaways, not too much, maybe. The thing is that it goes a bit more deeper than that, and I just think that we made the decision immediately, like we would come here to Germany to boot camp again and just spend more time together and get more repetitions in, because it was, at the end of the day, one best of 3, close maps. Could have done the small decisions differently, but it is what it is, and we dropped out.
Okay, so was it based off of the result at EWC that you actually decided to go to the boot camp together?
Yeah, exactly. And we wanted to do it regardless, but we just made everything earlier. We spent one more day there, met some fans that were there visiting us, and then we immediately traveled here.
It sounds like a good decision to be making at that point. Is there anything, like, of course we talk about, inside the game for NAVI, but just outside the server, what's the state of, the mentality of the team at the moment?
Mentality is good right now. I think for EWC, as I previously mentioned, it felt like such a short tournament, one game and you're out. So we tried to take as much as we can from there, but we just knew that we're still a newish team. We only played one LAN before that, which was Cologne, and it went good for us. So EWC was a disappointment, but now we spend another week in bootcamp and we're going to play all the games here. And we feel comfortable here, even though we never were here before, but it seems to be nice working for us.
Sounds like a really solid reaction from Alexi and co to be choosing to go to that boot camp. I'm also reassured that the mental doesn't sound like it's too bad, because as Alexi said, that's his earliest tournament exit literally ever in his career. So I wouldn't blame him if he was a little bit emo after that one.
Losing to 3D Max is not something that Navi should get comfortable with or complacent with, and that's why they're obviously going to the boot camp there. But 3D Max are okay. I mean, like, I actually like them. I think they have really good tactics at the same time, but a team of their class is not really supposed to be up to snuff with Navi. I think Makaze still having some light growing pains regarding fitting in on a tier 1 roster here. But all in all, the mood in the camp for Navi has to just be serious business. This got to be London or bust for them.
And also looking at what Alexi just recently have said, that they feels so gut-wrenching to be in this type of situation that Navi is in the middle of the season. You know, they know there's still a couple of months onto the major. They have a lot of things to fix, but they're still at a place right now where they don't feel like they played the great CS that they have been known for in the beginning of CS2, and they find themselves, for me, a big question mark still, where I don't know where Navi is at right now. You know, adding Makasa did something to them at Cologne. We could see a bit of spark of life, but overall, it just looked like they still look flat at sometimes.
At the beginning of CS2, it felt like it was all mechanics driven. Like everybody was just swinging, wide swing. Who could swing faster, essentially, like that. Like it was really raw, like just rough waters, essentially. That's how I would see it. But then Blade and Alexi just felt like they put on the goggles. They were able to see underneath it all. They saw the reef. They knew how to navigate it. And now it feels like their heads are barely above water. Like they're in a very tricky situation that the tactics hasn't been able to actually solve for them yet.
And it's just, for me, it just smells like that Navi is just a worse edition of Mouse Sports, actually. A team that maybe lack this actual superstar. They have worse players outside of that pack, but also at the same time, I feel like it's a team that tactic-wise has been the strength of Navi for a while. But I still feel like it's the lack of the individual prowess right now in Navi, and that is where they struggle, but also where Mouse Sports struggle. So for me to see a Navi that is still struggling despite making this decision of adding Makasa, I'm still curious to see where do we take it? Like, because if they make another really poor result, is that going to be where they actually have to change? And now they did go to boot camp. I've tried going to boot camp when you've had a really poor result, and I was almost kicked the next event because you still did poor. So I mean, like, it's you know, a lot of things on the line still for them.
Now, Mari, I know it's getting a little bit late here, so I kind of want to just do like a little physical exercise here. Okay, close your eyes. Big breath in. We're back in 2015, 10 years ago. Navi are taking on Fnatic? Is this the grand final?
Let's go.
Open your eyes. We're back in 2025. What's the state of Fnatic right now?
This is no longer El Clasico, Freya. No, Fnatic has been... If Navi are the ones that kind of put the goggles on to see underwater, Fnatic are barely treading water. They might be drowning at this point. They're selling players to organizations that they should be on equal footing with in terms of the legacy. I don't know how you're Fnatic and you're losing Matisse to G2. Like, that's supposed to be a rival organization, but now you're just kind of having to go through and get it. Cypher, I mean, Cypher's okay. I like him at times. He's explosive, not nearly as consistent, though, as Matisse, and it feels like Fnatic, they're looking for a life raft here.
We do need to see what maps we are going to be playing on in this best of 3, so let's get to it. I think I know what the answer might be here, Maui. Is there anywhere that Fnatic could go to make this difficult for Navi?
I'm just curious if they go with Train. They have liked that a lot, and I want to see if they have some tactics. I just think maybe Tier 2 Train is constantly bringing new ideas to the table that teams like Navi aren't necessarily always up to date on, or they haven't faced in live practice.
Yeah, well, it makes perfect sense. You know, this map they're very comfortable on, so of course they want to go for this one. And on the side of Navi, you know, picking Mirage, that's not really a blunder. That's what they like to do. That's a map they feel very comfortable on. They can just constantly go for their A splits, which they're very notorious for. So obviously for a decider, obviously we're now looking to the fact of what approach they want to go to, because Fnatic has been looking great on multiple maps. Sure, they do play against less opposition. Now we also see those two getting out of the fray, which leaves us with the remainder of
Inferno. Yeah.
Let's go.
Okay, this was kind of something that I thought Fnatic wanted this probably as the decider as well. So again, just kind of like the last game we had, it's one where the underdog here in Fnatic probably feels pretty good with maps 1 and 3 in this series.
Do we even get to map 3 though? I know you respect underdog value, but this is a pretty big dog to be under, no?
I mean, I have to respect underdog lightly, so I respect some of the individual players on Fnatic, but as a team, I have a lot more respect for Navi.
I'm fairly confident we're going to see a 3-mapper here. I think we're going to see...
Ooh.
Yeah,
Wow.
I'm quite confident that we're going to see that the Fnatic's going to take Train, and then we're going to see Navi bounce back.
Okay, very interesting. It is time to be diving into the action with Scrawny and Launders.
All right, Dupree, I see you, I hear you, going for the Fnatic Train victory. Mohan, I think Maui Snake said it nicely. He respects some of the individuals, but as a team, you got to give it Navi. Where do you land on this one?
Yeah, I mean, I kind of like the team play recently for Fnatic. I've seen some good stuff. So I think they are kind of making the right moves, to be honest. I think that Fnatic, in terms of their brand, like their brand is actually counting against them these days. So they spend so much time, as Freya said, with the bigger dogs over top of them everywhere. But in terms of who's trending in which direction, this is one of the games where Navi are trending down and Fnatic are trending a little bit up.
There is no bomb in the server right now, so this round is not live. That's funny.
That's crazy.
The
That
bomb
should just be a 1 in 10 million. You have to play it round.
did not spawn.
What?
What happened to good old-fashioned violence? You know, just shooting each other.
Yeah. So we remember this is an objective-based game. The killing is optional. These guys are just crazy.
We are some objective-based gamers.
No bomb is crazy.
No bomb.
No bomb at all?
It's, in this economy,
no bomb.
Terrorists had to start making cuts.
Wow. All right. We'll try that again.
Shall we? Quick little repeat.
T-side wasn't hard enough. No bomb.
Ooh, blade post surgery. Hope he's recovering well.
Oh, yeah. That explains the slump for Navi.
When Blade's not looking over your shoulder.
He was injured.
How are you expected to do just as well as when Blade is breathing down your neck?
Yeah.
Come on.
Yeah.
Let's get it on, shall we? Fnatic's map pick of Train, folks. Will it be enough to catch Navi off? We've had underdogs punching upwards today, whether that's M80 or whether that is the likes of ECSTATIC. Fnatic hope to be put in that same camp. Bit with the dual Berettas. Insta-gush. Down to 20. Not ideal as the B defender, but he's got Makaze still leaning back a little further. Another player inside of Z in the form of Ime. But Fnatic like the odds off that gush. They're going to try to go rampaging down the ramp. Berettas do indeed get the one. Makaze off Thomas. Looking to just shave players off, and he's doing a good job at doing that. 2 more to his name is man advantage for Navi, but a deep push here for Blame F. P250 gets the jump, and that's just going to queue up the wonderful headshot. Fear in the 1v3 now. It's a good gush and a cleanup, but it is indeed Navi with the first round of play.
Do you kind of get the sense with Navi that, like, people are sort of looking past Makaze when they talk about him? Like, they're not really sort of even sort of acknowledging him when it comes to the team. They're just like, yeah, they're just, they're not good. They don't have enough good players, all this stuff. But, like, Makaze's level has been enough for Navi, but it doesn't feel like he's a factor. Or people will just say, or there'll just be comments about, you know, him from the past, or they're like, they don't think he'll last.
Right.
Or anything, without sort of talking about how actually he's been doing a really decent job.
It was one of those ones where, much like the Furia moves, where it's almost like because of Furia's success, I'm willing to put more stock in Makaze now. Because I also thought, like, oh, this is just a really uninspiring roster move. I was one of those critics.
Oh, no, I'm with that. I just mean, like, now that we've seen some good performances.
I think people should be higher on Navi in that regard. Or at least, you know, not falling on him.
Mm-hmm.
I do think Blade's absence for a bit.
Sure, yeah.
Even that kind of, I think, got less credit than it's due.
Yeah, and EWC is a weird one. One match and you're out.
Yep.
That can happen.
Yep. I mean,
versus one of the teams that's known for preparation.
Exactly. 100%.
So. And also, I don't think Alexi's quote honestly makes any sense. He says, it's gut-wrenching to be in this form in the middle of the season. When's the better time?
Right.
The end?
Yeah.
You want to start a season like this?
Also, 3 events into the season. It's kind of the start of the season.
Yeah. You know, there's never a good time to be down in form in Counter-Strike because there's always something big going on.
The worst part is obviously...
at least it's not the major.
Yeah, exactly. That is always the worst part. It's undeniably the worst part. Nice nade. Everybody trying to group up behind Jambo, get behind the man with the big gun, and hope things go well, but Bit could just shred flesh from bone on this play. Or, never mind, Cypher, clean Deagle headshot.
Disgusting.
Slams the SMG into the dirt. Ime's got the cleanup though, triple kill already, and Crims, no bomb. That got left behind, so quad kill for Ime, made easy.
So I've seen some people be like Alish to Navi. What do you think?
Sure.
Sure.
Blade will straighten him out.
Yeah, maybe that's what that's the unlikely change that Navi could make that would work. I mean, Dupree, I think fairly characterized them as sort of, he said sort of like Mouse, where Mouse are a better team and do a better probably players overall in terms of consistency and everything, but they are a team that Vitality, Navi, you know, these two guys out there, you kind of have to have both now. You kind of have to have everything at its maximum, and maybe Navi is a team that just never has had that, so fair enough. Maybe they do need that firepower upgrade.
In which case, Makaze has a lot to prove.
Yeah.
But I'd say, if anything, you know, for me, I just expect Ema to be able to tap back into the heights that he has shown us.
Man.
Yeah, yeah, it's that three have the ceiling that we all can believe in. It's just none of them have been able to kind of hang on to it any longer. And JL was in that boat before he departed as well. It just kind of happened to Navi.
Oh, okay, man, these shots.
Get him with
what
Jambo.
in the world?
And that is something to think about.
Oh, he missed it. He did not see that at all.
And now Ema close on the smoke will get found out by Cypher. Element of surprise. Wonderful slips out into the back of sight, but he is currently surrounded by 4 additional players, all 5 on his screen at one point or another. Cypher cleans house as he exited.
5-7.
Exits out icon.
Exit out icon, yeah. Yeah, this is, what is this, though? Let's start with that.
That's something. I like Maui's description of Cypher as a very explosive player.
Yeah.
I think when Maui says, oh, I like some of the individuals on this team, I do think he is kind of referring to Cypher without trying to exclude the others. I know where Maui's values lie, for the most part.
This is a team with a lot of caps lock, none more than Cypher.
Yes, sir. You know, when he made his first waves in Paris, was a bit of a one-trick pony, and I don't mean that with too much disrespect, but like Vertigo T-side, he was...
Ima brought his form back.
Okay. No, sorry, Cypher. He was just like this Vertigo entry specialist that was unstoppable, and then I think we saw him kind of out of his depths as time went on.
Yeah.
Obviously still good enough to be around this tier of CS, but we're trying to find that team where he slots in and he really gets the most of his play. They hear Bit up close. It's a great moment here for Fnatic as they've gotten this Navi squad down to a single flashbang here on Makaze outside T-Con. Oh, Molotov with his name on it forces him right into Jambo, and that is a deep A entry already. Navi banking on Alexi trying to get them back in, but he's got a smoke in front of him. They heard that damage on Bit earlier, so B-site figured out. And dude, beautiful slice from Fnatic out Hot Dog.
It's like the perfect incision. 1 kill is all you need. Everything else is locked off, and the CTs know better than to try, it looks like. So, yeah, I think as you put it, is pretty much like the ideal. We made a joke about how, you know, you don't need the bomb to win the round. This is like the kind of perfect Counter-Strike round. It has a little bit to do with the killing, but it's mostly about how do you have the quickest route to the bomb plant without any friction.
Ooh, I like that. Like, if you took off the nameplates, I would have almost said, oh, that's a Navi round right there.
Yeah.
Like, that's something Blade would have cooked up.
Yeah, I think as a team, actually. I don't know. I don't really agree with the characterization. It's the individuals that are more impressive, but you got someone like BlameF on your team, I guess. That stands out. It seems like he's been getting better. Didn't Vu post a stat about how much better he's been versus Ecos and just how good his stats still are?
I don't know. I have Vu muted. I'm not sure.
You're missing out on so many great tweets, Connor. Let me tell you.
I get to hear them all in person. Don't get him started on Icy. Cheeky peek out. Ivy and Wonderful doesn't even go all the way around, but just teases the thread. Smoke on Makaze.
Well, they're coming B here. Ima, he's kind of a sitting duck, it looks like. Oh, no, he's just on. Oh, he's actually in a beautiful spot.
Pops up. It's another multi-kill for Ima at this position. to deny the upper B entry. And just tapping away, he sticks inside of the fire, so that's the M4 down. Still MP9 in play here for Alexi. Makaze grabs the M4. They're watching this flank for now. Blame F knows flanks.
Yes, he does, but he also is a slave to the time here. 1 minute. They've got to go.
5-7 still up close. That would have been spotted by the players that did emerge up top. Ooh, Alexi doesn't pull the trigger. He's gonna find 2 on the ramp, so good on him to skip the desperate shot on the player up top. Walks it down, and honestly, tip of the hat to Ema, because that double kill out from the side of Z was massive.
There's nothing worse than knowing you have to hit a site and you're getting flanked at the same time. So good positions found. Excellently done there from Ema, and timing's everything there to save his teammate. If he doesn't check up, it's possible, but they have a good inflow position to complement each other. Watch for the walkouts here with Fnatic.
Wonderful was given a lot of space last round. Not this time. Jambo goes hunting. Ooh, and Blame's gonna hit a sickening headshot as well. Time to kill for Fnatic, looking real quick. Cypher could do the exact same thing. We know he's got it in him. A little bit more of a labored duel between him and Alexi, and it's actually an answer back for Navi while we get this walkout upper B. Bit's gonna scramble back around through Zed, and it's the bomb slowly in tow here on Jambo.
Actually gnarly shots here from Fnatic in some of these positions. Jambo twice now on IB has been absolutely insane, but before the bomb even gets planted, there's an additional kill here. Chance for the CTs to come through. But with Crims getting that one, you think they're going to walk away. Just a bit too deep and a bit too early.
I really don't mean this with disrespect because he's a legendary player, but it actually still boggles my mind that Crims is still on Fnatic.
Yeah.
Like, you know, with all the pieces that have moved, like when the discussion on the desk previously about selling guys like Matisse to G2, etc.
I'm not gonna lie though, like I've seen some, you know, old dogs who are making like tons of mistakes.
Yep.
I don't see him making that many where I'm just like, how are you helping this round out? I guess you could say, well, he's not the IGL, so it's not like he could be like Kerrigan and provide immense value otherwise. So that's fair enough.
I just also, you know, at the same time, I agree with you. I don't think I see him making glaring issues or like falling off a cliff, but I also just feel like as time goes on, I see him win less and less rounds.
Yeah.
You know, like he doesn't have that.
Yeah. I mean, Crims in his heyday. Yeah.
Yeah. You know, that I have, and don't get me wrong, I'd love to see it.
Yeah, for
I'd love to see it because I think it would be a sick piece of Fnatic to get back to its proper form.
Yeah.
We just know he has so much to offer.
Right. If we can criticize a player like Rain when he's on a team like FaZe, then if Fnatic are going to try to be in the conversation, then absolutely, that's very fair.
But hey, hanging on for now, 3-3, and that's really what he does well. It's just he's hanging on. Kaze's got this forward presence with Ema and supported by Alexi. Alexi with a double kill is having himself quite a solid start to this game. Looking for the lead, looking to keep Fnatic out of it, and with low health left on the 2 Fnatic players, and a desperate bit.
Oh, what?
In what world?
Is just happened now? What happened?
That's a plant, bro.
In the world.
Okay,
You lied.
he denied it.
He had it all calculated.
No way he did. You think? Nah. What?
I felt like Yoda watching that, dude. What in the world just happened?
I felt like Jar Jar Binks.
I haven't even watched Star Trek.
Who the hell's Gandalf? What was that? Did he actively ignore the player, or did he not
heard the
it?
running above and when it dropped. And if you're running above there, you're definitely flying out of the window. And I mean, I know you didn't see him because he's just on 4-3 probably, but you didn't need a visual. You calling Crims old? I mean, he's got some senses that are falling off, I think. bit. What was
was
that?
Weird, man.
That was crazy.
Don't worry about it. Stop the plant. Stop the plant. I'll give it to him. I thought that was money in the bank for Fnatic.
Wait, no. You definitely saw that too, right? That wasn't even a 4-3 situation, was it?
He's just so hyper-focused on the crosshair.
I don't know. That's crazy.
Unless he knew the player wouldn't check him in that corner, so he was expecting the pop dog guy to walk back. I don't know. I'm trying to find the outs here.
Yeah.
I'm trying to find the outs. Not trying to
The
throw him
only
under the
one,
bus.
the only out he has that is that he's a genius. Because look how well this worked out. And it's okay. The fact that he just checks afterwards is a little crazy.
That almost feels like a single player NPC moment.
Yeah.
What was that noise?
What was that noise? So that when you play someone in Fortnite who's on their phone,
owned,
and you take out the roof on top of them.
Yes, sir.
And they just look up like 2 seconds later.
I too love beating 7-year-olds at video games.
Winning is winning.
And Navi are doing exactly that. Leading 4-3. Oof. Bit just dancing with danger. Puts a smoke down, and that's going to fizzle out Fnatic's approach for a second. It's nice to see these new boxes getting as much play as they have been.
Yeah.
It's definitely changing the meta of the outer yard.
You can't actually sleep on the box changes that Valve make. They always are like, no one's asked for them, and then they move something like 2 feet, and it has a really radical impact on the meta.
Ooh, missed the sitter. Wonder if Phil's got to give up the upper halls.
Jambo's got the bomb up front here. He must walk into this. Oh, he's got this locked up. Wow, he handled that so well with Makaze.
Jambo taking his sweet time with that one. Forward press into the Pop Dog's gonna bode real well for Navi. That is 3 kills to Makaze as he supports Emat on the expedition into Pop Dog. Jambo a little slow to the trigger on that one, no?
Yeah, I think that he's just like, I'm not getting cleared here.
Right.
And so his teammate can just like, but you're right, he could have swung to guarantee the trade afterwards. Maybe it's because of the fact that he had the bomb. He was just hoping they would go to peek and fall back instead of him having to show it. But yeah.
Awkward.
Awkward.
And the T-side momentum starts to fade. To pistols you go. Try to slam their way into Ivy, but met by fire and frags. Add a little smoke to that one, and you get an act of desperation. Nice position here from Alexi. Even the players that get past can't shoot him, and so they just shred the approach. And Navi keeps on winning, 6-3.
It's looking pretty good so far here for Navi. This is the map that Dupree thought there might be an upside on. I appreciate that prediction, because like it is the train map where Fnatic were like specifically repaired in one game I remember versus Spirit. I think there was another train match that
early on
totally sort of surprised us. So I can respect it. I mean, it's definitely not over. This is actually not bad for train start.
I think Dupree also kind of swayed by what we've seen earlier today with the overpass picks being what makes up the difference for the underdogs. Kind of similar taste, but Bit stepping up. Was ready to fight for that one, tooth and nail. Emat coming in from the Pop Dog, and he's going to be challenged, but he's got support. Makaze again right behind him.
Mauled him.
8 frags for the newest edition of Team Navi.
You know, all things considered, Makaze has been one of the fastest onboarded into a Blade system that I've ever seen.
Fastest onboard into a Blade system.
Almost everyone who comes on is like terrible at first.
It's true. Bit was in a rough place.
Imo was in a horrible place for about almost an entire year.
Yep. Wonderful didn't look like as a god per se.
No, definitely not a god.
Yeah, that's true. No, I think you've got yourself a valid point. Makaze is one of the fastest onboard and a rookie.
For a rookie, yeah, like.
JL was pretty good.
Yeah, that's true.
But he also wasn't as fresh. Wasn't as green. Navi turning this game around. 4 rounds
Actually,
in a row.
was even JL that good until 2024? Like the beginning of 2024?
I just said it and hoped you'd believe it.
I hate that you might be right about something you don't know.
Looking for the bomb plant, but the bomb gets dropped, and so now the blame AK, or is it the Cypher Deagle?
Hey!
Into the rifle, goes deep through the bushes. Navi caught off guard.
Calm down now, Cypher.
By the sudden wraparound, that's that explosiveness that Maui was alluding to. And the fact that Cypher gets all 3 of those kills, doesn't take any damage in the process. Wonderful's figured you out, though. He's at a health disadvantage, but he's predicting Cypher because he knows Cypher makes moves, but the timing is still found. Wonderful finds him. Cypher can't close the clutch despite his damnedest efforts. And that is round 11 added to Navi's board 2.
That was actually such a big find, a big chance right there. And they found a way to kind of quickly and easily lose that 1v2. That's uncomfortable. Wonderful made that look like it was in his favor the entire time. He had an op in a 1v2 almost back from CT after this 3K. Maybe they should have stopped hunting him down. And also this oil push, maybe the best flank you can have if you get away with the route. Pushing up the side of oil after you put the bomb down.
Right.
And I think in his head, if he goes right, I could just die instantly. If I get by, all right, now I'm in a sneaky spot, but obviously he learned that wonderful.
Read him.
Quick, easy.
I feel like if you're in a clutch versus Cypher, sometimes you can read that push.
Yeah.
But also hell of a explosive round towards the Zed. And honestly, when you're just looking for 4 on a T side of train, man, that would have been a moment for Cypher. Just a little bit more relief for the Fnatic CT side to come.
That's what you want from him, man, early on in a round like that.
Yes, sir.
Extremely explosive, insane aim. To be honest, he just needed Blade not to die in the 2v1, and then they could trade.
Locked into the upper fight. Crim's gonna get naded and cleared out by EMF. Frag
Nice
should find a
nade.
mark on T-Con 2. Tons of damage output here from the CTs. But Wonderful misses a chance to clean up Cypher. He'll continue to whittle down the health, and Alexi B just hiding behind new boxes.
He's not spotted.
Nah, he's waiting it out, but they do molly him.
Molly him, but they don't clear it.
Nah, they don't watch. Then molly came from Jambo. Cypher more focused on the site. And Jambo also looked away from the flames. Missed chance to strike one down. Alexi right back at it. And Navi do not let their foot off the pedal. 6-round streak to close their CT side. Holy moly, Navi. What a CT side to be proud of. 12-6 is EMA, 11-2 Alexi B. Absolutely anchoring that A site like it was nobody's business.
And one of those two deaths was that Jambo coming out of Ivy, looking the wrong way, insta flick to the dome. So he could have had an even better half.
Certainly one of those days that Alexi has woken up on the wrong right side of the bed.
For Fnatic, wrong side of the bed.
Yeah.
Ooh, he's pissed.
Better win this pistol, or your CT side on your map pick suddenly becomes a hell of a task. We've got Berettas on Blame F, already up through Pop Dog, supported by a teammate. This is a great place for Blame F to shine, but it gets away from him. Teammate right beside him. Oh God, Cypher's got the dualies and Bit's got a second headshot.
He almost made a cool action movie out of that, but...
Bit doesn't need two guns. Not for the first two frags. He'll swap over into the upgraded pistol. We've got damage across the Navi squad. And bomb in tow off the Bit entry towards the A site. Bit now 3 kills in this pistol. He's gonna hunt down. It's a quad for Bit and a chance at an ace in the second pistol of this map.
He's coming.
Let him have at it. He picks up the bomb and he's gonna take that bomb into Z. Throws it back and hits his 5th.
Damn, it's his Western, baby.
Pistol ace when those Berettas and on top of that Cypher ready to trade couldn't kill Bit. You were cruising for a bruising.
Yeah, I do want to see Navi going for style points like that. And it's the Bit show, baby. Both biceps.
Wow. Oh. Down to 4 bullets. Pops him with 1. Time for Fnatic to force out to the end of this one. Scout double MP9, but what's the strategy behind it? Scout at a distance. Jambo leaning out towards Ivy.
I will say I think that if things lean CT, they continue to in the current map pool, Navi I assume will be one of the most resilient. They always have, in fact, in CT metas.
Okay.
They take so much time in each round. I think that's just going to be one of the most important ways in which you can guarantee your 5 or 6 rounds.
Right.
And even I'm talking old iterations of Navi in those real CT favored metas. It was the CT sides they just struggled to have dominant halves on. They never were a team that could do that.
I feel like sometimes that's because the formula for Navi just boils down to like you not having the superstar.
Yeah.
You know, and when you don't have a superstar CT side, there's not that one part of the map that just gets closed.
Yeah.
You kind of do bank on everybody bringing it every day.
Yeah.
But no, you're right. I mean, the conversation, talk of the town is you're going to need a T side that doesn't just try to half-ass it with the little force buys and instead comes in with all the tools for full execs. That is what Navi are going to do.
It's painstaking with Navi, no matter what round it is. I also one thing I really like about Alexi B, and there's a long list of things I like about Alexi B, but it's that if you ask him about what happened yesterday, and it's like a terrible day, he will contextualize everything for each round that happened.
Super aware.
He's not going to be like, yeah, we lost and we suck. He'll be like, well, that was one pistol in a situation where we normally grab it. Or the rifle rounds that we lost, or this specific fight here that we ended up losing that cost us the round. He's never going to get bogged down by like macro results and be like, well, we just suck right now and there's no chance that we can get out of this. He looked at EWC and he said that was one series. And then he looked at Cologne. He said, we actually did pretty well at Cologne. And he's like, we have Blade as a problem. It sucks to be in the form that we're in, but also it's important to remember that, like, again, in a game that is going on every single week with millions of dollars, you do have to contextualize your results, or it will feel like it's just the end times every single week.
Right. We're done.
Yeah.
But you're not.
You're not.
You're still under contract, and there's 7 more events this season.
And you love Counter-Strike.
And the only thing worse than bombing out of one is to bomb out of all of them.
Yeah.
So, get back in the lab.
Yeah.
He's also one of those players where even in a post-game, you ask him what went wrong in X round, and he usually remembers those details. He's such a fine eye for Counter-Strike. Unfortunately, usually can't keep up in frags, but this is not one of those maps. This is one of those times you're reminded that Alexi hits headshots. But he'll get smoked away with his 2 teammates on Ivy. They'll leave Mikaze. Bit and Alexi bumping into each other. Here is that example. We're talking about those rounds where you do every single step with all the pieces you have. Here is that example, folks.
They're not worried about going, okay, we just built a lot of momentum off of fast rounds. Let's keep going. They're like, let's get back to the work because we know like Fnatic are going to need this so badly. They're going to try something.
Of all the timings to find, it's the moment the CTs get onto that position. They set it ablaze. A kill down the ramp as well is great for Bit. 16 kills, and then sure enough, off the Makaze hinge.
Oh.
You can't account for that. Jambo, stellar scout, headshot, plural. Double kill, Deep Ivy, wraps around Deep, ahead of Wonderful, but he's not able to get that third kill, and now Cypher in between two.
Where's that Molly?
Wonderful jumps in, not ready for the player on site. Alexi B is in a bit of a panic now. 8 seconds, needs to figure out both these players, and Cypher comes around for the duels. It is the double scout of Jambo. All the steps you don't skip, but that scout hits harder than you anticipate.
It's actually nuts. Jambo has basically only hit great shots this game and is 8-13. He's the one who got that like flick on Alexi. He got these 2 scout headshots here. He had another entry round over the first half, but he's otherwise not had a great map at all.
Oh, good on Fnatic then. It's a lifeline, we'll call it that. It's not been domination from Jambo, like you said, 8-13 with clips like those.
Just gets everyone back on their feet.
Yes, sir. Gives you all an extra chance. Gives Fear a chance.
Oh, he's a little late on this.
Eesh. It's all good. Crimson Blame F gonna stop it all, just the Blame F death.
Okay, no worries.
B site stands tall.
Looks like he missed that first pair of footsteps. Now it's on Fear. How do we mount this comeback? We've got that eco victory, CT side here. You ask anyone's testimony of Navi, it's always, you know what they're going to do, but you still die to it anyway. It's the late round of mistakes that leave people in regret.
Oh,
Oh, he spotted.
He didn't see that, eh?
No, he
Damn.
wouldn't have.
You know, he's lucky to be alive, but he is barely standing. Trying to get Blame F into the action. Makaze holding on to the push.
And Blame F has really been trying to get back into the action. This would be a good time.
Now Imez also on the scene.
They need to draw him, Makaze, to turn around. Otherwise, he's just going to take a peek freely. Nice one.
Blame F for the double. Down low, just like Crims, but he will not be afforded the chance to disengage. Jambo's coming to take a look at this. M4 in hand.
Thing is, they know Crims is low. If they're going to rotate someone out, it's not going to be Crims to the A site and leave someone else here. So, tells them it's either 2-2. But either way, if it's 2-2, Crims is probably here and low.
Ema taking his time to make sure there's not a flank. He knows someone would have. Oh, wonderful.
Wow. Damn, had that bomb too.
Jambo gets caught. Cypher's been waiting a long time, so he's rewarded at least. But again, you know Crim's low on B. Cypher push deep T-Con. They're going to try to play the numbers into this B site, and Fear could make the difference. 4 kills to his name. 12 seconds to the clock, and Crims is hanging on as well. Despite low health, he's a problem. Wonderful. Fake plant once, but you don't have time for this. Crims is going to catch him, and he's lucky he just didn't die after time, but no extra bomb plant, so Fnatic hanging on, and good on Crims. Low health, escape that upper push. 2 kills after the fact.
Definitely. Honestly, with the way that he was, they were lurking back around through main, I was thinking, why even do that? If they know that they're coming into the site to try to entry. Blame F only getting 1 kill, and they open up. They actually opened up a route to get outside. It's one that Fnatic were kind of concerned about, but just hoping nothing would happen. I don't think they took advantage of that fully, and yeah, they spent a lot of seconds waiting, as they do. But it looks like Fnatic had the right to go and look for information. They were the ones putting tons of time pressure on Navi.
Suddenly starting to feel doable.
Look at Crim's carrying this team, by the way.
I know, I love to see it.
13 and 10.
A classic.
CT side as well. He was always a CT specialist. That is the thing.
Huge round last round.
Oh my goodness,
My
that
God.
is just heinous. What was that?
89 damage from the Deagle. Bada boom. Oh, it's just 1-1 frag. Okay. They'll survive for now. Alexi barely standing. Blame F here to feed on pistols. They're looking for a bomb plant. Wouldn't be too bad for Navi. No other nades come out just yet. Jambo's got a set, but he's a little late to the party. Now his does fly in. Doesn't find a kill. Like Wonderful is. Players just tiptoeing their way into these Desert Eagle shots. This is a low health player up on oil in Crims. If Jambo had gone down with a convincing headshot, well.
Bomb's on the other side.
Smoke, oh my God, barely covers Jambo. Crims is gonna get another kill. A moment where he's low health yet again. Picks up 2 frags, doesn't seem to be sweating whatsoever. And Fnatic, slowly but surely, climbing up this scoreboard.
Yeah, not looking too shabby.
Navi lead 11-7.
Steagles were absolutely terrifying. Nice shots for Wonderful. And it's Crims, the guy who got pelted down low, to peel back to emergency protocols and really come in to save the day in the end. 4-round game.
Fear trying to take it early. Ema spots him. Ema has seen a lot here, and he's calling the player to pop out. Dog and Alexi gets covered. Great job here from Blame F. He's losing pieces in front of him, but he's making up for it every step of the way. Burning out, escapes the flames pretty much unscathed.
Yeah, somehow.
Could have taken way more in that case. Makaze, though, has found a way to compromise the back, and Blame F just gave up the info.
But how's he going to approach this? Blame's going to wrap around to fight him. Oh, no. Oh, Makaze ran.
Oh, God, he's giving all the info right back.
Why did you do that?
I don't know. Blame F, great triple kill. Kind of given back control of Ivy.
Okay.
Blade's going to have something to say about that.
Yeah.
And Wonderful with lots of time in this 1v3. Half health for Blame F first, and he wins that, but Blame F does his damage. 3.5 frags to Blame F's name this round. Give him a chance on CT side, and he is slowly taking it over. Good op angle here from Jambo. Drops bomb, no plant. 3-round game now, as Fnatic earn their 8th.
Racking him up. The real thing that was lost with JL, vibes.
Vibes, true. Yeah, felt like JL was kind of everybody's friend on this team. We would see them kind of, you would always see any member of Navi, this is like pulling back the curtain a bit.
With him, yeah.
You would always see somebody with Navi with JL.
I mean, he's got a magnetic personality.
If there's ever 2 Navi players together, it was JL and anybody else.
Yeah.
It's one of those things where they all think he's their best friend.
Yeah, and honestly, I mean, that's the kind of energy that he had. So that's always going to be a hard guy to replace. We've all had a teammate like that. That's just, it feels like there's a light in the room, sort of, no matter the situation. It is one of the best qualities you could have, for sure, especially in a situation where you're on the road for like so many days of the year. So that was always going to be a tough thing to replace. And it was also something that Navi had cited as like, you know, an issue with all the traveling.
Ema trying it again. Same approach to the outer yard.
No, did kind of work last time, honestly, on his end.
Yep, very true. Had Fnatic frazzled. They go into Pop Dog, fall back quick. Crim's solo B at the moment. If Navi were to just swarm. Oh, never mind. He's got his support. Blame F's come over, and they're both going to play oil side.
They've never been able to just single him out. They tried. They got him down so low twice now. Crim's he's not too proud to know when to ask for help, Connor. And sometimes you see players and it's like, why aren't you?
Ego's a hell of a drug. Jambo doesn't pull the trigger. But that's Makaze locked in on the opposite side of the map at 45 seconds. He's got himself a hell of a run ahead and doesn't want to give it up because for all he knows, T-Con's push. So Makaze out of the action. This is a 4vx inside B for the time being. Flash is in the middle to try to interrupt it. Frag to expose, but Crim's feet weren't on the ground. He still recovers, but then they're allowed to slide out from the upper ledge.
Oh my.
BlameF's gonna pick up that slack as Bit's limitation on the Galil comes through. Makaze late to the party. He will find the kill to Cypher, but at a huge cost. Down to 23 health, and BlameF's got that cover. Fnatic within touching distance. Only trail by 2.
I like the inner setups, to be honest. They've been pretty resilient, and because the second rotation has come in early, whether it was Fear or BlameF on this round, they don't just get 2 spots in the back of the site, they get 2 good spots that are very complementary to each other. And that just allowed Crims to get the first kill, to get some info back. BlameF could use him as a bait a bit. And it's kind of Navi just figuring out what, which part of the round do we want to go B. Well, looks like you might have to think about other things.
Wow, again.
Uh-oh, Jambo.
Here we go. Now it's just the crank. It's all good, though. You've got Crims to bank on. Bit smack 10 with Wonderful, but now the ops in play! And Bit's gonna get that close shot. Another frag comes out from Fear. Bit right on the position. Only Cypher left. And in anticipation of the smoke push.
You know he's terrified. And Bit, it's so early in the round. The rotation was meant to be quick. Bit, is he gonna start overthinking this? Is Cypher gonna start overthinking this? Sometimes he can in the one-on-ones. But so far, being very careful. It's going to give Bit up the space.
Ooh, nade and bomb. Incendiary smoke.
Yeah.
There's a lot to work with if you're Bit right now.
Oh, he would love to get in the spot early. Plant comes down. Is he going to run through it? He will.
Cypher puts it out, takes the high road, tries to fluster the op. Bit's got a chance here. 4 kills if he nails this shot. And a miss is going to give it right back to Cypher. A clutch that makes up for the previous losses. 10 rounds, Fnatic.
Absolutely. Really important that happened, of course. That was map point in the bag for Navi, but it would have been a pretty ridiculous clutch considering what they come into this round with.
Oh, Cypher gives him the wiggle. I like Cypher's play there. Doesn't come through the smoke, knows better, but then sees that incendiary as an invite to jump. You know, that's where, again, you kind of see him hold back in a great way and then get his character right back online. Forces the fight to Bit, forces the op miss.
This one comes down to the wire.
But there's, I think, that moment where you start to see Navi in a slight act of desperation just hit something with a sudden rush, and it damn near won them their 12th round.
To be honest, I've pointed out a couple of times where B's easier to take earlier on, and they keep going later.
And every time they go there, Crim's still holding the line.
Yeah, he got 2 on that round.
Whether he's at 10 health or 100.
You don't have to teach an old dog new tricks if you keep bringing back old maps.
That's exactly it. He's been waiting for this moment. Oh, but Wonderful bests Jambo over towards Ivy. Luckily here for Fnatic, Cypher takes it back inside the halls. And there was a lot of defense for Fnatic allocated towards that upper B hall.
That was a nice, clean find here for Cypher.
Quick move from all of the Fnatic squad because they were on the opposite side of the map setting up for numbers on B.
As soon as they had any hope, he just instantly took it back. BlameF is playing very active here. Upper B push. Gonna pick his favorite angle. Not worried about ladder whatsoever. This could be a great spot for him to get away from it. Oh, he's already walked back. 45 seconds. He's got a lot of responsibility. His site for now by himself. Crims still in Z. Won't catch this one down.
No nades on Blame, no nades on the rotate. Dodges the flash, goes down with nothing. Of all the positions, sitting on a silver platter.
Yeah, he kept moving. He kept moving. Never got into a good spot and waited. And now can you even retake? Those mollies mean the T's could have gotten anywhere.
An additional smoke rather goes down, and so that's really going to take the wind out of Fnatic's sails. Man, you think about the spots he had. If he plays up on that first little staircase, you're catching somebody off guard. It gives Crims the rotate.
It's usually timings that Blame is specifically great at, and just you see him and he's like, well, how do you know that that spot was going to work out perfectly? Well, here he was just out of tune slightly for 3 different spots.
And giving up each of those spots despite 0 pressure.
Yeah, no pressure. Just thinking maybe a little too much. And, you know, it is normally Crims' site. He was the one there supporting A this round for once. So it doesn't seem like he recognized how much weight was on his shoulders. And just like that, Navi, you're smiling.
That's the 7-round streak of Fnatic coming to an end. Oh, yeah. That's a tough one for Fnatic to have to stomach. Blame F knows. You give him an extra 10 seconds, he's up around that corner, and nobody from Navi was hitting upper B. That was all in ramp, but he gets caught on the ladder as they just suddenly pop out of nowhere. He walks all that way, thinks he's got all this free space, and mere seconds make the difference.
He finally found their B tempo. And I think, unfortunately for Crims, he just wasn't the guy who was there this time, who has been consistently putting up a kill or two. This one's gonna sting Fnatic if it goes south now.
We haven't seen EMEC come at this attack, but we've seen this route in the past. Blame F has been found out, goes down with nothing, and so Navi again just barrel into a site, but this one straight out of the spawn. 3v5 demanded of Fnatic, or this CT comeback is all for naught. Eventually, Fear is gonna get into position, but he still has to take his sweet time to move over from T-Con as EMEC goes over top orange. You know there's somebody in Icon.
Oh, he's looking for it.
Posted up above, and he finds the poor timing on Jambo. Z player found out. Navi just slammed this one home. Knocked the final round out of the park. It's a hell of an effort for Fnatic on the comeback, but that streak fizzles out.
Yeah, Fnatic making that second half look a little bit tricky, but Navi eventually do punch through. And Maui, I'm going to be honest, I'm relieved that they ultimately do find those solutions, because that first half looked so good from Navi. I was a little bit puzzled as to why that T side took a little bit long to get going.
I felt like Navi was going through a lot of their playbook there. They were going for some default plays into A crunches. They were trying a couple fast B plays. They did some late ones. Of course, ending on a really fast A play there, but it really just felt like they needed to find the right combination of tempo and the right way to hit either bomb site.
Yeah, and Lazy was very stubborn, specifically trying to hit their inner bomb site constantly. You know, that is where the mind games start going when you have these type of games that you would maybe think that the opponent's going to respect us to go back to the A bomb site, but actually that's not going to happen. You're just going to continue bombing onto the B one, and you know, it took some time for them to figure out how they want to approach it. And I think Emma was, in my books, one of the guys that got the most job done. He got a lot of openings, especially in the T round, and he tried to mask that play that he constantly went for to create that into other rounds. So overall, I mean, I'm glad that Navi managed to close it out, because they looked really sharp at the first one.
Yeah, particularly looking back to that first half, things were very complicated to Fnatic. Fair play to Cypher. In round 11, he really tried to get some work going, but then Wonderful comes to into fruition, and it's kind of over from that point.
We saw what was a B play that it almost feels like Navi tried to emulate. I mean, Fnatic spread all over the bomb site, and Cypher had a crazy nice pop-off here. I mean, this is what I meant by just the explosive factor. And yeah, maybe round to round, Matisse might have been a little more consistent, but in terms of the highs for rounds, I mean, these are the kind of rounds that probably... maybe I'm just assuming, but Dupree on Vertigo at the Paris Major might have some nightmares regarding.
Yeah, that's for sure. I mean, like, we definitely saw the fact that Cypher turned around, but it's more about the late round that bothers me a little bit. You know, yeah. Cypher gets this play off, and he almost actually catches the timing on Wonderful approaching from CT spawn. The fact that he goes back to plant the bomb, then you find Blame F like hovering around CT spawn, actually not playing the position that he should have in that sense. And I mean, you also got to give it to Wonderful. You know, he had a great awareness. He understood the situation and checked his flank, and that put him in a position where he could just win the round. And it was a great clutch. But I mean, like Fnatic should probably have cleansed this one.
Yeah. That was a weird kind of misplay, I would say, from Blame F. I mean, he's usually the master of the late round when it comes to what for Fnatic, but then for him to just kind of try to go so early for the flank onto Wonderful, a lot to break down. And
I think it was, I mean, like, he had a bad game coming into this one. He didn't stand out that much. Maybe he was like trying to get activated in some sense by going for that type of play because, hey, I want to get that frag. He was more concerned about that specific situation than the bigger picture of the game.
I mean, we even saw in one of the last rounds, he's just kind of trying to move up the ladder at B to get a better spot when he was already in a half decent one, I would say. Yeah, this was a rare moment where on a slightly bigger stage than normal for Fnatic, we just didn't get the best play map.
Yeah, 100%. There was a lot of reasons why I feel like Na'Vi should have, or arguably could have, closed this out earlier, particularly when you come into the second half, the second pistol, and Bit just gets an ace. I'm like, from this point, surely it's just over.
It felt like that's why we really wanted to just look at it. It felt like the storyline was just going to be Bit gets an incredible ace, and then we are just moving on to the next game. Really, I mean, Bit. I would say, actually, you know what? I'm curious, Dupree. If you were to pick a player today on Navi as their best, to me, Bit's right. I think it has to be Bit in my eyes, but it's pretty close between him, Ema, and Wonderful.
I think that Bit stands out in multiple ways. In majority of the cases, I think that he is the closest you get to becoming that, like, the star of that team. I think when he's actually on par, like his mechanical skills, his headshot specifically has been out of the sky throughout the majority of his career. He's still very young. He's achieved so many things already. I think that Bit is a very interesting part of this team, and in my books, the one that is the most safe inside out, regardless of how things actually pan out in the future. And there is a case in my books that we can see Bit moving on to a team that is better than Navi right now. And you can see this game as well, you know, even in the pistol round, getting off the ace here, but also just being very impactful when it actually matters. And that is what stands out for Bit.
Okay, that's interesting. Is he the most consistent player on Navi at the moment for you? Because it's kind of been a little bit of a toss-up between a few players, right?
I feel like Bit has had some incredible highs. At the most important tournaments this year, I think Bit's been the best player for Navi. For me, if I'm taking on any given day, who's gonna maybe be the highest or second highest rated player, probably Wonderful. He's just kind of, it's just in a big playoff moment, we've seen him falter from time to time.
Yes.
It's a tough discussion though.
Let's move. Oh, sorry, Dupree.
I'm just more like in the conversation of like who is the second best player in that team, because I do think that Bit is the best one. And I mean, I think Emma gets a lot of discredit, but I still think he gets a lot of job done. I feel like also the fact that Wonderful has such a pivotal role in being the AWP on that team and has moments where he actually just, I wouldn't say disappears, but actually just is impactful enough. And I think that is why I could potentially see that it's a very big battle between Emma and Wonderful.
It's a really good point as well when you consider Ime in that discussion, because like we know he's like secondary calling a lot for the team. So I guess it depends on how you define that consistent output. Like we obviously don't know how many ideas he's coming into the mix with as well, right?
Every time I feel like we've had listen-ins for the past 12 months for Navi, Ema is chatting almost as much, if not more, than Alexi B. So he plays an incredibly pivotal role, and maybe sometimes he's overshadowed by people like Bit who have more pop-offs in terms of individual level. Ema is clearly playing a vital role on this team.
Should we move on to the moments where things got a little bit more muddy for Navi, I guess? Because it seemed like time and time again, Maui, there was a lot of attempts towards B, which were successfully neutralized by Fnatic.
Yeah, Alexi B, famous for his strat of let's just keep trying this. Yeah, Dupree kind of primed this, you know, when we were opening the segment, that this was a weird trend for Navi where they kept trying to test this B bomb site repeatedly. Like this, it was, I would say almost, it was clearly in their game plan that they thought one of these sort of plays was eventually going to work. But to Cypher's credit, he was able to withstand the pressure in the 1v1.
Yeah, and I mean, it's a very important one also to kind of, they didn't even out the score, but at least get another round on the board. And the fact here that Cypher actually tried to play it kind of smart. I mean, he was actually just about to walk out of Connect and get punished by a bit, but it was a great decision to stand back and just play it slow and then, you know, make him second guess what's happening. And as you mentioned with the whole idea of Navi constantly hitting the B bomb side, you know, we don't know what specifically goes. We don't get to see the POV of every single player. So one of the players could be saying inside the server like, yeah, but if I just would have got that kill, then we would have won the round. You know, that could be a case for him making this repeat call.
Do you think there was any particular reason? Like, I know it's hard to say now that we've seen the map play out, but if you were kind of like, you know, preparing for this particular game, is there anything you're looking at and going, okay, B-side's a bit weaker for Fnatic? Any reason why you think they were trying to do that time and time again?
I mean, we have to say, what the people that were playing it most of the time, I saw Jambo there once, but it's not Jambo who was really on that. It was mostly Crims, a little sprinkle of Blame F there. And if you're Navi looking at this team and saying, okay, where can we maybe exploit a weak link? You might look towards Crims and say, yeah, if we catch him one of the times he's the B player, we might be able to run him over.
There's a case that could be it, but obviously also just comes down to preparation. Like I'm fairly confident that Navi prepares for every single game, even specifically when it comes to these type of tournaments, that they want to jump in. Maybe they've seen a weakness that they could utilize, but obviously it's also about like the specific game, like how is he performing and everything. So it was good to see. I think like they kept being stubborn because they kept them guessing as well.
Well, and that preparation for Navi does eventually pay off for them. They do seal up Fnatic's pick of Train, and now their choice lays in wait. That's going to be Mirage going down after this short break. It's obviously been a month since you've been on Fnatic. So can you tell me how comfortable, how well integrated you feel you are on the team right now?
Yeah, I mean, everyone's made me feel at home in the team. It's been really good. Good vibes, good energy and everything like this. So yeah, everyone's done a good job to make me feel at home in the team.
Can you tell me what the biggest change you've had to make since joining Fnatic has been?
I mean, it's not so much about a biggest change, I think. It's just a different play style, you know, sort of than what I'm used to. It's a bit more structured and everything like this. And so, yeah.
Is there any kind of out-of-game things that the team do differently, maybe compared to some of your previous teams?
Yeah, I mean, obviously it's a lot more professional. We did one, like, we had a 9 AM game the other day, so we had to do like a morning walk. And That's definitely a first for me, waking up at that time and then going on a walk.
Of course, you've got NAVI to be taken on today. How beatable do you think NAVI are in their current form right now?
I mean, yeah, I think they're very beatable. I would say they're obviously still a very good team. We just got to play on top of our game, then we definitely have a chance, you know? We all shoot back, we have great comms, and then we definitely have a chance.
I've also got to ask, because you are one of very few British players that we have in the scene, how important is it for you to be qualifying for the London finals and making it to the Wembley Arena?
Yeah, it's very good. I need to hear like the chants while I'm on the stage and everything again, you know? So I'm really excited. If we do make it, it'll be very fucking fun.
And what do you think your chances are of Fnatic actually making it through to the top teams?
Well, I'm a bit biased, so maybe I would say a bit high, but I would say we have a decent chance. You know, like I said, if we all shoot hard, we have great comms. I think the chances are good.
I'm loving the confidence from Cypher there. I'm loving the honesty as well. How many team walks have you been on, Dupree?
I've had a lot of walks with the team. It's something that we usually do before the game, so it's nice to see that so many teams have picked it up. It's not like the first time I get to hear that teams are deciding to go for a walk. Maybe they've just seen what works for other teams and they decide to copy it.
I just loved that the way he delivered the line that he went on a walk was like, this is the craziest thing ever.
It's like, why am I supposed to take a walk before?
What are these walks? What is this about?
A 9 a.m. game, an 8 a.m. walk, Maui. Insane. British players have never heard of it before.
You said it, not us. You said it, not us.
Let's talk about Mirage, though. Pick of NAVI makes sense, doesn't it, Dupree? They're looking pretty good on Mirage.
It definitely makes sense. You know, that is probably the most comfortable pick that NAVI has had in a long time. It's a map they definitely like to play. It's something that they're very drilled. Like they seem to have such a good idea of how to clinch the A bombs, which is really hard to master. So that's something that they can always rely on. And the fact that now that NAVI is at a point where they managed to clinch out a trainer, I feel like they're in a perfect spot now to just 10 get, and I think it's going to be kind of a walk in the park.
I have to agree. I don't think that the series goes to 3 at this point. This has been the bread and butter map of NAVI for the last year and a half at this point. The only time they wavered from it was around the time of the Shanghai Major where they sort of lost their identity. But ever since then, they've just kind of came back to it. And they still play it, I would say, at a pretty darn high level.
CT side start for Fnatic. Does that give you any hope? Is that like a silver lining we could maybe?
And we saw some explosive stuff from Cypher. If he's able to connect with Blame F, who admittedly had a bad game on map number 1, then they could get something done here. I want to really just see Jambo, Cypher, the newer additions from Fnatic. I want to just see what they can display as individuals here.
I think it was great that they actually did salvage a little bit of their glory on trainer, and they did just get blow out. You know, they do come back into this game maybe with a little bit of more confidence, and that's going to be good moving forward, but I don't think it's going to be enough.
Well, we are going to see exactly how it's about to go down between Fnatic and NAVI on the second map of Mirage.
Yes, guys. Stewie walked so Cypher could walk. 9 a.m. walks. That's
8 a.m. walks. 9 a.m. games.
9 a.m. games.
Stewie could never.
No, that's a little bit too
Mirage,
much.
Mo. It's time to split this A bomb site if you're NAVI. The fact that they start off on the T side, I think, taps into what Dupree's talking about. It's the attack that they have in their back pockets. Explosiveness from Cypher was undeniable. I think we saw it in its moments, but it's got to come together. Even Cypher in his interview said, if we can all shoot straight, hit hard, come together, we've got the good comms, we can make it to London. Well, to make it to London, you gotta make it through NAVI. And that is the task. Now, a map down in the series, but we play out on Mirage, and you've got the CT side to start with. Come on, Blame F. Give me something. Tap into wonderful. Beautiful start. And it's a total opening towards top middle, but also a vacant B bomb site. So NAVI happy to react with tempo. It's quick pace down, bit bomb plants, and already you've got one in bench, not to mention the corner outside of market. So now it's just a matter of hitting your shots in the retake attempt. EMEC confirming numbers towards that back door of the marketplace. Jambo and Crim's in with the kills. Cypher finds his, and so Alexi's 1v4 denied. Everybody putting in work here for Fnatic as a pistol round looks real good for their hopes of making the comeback.
Oh. Blame F gave you that big first frag, and I think that was the real key part of the round. Even though that NAVI running out B and knew that it was a mid-control setup, they also knew that they didn't have Cat. There was no flank in place. They're down to 5v4, and the CTs are going to be really hyper-focused on making sure they don't make mistakes as they come in. Hard to get a response back. You saw the distances that all the USPs kept the Glocks back on bench, back from the marketplace, hiding half of their faces for each of these fights. They knew that eventually they'd be able to get into that site and win. So getting a plant is still going to feel pretty good for NAVI.
They'll take that plant and they'll force behind it. Try to give Ema the golden ticket to an entry with the Galil. Who other than Crims to be sitting back on this B-bomb site? And he was doing some great anchoring over on Train.
Looking
I would
for the back-to-back.
Love to see him be able to continue through with that form, because I was talking a little bit of smack.
No, it's totally fair with him. When you compare him to some of the other older players, you know, everyone needs to prove they deserve a spot at the table, I think. Last map he showed that. But it's even one they still didn't win. All that comes in is they split B. Crib stops him at first.
Leans back for the second frag. He's got a teammate to cut off the cross. Cypher's gonna hold his own, and finally something. Oh, double Tech 9 entry.
Wow.
Is there still a chance? Bench player dropping the ball.
Awkward.
This is a 2 versus 5 into the 2v2. Still no guns scooped up for Navi. Jambo hears you running. Oh, but we go down to the clutch.
And they don't know.
And it's BlameF versus Alexi.
And Alexi's trying to slow it down. BlameF got across. Alexi's not worried about this right now.
The peek from the door would end Alexi. BlameF doesn't get the frag. 24
Somehow.
damage in.
And another plant means Alexi's going to be quite pleased with the ability to reposition.
One bullet for BlameF gets the job done. Denies the 2 versus 5.
Surely he can't just sit Van and win, right? He's got to find a moment to pop up or get to another spot. No risk being taken here from Alexi. BlameF is going to play down the clock. Could this be the play?
I mean, oh, he sees him.
Oh, okay.
And he's not able to react. So the 2v5 denied. Costly as hell.
Yeah, there was
BlameF comes through with it. Just kind of lets Alexi sit back there for a second too long.
You kind of open yourself up to a super difficult timing to guess if you're Alexi, but you're also like, I got nothing to work with here. So, scary moment, but it's 4 kills. 4 kills, bomb plant. A little mistake here from Fear, gets super awkward. And at best, we're only getting 1 each on this hold. Turns it into 2 rifles. 1 smoke for Navi. Look how expensive that was. Already no grenades here on 2 players.
Talk about how the T-sides need to make sure they've got all the tools for the job to break through the CT meta, but this is one of those moments where Navi actually come through with some tools. Deagle contact into connector is going to prime Ema for the opening kill. He gets wind of the cat play, doubles down. Crims awkwardly on the ladder, has Wonderful in front of him. BlameF finds the perfect timing, but Makaze's got the cover.
Damn.
And now Wonderful given a chance to walk out soon with Crims no longer walking.
Go B.
They're going to find it free for the taking. Does Makaze scoop up a gun? Yes, of course, off the dead body of the cat player.
They're still floating a lot. Makaze's worried about crossing, I think, in front of connector. But as it stands, Bit can almost guarantee this. As soon as Alexi comes into market, and they have a chance to actually punish all the exits. Crims, let's see if he finds this. At least he will.
Nice. Could secure you the M4.
Wow, bomb comes in very slowly through underpass. But luckily for them, none of Fnatic are getting in position to go for the retake. And the round is won because Imma splits open mid by himself.
Had pistols to play around him. I think the Deagle in underpass is what really gives him the jump on the guy inside a connector. Speaking of which, maybe Fear can find an upgrade for the road. Navi's still firmly planted inside that bomb site. Take it, Fear. Get out of here.
Yeah, man. They're actually kind of lucky they don't lose everybody after losing 4 on the last round as well.
Get it and go. I don't know. Sitting around for maybe punishing exits? Makaze?
Okay.
Just slashing the air with his knife, but all right. hey, sometimes it's okay to give up.
I guess it's a sign of respect. Just thought, for sure I'm dead, right?
Here comes Ima with the double in mid.
Two guns saved, not the worst case. Well, looks like they didn't find any info. That works for NAVI. It's going to allow them to get up close to Sandwich. Don't know if they're flashing over top of this, but Fear has no idea there is somebody here now.
More than just the one.
That's huge.
Mikaze jumps him. Although, that's an AK dropped on the cross. Still a challenge for the cat play as the pistol's freed up to roam.
Where did that other T go in mid?
Ima's having a stroll. A walk.
He's having a walk.
Scout player behind the wood panel. And utility peppers down. And a push through the smoke almost catches Alexi, but back into the cover and back into connector. Jambo, no free exits, brother. 4v2 for Navi. That walk up from Mikaze is just the round in and of itself.
It's true. 3 dead there in connector. Solid position. I think, yeah, this is where, Navi are the best when it comes to T side, and it's just like their signature style is finding annoying ways of just appearing suddenly in the A site around Sandwich. This is just what they're the most comfortable doing. Mikaze looks like he fits in perfectly to that. I think what might be particularly cool about coming out of the academy is just knowing that, if there is a real chance you get the direct promotion to the main lineup, the time you spend studying how they play and how you would fit in, theoretically,
right? Yeah,
and actually pay off. And
you hope you get that call up and don't get sold off, because that really is how the Academy League goes. Show your promise and get poached. Or find a mirror matchup. Thomas on the field for Blame F. M4 for Crims. But right now, it just feels like Navi are levels ahead. It's going to be a call to the action as the rifles move towards the jungle side to try to hold this off. Still utility being held onto by Navi, but definitely showing their hand, playing outside of the ramp already. There go the grenades to make it awkward for Jambo. It's all about the rifles, and one of them hits the ground out towards middle. The second gets spotted, and that's going to be Navi. Happy to take over the A site and go beyond, above and beyond, into CT spawn, where nobody's going to stop this plant or their third round win.
same formula, different execution, slightly different timing. And not many guns to defend with here for Fnatic. Oh, you know they're searching, you know they're going to peek you eventually, but you still die. That is what it means to play against this team.
Terrorists win.
Desk had high expectations for Navi's T-side Mirage, and I think that they're already starting to show us why. But let's put some real guns in the hands of Fnatic. Are we really going to watch a day where Crims tops frags both maps on a Fnatic loss?
We don't know about the last part.
It's quietly climbing.
Yeah.
Trying to put bodies on that A site ahead of Navi. They've had an affinity for it. And it looks like this execute to A is coming at it soon enough. Still time to eject. But Fnatic have lost it enough times to justify the stack. Cypher said it. We've all got to bring it to the table. This is that round. Crim's down beneath. Never mind on top. Sitting on half health, looking in multiple directions.
Wait, Crim.
Yeah, okay, he'll get the both. Oof, hell of a bailout. Problem is, all his teammates dying around him, barring Jambo over towards Ticket. And Cypher hears this movement. Stomping is Ime. Cypher's got the drop on both, and he's got the kills to go with it. Fnatic put bodies in place, and it takes a double from both Crims and Cypher.
Yeah, I mean, what a crazy spot that was. Everybody dying at once. Okay, shout out to Crims for another sort of solid hold. I think he waits a little too long where his teammate dies in that spot, but he at least makes up for it with 2 kills. And then, I mean, everyone gets into position soon enough, so...
The uncertainty, though, there for Crims for a second. Very scary.
Oh, yeah.
Could have missed timing, and with that, loses the site, loses the round. So it's a solid hold, but will it be enough to replicate? Right now, we go right back to the single A defender, and Navi happy to set up into this A site, execute even faster than rounds prior. But met by smoke on ramp. They barrel through. Alexi going right in. Makaze already jumped out from Palace, and they're going to find so much space for free.
I kind of love the call because there's so much respect last round. Now, still a chance to actually make this turn on its head. Bomb might get planted now for CT. But it's on low numbers, and they're worried about a push.
They try to lay down a T-smoke, deep CT spawn.
Awkward.
Jumbled up on top of one another. Jambo trades out. And it's Ime to try to clear space. Cypher again from inside jungle. Blindsides fake flash. You got him to bite on it, but now he turns back. Ime's got a couple in front, and it's an op shot from Jambo. Another round where Cypher finds his moment.
It's all about him here from jungle. He's been doing an excellent job. Between him and Crims, they have the A site locked down. Pace change for Navi. I thought it was the right play. After such a solid entry out of Makaze.
Fast. We're going tempo again. Fire in front of him. Won't stop him. He knows he got early damage, but he won't escape. And Crims delivers one. Survives the challenge from Makaze. At least a little longer. Buys time for Jambo to get out through the market door. And an instant headshot. But then still just fire at the feet of so many.
Yeah, nades all landing in the right spot. Makaze here, sort of sanitation engineer, picking up the pieces where he can find them. Second window being watched. Double flank coming in. Almost certainly going to get spotted.
Oh, they've gone unnoticed, and you've got a sitting duck in Alexi B. Makaze still doesn't know about the numbers. He just tries to put a smoke down. Shots go up over the top, but it is a little too wild, and still plenty of time.
Wow, okay.
Double flank didn't get spotted.
Yeah, I mean, they're playing from E-box as well. Two positions to watch from. I guess
sitting duck, Alexi.
Yeah, they were watching for both spots, but no kills.
Now the money's gone, so Fnatic, time to make something of the CT side. That's 3 rounds straight. Still Crimson Cypher at the top of the list. Eesh. And the one AK on the field takes a nade to the chest.
Guess what they're going to try to do again?
I'm thinking A.
They just love it.
Second nade gets a little too distracted, and blame F there to put him in the grave. But interesting with the Mikaze Deagle, and wonderful runs away. Crim follows chase, and now the walkout from ramp could still happen, but Crim's made sound on the platform.
He can kind of play however he wants. He knows there's no one coming in from behind him.
Fakes it again. Goes back for the swing. Ooh, nice flash from Cypher. So this tethering between Cypher and Crims coming together quite nicely, as is this CT side.
Welcome back, Olaf Meister.
6-3, folks.
It's the new hot duo in town.
Eight years, 10 months, Crims has played for Fnatic.
That's insane.
1,593 maps of Counter-Strike under the Fnatic banner.
That's unreal. If you don't use it, you lose it. That's why he keeps using it.
Only to be bested by Rain. 9 years, 7 months on that roster.
Wow, only one.
Not always FaZe, but yeah. From the very beginning.
Not always FaZe, but Kingwin and...
Yep.
Yeah, okay. Still counts. He's ride or die.
He has never changed teams, technically.
Yeah. The teams just changed.
Around him.
That's
dude.
crazy.
He is as old as time. And wonderful. Gonna get one over Cypher for once. Enough's enough. Navi looking to break this streak off the back of their AWPer, and Fear a little slow to the draw. Bit in with the instant kill. So as nice as these rounds have been, suddenly Navi are just kind of given duels and ready for them. You know, in contrast to sitting back on A site as that duo.
I guess when you see the same enemy every single time, there's this need to change it up yourself, even if everything's working.
They'll find out where Blame F was hiding down
this all
beneath.
works so easily.
Right? All these rounds of struggling, and then they just walk into the wonderful scope.
With the same...
Okay.
All right.
Can't have too much of a good thing, I suppose.
Yeah. Well, when your most important player dies first.
Oof, these are also killer shots.
Yeah, what the heck.
Wow.
And your second most important player on A dies right after.
That was also wonderful, doubling his kills.
Yeah.
And a miss this time, Blame F.
All right.
Stuck out here, Nate's pelting, wonderful, backs turned.
One more try, one more try.
Yeah. Nothing here for wonderful. Life comes at you fast. From a moment of glory, the round to go, to a collapse in middle. What could have been if only he was able to hit those shots.
We had to watch that one to the end because he was, based on what we saw just
a round ago.
Yeah, a round to go.
Literally,
he wasn't going to miss.
40 seconds earlier.
Same position.
Counter-Strike comes and goes.
Yes.
And so does the scoreline. 7-4, Fnatic, CT side, admirable, with one more still to play out.
What are Mikaze comms like? Do we know? Get any listen-ins? I've heard one where everyone else was like fighting, but he just wasn't chipping in.
Well, there was that time. His mic was muted at his first event. You see that clip?
No.
Where Alexi has to go, green, your mic is off. We call those growing pains in the business.
Nice.
Also, being called green in your Navi debut is pretty crazy.
Green, come here. Green, get me a coffee.
Another 5v4 Fnatic. Come on now. You better have a T-side up your sleeve, but so far Cypher's delivered. I feel like we saw glimpses of it back on Train. It came late into the game when he damn near got that 4K.
Crims, man, anchoring all the right spots.
Just moving him around as the game goes on, and he's delivering in all these positions. It's just a 5v3 that they've got to close out, but they lose Blame F. Players start hitting the ground inside of the B site. Unexpected approach from Ime, and burning out a CT in the backdrop. Cypher's hand forced forward. Ooh, good window jump. Fear keeps that pressure on. Jambo's nade lands, and Fnatic have put forth a respectable 8-round CT side. Cypher's playing for a chance to step forward into London, and he talked about how bad he wanted it. He also said that everybody's got to come together, and right now, him and Crims topping the charts, man. 14 frags for the Cypher CT side, and Crims was just so mobile throughout all of the different setups that Fnatic had on the defense. But now the big question, can you attack?
He's put some castor oil on the knees, able to walk around really easily.
Get him moving.
Yeah, well, yep. You gotta do that. If
you stop moving,
playing at this level right now versus these kids,
you die. Right now, they'll find nothing towards top middle. Wonderful full belt of nades. Same for Fear. What's the trigger here for Fnatic? Ooh, gonna smoke off Palace as the execute reigns over top. And it's gonna be Bit with a chance to tap away. 2 shots missed, but great exposure there from Wonderful. Pops open their smoke, the perfect moment to find Cypher in the open. Doesn't waste a bullet, and the sandwich push over top. Trying to get into the action here. Sandwich player still hanging on, but Makaze smoked off, finally able to get into the kills.
Missing.
And Fear from the bottom of the board. Not gonna find anything more than the frag off the flames. It is a chance for early CT momentum.
Nice kill there, Makaze. A couple of good ones. In fact, dropping into Sandwich. Close call. Oh, man, that's a moment where Cypher's had such a good map, and then, you know, on a pistol, this is like, boom. He's out in front, you're setting him up, and he just gets clipped instantly by the defense. NAVI narrowly avoided defeat there. Chance now for them to make the comeback. It's not the most heavily leaning CT map, but still one that does. Makes it a touch scary for Fnatic.
They're going to try to pop through that. Nobody actually there to stop default. That's if anybody's allowed to get to default. Completely mauled on the jump out from the Palace. They didn't give them an inch to work with.
Yeah. Man, that injury. It's been a while now.
Collarbone.
Tough. Yeah, it's a
collarbone.
tough one. That's like got to be one of the worst, right? I've never broken a bone, so I wouldn't know.
I feel like the spine is still worse.
Yeah.
You know?
Yep.
Maybe your rib, too? I don't know. Ribs move a lot. Collarbone.
I think collarbone probably more than rib, even.
Probably sucks.
I think rib, you can still move your arms.
Oh. Careful on those scooters, kids.
No.
Forwarded space top mid. And a bomb in tow. Second player also coming down underpass in a second. We got a 4-player mid setup here for Fnatic. But my eyes always fall to Crims at the moment. Sitting back in Palace, hanging on. He'll play it slow. That was a chance for Jambo. Navi disengaged from it. Makaze wants nothing to do with that duel. Smokes it off and just keeps offering more space to Fnatic at 50 seconds, making sound. Not ideal.
Not just making sound, but yeah, not even getting in.
They're gonna just, wow, timing is horrendous there for Ime. Palace challenge comes through and Crims finds that gap as Bits MP9 is going into the duel, but burning all the while.
What a move!
No way!
How'd he get away with that?
He survives on 14 health as Makaze comes in at the same time. Bit has no right getting that second kill.
What about this one?
No right! With the upgrade to the rifle, it's a triple out of Bit.
That's what a bit of good movement can do for you. I can't believe he survived any of that. Knowing he has to take this fight in the molly, because it's probably going to be the last kill that he can get, and it's the MP9 frag, Crims is like, all right, but this is getting traded. And then, woo! Oh! Absolutely ludicrous. 1 in 10,000 right there.
How dare you? Takes 2 free AKs and a Galil for their efforts. Wow, I thought Crims cracked that site wide open. MP9 on a ramp push, no teammates behind you. Delays long enough for Makaze to get in with 1. And sends Fnatic spiraling into upgraded pistols instead. Jambo has hit a team kill while Wonderful gets a collateral. Okay, Tech9 just works its way through jungle, and this is a winnable round for Fnatic, or so it seemed until Fear hits the ground. BlameF pushing forward has also found a rifle, but he left the bomb behind, so it's gonna be recovery soon. And if that smoke fades, he's never getting back across for free. So he goes headhunting, and instead it is Navi's chance to tie this game 8 rounds apiece.
Zany rounds. It's not, you know, one thing that's nice about Fnatic, it's not the BlameF show right now. But also, like, his farm's not, like, in a great place for this game either. So, a nice medium needs to be found, I think. This lead is about to be taken away if they're not careful.
Hello.
Oh, nice find.
And he's going for more. But Jambo's got the line held already, so Jambo doing a good job of keeping op impact up for Fnatic this map. Gotta sing that praise. Blame F from the underpass approach, gets spotted out. Oh, Ema eats the flash. They're jumping on him, and the cover's good.
Yeah.
Bits got you from the top of connector. They really thought they'd have him dead to rights, but team play here for Navi looking good. And the walkout from A ramp, all that remains here for Fnatic, or we've got Navi with a lead. Crim's ahead of the timing. May have gone unchecked as Bit on ticket. Hasn't called this. Gonna kill the connector player, but at the cost of losing out. Now, Jambo hits that shot. Bit barely stands after the fact. And you're not allowed to close that distance over because the cover here between teammates on Navi is looking great.
Yeah, it's airtight for sure. They're on top connector. They had everything covered. There was no room for lurks, really. And this tactic to kick it off puts all the pressure back on Fnatic to make the next move. They come up connector. Everything's being watched. Doesn't really matter what happens next with the way they push. There was always somebody else there to trade. Fundamentally sound here for Navi. As the lead is now theirs. From 8-4 to 9-8. Time for a response, Fnatic.
They just can't find a fight where there's a single Navi player.
Yeah.
Where there's one, there's more. That's been an element of this comeback. Unfortunately for Fnatic, the money's still a problem. AK for Cypher. Fully invested on this round, him and him alone. He's right into the swing as well, so you lose a player out of the gate. Not the rifle, still over towards ramp with Crims and Bomb.
More pressure now on Bit. Kaze can come and help.
Blame F's getting away with the M4. Although he's not really going anywhere, still just floating top middle, allowing Fear to throw himself towards the ramp setup. Interesting, we've got a pullback. Damn. That's a tough one for Blame F. He gets the drop on Bit.
Yeah. Had a little bit of armor too, but worked through.
Now this walkout from Cypher is about to activate. Oh, he looked also blind.
Yeah.
That comes from a teammate in top middle, so not ideal. And Bits here on cleanup, so trying to wiggle their way through that round with the tools that they had, but things get a little bit awkward.
We'll see if the rest of this map is now a formality or not, because again, no responses here from Fnatic. It's been a pretty flat second half. No questions to ask of Navi right now. Good. The way they're doubling up on everything has been great to watch.
We haven't even had a bomb plant for Fnatic yet. And Ema right back to it. Top middle, a shooting gallery. Ooh, bit labored there for Cypher. He tries to bail back, but that actually draws Blame F back in. And there's a bit of wishy-washiness between the Fnatic players. Some bail out, some come in. That draws the guys that just left back to the action. And one by one, the dominoes fall, leaving Jambo on his own with no bomb. Again, Navi, they are working as a pack, a team, you could call it. Right now, still two at the bottom of connector, ready to swing. And you can see it just working as a unit. So smooth.
It's also a lot of mid control out of Fnatic and a lot of heavy mid control response out of Navi. Ima going to the top of mid saying, get whatever kills you want. We'll have Makaze pushing off of Cat and Bit in connector right after. No problem. They're ready to double and triple layer it every step of the round. And I think that's just a bit of good counterplay. Like Fnatic want to start with mid control. They want to start with map control. That's nice on paper, but at the moment, they're not getting the first kill. They're not getting control of it at all. And now they're almost out of chances. And now here's where I feel like if you're Navi, all you do is go back to making sure that they can't explode out of Palace, explode out of B-Apps with some early nades. Would you assume they're going to try mid-control again? You kind of got that locked down pretty damn well. And it's just a desperate situation for the underdogs. Yeah, they're playing anti-force now, just ready to sit back.
Give us the Deeg shot, Blame. Nothing yet. Sits inside of the smoke. Nothing to tug on either. Navi still just leaning back, waiting for Wonderful to get his chance in connector versus 2. Perfect. That's the Galil down as well, so they're just gonna go for the cat press into Makaze. Ooh, he gives his backup, and it's gonna have to be on Alexi B now. There's guns to be grabbed from Cat, and Alexi's just out of there. BlameF goes for the fight over the van, and that's gonna give the numbers back over to Navi. Trying to catch him before he could truly retreat. Cypher never grabbed a weapon, clearly doesn't need it. Desert Eagle comes out of him again. It was Fear who scooped up the AK, and he will catch Wonderful to the head. An Alexi B clutch, and an Alexi B 4K on the line for 12.
Wow, back to window. We'll have to walk out. Does he think that Fear would have crossed back, however? Not spotting this.
Ooh, he makes it over the threshold.
Oh, he's gonna see the gun if he's not careful.
Fear's thinking he's already pressed back around. Alexi catches timing with the clutch, the 4K and the time, and that is the 8th consecutive CT round for Navi, the only one of which Fnatic have got the bomb planted.
Oh, damn, first bomb plant. It's gonna be a shutout. It looks like Navi could easily walk off with this victory. 4-round lead right now, and you know, we have to see something from Fnatic to even think they could make a comeback. It's the fact that they can numerically do it doesn't really matter right now.
Some inspiring shots from Cypher's Deagle, but
they've absolutely pushed them around when it comes to mid-control, all the slow-paced stuff. Now they're looking to lock down the extremities too.
Wonderful on the line first, but flashes towards top middle, draws his attention away.
Okay, so they finally get what they want, at least somewhat. 2 players on Cat, still active. Fear's watching. Nade's coming down below, though.
Oof. Clean 2 kills from Makaze, missed op shot as well, sitting duck and Jambo. And I mean, Navi, what more could you ask for in this second half? The bomb plant in the previous round is the only time Fnatic have had anything to work with, and it comes by way of Desert Eagles. BlameF, he's tried his damnedest in middle, but he's coming up with an 8-16 score on Mirage. And Crims, alongside Cypher, tried to keep the dream alive, but Navi's defense, immovable. A single bomb plant across 9 rounds of a T-side. Navi making quick work of that second half. Sure, they were held back in the first 12, but it's nothing but smooth sailing after the swap.
Pure perfection from Navi going into that CT side. And credit where credit is due, Fnatic making life a little bit complicated for Navi at some points, but yeah, as Connor aptly said, as soon as we switched over into that second half, you see exactly why Navi are known to be such a formidable opponent on Mirage.
They had a little bit of difficulty in the first half, but that was class in the second. I mean, that was, I know it's Fnatic and Navi should be dispatching of a team like that with relative ease, but the teamwork that they exemplified in so many of the situations, the double swings, the way that Ema and Bit were able to play off of each other around Con, the way they linked up with A-site defenders at the same time. I mean, it was damn near flawless, and when it wasn't flawless, the individuals just carried them with some little heroics here and there.
Yeah, a pretty good series from Navi, no doubt. I mean, if they could have closed out Train a little bit faster, then it would have been a really good series for them. And yeah, as you mentioned, this was Fnatic, but still a team that can definitely shoot back. But it was just great to see Navi to have this chemistry going specifically on Mirage. You know, like their bread and butter, where they're very comfortable. They seem to be playing well off each other, and just, you know, like whenever they got the ball rolling, there was like no turning back.
Pretty much all the individuals from Navi standing tall at different points throughout that map. But should we talk about the bit moments that he was pulling off? They were pretty nasty just through and through.
What he did at A ramp there with an MP9 to take out Crims, spin around, get the kill at top stairs. There were moments that were just unbelievable. I mean, we were just hyping him up for what he was able to do on Train, how he is more than likely the best player for Navi. Actually, probably little debate at this point for recency bias's sake. But I mean, there were just moments where it was like, okay, yeah, this guy's just kind of on another level versus anybody else in the server.
Yeah, and like his level has just been great throughout this night. You know, he's been playing at very high level. He's been very impactful, not only in his clutch moments, but also when he's actually like most need of the one you just mentioned on A-Ramp. Like when you expect the least, he gets the most out of it. That is kind of the theory of that play. So yeah, a bit played off, and it was great to see that he helped Navi go over this finishing line.
I'm not saying that 3D Max and Fnatic are like on the same level as teams. I think 3D Max has been more consistent at kind of the top tier tournaments, but I think it's nice to kind of maybe breathe a sigh of relief for Navi that you close a series out cleanly after you've just come off the back of, as Alexi said, you know, one of the lowest tournament placings he's ever had in his career.
There were times when they played 3D Max where they were tricked in a round. I don't think Fnatic ever really fooled Navi. I don't think there was ever really a moment where the round gets away from them, where they're just not sure what's going to come next in it. But versus Fnatic, I mean, the rounds that Fnatic were able to win, just mano-y-mano, good shots from the Fnatic players, well done. You know, that deserves some plaudits for sure. But in terms of control of the situation, I feel like Navi always really had a great understanding.
Yeah, they were in control the majority of the times. You know, they got off. They had rounds where they individually won them, but they also had us where the team chemistry just clicked together, as we know Navi can do. They have a great team play when things roll for them, so that was also a showcase today. And overall, it just seemed like a Navi team that also found themselves in a position where they want to rebound from what that just happened and having a very bad placement at East Overseas. And now, you know, they know, also going to the bootcamp that they're playing at, that there needs to be some kind of a new idea, a new change to their playstyle.
100%. Where does that leave Fnatic then? Because of course, it's not single elimination. We've had quite a lot of single elim tournaments, but you do get another lifeline here at the Blast Open. So do you think there's kind of anything that we can pull from and go, okay, maybe potentially they could at least win one more series? I don't know about a shot at making it to the London playoffs, but what's a temperature check on them?
I would have to really look at the bracket to see what that next matchup is actually going to be. But for me with Fnatic, the one annoying part about this is that the most stable person that dons the Fnatic jersey today is BlameF, and yet he was nowhere to be found in this series. If he was able to chime in with his usual late round stability, with the fact that he is just such a solid force on his defensive positions, there was a serious chance that they could have gotten it over the line on Train. We might be seeing a map 3 coming about. Even though I don't really think that Fnatic, under almost any circumstance, we're going to win on Mirage, they definitely could be on a third map right now.
Yeah, just a bit of an unfortunate situation when we're looking at the Fnatic side of things. We do have Crims on the line to give us some thoughts after that series. First of all, commiserations, Crims. Really appreciate you taking the time to chat with us. So can you tell me a little bit about that Train? Because second half, it was looking pretty solid for you. What do you feel like wasn't up to scratch maybe on that first half for you?
I think we should have a few more rounds on T side for sure. That was like the instant feeling going into CT, but I think we still put up a pretty good fight, I would say. Maybe they were a bit more ready from start and on their toes maybe, but yeah, a few more rounds on T side for sure was doable, and CT were very comfortable, I would say. It showed that as well, I hope. But in general, it's just such a CT-sided map now with the new boxes outside next to Bomb Train there.
Crims, I mean, you've played with so many legendary players over the course of your career. You have a kind of an interesting assembly of guys that you're surrounded with by now. And I want to know, from your perspective, who on your team today has any sort of special charm that you really know as maybe being a guy for the future, or really even just think today this guy should just be tearing it up even more consistently?
I want to say everyone, but I think Jambo especially is going to have a very, very bright future. The stuff that I've seen him do, it's very, very crazy. He reminds me of like a new Saivo in some way, but a very unique player. But yeah, he's going to be very, very good in the future. He is good, but he's going to be even better.
As Mao just mentioned, you've been along, you've been playing along some of the greatest legends of the game, and you've been in part of this game for as long as I can remember. We've had our times back in the days as well. How do you see yourself in this team now? You have young players around you. Your experience is obviously going to be up there. And what's the temperature check of Fnatic right now? I mean, you've gone for rebuild. Do you feel like there's a lot of improvements, and what do you really feel like you need to work on?
I think what I focus on at least is to like guidance and leadership and get our boys calm and show that experience. I think it's very important when we have young players that we develop and stuff. But I think we have a very good group that want to become better as a team and not as individuals. So it feels really nice. And I get a lot of trust from Fear, the caller, as well. He looks... when he looks for like tips and stuff. So it feels very, very good to be in this team.
Just one more question from Iron Crims. Obviously, it's not single elimination. You've got another matchup that will be against ECSTATIC, who you faced a couple of times this month alone. When you're familiar with that kind of opponent, does that fill you with confidence? Like, how are you feeling about them as your next opponent?
Nothing special, to be honest. I think we're looking forward to every official game. That's where you learn the most, I will say. So it doesn't really matter who it is. We just want to play more officials.
Well, thank you so much for your time, Crims. Yeah, looking forward to seeing you guys hopefully bounce back versus ECSTATIC. That is the game that will be indeed going down, Maui. So does that fulfill you with any hope that maybe Fnatic could have at least one more game in them here at Open?
If I really just kind of take the mental head-to-head on a couple things, I would take Jambo in that head-to-head. I feel like normally I would want to say Blame F should be able to beat a lot of the riflers on that team, but after today, I mean, I already knew Nut had some stuff in him. Syrah was really good too. That's going to be interesting. I'm not actually sure who I really favor. I'd probably give the light edge to ECSTATIC though.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to buy into that one. It's a quite even matchup in my opinion. It's like a team that kind of plays at the same level, and from what we've seen today, it's teams that can occasionally play good, but they also still seem to be making a lot of mistakes. So it's probably gonna come down to who can limit the mistakes and just have a good day. And I feel like if Blame can just play better than with this level today, I do think the Fnatic could come out on top, but it could be very open.
Actually, one quick note on that one. I want to see their Train. Both of those teams really like Train. I want to see more tier 2 Train. Like that's really where you find out all these new strategies and new smokes and everything like that. So that's the one. Like if you really want to find a reason to watch that one, probably that one map in particular.
Well, should we recap exactly what went down today? Because Dupree, you obviously mentioned some mistakes being made. There were some mistakes made in our first game, Maui, namely M80 kind of letting this slip away from them. That was
What do you mean by a mistake? What do you mean by a mistake? Oh, a mistake for M80. Okay, now I get what you mean. Okay, sure. I thought you were going to say
mistakes from Vitality at all. I don't see any mistakes here.
All right. Well, I mean, you know, M80 had their chance in this one. They inspired people. They gave a little bit of hope.
And now moving on to the second game of the day, we had GamerLegion taking on Virtus.pro. A game that was somewhat even, but still we had GamerLegion coming out on top. I still think that if we look on the side of Virtus.pro, we are still looking at a team that are still finding their struggle. And they seemingly, despite their names, haven't really been making that much improvements. And for this stake, the team is it's just not moving forward.
Yeah, that was a little bit disappointing from them. But on the flip side, we had the debut of Jacob in the FaZe jersey, able to take home a victory in a very convincing fashion on map 2, but not a very convincing fashion on map 3. I mean, this was a really close affair between both of these two teams, if you just ignore that second map scoreline. And I'd say Jacob, I want to see more. Give me more, Jacob. I need it.
He might have more of a test in the game upcoming as well, because to see them stealing a spot in London, FaZe are going to have to indeed be taking down NAVI. On the flip side, though, Maui, Vitality GamerLegion, are we secure in saying King Mezzi will, be in front of his of his people, of his crowd in the UK.
2 French oppers enter that matchup, Freya. And I'm going to tell you, ZywOo will walk away victorious. I think that GamerLegion are the heavy underdogs in that one. I've seen some bright spots from them throughout this season thus far, but Vitality as a whole, just so dominant, so strong.
I mean, if we looked at the matchup today, Vitality versus M80, I think everyone would be like, Vitality's just going to stomp them, but that was not really the case. So I'm not going to go out and say Vitality's going to be bouncing back and just destroying the GamerLegion. I will obviously have to give it to Vitality. I still think Vitality is by far the better team, but we've seen cracks, and it's about utilizing those cracks and actually figuring out how you can punish them. And I think they are at a somewhat vulnerable spot right now.
Well, that was the debuts for Group A, the Blast Open. But tomorrow, it is all about Group B. Let's take a look at 4 best-of-3s that we are ready to be taking on tomorrow. What would you say is the matchup of the day tomorrow, Maui?
Oh, G2 Liquid easily.
Yeah.
I mean, the Liquid, I feel like they're finding something for themselves with how close they've played Vitality. G2 more so a team at their own level, even though G2 with Hunter probably having their own growing pains too. So it's 2 teams that are finding themselves at present time, and I think that the individual form on the server should match fairly equally too.
Zontic's still on the roster for Spirit. Everybody was telling me that's not going to be the case after WC.
Yeah, as of right now, it's just become a situation where we don't really know where it's going. Is he going to stay? Is he going to go out? Who's going to go in? Is Tenier going to go there or not? Like, it's just like a big question mark right now. But I mean, like, as long as Spirit continue to win, okay, they did have a small fumble at the EWC, but if they just continue winning, then why not just keep him if everything seems to be working?
Questions. Tomorrow, we will be getting some of those answers. We'll be seeing you more tomorrow, for the Group B matchups here at the Blast Open 2025.